Why have I played League of Legends for a decade and still remain a silver, while that person became a world champion after just 2 years of ranked play? You lack talent. In electronic sports, innate ability is paramount. Then why must I debase myself for a mere 100,000 yuan, while that person can travel the world with family, basking in the joys of life? You lack a proper background. The chasm of social class is vast. This is unjust. Fairness does not exist in this world. Can you grant me another chance? What do you desire? I wish for the remainder of my life to be devoid of failure. Chapter 1. The Game of Failure, the Life of Defeat. Hey, wake up. Don't die in my internet CAF, that would be bad luck. Hello, 110. I'm the owner of the CAF. A young man seems to have collapsed overnight. It's not my fault, I warned him. Oh, the address is wait. He seems to be waking up. Are you alright? Can you see what this is? What's wrong? Xia Mo awakened from his slumber, his head throbbing painfully. As he opened his eyes, the world spun chaotically before him, with someone shaking his frail body vigorously. A hand waved before his eyes, moving so rapidly it seemed to leave trails. Xia Mo struggled to lift his head and saw a middle-aged man with slick back hair and a bag, presumably the CF owner, shaking him. I'm fine, I was just too tired and fell asleep for a bit. Xia Mo forced a stiff smile as memories from the previous day surged back like a tidal wave. If given the choice, he would have preferred to be amnesiac, to forget everything and start anew. Alas, fate offered him no such opportunity. There was no memory loss, no rebirth, none of the exclusive plot lines reserved for protagonists in novels. Upon awakening, he was still confronted by a life devoid of any brilliance over the past 22 years. Raising his gaze, he beheld the glaring light of a shoddy curved monitor exclusive to internet cafes. The minimized League of Legends client was open, but the foremost display showed a paused video. In the frame, a dashing young man clad in a professional team uniform held the championship trophy, his smile radiant. Last night, Xia Mo had gazed at this image for an interminable time. Are you really okay? Do you have any hereditary illnesses? A heart condition? Did you bring your medication? The CAF owner, fearing the worst, was anxious about the potential loss of another customer in an already struggling industry. I am truly fine, and am not ill. You can return to your duties. Xia Mo waved his hand weakly. The owner scrutinized his pallid complexion, reminiscent of peeling wall paint. Then hurry and log off. Get some proper rest at home instead of on this sofa. Understood. Before Xia Mo could finish, his phone suddenly rang. He instinctively answered, and a middle-aged woman's anxious voice came through. Xia Mo, it's your aunt. I'm at the hospital. Your father was transferred overnight and only just fell asleep at dawn. The doctors say he needs surgery as soon as possible, but we still need 100,000 yuan, and I've borrowed from all the relatives I can. Didn't you mention you could raise funds online? How's that going? How much have you gathered? Xia Mo looked at the smiling face on the screen, muttering softly, it's almost there. It takes time, but it should be resolved in a few days. Thank you, aunt. After hanging up, he met the owner's disdainful gaze. The owner shook his head, seemingly disinclined to converse further, striding away while muttering curses under his breath. What a world. They say raising children is for old age. Yet what comes out are mere beasts. Xia Mo forced a bitter smile. Indeed, his father was gravely ill in the hospital while he spent the night gaming at an internet CAF. Wasn't that deserving of scorn? He even wished the owner would slap him awake. Yet, even so, he dreaded facing his father in the hospital, enduring that piercing gaze capable of piercing his very soul. He could only evade. He opened his phone and checked a crowdfunding app, seeing a balance of 532.2 yuan, a little more than when he had fallen asleep the previous night. This was his method of fundraising, a crowdfunding assistance app. Apart from this, as an ungraduated student, he could hardly conceive of a way to amass 100,000 yuan in mere days. His aunt, coming from a rural background, was unfamiliar with such online platforms, taking his words as a final lifeline. However, raising funds through crowdfunding was no simple task. The number of individuals willing to generously assist a stranger remained scarce, while the number of families in urgent need of help was overwhelmingly high. Moreover, in recent years, numerous cases of fraudulent fundraising had surfaced, leading well-intentioned individuals to become more discerning, requiring various forms of proof. Before donating, by the time Xia Mo gathered all the necessary documents, interest was still lacking, and after several days, he had managed to raise only this meager amount. He was uncertain how to face his aunt's disappointed gaze. Xia Mo drew back the curtains beside him, allowing the bright morning sun to cascade from the heavens, brushing against his face. Yet, he felt no warmth, only the bone-chilling cold that often follows a night spent awake. From the second floor of the CAF, he gazed out at the bustling street below, where office workers, impeccably dressed, hurried towards the subway, and breakfast vendors shouted their wares. Workers at a nearby construction site had already begun their arduous labor, their shouts echoing with vigor. Everyone was striving to make a living, and all signs indicated that this great eastern city was awakening. Teeming with life and energy, he sat huddled in his seat, unsure of his next move, mindlessly refreshing the news on his phone. According to data from the National Bureau of Statistics, this year's number of graduates has hit a new high. The number of undergraduate graduates is expected to reach 15.06 million, intensifying competition for jobs. Famed actor Luo Xuyang, embroiled in a tax evasion scandal, was spotted aboard a luxury yacht in the Mediterranean with 7 supermodels, seemingly unfazed by the 1.5 billion yuan fine levied by the tax bureau. A fitness instructor has achieved viral fame with their mesmerizing workout routine, amassing 8 million followers on Douyin in just 7 days, igniting a nationwide fitness craze. The members of the S11 championship team, Changgu, have returned home, with the mid-laner known as Li Shufeng, dubbed Wind God, being surrounded by thousands of fans at the airport. This follows a fervent viewing wave among thousands of universities the night of their victory, indicating the growing influence of the esports realm within the entertainment industry. Xia Mo scrolled past the accompanying image of the news, catching a glimpse of the handsome face surrounded by adoring female fans. His fingers trembled slightly before he quickly swiped away the post. Another notification popped up from Donghu. Located in a first-tier city, a 211 university graduate has been in a relationship with her boyfriend for 5 years. She desires a wedding without a dowry, only requesting her in-laws cover the down payment for a house. Her boyfriend claims he cannot afford it and wishes to break up. How is it still possible in the 21st century for a family to be unable to produce a million yuan in savings? Xia Mo silently turned off his screen, staring blankly at the computer monitor. Xia Mo was an ordinary individual, the epitome of normalcy. If there was one aspect that deviated from the ordinary, it was that he came from a single-parent family. Before the age of 13, his childhood mirrored that of most children of his generation, attending a typical primary school, playing with friends, returning home in the evening to enjoy his mother's cooking while watching domestic animated series like the 86 version of Journey to the West. That was until one day, during his first year of middle school, he returned home to find his mother missing. His father informed him that his mother had run away with a wealthy man, leaving him behind. During that period, his father, Xia Donglai, drank excessively every day, often becoming utterly intoxicated, while Xia Mo had to rely on neighbors for meals. After 6 months, Xia Donglai seemed to emerge from his stupor, throwing himself into work with a frenzy, juggling 4 jobs daily, including positions as a security guard, chef, an individual contractor. He seldom returned home, and whenever he did, he pressured Xia Mo to study, to complete assignments, insisting that he must rise above and make that woman regret her decision. However, contrary to expectations, Xia Mo harbored resentment towards both his mother and father. He believed that his mother had left because of his father, leading him to rebel during this tumultuous phase of adolescence. He neglected his studies, associating with delinquents in his class, and spending hours gaming in internet cafes. Each time his father discovered him at the CAF, they would engage in loud confrontations on the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Despite this, Xia Donglai continued to seek validation through his son. Following the high school entrance examination, his father enrolled him in a school renowned for its militaristic discipline, hoping it would instill some form of order in Xia Mo's life. Unfortunately, this only exacerbated their already strained relationship. During that time, Xia Mo developed a passion for reading novels and aspired to pursue the arts, yet under the relentless pressure from his father and homeroom teacher, he was coerced into studying sciences that he found incomprehensible. For 2 years, he lagged at the bottom of his class, barely scraping by to meet the university entrance requirements, eventually enrolling in a so-called third-tier private university, drifting aimlessly until his 4th year. Deep down, Xia Mo felt an intense discontent. He did not wish to squander his life in mediocrity. He had moments of realization, resolved to change his ways, and crafted ambitious plans for a comeback. Yet he consistently failed to follow through. Countless times he loathed himself for being incapable of change, feeling like a stubborn weed. Despite his envy of those born with silver spoons, he admired the young prodigies excelling in their fields. He had once dabbled in painting, studying for 5 years during his childhood. In his senior year, upon hearing that the admission scores for art students were lower, he eagerly painted a piece to show a drawing instructor. To his dismay, the teacher merely glanced at it before presenting a work by a student who had studied for just 2 months, advising him against pursuing that path. Xia Mo had once believed that he was destined for greatness, yet he never found an avenue to showcase his talents, much like his experience in the game League of Legends. As a player since Season 2, he had played intermittently for a decade, yet he remained a silver-ranked player, often obsessively grinding ranked matches, studying strategies and watching replays. Yet, it seemed futile. Perhaps he truly lacked any innate gaming talent. While streamers dominated in the game, he found himself repeatedly outmatched. At 22, he felt his life mirrored his League of Legends username, merely a participant in the world's grand scheme. After receiving a call from his aunt last night, Xia Mo hesitated to return to his dormitory. wandering aimlessly down the streets until he found himself back at the internet CAF. There, he hesitantly clicked on a long-anticipated documentary about the genius champion, Xia Mo, whose meteoric rise had captivated the online community. After securing victory in the S11 championship, he became a household name, affectionately dubbed Fengshen by his fans. The documentary portrayed Fengshen as a model student who consistently excelled academically and triumphed in international competitions. Despite coming from a blended family, his parents were supportive and encouraging, fostering his interests and traveling together to broaden their children's horizons. When Fengshen expressed his desire to pursue League of Legends, his parents not only supported him but actively guided him towards a professional career, ultimately leading to his success. The documentary concluded with an interview featuring his family, with Fengshen at the center, flanked by his father and mother, embracing his younger sister, all smiling happily. The mother proclaimed that having such a son was her greatest pride. Xia Mo, unable to finish the documentary, found himself haunted by a profound emptiness, heartbroken by a lack of similar affection from his own mother. If he was her greatest pride, what was he? Closing the documentary, he was confronted by the game's interface, displaying a match summary where his team was crushed, the score reading 16-34. A glaring message in the corner declared, "Your promotion match has failed. Your rank has been reset to Silver I with 75 LP. We wish you better luck next time." After staring blankly at the screen for hours, he inexplicably opened the ranked matchmaking interface, unsure why he still felt compelled to play. Perhaps he yearned to prove something to himself. With only one victory needed to ascend to gold rank, he intended to seal away the game that had accompanied him for a decade, ready to confront the realities of life. Yet fate played a cruel joke on him. His teammates in the first match were inactive. In the second, they argued while he played support, and in the third, an obvious smuff on the opposing team led to a swift defeat. As frustration mounted, he became numb to the experience, feeling less like he was playing a game and more like he was battling against fate itself. Eventually, exhaustion overtook him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Xia Mo managed a bitter smile, preparing to close the League of Legends interface. Yet, inexplicably, each time his gaze fell upon the hero icons, translucent percentage numbers appeared before him. Differing for each character, he initially dismissed it as fatigue-induced hallucinations, yet rubbing his eyes did nothing to dispel the numbers. What on earth is happening? Chapter 2. Déjà vu. Just as he attempted to comprehend the significance of these numbers, the screen abruptly darkened, and he was logged off. The overnight session is over. Wake up, everyone, and go home to sleep, the CAF owner proclaimed, rousing the slumbering patrons, including Xia Mo, who was unceremoniously ushered out. Stepping outside, he noticed the previously bright sun had vanished, replaced by a brooding sky. The cold November wind howled, mirroring Xia Mo's somber mood. He trudged down the street, weary and uncertain of his destination. Reluctant to return to school, he felt adrift, with nowhere else to go. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. Upon opening it, he found a message from a relatively close roommate. "Sorry, I'm strapped for cash lately. I just bought my girlfriend a birthday gift and can't lend you any money." Xia Mo paused, recalling the previous night's desperate attempts to borrow money from classmates and friends on WeChat and QQ after learning of his father's surgery costs. In truth, he had very few options. He struggled to approach acquaintances he wasn't close to, and those he did know were scant. Since the incident at 12 years old, his personality had become increasingly reclusive, leaving him with few friends. This roommate could be considered one of the more amiable individuals in university, yet he too had turned him down. According to Xia Mo's knowledge, his girlfriend's birthday was not within these few months. It had long since passed. However, he could not reproach others. Borrowing money is a matter of goodwill, while refusing is merely a matter of principle. The pressing question remained: how could he gather the requisite sum of 100,000 yuan? He opened his WeChat and QQ conversation lists, methodically reviewing the individuals he had approached for financial assistance the previous day. Among a dozen or so people, only 2 or 3 had responded, uniformly stating, "I'm tight on cash." The rest remained utterly silent, leaving him to wonder if they had either not seen his messages or were deliberately ignoring them. These were individuals he believed he had a decent rapport with. Standing on the street corner, the cold wind biting at him, he experienced a profound chill. Suddenly, a droplet of water landed on his phone screen, soon followed by another, and before long, he felt large raindrops cascading onto his shoulders and head. A downpour was upon him. Passers-by with umbrellas hastily unfolded them to shield themselves from the rain, while those without rushed home, leaving Xia Mo to sprint alone through the deluge. He had no destination in mind. It seemed that no door in this world would open to him. Eventually, he found himself on an unfamiliar street, where he spotted a neon-lit sign in the distance, Xingxing Wang Ka. Xia Mo entered the internet CAF, not intending to surf the web, but seeking refuge from the rain. His damp hair dripped incessantly as he randomly selected an empty seat and settled in, motionless. Beside him, a young man clad in flip-flops was engrossed in a game of League of Legends. The young man gripped the mouse with one hand while the other intermittently lifted a can of Red Bull to his lips, all without hindering his gameplay. He was playing Akali, known as the Fist of Shadow, a champion whose post-rework allure captivated both aesthetics enthusiasts and skilled players alike, maintaining high popularity. Across all ranks, this champion, with its high skill ceiling and low floor, could indeed create miracles in the hands of a seasoned player. The young man clearly belonged to the latter category, skillfully unleashing Akali's agility, his fingers dancing rapidly on the keyboard, while the female ninja on-screen flitted through the crowd like a butterfly, harvesting lives. Triple kill, announced the game's commentator as Akali secured a kill on the opposing ADC, jungler, and top laner in the Baron pit, subsequently claiming the Baron itself. Recognizing their imminent defeat, the opposing team promptly surrendered as the post-game screen appeared. Akali's stats stood at an impressive 1628, leading the scoreboard, receiving accolades from all three teammates. Xia Mo glanced at the adjacent rank displayed. Brilliant Diamond 2, a tier he had never approached. The young man caught sight of him, perhaps noticing the drenched, disheartened figure staring intently at him, and offered a warm smile. "You play this game too?" he inquired. Xia Mo nodded silently, his gaze still vacant as he fixated on the screen. The young man shook his head, initiating the next ranked match with ease, entering the champion selection phase, where he promptly banned a champion and opted for Akali once more. At that moment, Xia Mo's eyes were drawn to an ambiguous translucent percentage that reappeared. Shaking his head proved futile, as the percentage climbed to 78 when the young man selected Akali. Once the team compositions were finalized, the game commenced swiftly, the young man controlling the blue side. He maneuvered Akali to a strategic position near the river while leisurely taking a drag of his cigarette. As the timer in the upper right corner reached 52 seconds, a green, lantern-bearing Thresh led 4 red side champions around the Dragon Pit's tri-brush, revealing the blue team's positioning with a ward. He then unleashed his Q ability, Death Sentence, aiming for Akali. "Whoa, what the hell?" the young man exclaimed, nearly dropping his cigarette in shock as he returned his hand to the mouse to regain control. Yet in that fleeting moment, Xia Mo felt a wave of disorientation. Time around him seemed to slow, colors fading, leaving only the glowing screen before him. On the display, Akali attempted to evade the hook, but it was too late. She was ensnared by Thresh's tether. The enemy team surged forward, and despite Akali's desperate flash, she was slain, granting first blood to the adversaries. "What terrible luck," the young man muttered, ruffling his hair in frustration. "Should have flashed sooner," Xia Mo thought. No sooner had this thought crossed Xia Mo's mind than the action on the screen froze. Astonishingly, the timer in the upper right corner began to rewind, racing back to the 52-second mark, the precise moment when Thresh had first appeared with his hook. Chapter 3. Substitute player. As Xia Mo was still grappling with the shock, he witnessed Akali, as he had anticipated, utilize her flash to successfully evade the hook. However, as she blinked away, it was Samira who bore the brunt of the consequences. Caught off guard, she was ensnared, and despite using her summoner spells, she could not escape, thus conceding first blood. "What is happening? Am I hallucinating?" Xia Mo was filled with dread, yet he found his body utterly unresponsive, relegated to passively observing the unfolding scene. Time in this illusion sped by rapidly, and soon it reached the 1 minute and 58 seconds mark, where Samira, devoid of flash and healing, was ambushed by the red side's jungler at level 2, stunned by a flash, and met her demise once more. At this juncture, the translucent percentage number flickered again, plummeting to 762. The illusion dissipated, and Xia Mo emerged from that arcane state. Everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream. The time was still at 52 seconds, precisely when the level 1 skirmish involving Thresh commenced. "Oh my god," the young player exclaimed, his tone mirroring the previous moment as he attempted to execute his actions. The subsequent events unfolded just as they had in the vision. Xia Mo cradled his head, endeavoring to comprehend the recent occurrences. Had he just glimpsed the future? The young player remained oblivious to the turmoil that the drenched Xia Mo had just endured. All he knew was that he had successfully used flash without facing death. He maneuvered Akali to the minion line, beginning to trade blows with the red side's mid laner, the three-handed champion. Xia Mo opened his mouth, wishing to convey something to the young player, but ultimately abandoned the thought and fixated intently on the mini-map. As time reached 1 minute and 58 seconds, just as in the illusion, the bear appeared in the bottom lane, followed promptly by the announcement of Samira's demise. Xia Mo, taken aback, began to grasp the situation. It seemed he could perceive the ramifications of each choice made by the young player, even the ensuing chain reactions. This peculiar ability, which he tentatively dubbed DJVU, had just showcased the consequences of the young player's decision to either use flash or abstain during the level 1 skirmish. Failing to use flash resulted in his own death, albeit seemingly without further consequences. Conversely, using flash rendered him a sacrificial pawn, leading to a subsequent death at the hands of the bear when it ganked again at level 2. Furthermore, he began to understand the significance of the semi-transparent percentage number that had been consistently present. It represented the win rate. Before the match commenced, based on the strengths of both teams, the win rate for the young player S side was determined to be 78. However, after the bear S successful gank at level 2, the win rate plummeted to 762. League of Legends differed fundamentally from other genres of games, as well as from StarCraft. In this game, reaction times and mechanics were not the paramount factors. The true determinant of victory lay in the decisions made by each player throughout the match. Which lane the jungler chose to gank, when to engage, when the mid laner would roam, when the top laner would confront their opponent, and when the support would deploy critical protective or controlling abilities. All these choices wielded undeniable influence over the course of the match. The most significant disparity between high-level players and novices lay in this very aspect. Typically, players' decisions were driven by their prior match experiences, necessitating ample game time for skill development. However, those endowed with talent could accumulate experience more efficiently through fewer matches, leading to more accurate judgments. The professional players who dominated the competitive scene were invariably those rare talents selected from the multitude. Yet now, DJVU presented each potential outcome of every choice directly before Xia Mo, even elucidating its impact on victory or defeat. Such an ability, when applied within the game, seemed overwhelmingly potent. Before Xia Mo could ponder further, the young player's phone on the table suddenly rang. With one hand on the controls and the other answering the call, he exclaimed, "Hello? Honey, I'm in the middle of a match at Xingxing Internet Cafe. You forgot your keys? I can't step away right now. All right. I'm sorry. I'll bring them to you right away." After hanging up, the young player glanced around, his eyes lighting up as he noticed Xia Mo's gaze. "Bro, could you help me out for a few minutes? Just a few. I'm on a winning streak here. If I log out now, I want to earn anything and will lose money. I'll treat you to a drink." "I'm not very good at this," Xia Mo instinctively declined. "It's no problem. Just try not to die. I'll be back soon. Thank you, man." The young player pushed the keyboard and mouse towards Xia Mo and hurriedly dashed out, umbrella in hand and flip-flops slapping against the ground. Xia Mo, feeling helpless yet harboring a hint of anticipation, grasped the mouse and commenced a game in a tier he had previously only dared to dream of. Chapter 4. Hidden Dragon. Xia Mo held a deep admiration for the champion Akali. Her title, the Rogue Assassin, evoked a sense of solitude and lethal elegance. Cloaked in a mask that obscured half of her face, she displayed an emotionless demeanor, her indifference concealing a sharp edge. What captivated him most was the translation of Akali's skill set. He had once viewed a video dedicated to the translations in the Chinese server, which revealed that Akali's skill, in its original English, was referred to as 5-point strike. This straightforward title was transformed in the Chinese server into Cold Shadow, harmonizing with her abilities, Twilight Shroud and Shuriken Dance, which perfectly encapsulated the essence of a swift and lethal assassin. Akali's ultimate ability was termed Perfect Execution in English, whereas the Chinese translation exuberantly proclaimed, "My flow's secret art, Chaotic Kill." However, it was the translation of her passive ability that Xia Mo cherished most. The lackluster assassin mark was rendered into the poetic My Flow's ninjutsu. Hidden Dragon Seal. The I Ching states, at the outset, the hidden dragon should not be used. The hidden dragon symbolizes patience, yet patience does not equate to surrender. Rather, it signifies the nurturing of one's potential, ever poised for the moment of ascendance. Due to his admiration, Xia Mo had devoted time to honing his skills with Akali, becoming quite familiar with her, though he could not guarantee a stellar win rate. Upon entering the diamond rank, Xia Mo felt beads of perspiration forming on his palms as he faced a formidable enemy, the level 1 Victor. Hesitating to approach and secure last hits, the Victor player, seemingly aware that this Akali had undergone a transformation, brazenly approached to harass, boldly crossing the minion line to strike. Exhibiting an audacious maneuvering style, S skills were ready once more, and he advanced aggressively. Xia Mo, seizing upon an audacious maneuver from his opponent, hesitated, uncertain whether he could engage successfully. In a moment of distraction, a vision enveloped him anew. In this DJVU, Xia Mo, controlling, struck first and activated the to replenish energy, preparing for another flurry of skills. However, a level 3 bear, long lying in ambush, emerged from the river, stunning the moment she appeared, and in unison with a bolt of lightning and skills, dispatched the unflashed. The win probability plummeted to 73.1%. Indeed, the confrontation seemed futile, a thought that prompted yet another shift in his vision. This time, Xia maneuvered to hide behind the minion wave, adopting a strategy of retreat as the enemy advanced, sacrificing a few minion kills to evade calamity. Meanwhile, his jungler, seized the opportunity to sweep through the bear's upper jungle, causing the win rate to rise slightly from 76.2% to 76.9%. Yet, witnessing this imposing presence, Xia Mo felt a twinge of frustration. An idea struck him, given that he was aware of the bear lurking in the brush. Could he not use this knowledge to deceive the enemy's mid-jungle duo? In the Summoner's Rift, the bear lay in wait within the river brush, fully cognizant that his previous level 2 ambush had been witnessed by. With the knowledge that had used her flash at level 1, he resolved to ambush her, hoping to secure a kill for the late-game powerhouse to ensure a smoother path ahead. To his surprise, seemed blissfully unaware of the impending danger, actively trading blows with, and already down to half health. As unleashed her skill, the bear seized the opportunity. He burst forth from the brush, activating his skill, charging forward with the ferocity of a storm. Deftly released his gravitational field to stun her, the bear's player internally urged. Yet, just as his claws were about to make contact with slender frame, she activated, vanishing into a cloud of smoke. In that moment, became ensnared by the gravitational field, while the bear stood bewildered, momentarily deprived of their target. Thus, the trio remained, frozen in a peculiar tableau as the smoke enveloped them. When the haze finally dissipated, was sprinting towards the red side's lower jungle. The bear's player noticed that, having been struck by lightning, her health had dwindled to less than a quarter. Chaser. As the red side's mid-jungle duo squeezed into the narrow passage below 6, a smoke bomb suddenly erupted from the pit. Having just finished clearing the bear's red, vaulted over the wall, brandishing his shotgun to unleash a desperate barrage. The second shot struck the wall, inflicting maximum damage, followed by a normal attack, causing the bear to lose a significant portion of their health. Aware that he had no flash left and realizing his fate was sealed, the bear recklessly charged forward, desperate to claim his life. But alas, despite being a stats monster, he was no match without his skills. It was only at the last moment that he barely brushed against the hem of his garment. Just a little closer, he roared, landing one final hit. But he was ultimately claimed by us. In a frantic bid for survival, also used his flash. You have slain an enemy hero, the system announced in Xia Mo's headset, causing him to take a deeper breath. Though merely a trivial kill, it represented his first achieved through the harnessing of his DJVU ability, transcending several ranks. This plays quite well. She should frequent mid lane more often, mused the blue side's Diamond 3 jungler. Chapter 5. First victory following this successful mid-jungle coordination. The win probability surged to 82%. However, as Xia Mo returned home to replenish his supplies, his top laner fell victim to a solo encounter, causing the win rate to dip below 80%. A strategy was needed to bolster their chances further. Xia Mo felt uncertain about continuing to face in lane. After all, he struggled to achieve even 80 minion kills in 10 minutes without interference. Thus, he sought an alternative approach. He noticed that his bottom lane was forming a push, with the enemy duo of and aggressively advancing, seemingly poised to engage, while prepared to clear the stone beetle in the lower jungle. If he headed straight to the bottom lane, he could potentially execute a 4-man ambush against 2. Yet, should the enemy detect their retreat beforehand, he would lose at least 2 waves in mid lane. To engage or not to engage. Activating his DJVU, he simulated the scenario. It was viable. Thus, he procured an amplification tome and a killing ring, guiding his level 4 towards the lower lane. Upon nearing the vicinity of the bottom tower, had already charged ahead, ambushing the enemy duo from the river. To the surprise of the red side S, and, instead of fleeing, they turned to counterattack. With a resounding detonation of the explosive fruit, the bear descended from the wall. It appeared the bear anticipated its gank and had come to counter, attempting to rectify the deficit in the jungle. At this moment, the red side's duo was in a superior state, with summoner spells fully charged, thus poised to dominate. Unless something unforeseen occurred, this counter-ambush would likely succeed. Yet, as emerged from beneath the tower, the red side trio's spirits plummeted. The blue side S flashed in with a double knock-up, while his teammates unleashed a barrage of skills, leading to the demise of the red side S jungle and support. With a resounding announcement, Xia Mo's neared a rampage. The enemy bear had perished in consecutive waves, reduced to a pitiful count of 12 jungle minions. Effectively neutralized as a tempo hero, Xia Mo's win probability escalated to 85%. What transpired next felt surreal. As Xia Mo returned to lane equipped with a hex-deck battery and a 6-stack killing ring, could only attempt to farm from a distance. With each wave he pushed, Xia Mo simulated his DJVU, executing several flawless ganks, bringing his kill count to 7, achieving the highest level in the match, while even could only flee in the face of his might. At the 13th minute, the opposing team seized the opportunity to eliminate the blue team's Samira in a swift maneuver, attempting to secure control over the dragon. However, with a decisive entrance from an AR, who stunned 3 opponents, and a perfectly timed second strike from Akali, the red team's nearly half-health members were swiftly dispatched, leaving the arena in stunned silence. The victory probability stood at an impressive 91%. By the 16th minute, the purple team's jungle and top lane attempted to ambush the overextended Akali, only to be met with her exceptional skill as she executed a double kill. This allowed her teammates to push through the mid lane and demolish the enemy's first tower, raising the win probability to 94%. At 20 minutes and 16 seconds, the purple team grouped to scout the ominous Baron pit. They were caught off guard by a chain initiation from Alistar, leading to a devastating follow-up from Akali and Samira, culminating in a remarkable pentakill for the Summer's end after a decade of competition in the league. The win probability soared to 97%. Before the Baron could be secured, the purple team opted to surrender. Akali's statistics read 18 kills and 2 deaths, earning her 4 commendations from her teammates. Finally, Summer's heart, which had been racing, found solace as he realized his back was drenched in sweat. The overwhelming sensations from the match left him feeling drained, akin to the exhaustion following a tumultuous emotional roller coaster. Well played, my friend. A hand suddenly clapped on Summer's shoulder, startling him out of his reverie. Turning around, he discovered the young man in flip-flops had returned. Watching him play the game, unbeknownst to him, Summer had become utterly engrossed in the match, completely forgetting the circumstances that had led to this game. I noticed you hadn't returned, so I finished it up, he said. No worries, no worries. You played quite well. I've been watching you for a while. The young man grinned. With your skills, you could easily become a professional booster. Which rank are you in? I'm actually quite mediocre, Summer deflected, then asked. By the way, you mentioned boosting. Are you a professional booster? Indeed, the young man replied, handing Summer a can of Red Bull. My friends and I rented a place in the nearby complex to run our studio. The power went out in the complex, and I needed to complete this urgent order. So I came down to continue playing. Can one actually earn money from boosting? Summer inquired. A flicker of hope igniting within him as he thought of the 50,000 deficit from his father's surgery. Are you interested in becoming a booster? The young man scrutinized Summer before glancing at the game's statistics on the screen. With your skill level, you could indeed take on higher-ranked orders. In Diamond, the profit margin is nearly 100 per division. If your win rate is high, making a few hundred a day is quite feasible. If you can secure orders for the Challenger tier, earning over 10,000 a month becomes manageable. However, such orders are scarce. You need a solid platform to access them. Perhaps it would be best if... Summer was still processing his words when the young man abruptly tapped his head. If you genuinely wish to pursue this, I can introduce you to our studio. We just started and are currently in need of people. It's a group of friends working together. And the compensation is certainly better than what you would find elsewhere. All right then, I appreciate your help. How may I address you? Summer readily agreed. Look at me. Talking for so long without introducing myself. The young man chuckled heartily. My friends call me Xiao Wu, since I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Wu Gu. Chapter 6. New Xian Gaming Studio. The studio was not far off, located just upstairs in the same complex. Easily recognizable by the large red underwear hanging outside. As they made their way to the studio, the rain had ceased. But the roads of the aging complex were riddled with potholes and puddles. Summer cautiously avoided the waterlogged areas, now understanding why Wu Gu wore flip-flops. As he navigated the terrain with ease. Here we are. This old complex is like this. Constant power outages, very frustrating, but at least the rent is cheaper in such places. It's a city village, Wu Gu remarked while opening the door. The power's back, he announced as they entered, and upon surveying the room. The only piece of furniture was an old sofa. The rest of the space was filled with computer towers and monitors displaying various game interfaces. Rapidly switching screens under software control, creating a cacophony of sounds. Inside stood 2 men engaged in a heated debate. One was a middle-aged man sporting a distinctive, stylish beard, gesturing emphatically as he tried to convince his counterpart. Opposite him was a modest-looking young man with round glasses, appearing rather earnest as he shook his head in refusal. Upon noticing the young man in flip-flops, the bearded man turned. You're back, Xiao Wu. Did you finish that order? Yes, I did. I think we should quickly purchase a generator, Uncle Mo. Each time the power goes out, we suffer significant losses, plus those scripts need to be restarted manually, which is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. It would be better to have a generator for self-sufficiency. Wu Gu immediately began to voice his grievances upon seeing the bearded man. I'd like to as well, but I'm currently discussing it with Demao. He's adamant against it. Uncle Mu replied with a wry smile, lighting a cigarette. Concerned about the cost and asserting that he could manage the extra workload alone. Wu Gu shook his head, looking at the bespectacled individual referred to as Demao. You're being unreasonable. It won't cost you anything, and Uncle Mu is paying for it to save you the trouble. Besides, this is all to earn money for the studio. Isn't it? Absolutely not. Demao vehemently shook his head. The studio's equipment was all purchased by Uncle Mu, and we haven't even broken even yet. We can't keep putting extra financial burdens on him. At this moment, Uncle Mu noticed Summer standing at the door. And who might this be? Your friend? With a proud smile, Wu Gu replied, This is a little brother I just met at the internet CF named Summer. He has impressive skills in the league, and I thought he might be interested in becoming a booster, filling the gap left by Qinfeng. Upon hearing the name Qinfeng, Mushu and Mao exhibited a subtle discomfort on their faces, though they quickly masked it. Mushu took a puff of his cigarette and extended his hand towards Xia Mo. Since he was a friend of Xiao Wu, they would henceforth consider each other as comrades. I am Qian Mu, sharing a name with the renowned historian. My friends affectionately call me Mushu. He continued. This studio was established under my guidance, encompassing a variety of gaming services, primarily focusing on League of Legends. If you wish to engage in boosting, we can facilitate that for you, taking a 30% commission for our services and operational expenses. You may wish to ponder over it. Brother, a 30% commission is hardly exploitative. Most boosting establishments take at least half, if not 70%, Xiao Wu chimed in. Xia Mo had previously gleaned some knowledge about the boosting industry and recognized that Xiao Wu's assertions held merit. In those larger platforms, the boosters were akin to indentured servants. A 30% cut was indeed a commendable offer. No need for contemplation. I will join, Xia Mo asserted soberly. Mushu raised an eyebrow. May I inquire? You appear quite young. I assume you have yet to graduate. What prompted you to consider boosting? This profession is becoming increasingly difficult. It would be wiser to seek a legitimate job post-graduation. I'm in my 4th year. I need the money, Xia Mo replied, licking his chapped lips. Very well. I shan't pry further, Mushu remarked, flicking the ash from his cigarette. So Xia Mo, shall we? Mao, please present him with the pricing list for the various ranks. No need. I wish to undertake the most lucrative assignments, Xia Mo stated bluntly. Ah, Mushu responded, surprised by his confidence. Perfect timing. I have a high-priority order for climbing to the top rank in the canyon. The client desires rapid progress. Can you handle it? The rank of Canyon's pinnacle was one Xia Mo had never dared to dream of attaining, yet he did not wish to show any hesitation. Reflecting on his precognitive abilities, he accepted. I'll attempt this order. Excellent. There's no time like the present. We have dedicated machines for boosting in the studio's bedroom. Go give it a try. Each victory yields 10 yuan, with higher ranks offering greater rewards. If you manage to reach the #1 spot in the national server, the client will directly reward you with 50,000. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000 yuan, Xia Mo's heart raced. Achieving the top rank could resolve his current predicaments. Although 30% would be deducted by the studio, he merely needed to undertake a few smaller orders to compensate for it. All right. Mushu instructed Xiao Wu to escort Xia Mo to a bedroom filled with computers, most of which were turned off. Save for a plump man in his 30s seated in a worn gaming chair, engaged in an arena match. Cat brother, Xiao Wu greeted the rotund man, who wore a cherubic smile reminiscent of a Mithra Buddha and had a delightful, cherubic appearance akin to a character from a film. Xiao Wu, who is this? This is the new recruit at the studio, Xia Mo. He will be handling orders here. Xiao Wu further introduced the stout man. This is our studio's stabilizing force. Adept in both physical and mental realms, known as Fat Cat. You may call him Cat Brother. Hello, Cat Brother, Xia Mo greeted. To which Fat Cat responded with a warm smile before returning to his screen, skillfully maneuvering a sharpshooter character. As Xiao Wu assisted Xia Mo in powering on a computer, he elaborated. Our studio began with a congregation of internet CAF prodigies, spending our days gaming aimlessly. Eventually, the owner of the internet CAF we frequented, Mushu, helped us carve out a path by establishing this gaming studio, financing the rent and equipment without asking for a penny in return, earning everyone's deep respect. However, Fat Cat is not like the rest of us. Despite his unassuming appearance, he graduated from a prestigious university and, after self-studying programming, worked in a major tech firm for several years. Unfortunately, he could not endure the grueling overtime and became a CAF prodigy. Crafting the automation scripts we use in the studio, he resolves all technical issues, which is why he is our stabilizing force. It would be beneficial for you to cultivate a good relationship with him. Then Xiao Wu logged Xia Mo into a gaming account. Here it is, you can start now. I'll step out. While Xiao Wu logged the account in with ease, Xia Mo approached the task with utmost seriousness. He opened the account's career interface, gazing at the pure white heavy armor representing the highest rank, inhaling deeply. Just yesterday, he was languishing in the silver tier, having suffered 12 consecutive defeats. Today, he was tasked with climbing to the rank of Canyon's pinnacle. The twists of fate in life were indeed marvelous. Perhaps this moment would mark the turning point in his life. Chapter 7. Setbacks in the canyon. 25 minutes later, Xia Mo sat in front of the computer, staring at the defeat screen, his head throbbing as if it might burst. As he had entered a match at the unimaginable rank of Canyon's pinnacle, he activated his precognitive ability the moment he was matched. The ability indicated a win probability of 43% for his team against 57% for the opponents. Based on his current understanding, the displayed win probability did not account for him since he was a variable in the equation, thus excluding himself. His teammates' collective strength fell below that of their opponents, with a mere 40% win probability. Clearly, this would be a disadvantageous match. However, having entered the game, there was no way to alter the outcome. Xia Mo could only hope that his abilities would assist him in securing a victory. Unfortunately, reality proved that even with the formidable advantage of his precognitive ability, which allowed him to anticipate enemy movements, his current skills, reaction times, and awareness, still rooted in the silver tier, rendered him unfit for the challenges of the pinnacle rank. To illustrate this disparity using a cultivation novel analogy, it was akin to being a novice cultivator, capable of discerning the moves of an advanced practitioner, but utterly powerless to counter them. This was an undeniable chasm of skill. In this game, he was assigned the role of jungler, choosing the hero Lee Sin. The reason for choosing the jungle role lies in the belief that it aligns most closely with his precognitive abilities, allowing him to foresee the movements of enemy heroes and even anticipate the outcomes of his ganks. Is it not a path to inevitable success? His selection of the champion blind monk stems from the character's versatility. He embodies a near-perfect mechanism, which is precisely why he is a frequent presence on the competitive stage. Xia Mo recognized the champion's exceptionally high potential, especially in adverse situations where heroes with greater ceilings have a better chance to turn the tide. To ensure stability, he even deliberately abandoned the excavation of blind monk. However, in the early game, he was struck hard. Utilizing his precognitive insights, he successfully predicted the enemy jungler's route and ambushed the opponent in the top lane, securing a kill on the enemy jungler while also forcing the enemy top laner, Xia Mo, to use his flash. Yet, in a moment of impulsiveness, he misjudged the situation and attempted to dive Xia Mo's tower, only to be interrupted by Xia Mo's preemptive sword strike, leading to his demise under the tower's assault. The top lane resulted in a one-for-one trade, yielding no profit. After this encounter, he refrained from undertaking such reckless actions, instead simulating potential outcomes with his precognitive abilities before every move, strategizing meticulously. However, he soon realized that while he was planning, the enemy jungler was also executing their own strategies, and each advantage gained by the opponent grew increasingly substantial. Crucially, he found himself at a loss on how to impede the enemy's progress. Following the first ambush, the enemy jungler became exceedingly cautious, only engaging when they had confirmed blind monk's position, achieving a remarkably high success rate. Xia Mo attempted to use his precognitive abilities to inform his teammates of the enemy jungler's location. Yet players at higher tiers possess their own strategies and do not entirely heed his advice. Furthermore, there were times when the minion waves were stuck, necessitating a push. If they did not push, they would be overwhelmed, and even while being ambushed, pushing remained imperative. Gradually, their team found themselves inexplicably at a disadvantage, and soon resources such as dragons and heralds fell into the enemy's hands one after another, with their own team on the brink of being outmaneuvered. The victory probability displayed by his precognitive abilities dwindled, and Xia Mo desperately simulated scenarios in his mind, striving to discover a breakthrough. However, the mental strain from utilizing his abilities became palpable, and soon his mind dulled, leaving him utterly fatigued, even experiencing headaches and blurred vision. He recognized this as a consequence of overexerting his precognitive abilities, yet his desire to win this match was overwhelming. It represented his only hope of earning a substantial sum of money in a short time. Ultimately, he identified a slender opportunity for a comeback. During a team fight, he planned to use the enemy's top laner, Xia Mo, as a springboard to close in, employing a combination of skills and a flash to strike back at the enemy Lucian, which would afford his team a few minutes to breathe. Thus, he endured his physical discomfort and proceeded according to the simulated outcome of his precognitive abilities. Chapter 8. The welcome party, however, due to nerves and a lack of proficiency, his blind monk made a novice blunder in front of 9 witnesses, failing to execute a proper skill. He was swiftly eliminated, and his teammates fell one after another, resulting in a complete team wipe. His teammates initiated a surrender vote, with 4 votes in favor, bringing the match to an end. Xia Mo, dazed, attempted to rise from his chair, but found himself nearly collapsing onto the plump cat beside him. What is happening? The plump cat hurriedly came to support him, asking if he should call for an ambulance. It's nothing, just a bit of mental fatigue. Xia Mo managed to force a smile. He understood that even with suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities, leaping over the dragon's gate was not an effortless feat. The plump cat helped him back to his chair, checking his forehead and other areas to ensure he hadn't injured himself. Finally, he handed Xia Mo a bag of walnut pastries, suggesting he eat some to replenish his brain. Thank you, cat brother. Xia Mo did not decline the plump cat's kindness. Yet, having lost in the ranked match, he was at a loss as to how to face Uncle Mu. Just as he was contemplating this, the bedroom door swung open, and Uncle Mu walked in, glancing at the interface before patting Xia Mo on the shoulder. You lost, huh? No worries, just try harder next time. Uncle Mu, I think I'm not cut out for this rank. Perhaps I should take on those diamond tier matches instead. Xia Mo fixated on Uncle Mu's face, fearing any sign of impatience. However, Uncle Mu merely paused for a moment, not attempting to persuade him otherwise. That's fine. There are plenty of diamond tier matches that never seem to end, and you can help alleviate some pressure from Xiao Wu. By the way, I came to inform you that everyone is preparing a welcome party for you, a gathering for skewers and drinks, so be sure to arrive on time. A welcome party? I just arrived. Isn't that a bit too much? Xia Mo felt somewhat embarrassed, thinking he had just met Xiao Wu and had lost the most expensive match, making him reluctant to attend. Haha, it's no problem at all. Uncle Mu waved his hand dismissively. Those folks just want an excuse to drink. Before leaving, he added, 8 o'clock, Mao will be there too. Come, let us toast to our new member at Xine Game Studio. Oh. Surrounded by the lively crowd at the roadside barbecue stall, the group exuberantly clinked their beer glasses, drawing the attention of passers-by. Boss, why haven't the 30 skewers from before arrived yet? We're starving here. Xiao Wu shouted at the boss, thumping the table. Wait a moment. My Wi-Fi isn't here, and it's a bit busy for me to manage alone, replied the boss. After urging the order, Xiao Wu turned back to swat away a hand reaching for the pork belly on the table. Eat. Eat. You've already had 20 out of these 40 skewers. And Uncle Mu hasn't even touched them yet. The boy with the buzz cut, who had his hand swatted away, protested. Brother Wu, that's not fair. You finished all the lamb kidneys by yourself, and Uncle Mu didn't even get a bite. Is there something you're not telling us? I just really like that dish. Is that a problem? I paid for the lamb kidneys myself. Xiao Wu, seemingly struck at a sensitive point, retorted hastily. No way. I worry about Sister Wu's living standards. The buzz-cut boy raised his eyebrows at the gentle woman beside Xiao Wu. The woman, referred to as Sister Wu, blushed and placed the skewers just delivered by the boss in front of the boy, saying, Eat this to keep your mouth busy. You're so young, and yet you don't know what to learn at school every day. As the jovial cat Go enjoyed his meal, he observed a few individuals engaged in a heated argument. Meanwhile, Mao diligently shelled edamame beside him, embodying a demeanor of serene indifference. Uncle Mu took a swig from the beer bottle, chuckling as he advised Xiao Wu, if Xiao Jiu wishes to eat, let him indulge. It is the time when he needs to grow. I have never heard of a young lad eating his father into oblivion. If I were his father, I would have been infuriated long ago. Xiao Wu grumbled, casting a glance at the buzz-cut boy across the table who was making faces, his irritation mounting. He pointed at him and remarked to Xia Mo, Did you see that boy's buzz cut? It's not merely trimmed, it's grown back after being shaved. The day before school started last summer, he went to the barber for a mohawk and dyed it pink. The next day, the dean summoned me to school, and his father dragged him to the barber to shave it off. If I had a son like him, I'd lose 10 years off my life. Xia Mo found himself at a loss for words, while the buzz-cut boy remained unfazed, continuing to make silly faces. According to Wu Gu, this boy was Xiao Jiu, a second-year student from a nearby high school, and he was considered a semi-regular at the studio. They had become acquainted while being internet CAF experts. And now that the studio was established, he came daily to play on the computers and occasionally took on gigs for some pocket money. Does Xiao Jiu have a poor relationship with his family? Xia Mo inquired. How could it be good? I've heard his father used to work on construction projects in Africa, returning home only once every few years. His mother cannot manage him. So he spends all his time in internet CAFs and pool halls, smoking, fighting, dyeing his hair, and sporting earrings. His grades are consistently at the bottom. When his father returns and discovers what a waste his son has become, they argue daily, with his father threatening divorce, Xiao Wu explained. Xiao Jiu, unfazed, continued to eat and drink as if indifferent to the world, stating, for over a decade, he hasn't bothered with me. Now he returns pretending to be a big shot. He can hit me if he wishes, it won't hurt. If he dares to hit my mother, I'll fight him. Although Xiao Jiu was not from a single-parent home, his upbringing mirrored that of one, evoking a sense of empathy in Xia Mo. After pondering for a moment, he decided to offer some words of wisdom as a fellow traveler. Xiao Jiu, regardless of the circumstances, education is for yourself. It's essential to strive for better grades. Every point counts for your future. I understand, but I just can't get into it, Xiao Jiu replied, his face contorted in frustration. Playing League of Legends feels effortless. The opponents are so easy to defeat, yet I can't absorb a single word from a book. Are you quite skilled at League of Legends? Xia Mo asked. I suppose it's acceptable. I've reached master rank in the Korean server for 2 seasons. Xia Mo thought. Then there's no issue. Initially believing Xiao Jiu to be a kindred spirit, he now realized their worlds were entirely different. Being a master in the Korean server, a rank held by only 700 individuals worldwide, was a talent that could only be described as genius, a far cry from Xia Mo's decade-long silver status. Taking advantage of the distraction, Xiao Jiu stealthily reached for a bottle of beer. Smack! His hand was swiftly swatted away by Wu Saw wielding chopsticks. Children are not allowed to drink alcohol. Did I not buy you cola? Xiao Jiu complained. What good does it do to deny me now, when I'm on my own? I drink freely. That is still not permitted. Wu Sa glared at him. Uncle Mu, look at this couple teaming up to bully me. Xiaojiu complained to Uncle Mu. Uncle Mu, after burping, replied leisurely, what does a child need with alcohol? Boss, bring me a bottle of Erguo too. Laughter erupted among the group. As Xia Mo observed the cheerful faces surrounding him, Mu Shu, Xiao Wu, Fat Cat, Amao, Xiaojiu, and Wu Sa, he suddenly felt an overwhelming warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time, a sensation absent even in the company of his family and classmates. Chapter 9. Chun Feng. Amidst the laughter and merriment, an exceedingly discordant voice intruded. Hey, you all are quite noisy. Xia Mo turned to see a young man holding a bottle of liquor, seemingly having stepped out of the restaurant to retrieve barbecue. This young man was tall and slender, with a distinctive scar on his brow, exuding a rather sullen aura. Chun Feng, Xiao Wu exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. How dare you eat here? What? Is this restaurant yours? The brooding young man scoffed. I've been eating here for 5 years. Do you think you can dictate where I go? You traitor, Xiao Wu hissed, his teeth grinding. Chun Feng smirked nonchalantly. A traitor is still better than a useless person. Have you been scavenging for leftovers in diamond rank all this time? If you're not satisfied, shall we have another match? Choose any hero. I'll let you use one hand. Furious, Xiao Wu grabbed a stool, ready to hurl it, but Wu Sa held him back fiercely. Let go. I'm going to beat this brat today, Xiao Wu shouted instinctively. What do you think will happen if you hit him? You'll end up in jail for a few days, and I will not bail you out. Wu Sa shot him a fierce glare, causing Xiao Wu to wilt. He could only muster a feeble retort. Today is your lucky day. If it weren't for my wife holding me back, I would have taught you a lesson. The sullen youth, Chun Feng, ignored him and turned to Xiaojiu. Have you made up your mind? Do you want to come with me? You're not like him. You have talent, and mingling with these people will get you nowhere. Xiaojiu hesitated, glancing at Uncle Mu, who seemed oblivious to the unfolding scene, focusing on his peanuts and drink. I think I'll pass. Uncle Mu treats me well. Chun Feng shook his head, no longer pressing the matter. He pointed at Xiao Wu and Amao, addressing Uncle Mu. You see, this studio will eventually be dragged down by these people. He then strode directly into the restaurant. Bah! Pointing fingers and acting superior, as if he has something special, Xiao Wu spat, sitting back down, sulking while drinking. Xia Mo nudged the jovial fat cat beside him. Cat Gu, what is going on? Who is that person? With his trademark smile, Cat Gu replied, that's Chun Feng. He used to be part of the studio. A founding member, really. He contributed significantly to its establishment, but later on, he and Uncle Mu clashed over management philosophies, leading to frequent arguments. Uncle Mu started the studio to ensure his brothers had food to eat, but Chun Feng wanted to pursue an elite route, believing the competition was too fierce for those with families to thrive. Later, he left, and it is now rumored that he has joined another Internet CAF owner, forming a team to compete in the National Internet CAF League. What do you think is the better path, Cat Brother? Asked Xia Mo casually. Me? Cat Brother chuckled. As long as I have food to eat, I'm content. He mischievously pointed at Wu Gu, who was being gently consoled by Wu Sa. Look at him. Although Xiao Wu seems quite arrogant now, as if all the younger siblings have to cater to him, I reckon he'll be kneeling on a washboard by nightfall. Is Wu Gu afraid of his wife? Xia Mo whispered. He is indeed quite fearful. Keep your voice down so the younger siblings don't overhear. Cat Brother said with a sly smile. And you see, do you know why Amao is sitting so far away from Xiao Wu's younger sibling? It's because Amao has a phobia of the opposite sex. Yes, it's that condition often seen in female protagonists of novels, trembling at a mere touch. So far, he hasn't encountered anyone who could help him overcome this fear. And then there's Uncle Mu, who is quite reserved as well. The Internet CAF he runs is called Xing Xing Wang Ka, and his studio is named Xin Studio, supposedly a homophone of his first love's name. This has led to several disputes with Mu Sa, yet he has never changed the name. Do you have any little secrets, Cat Brother? Xia Mo interrupted the chattering Cat Brother with a question. Cat Brother squinted and took a sip of his drink, appearing to relish the moment. Well, you'll find out in due time. Ignorance is bliss. Despite a few minor interruptions during the meal, the gathering concluded joyfully, as it was ostensibly to celebrate Xia Mo's joining, so he was not asked to pay. By the time they returned to the studio, it was already 11 at night. Uncle Mu and Xiao Wu had gone home, while Cat Brother collapsed onto the couch in the living room, fast asleep, and Amao was busy operating and maintaining the idle scripts. In the bedroom designated for the substitutes, only Xia Mo remained. He didn't turn on the lights, but sat before the glaring screen, logging into a Demacia diamond-ranked account using the information from the studio's internal website, commencing his ranked matches. Although he had indulged in food and drink with the studio members, he remained preoccupied with the remaining 50,000 yuan, abstaining from any alcohol. As he entered the interface, the vibrant hero icons cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon his face. Previously, Xia Mo played games merely for leisure or to pass the time. But today, he faced the necessity of playing. The night passed in silence. Chapter 10. In the realm of humanity, professional players and internet CAF masters share remarkably consistent routines, waking around noon or in the afternoon, freshening up, and having a meal to prepare their minds, followed by disciplined play from evening until dawn, then sleeping until the afternoon, commencing a new cycle. Understanding the habits of the studio members, Uncle Moo refrained from disturbing them, waiting until dusk to bring pastries made by his wife to the studio. Upon opening the door, he discovered that a Mao and Cat brother were absent, likely out for a meal, while the machines remained powered on. The bedroom door was ajar, and as Uncle Moo approached, he caught sight of Xia Mo seated before the computer, engaged in ranked play. The game had progressed for 35 minutes. The situation was exceedingly tense, with both sides fully equipped. They were contesting around the ancient dragon pit, and the hero Xia Mo controlled was Wu Ji Jianshengyi, maneuvering to find an opportune moment to enter the fray. The opposing team evidently held the upper hand in morale and had tighter vision control, having awakened the ancient dragon first while simultaneously monitoring the aggressive plays from the red side. The ancient dragon's health steadily diminished, and the tension escalated. Ultimately, the red side Yong'in, losing patience, utilized his skills to engage, attempting to knock back enemies within the dragon pit. However, without any accompanying crowd control, Yong'in's ultimate was likely to miss. Indeed, the blue side adeptly evaded the attack, leaving Yong'in vulnerable and surrounded, only to be struck down by the robotic champion's energy fist before he could reach the ground. With Yong'in's demise, it seemed to signal an onslaught. As the blue side heroes swiftly turned their attention to the red side, the support champion, a female tank, could only manage to unleash her ultimate before being overwhelmed, tipping the scales to a 5 versus 3 scenario, with impending defeat looming. At this moment, the ever-cautious Jiansheng sprang into action, activating his ultimate, high ground bloodline, and charged in from the flank, executing a flawless right-angle maneuver to evade the robotic champion's mechanical claws. Following this, he performed a pendulum movement, narrowly dodging the spider's cocoon skill just as it formed an angle with the mechanical claws, then flashed in to strike the blue side's Vayne, who had just recovered from the sun's flare. At this juncture, Vayne still possessed 70% of her health. Even after sustaining 2 strikes, she would retain half her health. Logically, Jiansheng should not be able to eliminate Vayne before she was taken down by the focus fire from the blue side, especially since Vayne had healing abilities, and the damage appeared insufficient. Jiansheng activated Alpha Strike, dodging the enemy top laner Ornn's headbutt and the robotic champion's electric field. His skin, Starry Blade Demon, transformed into a blue light, dancing around the enemies, yet this only served to delay the inevitable by a second. However, as Vayne sensed danger while under siege from Jiansheng, she activated her ultimate, Final Hour, rolling toward the dragon pit to use her invisibility as a distraction while seeking refuge among her teammates. Meanwhile, the diligent spider, focused on slaying the ancient dragon, was struck by a bolt of lightning from the void, claiming the ancient dragon with a loss of 769 health. The red side's 3 remaining champions now stood within a circle representing the dragon's might. As Jiansheng landed, he unleashed another strike, this time infused with his passive skill, Double Strike, delivering a critical blow that severed Vayne's main artery, reducing her health to below 20%. While the ancient dragon roared, obliterating her completely, the blue side's mid laner, Cardmaster, clutched a yellow card, attempting to throw it just as Jiansheng landed. Yet with Vayne's death, Jiansheng vanished from sight once more. When had he swapped to the mythical blade? This question filled the blue side with a mix of shock and anger. By the time Jiansheng reappeared, he was already beside the spider, swiftly unleashing 2 strikes just as the spider transformed into its attack form, once again executing Alpha Strike, becoming a blue phantom and rendering Cardmaster's yellow card useless. The outcome was sealed. Harbored such thoughts, before the Sword Saint, the blue team devoid of crucial skills appeared to be nothing more than a mere collection of hapless players. Upon reopening his eyes, he indeed beheld the 5 kills emblazoned upon the screen. The Sword Saint was truly fortunate to have seized the ancient dragon in such a manner. A sentiment echoed in the minds of the other 9 players within the match. Having accomplished this feat, Xia Mo, battling the dizziness in his mind, commanded the Sword Saint to dismantle the enemy's base. Others attributed his success to luck, unaware that he had simulated the experience 17 times during that team fight. Xia? Just waking up? Mushu queried. I brought you some pastries. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the game, Mushu chuckled as he patted Xia Mo's shoulder, only to find Xia Mo looking up, his eyes bloodshot and alarming. Mushu was taken aback. Have you not slept for an entire day? Xia Mo shook his head, dispelling his fatigue and headache, feeling as though a gust of wind could topple him. I need money. Xia Mo opened a document and spoke in a hoarse voice. I played on 2 accounts today, both ranked from Diamond 2 to Master. Mushu, can you see how much I might earn? You can't keep this up. Your health will suffer. Mushu frowned. Can you share what's troubling you? Initially reluctant to divulge, Xia Mo eventually told him. His father was ill and needed an additional 100,000 yuan. He had exhausted all avenues of borrowing. In just a few simple sentences, the gravity of the situation unfolded. Mu Shu observed Xia Mo, who swayed unsteadily, and after a moment's contemplation, declared, "I will lend you this 100,000. Mu Shu, we barely know each other. There's no need for this," Xia Mo gasped, instinctively wishing to refuse. The unfortunate reality of familial and friendly ties fraying over financial matters was all too common, and Xia Mo had previously sought small loans from acquaintances he believed were close. Yet none had responded. Mu Shu, having only just met him yesterday, could easily be deemed a stranger, yet he willingly offered assistance. 100,000 was certainly not a trifling sum for many. Mu Shu waved his hand dismissively. "Consider it an advance on your wages. Everyone faces trials and tribulations. I did not possess my current fortune in my youth. When I encountered difficulties, I longed for someone to lend me a hand. I recall a time when I fell ill and needed medication, but all I had was 400 yuan, while the medicine cost 450. I pleaded at the pharmacy, yet the pharmacist refused to dispense it to me. Thus, I understand your plight. Moreover, where else could you acquire this 100,000? If you exhaust yourself before earning any money, it will be in vain." Xia Mo was at a loss for words. "It's settled then. But it's not entirely selfless. You shall reside in the studio, and I will deduct the repayment from your earnings, with a modest interest of 3%. Does that pose any issues?" "No, none at all. Thank you." Mu Shu, Xia Mo replied, his voice thick with emotion. He recognized that the so-called interest was merely to alleviate his sense of indebtedness. "Eat something and rest. When you awaken, I shall provide the funds." Mu Shu patted Xia Mo's shoulder once more. After consuming the pastries, Xia Mo lay in bed, his eyelids growing increasingly heavy. In the fleeting moment before slumber, a thought crossed his mind. Since that day he awoke in the internet CAF, this world seemed markedly different from before. Chapter 11. Kinship. The scenery outside the window rapidly retreated. Rice fields, telephone poles, dull bushes, and the family-owned fish pond, all were too commonplace in the rural south. Devoid of any vibrant colors, Xia Mo quietly observed it all, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. He was now clutching the 100,000 yuan given by Mu Shu as he rode the high-speed train home. With Mu Shu having purchased the train ticket and personally seen him off, in the end, they merely exchanged phone numbers. And Mu Shu exhibited no concern that Xia Mo might abscond with the money. Such trust was indeed weighty. Xia Mo's home was in a small city in the south, not far from Shanghai, yet its level of development starkly contrasted with Shanghai, akin to a divide between the third world and the first world. Further back, Xia Mo's ancestral home mirrored the scenery outside the window, an unremarkable rural landscape in the south. Xia Mo's father, Xia Donglai, was among the earliest individuals to emerge from that small village. Graduating from the local high school, he possessed a modicum of education and awareness. He recognized that a life of tilling the soil offered no future. Thus, he chose to leave his hometown in pursuit of fortune in the city. Xia Donglai's greatest asset was his resilience. Willing to endure hardship for the sake of earning money, he engaged in various jobs, renovation, sales, night shifts at construction sites, never once lamenting his exhaustion. Xia Mo's mother had been drawn to him for this very quality. Their courtship lasted merely 2 months. Marrying amidst familial pressure, and shortly thereafter, they welcomed a child. After Xia Mo's birth, Xia Donglai became exceedingly industrious, leveraging his hard-earned savings to start a small business and subsequently having a second child. Their lives flourished, and Xia Mo vividly recalls the envious glances cast upon their family by the village's aunts and uncles during visits. Remarking on Xia Donglai's good fortune in marrying such a beautiful wife and having both a son and daughter. However, everything changed after Xia Mo turned 13. He only remembers the tumultuous period when his father's business faltered, leading to daily quarrels between his parents, until one day, 2 family members vanished. From that point on, he returned to the village alone. The aunts and uncles no longer regarded him with envy. Instead, they looked upon him with pity and a concealed sense of schadenfreude. Look at this child, losing his mother at such a tender age. Xia Donglai, despite marrying such a beautiful wife, could not hold on to her. She must have run off. Since then, Xia Mo seldom visited the village. Xia Donglai, consumed by work and alcohol, found himself plagued by health issues that had begun during that time, undergoing numerous treatments over the years without remedy, ultimately depleting the family's finances to the point where he could not afford surgery. The high-speed train arrived at its destination, and Xia Mo followed the throng of passengers out of the station. Outside, an abundance of taxis awaited, with drivers soliciting fares. However, he refrained from taking one and walked several hundred meters to catch a bus. The small town was not large, and after a mere 20 minutes, I arrived at the First People's Hospital. Upon entering, I was immediately enveloped by the pungent scent of medicinal solutions, stirring unwelcome memories. The surroundings were dominated by a stark white hue, Following the message from my aunt, I located the ward and stepped inside. The atmosphere in the ward was chaotic, with 3 beds present, one of which remained unoccupied, yet cluttered with flower arrangements and fruit baskets. On the central bed lay an elderly gentleman, surrounded by visiting family members of all ages, engaged in conversation, their faces adorned with smiles, creating a harmonious ambience. My gaze quickly fell upon my father, who lay on the innermost bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. I approached and stood silently at his bedside, but it seemed that Xia Donglai sensed my presence, his eyes shifting towards me. It was that familiar gaze. I felt my breath catch. What sort of expression was that? A mixture of disappointment, anger, reproach, and sorrow, with murky whites of his eyes fixated upon me, as if attempting to pierce through my very being. Xia Donglai remained silent, and we continued to lock eyes, resembling a still tableau. Family members at the adjacent bed appeared to sense the shift in atmosphere, gradually lowering their voices. After a lengthy pause, the elderly man spoke to me. "You must be Xia Laodi's son. It's about time you showed up. Your father has been hospitalized for several days. Even if your work or studies are demanding, you should have come sooner. But since you're here now, hurry and keep your father company." Still, I remained mute, as did my father. Just as I longed to disappear into a crevice, footsteps from outside the ward shattered the silence. "Xia Mo, you finally arrived." My aunt's voice rang out, filled with delight. I turned to see a middle-aged woman from the countryside approaching briskly, grasping my hand. My aunt had been frantic these past few days at the hospital. The doctor had asked her to settle fees and undergo tests, and she often struggled to find her way around. "Now that you're here, I can breathe easy," having lived her entire life in the countryside. My aunt had been tirelessly running errands for Xia Donglai these past few days, which was no small feat. She was one of the few relatives who continued to maintain contact after that unfortunate incident. "I can handle things from here," I said. "I came to bring money, 10,000 yuan. Please count it." "Ah, wonderful. Xia Mo is quite capable. This must be from online crowdfunding, right?" I paused, remaining silent. Where had the money truly come from? Xia Donglai finally broke his silence, his voice gravelly and like sandpaper, still fixed upon me. "Is it legitimately earned?" He pressed again. I did not respond. I was unsure how to articulate my thoughts, and I had no desire to explain. "Is it from that gaming you do?" "I don't want it. Take it back." His voice rose high enough for all in the ward to hear. "When I was in middle school, there was a year during Father's Day when we were encouraged to express gratitude toward our fathers. I had spent days accumulating virtual currency to buy Xia Donglai a razor. Upon seeing the gift, he had first inquired about its origin and, once he understood, hurled the razor from the 6th floor, declaring that gaming was detrimental and that money earned through it was tainted. To think he still remembered such an incident from so long ago filled me with a mix of sorrow and laughter. I could not comprehend why a stranger might express unreserved honesty while I found myself at a loss for words with my own kin. A multitude of emotions swirled within me, with no outlet for release. What can I say? This money is from some crowdfunding website, right? My aunt tugged at me. "Your father has that foul temper. Don't mind him. I'll keep an eye on things here. You go settle the fees." With that, she ushered me out of the ward. I sat on a bench in the corridor, cradling my head in my hands, remaining there for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 12. The chill of autumn. Upon returning from settling the fees, Xia Donglai still lay rigidly in bed. I was uncertain what to do and had no place to sit, so I merely stood, gazing out the window. After an indeterminate period, Xia Donglai suddenly spoke. "At this rate, I no longer hold any hopes for you." It took me a moment to realize he was addressing me. "My greatest wish in this life is to bring Xiao Liang back." He cleared his throat a couple of times, but added, "Given my current state, I likely won't live to see that day." Xiao Liang, my younger sister, was 5 years my junior and bore our mother's surname, Qiu Liang. She had been taken by our mother during the divorce. My father appealed in court, but the ruling remained unchanged, and my mother established a new family, naturally taking her along. My father longed to have her returned. "She is doing quite well in her new home, isn't she? A wealthy family, with all she could desire. Why would she wish to return to a life of hardship with you?" I interjected, dispelling my father's unrealistic hopes. I had maintained a close bond with my sister during our childhood, and we still kept in touch after our separation. Her new family was well off, and our mother often sent me things or money through her. I had never accepted any of it. As she entered her teenage years, our meetings became infrequent, and I struggled to understand the thoughts of a young girl. The last I heard of her was that she was ranked among the top 50 in her district's prestigious high school, negotiating with her family to become a streamer. What kind of image does that present? What kind of upbringing does her family provide? And that brother of hers, what does he do? Play games. Their household is bound to collapse sooner or later, Xia Donglai grumbled. I managed a bittersweet smile. The brother Xia Donglai referred to was merely my sister's stepbrother in her new family, known as Fengshen, a double champion this spring and summer, celebrated for his exceptional skills. He was the world's top mid laner, a student at Shanghai Jiaotong University, and reportedly secured a recommendation for graduate studies. During the global finals held in Iceland, Function's entire family was present to support him, with the camera frequently capturing his father, stepmother, and sister, my mother and sister included. After Function 11's championship victory, a special documentary was created to showcase the journey of this prodigious player into the realm of esports, becoming a phenomenon that delves into the integration of esports with mainstream society. He had never confided in anyone that during a certain period, his obsessive practice of playing Akali was not merely out of passion, but also driven by his desire to be recognized as the world's foremost Akali player. He yearned for the day he could stand before that woman and question her, "If I am your greatest pride, then what am I?" Unfortunately, people would forever remember only the Akali who executed the Flying Thunder God at the World Championship. He could not become the focal point of admiration, nor even the pride of a single individual. After settling the hospital fees, the hospital proceeded swiftly, scheduling the surgery for that very afternoon. Xia Mo and her aunt watched as Xia Donglai was wheeled into the operating room. The surgical lights illuminated, and the two waited outside for several hours. As evening approached, Xia Donglai was brought out, the operation having gone smoothly, though he remained unconscious due to the anesthesia. Xia Mo gazed at her father lying in the bed, devoid of his usual assertive demeanor, appearing instead as a frail old man, with strands of white hair visible at his temples. "Aunt, could you please take care of Dad for the next few days? I need to return to Shanghai," Xia Mo said to her aunt. You're leaving so soon. Xia Mo, aren't you going to stay with your father for a few days?" Her aunt asked, somewhat bewildered. "I still have to deal with the online fundraising." Xia Mo pondered her words, "And I need to return to secure funds for his continued hospital stay." Upon hearing this, her aunt ceased her objections, saying, "All right, you can go back then. Your dad keeps nagging me about how you're not doing well. In critical times, it's still you he relies on." As Xia Mo exited the hospital, the streets were bustling with people. Although this was her hometown, she felt an unsettling sense of estrangement. Her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she found a WeChat message from someone named KOL under the sun. "I heard Dad is ill. Is everything all right? Do you need money?" After a moment's hesitation, Xia Mo replied, "No need. Just focus on your studies. You don't have to worry about family matters." This KOL under the sun was her younger sister, Qi Liying, now 17, having perfectly inherited their mother's beauty, blossoming into a graceful young woman. Xia Mo scrolled through her sister's moments, which were filled with pictures of outings with family and friends, showcasing famous landmarks from around the globe and an array of exquisite dishes. Xia Mo knew her stepfather spoiled her, and she had ample pocket money, likely exceeding 100,000, yet she and their father had never considered asking her for assistance. As Xia Donglai would say, even if they starved, they would still have breath left. After a while, her sister sent a simple response. "Oh, that was all." As evening fell, Xia Mo boarded the last high-speed train back to Shanghai. Uncle Mu inquired about the surgery and reviewed the hospital payment receipts, but said nothing further, merely patting Xia Mo's shoulder to reassure him. In the following days, Xia Mo remained in the studio, working tirelessly for at least 14 hours a day, even having his colleagues Wu Gu and Pang Mao bring him meals. After a few days, he began to grasp the structure of the studio, which consisted primarily of Wu Gu, Pang Mao, and a Mao, with Xiao Jiu occasionally visiting. The studio primarily engaged in projects related to games such as League of Legends and Dream of the West, while also dabbling in various anime-themed mobile games like Genshin Impact and Arknights. With such a plethora of tasks, the few regular staff members could hardly manage, relying significantly on a group of external personnel scattered across internet cafes throughout the city. These individuals had various reasons for stepping away from mainstream society, opting for a life of day-to-day existence without stable income, turning to Uncle Mu when they needed jobs. Among them were many talented gamers, each with rich life experiences, engaging in lively discussions in their chat group. Compared to the relentless hustle of the outside world, Xia Mo sometimes felt an inexplicable sense of liberation in this lifestyle. Moreover, after days of intense practice, Xia Mo began to formulate his own strategies for utilizing his DJVU abilities. In Chapter 13, The Beginning, Xia Mo discovered that the position most aligned with his abilities was that of the jungler, as it allowed him to appear anywhere at any time, assisting teammates in gaining advantageous situations. With the aid of his DJVU, he could perceive information across the battlefield, select optimal routes, and even anticipate the chain reactions triggered by his choices, such as whether ganking top lane would result in losing dragon or if the bottom lane would be pushed. By analyzing the changes in win rates based on his decisions, he could ensure victory, always being the one who made the most astute choices. In terms of champion selection, Xia Mo resolved to play to his strengths while avoiding his weaknesses. Given that his mechanics, reflexes, and champion proficiency were lacking, he deliberately chose champions that were simple to operate. In the jungle, he settled on champions like Master Yi, Zhao Xine, Graves, Trundle, Amumu, and Jarvan. all of which had straightforward mechanics and required minimal skill, significantly reducing the chances of making hasty mistakes. Xia Mo also established a set of principles for activating his DJVU abilities, deciding to do so only at critical junctures, such as during the initial jungle rout or before invading the enemy's jungle, as well as during pivotal team fights and late-game skirmishes. Otherwise, if he continued to use his abilities indiscriminately as he had previously, he would quickly exhaust his mental capacity and faint, making it impossible to sustain a 14-hour workday. Additionally, Xia Mo discovered some unique benefits from his DJVU, the most significant being the certainty of securing dragons. Under the simulation of his ability, unless the opponents managed to kill him or prevent him from approaching the dragon pit, any ancient resources, including the dragon and Rift Herald, would be snatched away by him without fail. Even among professional players, securing a dragon was often a matter of chance, with a success rate hovering around 50%. But for Xia Mo, there was no such uncertainty. His dragon steals were guaranteed. The second benefit was that his skills would always hit their mark. The ethos of the designers of Xia Mo is to ensure that regardless of how formidable a champion may be, there must always be opportunities for opponents to counterplay. This philosophy has led to the continual reworking of older champions, resulting in a notable decrease in the prevalence of targeted skills akin to those of PNSN, supplanted instead by an abundance of non-targeted skills. For instance, the new GNM, the revamped SIN, and the reimagined TNN have all adopted this trend. Even the skills of the diminutive MFSH, such as Twisted Fate, which are inherently non-targeted, have been imbued with additional casting time to provide opponents with ample opportunity for evasion. Consequently, the accuracy of crucial skills has consistently served as a vital metric for assessing a summoner's prowess. However, with the aid of DJVU, Xia Mo can achieve a near-certain hit rate with most non-targeted skills. This is largely due to the fact that evading skills often relies on anticipation rather than mere reflexes. For example, with the mechanical claw of the robot, if one only attempts to dodge once the opponent raises their hand to cast a skill, it is already too late. The average human reaction time hovers around 0.2 seconds, and even the most elite professional players can only marginally reduce this to 0.1 seconds by the time the brain processes the command and sends it to the fingers, which must then maneuver the champion. The inherent limitations of the champion's movement speed often exceed the skill's casting time, rendering some skills unavoidable without prior anticipation. Yet, in the presence of Xia Mo, no form of anticipation proves effective, as he possesses the uncanny ability to foresee others' predictions. Even the extreme range of the leopard girl, a skill that can be evaded purely through reflexes, falls prey to his DJVU, allowing him to predict opponents' movements with over 90% accuracy. One can only imagine the terror of a spider whose cocoon lands a hit every time, a prince whose consecutive strikes are unfailingly accurate, or an AMM whose bandage toss always ensnares its target. To grasp the magnitude of this, one need only envision these champion skills transformed into targeted abilities, thereby elucidating their strength. However, this is not the end of it. Even more astonishingly, Xia Mo has discovered a unique application of DJVU, the ability to discern win rates while queuing for games. For instance, should Xia Mo log into the game at precisely 19:03 and 3 seconds, DJVU would inform him of the win rates of both teams for the upcoming match. Moreover, if he dedicates additional focus, he might even glean insights into the champions selected by both sides. This empowers Xia Mo to preemptively filter out matches with teammates whose win rates are dismally low, opting instead for those games where he can secure victories by merely relying on capable allies. He also seeks to minimize the utilization of DJVU to alter the course of matches, thereby avoiding overexertion of his abilities. With these newfound capabilities, Xia Mo has grown increasingly adept in diamond tier matches, culminating in a remarkable streak of victories over the final 2 days. His daily profit has soared to over 300, nearly equating to a monthly income exceeding 10,000, allowing him to repay Uncle M's loan within a matter of months. His friends, Mo and PNGMO, often observe his matches, marveling at his win rate. PNGMO, a high-ranking booster himself, casually dominates the suburban ranks but candidly admits he cannot achieve such a win rate. Xia Mo even contemplates that with his current mastery of abilities, venturing into the king tier may not be out of reach, though he remains somewhat hesitant. Uncle M, having witnessed a few of Xia Mo's games, despite not playing Xia Mo himself, possesses a discerning eye. One day, while delivering food to the studio, he observed Xia Mo's triumphant performance in a diamond match and remarked, "She, your skill level rivals that of many streamers. I believe you could stream while playing solo queue. Earning additional income from streaming wouldn't be a bad idea." Huh, streaming? Xia Mo instinctively rejected the notion, asserting that streamers need to be eloquent and engaging to attract viewers, while he lacks the ability to interact or any particular talents. "Oh, come now," Uncle M countered. One cannot dismiss the potential of streaming so lightly. Many prominent streamers began their journeys with no skills or popularity. Some even cultivated their unique streaming culture over time. Whether one possesses a talent for streaming is something that cannot be discerned without attempting it. Besides, you can utilize the studio's equipment. It wouldn't hurt to give it a shot, would it? Just consider it background software while you play as usual. Fine, I'll give it a try. That evening, Xia Mo downloaded a streaming application from the renowned SHY platform and embarked on his inaugural live stream. Feeling somewhat bashful, he refrained from activating his camera or microphone, merely showcasing the game screen. Uncertain about how to create an appealing cover and title for his stream, he sought inspiration from others. However, after browsing several pages, he found female streamers' covers dominated by their looks or figures, with titles laden with suggestive phrases, none of which he could emulate. The male streamers, too, had bizarre titles, often filled with nonsensical phrases or inside jokes that he could not replicate. Ultimately, he settled for a picturesque landscape image he deemed acceptable, accompanied by a humble message: "New streamer, please offer your support." Chapter 14. Streaming novice. That night, he played solo for hours while streaming, and the pressure of broadcasting made him more cautious, even to the extent of fearing death. Yet, the viewership remained stagnant, hovering in single digits, leading Xia Mo to suspect that aside from bots, no one had entered his stream. The chat was devoid of any comments, and Xia Mo mused that perhaps there was little difference between streaming and not streaming at all. The following day, he streamed once more, but the situation remained unchanged. No one spoke. By the third day, as he neared the end of the stream, he played a match as the Prince, having successfully ganked all 3 lanes within 6 minutes and even eliminating the opposing jungler during a counter ambush, resulting in a score of 3-0-2. As the Rift Herald spawned and his bottom lane failed to provide assistance, he utilized DJ View to analyze the optimal strategy, concluding that he should dive in to secure the Herald while simultaneously deploying his ultimate to force the opposing mid laner to use their flash. Although this would likely result in his own demise from being focused down, obtaining the Herald would allow him to return and secure another kill on the opposing mid laner. With resolute determination, Xia Mo swiftly replicated his previous strategy, sacrificing the life of a minor champion to secure the Rift Herald and successfully forced the opposing mid laner to expend their flash. As the enemy champion was in the process of respawning, a comment from the chat unexpectedly caught his attention. Upon entering, I witnessed the streamer being brutally beaten. "I'm out of here." It was then that Xia Mo realized someone had entered the stream, but he was momentarily taken aback by the remark and retorted, "Just look at my performance, then witness me eliminate this mid laner." However, he soon discovered he had forgotten to turn on his microphone. Consequently, the viewer promptly exited the stream, leaving Xia Mo momentarily flustered. On the 4th day, Xia Mo commenced his broadcast with his microphone activated, poised to greet any newcomers and respond to their comments. Midway through a match, another viewer entered the stream just as Xia Mo was about to speak, only to express their discontent. "What is going on? You didn't even mention what you were streaming in the title, and the cover image is a landscape. I thought it was an outdoor stream. But it's just a game. I'm leaving." Realizing the misunderstanding, Xia Mo hastily changed the stream's cover image to a screenshot of his ascent to the rank of Supermaster. As for the title, still lacking creativity, he settled on jungle play and diamond matches. After a few more days of streaming, he found himself with a modest audience, typically comprising a handful of viewers, with a maximum of 5 or 6 comments over 10 minutes. Despite his replies, the viewers seemed disinterested in engaging further, often leaving after a single remark. Undeterred, Xia Mo continued to play, observing that the audience rarely returned. To boost his viewership, he began sharing his room number in the public chat after each game, hoping to attract more viewers. Days passed, and on this particular day, Xia Mo commenced his stream on a platinum Smurf account from Bilgewater, with the owner requesting that he elevate the account to master within 5 days, offering a monetary incentive. This was precisely the type of task Xia Mo sought. As he queued for a match, the portly cat beside him offered a cup of cola, exclaiming, "Xia, this is leftover from our takeout. Would you like some?" Xia Mo reached for the drink, but, failing to secure it properly, spilled cola all over his keyboard and mouse. Both he and the portly cat hurried to clean up the mess, and by the time they looked up, Xia Mo realized he had inadvertently confirmed the match. Upon glancing at the team's win rate, he was struck by the disheartening figure of a mere 12%. This was not unfamiliar territory for him. The matchmaking mechanism of League of Legends often led to such imbalances, where even teams of equal rank could feature streamers or boosters, resulting in skewed win rates. Even if both teams consisted of local players, the system sometimes matched one team with subpar teammates, while the opposing side enjoyed a lineup of exceptional players to balance the odds. It seemed this match was no different. Xia Mo considered quitting immediately. But since the account was in a promotional series with 2 wins and 2 losses, both losses attributed to the account owner, He knew that quitting would lead to immediate failure and a reset to 70 LP, effectively increasing his workload by at least 5 or 6 matches. Thus, he resolved to play out this game. Despite the possibility of encountering a booster on the opposing side, he still had faith in his own abilities, as the displayed win rate did not account for his presence. Should he face a typical booster, he believed he could hold his own. Opting for his favored champion, Jarvan 4, he assessed the enemy composition and noted their fragility. He adjusted his runes to electrocute, aiming for a high damage output. Relying on himself, he deemed a half-tank conqueror build unsuitable. As the loading screen appeared, the team compositions were revealed. On the blue side, he had a Malphite top, a Brand mid, a Jarvan jungle, and a Kog'Maw bot, while on the red side, there was a Nautilus top, a Kha'Zix jungle, a Yasuo mid, and a Jhin alongside Alistar bot. Xia Mo quickly identified the instigator of the win rate disparity, the opposing Yasuo, a notorious Smurf account belonging to Dongzi. Dongzi, a streamer for Shark, though not the pinnacle of talent, boasted a respectable following as a Yasuo specialist. Xia Mo had heard whispers of his reputation, known for his skill with the champion. With the source of his troubles identified, Xia Mo was determined to make things uncomfortable for him. If Yasuo gained an early lead, he could easily carry the game single-handedly. Thus, all his efforts would need to focus on the mid lane. Meanwhile, in Shark's vibrant streaming room, a long-haired man with a hairstyle reminiscent of Yasuo's was elegantly manipulating his mouse, simultaneously providing a running commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm up against this adorable platinum Brand mid laner. Honestly, I haven't seen a Brand in mid for ages. They usually play support. The mere fact that this player dares to pick him suggests they might have a trick or two up their sleeve. Lose. That is simply out of the question. I, Dongzi, could lose on this account and still be on the path to Diamond or Master, you know? This platinum match? No way I'm going down in flames. He continued, looking at the opposing jungler, Jarvan 4, often referred to as Big Bull Poppy. I'll be blunt. If they think they can take me down, they're sorely mistaken. I can block Brand S abilities with my Wind Wall and evade Jarvan S combo. Out of their 8 skills, I can neutralize a good 5 of them. With just 3 left, do you really think I'm going to die? Unlikely. He took a sip of water, chuckling to himself. Unlike Xia Mo's sparsely populated stream, Dongzi's was bustling with activity. The chat filled with constant banter and occasional gift effects fluttering across the screen. It must be said that as a popular streamer, Yasuo's exceptional skills are quite evident. As he effortlessly faces a platinum-ranked Huanan, at level 1, he slightly retreats to allow the minion wave to push towards him, and upon reaching level 2, he lunges forward to deal damage to Huanan. During this exchange, he adeptly evades Huanan's skills, sustaining only a minor hit from the skill Inferno. As the third wave of minions arrives, he presses the attack again, leaving Huanan severely weakened, forcing him to use his flash to escape. And Huanan can only retreat to consume health potions and cast spells from a distance. Behold, I am not exaggerating. This Huanan possesses skill, yet unfortunately for him, he meets his downfall at my sword, an honor for him, albeit a regret. Dongzi gleefully remarks. Is he inflating his opponent's abilities to elevate himself? This Huanan has platinum status? He seems more akin to silver, unable to effectively utilize his skills. Alas, he has been deceived. As Yasuo reaches level 3, he uses his wind gust to lift Huanan, further diminishing his health. Dongzi pushes the minion wave to the tower, feigning to last hit while keenly observing for an opportunity to flash in, combining a basic attack and ignite to secure Huanan's kill. Although he sustains 2 hits from the tower, he escapes unscathed. Witness this. This is skill. This is astonishing. While Dongzi revels in his triumph, an ominous banner suddenly appears beneath him, and an unstoppable figure leaps forth, launching Yasuo into the air and subsequently securing his kill with a basic attack. Ha ha ha. The opposing jungler could never kill me. Where is your evasion? The minions are under the tower. This is a guaranteed death, and the prince still has his flash. Ahem. Dongzi coughs, acknowledging his oversight. The prince had traversed a significant portion of the jungle to arrive, and even if he were to catch me in my jungle, he would suffer losses. Furthermore, I have taken a kill from the opposing mid laner while pushing the minion wave, so I ultimately profit. Everyone, continue to watch my performance as I relentlessly dominate this little Huanan. However, Dongzi would never have anticipated that this kill would be the last he would secure in this match. Xia Mo had already foresaw this chain of events, but capturing a kill earlier had been unfeasible. The best scenario would have been to wait until Yasuo had used his flash before striking. However, after that, life would become increasingly difficult for Yasuo. Both Huanan and Yasuo returned to the lane after respawning, and Dongzi continued his arrogant oppression, but this time, he placed a ward in the river brush, positioning himself closer to the area with vision. Once both Yasuo and Huanan reached level 4, Huanan was once again low on health, yet he clearly refused to retreat home and transform into a formidable Huanan. It appears this Huanan lacks intelligence. He is bound to be slain by me. Pay attention to my forthcoming maneuvers. Dongzi animatedly moved his mouse while providing commentary for Yasuo. Ha say, hey, who lie? As Yasuo's minions approached Huanan, he deployed his wind wall to evade Huanan's flame mark, executing a steel tempest followed by a basic attack, allowing the minions to dissipate elegantly. Friends, in the next wave, this Huanan shall meet his demise. After I eliminate Huanan, I shall venture into the jungle to seek vengeance against the prince for that earlier arrow. Dongzi shouted, just as another figure clad in golden armor, the prince, emerged behind his defensive tower. He must be aiming to secure the minion wave. Let us see if there is an opportunity to strike. Does he intend to kill me? Dongzi's voice rose in disbelief. Brother, take a good look at that number above your head, 5. Now, observe my grand 6. Are you certain? With a gleeful expression, he turned to his audience. Brothers, this moment exemplifies how the prince has become overly aggressive, resorting to any means necessary to eliminate me. It seems I have exerted too much pressure on the opposing team, but isn't this a guaranteed death for him? Although I am not at full health, I have Ignite ready in my ultimate. He is doomed. The prince, however, did not engage in a double attack, but boldly approached Yasuo. After landing the first strike, he executed a subtle sidestep to evade Yasuo's steel tempest and activated his golden shield. Dongzi remained unfazed, chanting, Ha say, Ha say. After a couple of basic attacks, he stepped forward to strike the prince from behind, unleashing a crescent slash. Yet, astonishingly, the prince preemptively halted his attack, sacrificing an additional hit to retreat in the opposite direction, narrowly avoiding Yasuo's arcane strike. At this moment, Dongzi sensed something amiss, for Yasuo required 2 successful hits to unleash his wind wall and follow up with his ultimate. However, he had yet to activate even a single passive ability, prompting him to instinctively attempt to retreat. Yet, as his minion-based steel tempest was unleashed, the prince struck, deploying the dragon strike to interrupt Yasuo's assault. Dongzi, engulfed in despair, fell to the ground only to be struck again by a devastating blow, followed by a swift strike of Zhang Gangshan. Yet it was evaded once more. Gazing at the monochromatic screen, Dongzi remained in a daze for a moment, and then, with a vigorous push of his legs, he shouted fervently, "This is outrageous." Chapter 16, GI. The exclamation echoed, resonating for 30 seconds, a testament to his frustration. The live stream had already erupted in chaos. While his mother inquired about the peculiar noises he was making, he replied, I am watching Animal World. Is this not absurd? To evade 3 attacks consecutively? Moreover, is it not beyond the realm of possibility for a professional player to achieve this? I have never heard of a script capable of dodging Yasuo's abilities. Has the script evolved? Upon my assessment, this is sheer luck. The streamer appears to be lacking in character. I suggest a public lottery for good fortune. No, dear friends. This prince is undoubtedly cheating. I stake my integrity on it. This is simply ludicrous. Do you not agree? I have played thousands of games with Yasuo, and I cannot fathom being evaded in such a manner. Do I not care for my dignity? Dongzi proclaimed with conviction, this loss cannot be counted. How can one win against a cheater? Do you think I can escape this lottery? With cheaters, victory is unattainable. Are you also a cheater? With gritted teeth, Dongzi purchased 2 true sight wards, declaring, so you want to cheat? I shall fill the vision with wards, only last-hitting minions. If you dare approach me, I will ensure you cannot strike me down. As he spoke, Dongzi placed a true sight ward in the bush beneath his red side and another in the river bush. He decided to remain hidden, challenging anyone to kill him again. At that moment, the vision on the left side of the map was fully illuminated, blocking the prince's path entirely. Dongzi nestled under the tower, close to the left side, focusing on last-hitting minions, convinced that he would not fall to the enemy. However, reality soon proved his naivety. As a wave of minions pushed towards the tower, Dongzi was diligently last-hitting when a burst of golden light suddenly flashed from the 6th position, followed by a thunderous roar, shaking the very ground beneath him. The prince launched Yasuo into the air, simultaneously escaping the tower's range. Outside the tower, the fire mage flashed in, delivering a full combo of skills, and Yasuo met his demise. GI. At level 14, Dongzi flailed about, his body shaking uncontrollably, exclaiming in exasperation. The live stream erupted with laughter. Did you just betray that prince or eliminate his entire family? Why such a fervor to kill you? Has he recognized Dongzi? The game has turned to gibberish. How can he still identify you? With the vision set up this way, how could the prince reach level 6? This person. Dongzi pointed frantically, resembling a madman. Do you know how he arrived? He circled around from the upper lane's triangular bush. Dongzi gestured towards the upper lane's triangular bush, tracing the prince's route. He traversed from the triangular bush to red, then from red to level 6. What enmity do I bear against him? How does he know where I placed my wards? How does he know he wouldn't encounter my widow? Is he employing full-screen wall hacks? How can this be allowed to continue? As Dongzi seethed with indignation, the prince typed a message in the public chat. Welcome to Search for Shark Live Room 7748091, where the streamer plays jungle every match. Is he still a streamer? Brothers, quickly check what this individual is about. Xia gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "If he is not cheating, I will devour this computer screen." What a coincidence, encountering a colleague. This seems to be a minor streamer. I have never heard of him. Brothers, I will investigate. If it turns out to be a beauty, I may not return. Could a woman bring Xia to such a state? I envision at least a tall, burly man from the northwest, one who enjoys playing the prince. Soon, Xia Mo noticed a rapid increase in viewership in his live stream, as many newcomers flooded in, realizing that his promotion was effective, and he felt elated. Yet, uncertain of what to say, he modestly welcomed the new friends, thanking them for their support if they enjoyed the gameplay. However, the audience was less than cordial, with many comments bearing hostility, accusing him of cheating. Can one cheat and still stream? What is the supervisor doing? May all cheaters perish. Can cheating sell me a portion? I too wish to flaunt my prowess. Xia Mo, upon reading these remarks, remained unperturbed, for his sense of déjà vu was, in essence, akin to cheating, merely a supernatural form of it. It was only natural for him to be mistaken for a script user. He simply clarified, the streamer is not cheating. You may closely observe the streamer's skills. He then proceeded to the upper lane, evading the sea beast's attack, and, in conjunction with it, eliminated the tentacle mother. Returning home to craft the blade of the ruined king. Perhaps he really is not cheating. His movements appear quite natural. He says he isn't. So he must be telling the truth? Nonsense, cheater. If you assert you are not cheating, then prove it by recording your hands. Xia Mo, upon hearing this, silently activated the camera, though it did not capture himself, but rather focused on the mouse and half of the screen, continuing his gameplay. Meanwhile, Xia continued to rant in the live stream, swearing vehemently that Xia Mo must be employing scripts. The first wave of viewers had returned, reporting, "The enemy streamer is recording. He is not cheating. I repeat, he is not cheating. Investigate further and report back." It is impossible for anyone to reduce Xia to such a state without cheating. Does recording disqualify one from cheating? Perhaps he has a split screen setup. It would be a pity not to uncover the truth. What? Not cheating? Xia's expression froze as he switched to Xia Mo's stream to observe for himself. His presence prompted more viewers to flock to Xia Mo's live stream, causing the viewer count to soar into the thousands. Indeed, perhaps he is not cheating. Xia pondered after observing for a while, stroking his chin and reaching a conclusion. Anyone who just claimed they would eat their computer screen, go ahead. Let the recording serve as proof. Do not attempt to deny it. Let him eat. Let him eat. Does the streamer prefer sweet or savory computer screens? Quiet down. Quiet down. Xia, unfazed, retorted, "I did say I would consume the computer screen, but I never specified when. The pressing matter at hand is to secure victory in this match." At this moment, he had been idling by the fountain for several minutes. The second tower in the mid lane had already been demolished, and his teammates were incessantly bombarding him with question marks, even resorting to unsavory remarks about his family. Could he genuinely believe they could still win? Popcorn was ready. He was eager to see how he would manage to turn the tide. The only way to victory was if the opposing team collectively disconnected, right? Was Xia on the verge of a meltdown? In truth, was he secretly a Super Saiyan? The clever strategist had a plan. With a wicked grin, Xia remained at the fountain and began typing furiously in the public chat to the opposing prince. "I am on a Smurf account with a flawless record. Would you kindly consider idling for a moment? A mere 50 would be greatly appreciated. I nearly spat my drink onto the computer screen. Was this really how one could secure a win? Just 50? Was he trying to bribe a beggar? As long as victory was the end result, who would care about the methods employed? This was a world where the victor claimed all, foolish brothers." Xia boldly revealed his intentions. The opposing prince fell silent for a moment before responding with 3 dots. Seizing the opportunity, Xia pressed on. "Would 100 suffice? I am Xia the shark, let us be friends." What a miserly increase of 50. Did he truly lack generosity? Surely, the opposing team wouldn't be so stingy, especially since he was a streamer, right? To everyone's astonishment, the prince pondered for a moment before replying, "That's a bit too little." Chapter 17. The turning point. This was the genuine thought of Xia Mo. As his aim was merely to win this match, to minimize the number of games he had to play and maximize his earnings. If the opposing team could simply provide him with cash, that would suffice, but 100 was indeed rather paltry, so he expressed his candid thoughts. "How about 200? No, make it 300. Is that agreeable?" Upon seeing a glimmer of hope, Xia's spirit soared, and he intensified his negotiation. In truth, he did not desperately need to win this match, especially since his identity had already been revealed in Xia Mo's live stream. And there would undoubtedly be many eager to target him. This account was essentially doomed. He merely sought to capitalize on the final opportunity to create some entertainment and attract an audience. "Let me think about it," Xia Mo typed back. "There is potential here. Folks, I've deciphered the psychological threshold of this prince, and he's about to crack. Dongzi felt triumphant. Succumbing to monetary temptation was no shame. He typed in the public chat, "Brother, 500, it cannot be more. We are all streamers trying to make a living. Let us help each other out, shall we?" Shameless. Despicable. Would this prince truly concede? Hold your ground. Where's your resolve? Honestly, if you were playing a game and the opponent offered you 500 to idle, would you take it? I certainly would. Unexpectedly, before Xia Mo could respond, the fireman from the blue team could no longer contain himself and typed furiously in the public chat. "So what if you have money? I intend to win this match. Prince, don't idle. I'll shower your live stream with gifts. Soon." A message with special effects floated through Xia Mo's live stream. Deep City Lu Yi has sent an ultra-hot gift. Everyone come and watch. With the surge of ultra-hot gifts, Xia Mo's audience numbers swelled and continued to rise. In Dongzi's live stream, he wore a blank expression. Ha ha ha, a true tycoon has emerged. Dongzi thought to compete in gifts, send ultra-hot. But let us be real, he wouldn't even spare a dime on his fish balls. And now he is going to send ultra-hot? Dream on. With their winning streak broken, they should prepare for a giveaway. Thus, amidst laughter and mirth, the red team ultimately triumphed. As the base exploded, Dongzi shot a glance at the prince and declared seriously, "I'll remember this, prince. Should we meet again? He will know what true cruelty is." A classic threat. Evil little Dongzi, huh? This prince is indeed intriguing. I must check out his live stream. That entire night, Xia Mo's live stream maintained a viewership in the thousands until the broadcast concluded, with interactions significantly increasing and followers surpassing 500. The next day, while Xia Mo slept, a well-known platform released a new episode titled Streamer Explodes, thoroughly documenting the saga between Dongzi and Xia Mo, complete with the scene of Dongzi's giveaway and devouring a cake shaped like a computer screen. In just one day, the video garnered 500,000 views and thousands of comments. By the evening, when Xia Mo resumed his broadcast, his subscriber count had surged to 2,000, with many eagerly awaiting his return. Through this incident, Xia Mo vaguely sensed he might have grasped a crucial element of streaming, though it remained unclear to him. That night, he streamed as usual, engaging with the audience in diamond rank, but instead of rising, his viewership continued to dwindle. By midnight, he struggled to maintain a 4-digit audience. Observing this decline, Xia Mo felt anxious but was at a loss for a solution, prompting him to work even harder and increase interaction frequency. It was Friday, coinciding with a server-wide maintenance update, allowing Xia Mo a rare opportunity to rest without pressure. He slept soundly from midnight until past 2 in the afternoon. Had it not been for Mao Gu and Mao waking him, he might have slept the entire day. After a quick freshening up, Xia Mo went live. Without prior notice of his streaming time, the audience remained sparse, numbering only 200 to 300 after 30 minutes of broadcast. Today, he was playing on a Gold Eye account, a type of contract he usually wouldn't accept due to low profitability. However, the account owner requested a perfect win, offering a price higher than the diamond rank boosting contracts. Uncle Mu and Mao Gu had entrusted the job to Xia Mo, as they sought to support him. Having already mastered the diamond tier, Xia Mo found the gold matches to be effortless, albeit he could not escape the occasional remarks about declining quality from the viewers. Initially, Xia Mo would respond to these comments, but he soon chose to ignore them, as those voicing such opinions seldom contributed gifts. At this point, he was merely focused on accumulating the 100,000 yuan he needed, pushing all other concerns aside. After a swift victory in the gold match, Xia Mo took advantage of the queue time to browse the Douyu live streaming platform. In the vast expanse of League of Legends streamers, he scrolled through dozens of pages without encountering his own name. With a wry smile, he clicked on a few prominent streamers, eager to glean insights into their secrets for maintaining popularity. After perusing several well-known figures, he stumbled upon a streamer named Jiangcheng Laoze, a renowned veteran in the community. While his popularity has remained lukewarm and he is not considered a top-tier influencer, he has indeed crafted numerous memorable moments. Whether playing League of Legends, PUBG, King of Fighters, or even billiards and mahjong, he has amassed a loyal following. His infectious laughter has even propelled his humorous videos into the limelight, thereby inadvertently shining a spotlight on the otherwise obscure city of Jiangcheng. As Xia Mo entered his live stream, Jiangcheng Laoze had just concluded a ranked match, showcasing his signature champion, the Mantis, with a dazzling performance. He was now bantering with the viewers in the chat. "Let me tell you, my damage this match was no less than 80,000, if not 100,000. To put it simply, the collective output of the opposing team couldn't surpass mine," he exclaimed. "And remember when I said this match could elevate a small boss to fame? Do you still recall that?" The chat was a flurry of comments, overwhelming to the eye, filled predominantly with praises like 66666, and the streamer is unbeatable. However, amidst the adulation, there was a cacophony of discordant voices. What are you bragging about in a casual match? And if you have the skills, why not play in high-tier matches? These comments caused Xia Mo to frown, yet Lao Ze appeared unperturbed, engaging with the chat as if he were impervious to the negativity. Xia Mo was aware of Jiangcheng Lao Ze's reputation. He had once possessed considerable skill and created numerous instructional videos on various champions, but they had garnered little attention. Eventually, he shifted to lower-tier matches, gradually building a following, though his skills had noticeably declined, often leading to questionable plays. His penchant for boasting about his past prowess as a top player had earned him as many detractors as admirers. However, it is said that with great stature comes great scrutiny, and few prominent streamers are devoid of blemishes. Most navigate their days amidst a blend of flattery and criticism. The dissonance Xia Mo observed left him feeling uneasy. He wondered if he could endure such pressure if he were to gain popularity. On screen, Jiangcheng Lao Ze continued his habitual boasting. In my heyday, my mantis could outmaneuver the legendary Qian Jun in the Korean server's top matches, he declared, evoking the name of the renowned Korean player who had dominated the scene and instilled fear in many Chinese players. Lao Ze had indeed faced Qian Jun in the past, but the outcome of their encounter remained a mystery. As he continued to boast, he skillfully switched accounts to Q for another ranked match. Xia Mo, noticing the familiar name in the queue, felt a sudden impulse, canceled his matchmaking, and checked the server of Lao Ze's newly logged-in account, which fortuitously was in his own region, the Land of Judgment. Considering the Friday afternoon and the recent update, a plethora of players were online, with hundreds of gold-ranked players queued. Streams of data flickered before Xia Mo's eyes, until, at last, a familiar name emerged. AI Chi Hong Pai Yizi. Seizing the moment, he swiftly clicked the matchmaking button, and an automated voice announced the match had been found. As the game commenced, the gold-ranked players showed little enthusiasm for the pre-selection feature. Their avatars shrouded in black, and communication was sparse. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as they quickly approached the ban phase. Xia Mo pondered for a moment before leaving the ban slot empty. When the ban results were revealed, the opposing team also had an empty slot, likely belonging to Lao Ze. In Lao Ze's livestream, he was surprisingly not engaged in any casual games, but was interacting with his audience, clearly in high spirits. Oh, the opponent has an empty slot as well. Looks like we're up against a skilled player, probably a rookie, but they won't stand a chance against an experienced player like me, he remarked, setting the tone with typical bravado. What is wrong with an empty slot? I'm bronze. And I play empty slots every day, he quipped. The chat erupted with responses, one suggesting, could this be the reason you've always been bronze? Meanwhile, in Xia Mo's stream, the hundreds of viewers had yet to realize they had queued against a prominent streamer, still engaged in trivial banter. To avoid suspicion, Xia Mo casually mentioned, it seems we VE matched with Jiangcheng Lao Ze. The selections here mirror those in his stream. His comment ignited a flurry of excitement in the chat, with dozens of messages flooding in. Even those lurking had been stirred into action. Finally, we've matched with a big streamer. I came here to witness the iconic moments between the streamer and Dongzi, but every day it's just diamond players, one commented. Streamer, I'm a Lao Ze hater. If you beat him, I'll send you a plane, another added. Xia Mo glanced at the chat without engaging, instead typing. Can the second floor swap with me? I'm in the jungle position on the 5th floor. The second floor readily agreed, adding a humorous caveat. I'll give it to you, but if you can't handle it, I'll quit and roast your entire family. Laughter erupted in the chat. Is this guy from the northeast or northwest? Someone wondered. Is the streamer ready to face Lao Ze head-on? I'm intrigued. Having recorded the moment, Xia Mo sensed that regardless of the match's outcome, this game was destined to become legendary. The old rogue opposite displayed no inkling of the gravity of the situation, casually selecting his signature champion, the venerable top lane tyrant, Ellie, confident that he could contend with any champion the enemy might choose. Xia Mo, situated on the 5th floor, held a positional advantage. After surveying his champion pool, he ultimately locked in a charming avatar, Captain Timo, ready for action. What? It was my first time watching a streamer in the top lane, eagerly anticipating a true showdown. Yet you pull out a Timo? How absurd. Those who play Timo deserve a reckoning. However, it must be said, Timo does have a certain advantage against Ellie. Naturally, a long-range champion can exploit a short-range one. In the streaming room of Jiangcheng, the old rogue observed the opponent's Timo with an unruffled demeanor, remarking that there was little to discuss about the matchup. Ellie could afford to let Timo poke him a few times early on, as it wouldn't be particularly painful. Once he reached level 3 and gained fury, should Timo dare to be cheeky, he would be met with a lethal combo, flash or no flash. The game swiftly proceeded to the Summoner's Rift, with Xia Mo on the blue side and the old rogue on the red side. For the first minute and a half, tranquility reigned, with neither side showing any inclination to invade the jungle. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, minions arrived at the top lane, and the frontline minions began their skirmish. The old rogue lurked in the grass, fully aware that Timo was likely waiting invisibly for him to emerge. At this moment, it was a test of patience. Neither side moved, the old rogue resolute in his decision to remain hidden. As the minions engaged in battle, the frontline minions were on the verge of demise. Yet Teemo's presence remained elusive. Surely, he would seek to claim the minions. A top laner could hardly resist such temptation. The plan was to emerge and skillfully secure both minions and poke Teemo simultaneously. The old rogue remained composed, with the mage minions unleashing their magical attacks. The three melee minions fell one by one, leaving the top lane devoid of presence, momentarily leaving the old rogue in disbelief. As the remaining minions were about to perish, the old rogue could no longer restrain himself. Alas, surely he must be idling. While I never take advantage of a vulnerable foe, I cannot forsake the minions, can I? I shall push the wave. How amusing, engaging in a battle of wits with the air. Boredom set in after waiting for what felt like an eternity. 3 minutes had elapsed. The comments flooded in. However, just as he maneuvered Ellie out of the brush, a round little Yordle suddenly appeared at the edge, launching a blow dart that struck Ellie. This startled the old rogue, causing him to retreat hastily into the brush to evade further attacks. Unfortunately, a vision ward shattered his hopes, as Teemo wasted no time in launching a second attack. Sensing danger, the old rogue hurriedly withdrew, only to be pursued by Teemo, who landed another hit. The poisonous dart's toxin lingered on him, depleting a significant portion of his health and leaving him without his solitary potion. What a greedy individual. Once he regained a safe distance, the old rogue immediately began to voice his grievances. He doesn't even secure minions, yet insists on wearing me down. Is this worth it? Not at all, and I have discerned his true nature. You see, he leveled up at the first stage, and from this detail alone, I can discern he is quite greedy. Had I retaliated directly, he would not have bested me. This individual believes himself formidable, but in truth, he is merely a pretender. Here he comes, the classic greedy foe. You may profit greatly, but I shall never incur losses. Do not say this Teemo lacks skill. He does not seem like a local. A mere exchange reveals little of consequence. Had I been Teemo, I would have at least burned my flash. The old rogue had underestimated him. Regardless of the chaotic comments, the old rogue had already cast aside his disdain for Teemo, beginning to approach the situation with caution to avoid further attrition. Yet, contrary to his expectations, unless he went forth to secure minions, Teemo would relentlessly pursue him for damage, with his own minions seemingly blind to the presence of their enemy. As a result, the health he had just restored with his potion dwindled again, while Teemo remained nearly at full health. This Teemo is quite formidable. He denies me minions, yet his behavior is scientifically unsound. No matter, I can forego minions for now, but at level 3, I shall make him pay. The old rogue, resolute, chose to remain in the back, gathering experience, with no intention of emerging. Due to LES lack of minion kills, the wave quickly pushed to the red turret, allowing the old rogue to finally secure a few last hits under the safety of the turret while building up fury, ever prepared to teach this infuriating Teemo a lesson. At this juncture, Teemo, overly aggressive in attempting to harass the turret-hugging Ellie, took a hit from the turret, reducing his health to about half. Both champions were now at level 3, Ellie at half health with full fury. The old rogue's eyes sparkled. Teemo had crossed into kill range. I'll stand ready. Pay heed to my every maneuver and detail. Perhaps due to his prolonged oppression, the old rogue's voice soared with excitement, declaring, from here on, should this Teemo dare to touch me, he shall meet his demise. I shall unleash a ferocious charge, followed by a devastating bite, culminating in a series of devastating strikes that will surely claim him. His flash is of no consequence. You flash, I flash. What a splendid script has been laid out. How could Teemo possibly contend with a level 3, fully enraged Ellie, the pinnacle of the nation? At this moment, Teemo made another aggressive move, feigning an attempt to harass Ellie. The old rogue's eyes gleamed with resolve as he proclaimed, he is already a corpse, and advanced with Ellie. However, contrary to the expectations of both the old rogue and his audience, Teemo merely feigned an attack, pressing forward before swiftly retreating. This retreat caused Ellie's initial charge to miss Teemo, merely brushing past a cluster of minions. Yet, the old rogue's thirst for blood remained unquenched, and he executed a second charge, finally closing the distance to Teemo, though Ellie's fury had dwindled to a mere 50 points. The old rogue unleashed a merciless hunt. In his enraged state, the crocodile not only possessed the ability to shatter shields but also unleashed 3 ordinary attacks simultaneously, with the stunning duration doubled. This was the essence of the crocodile's core skill. The enormous creature swung its head and tail, wielding a crescent-shaped weapon that viciously slashed across the body of the Yordle. However, Teemo, undeterred by the stun, maintained his escape speed, firing a blinding dart a mere half a second before the crocodile's strike, causing all 3 attacks to miss. The old rogue was utterly unprepared for such an outcome. His rapid actions had led him to expend both his ignite and skill in haste. The crocodile, in a state devoid of rage, could only be described as feeble in its ferocious assault, inadvertently drawing the ire of the minions. At this moment, Teemo's health was below half, while the crocodile still retained a robust 60%. Despite the apparent advantage of the crocodile, having exhausted all three of its skills rendered it akin to a toothless tiger, Teemo boldly turned to attack the crocodile, and with the assistance of 5 or 6 ranged minions, the crocodile's health began to plummet. The old rogue, now resigned to the fact that slaying Teemo was no longer feasible, desired only to retreat to the safety of his turret. Yet, the pursuit had made the journey back seem interminably long. Witnessing his rapidly dwindling health, he was compelled to use his flash. On the screen, 2 yellow lights flickered almost simultaneously as the crocodile and Teemo both repositioned themselves. Although the rogue found himself within the turret's protective radius, he had not escaped Teemo's range. With a basic attack followed by the now-cooled blinding dart, the crocodile let out a roar of frustration before collapsing. Staring at the grayish screen, the rogue fell into deep contemplation. He chuckled, "Ha ha ha, I've perished," referring to himself. Amidst a wave of minions, what a loss. Truly, it takes a millennium to achieve such perfect synchronization. I told you, this Teemo is merely a minor nuisance, yet you refuse to believe it. Nonsense. It's evident that the old rogue is simply too inept to even compete at the gold tier. And you still streaming? Perhaps you should find a proper job. The old rogue, well aware of the chatroom's transformation, was not new to such situations and understood the essence of creating a spectacle during these moments. Adjusting his glasses, he responded, "No worries, this death is not a loss for me, huh? Do you think I am at a disadvantage? You have only perceived the first layer, while I am already at the 5th. Although I was slain here and missed out on many minions, I have gleaned invaluable insights into this Teemo's attack patterns. Understand? A Saint Seiya does not fall to the same trick twice. I will surely eliminate this Teemo next time." Here it comes, the classic bravado. Do you wonder if the streamer's tongue is crafted from aerospace titanium alloy? Spare me the ridicule. Even the aerospace department has sent specialists to study the streamer's mouth. A man who never suffers losses. The old rogue smirked, refraining from retorting, and purchased a red crystal before returning to the lane. Not long after he returned, Teemo appeared, brandishing a blasting wand and a killing ring. This time, the old rogue had learned his lesson. He refrained from attempting to last-hit minions he could not secure and opted to wait for the wave to push before attacking the turret. Soon enough, another wave of minions arrived at the tower. Teemo, ever restless, began to harass the crocodile under the turret, disrupting its last hitting. Observing Teemo's arrogance, the old rogue could not resist. Dear viewers, this Teemo is far too audacious. Watch as I teach you a method of damage-free harassment, leeching away Teemo's health. Pay close attention to my technique. Seizing the opportunity as Teemo approached, the old rogue once again confronted him. However, this time he did not engage immediately. Instead, he opted for a basic attack first, explaining, "Notice the details. From our previous encounter, we discovered that this Teemo tends to engage immediately. Thus, we shall hold back for now and bait him. This is what it means to play strategically." Gradually, the old rogue sensed something amiss. For Teemo did not retreat this time, but instead stood his ground. With the blasting wand and killing ring, Teemo's poison inflicted considerable pain, and the crocodile found itself in dire straits. In a moment of urgency, the old rogue acted swiftly, believing there would be no warning signs for an evasion. Unfortunately, reality diverged from his expectations. As he raised his hand, Teemo's blinding dart flew into the crocodile's eyes. With his health diminished to half, the old rogue hastily retreated in a most disheveled manner. Damage-free harassment, he sneered. I can no longer bear to watch. Is it impossible to strike when enraged? The old rogue was genuinely taken aback, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, a spark of cunning ignited within him, and he declared, "Ah, do you now believe me to be inept? You might assert that I cannot even compete at the gold tier, yet you are mistaken. Though I currently face an equipment disparity with this Teemo, my prowess as a king still enables me to defeat him. Do you believe me? I do. Unless they make a grievous error. The power of the fallen, is it?" The old rogue's lips curled into a smirk as he began to fervently type in the chat. Top lane without flash, the jungler knows what to do. Top lane without flash, the jungler knows what to do. He repeated this phrase, flooding the chat with, "Top lane without flash, the jungler knows what to do." This was not the end. He even copied and pasted the message, resulting in a flood of messages proclaiming, "Top lane without flash, the jungler knows what to do." The chatroom erupted with reactions to this behavior. Is that what you call calling for help? This is what you refer to as kingly prowess? I am the jungler, and I am now suffering from acute anxiety. Others in the match responded with various expressions of disbelief. The old rogue's jungler, a rather easygoing troll, replied, "On my way," and sent a signal indicating he was en route. Teemo was still engaged with the crocodile, while the old rogue observed keenly, noting that Teemo had not once attempted to place vision in the bushes since his arrival. Furthermore, the enemy jungler, the monkey, had recently appeared in the bot lane. eliminating the possibility of a counter-ambush. Absent any unforeseen occurrences, it seemed this was the moment. As little Timo bounced about, occasionally mocking with laughter, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. The old rogue rubbed his hands with excitement, already fantasizing about how to acquire the head of this enemy. With this trophy, his situation in the lane would significantly improve. Chapter 20, Prison Number 1 on the top lane. At this moment, we should not alert this Timo. We must feign cowardice and stay behind to farm, waiting for the troll to flank. The distinction between the skilled and the average player lies significantly in their acting ability. Meanwhile, the old rogue continued to boast, manipulating the crocodile and Timo in a game of retreat and advance. While the troll had already circumvented the thick wall from the river, suddenly, the Timo with the bunny skin seemed to sense something. Disregarding the flamboyant crocodile, and instead activating his movement speed boost to escape. The old rogue's heart tightened, wondering if his otherwise flawless performance had been exposed. He shouted, "Where do you think you're running?" and gave chase. At this point, the troll had already revealed himself on the minion line, perfectly positioned to intercept Timo. The old rogue rejoiced, frantically signaling an attack on Timo. Caught between the imposing troll and crocodile, the unsuspecting little Timo appeared to be at their mercy. Unexpectedly, Timo altered his escape route, charging towards the troll. Witnessing this, the old rogue couldn't help but exclaim, "This Timo is throwing himself away." The troll, facing Timo, struck without mercy, landing a powerful blow that reduced Timo's health significantly, slowing him down as well. Yet Timo seemed unfazed, continuing to dash towards the river without any intention of retaliating. The troll pursued closely, and Timo's health dwindled to half. As Timo finally reached the safety of the river's brush, the troll swiftly launched an ice pillar to lift him up, following closely behind into the foliage. Just as the vision of the river brush was revealed, both the old rogue and the troll heard a delightful giggle akin to that of a small child. Timo stood at the edge of the brush, halting his flight, tauntingly pressing his fourth ability, grinning with a jinx expression that seemed to mock them. Upon witnessing this, the troll's fury ignited. He raised his club and swung down in a fit of rage. However, the blow missed entirely, the words missed flashing before them. The old rogue felt a wave of dread wash over him. He recalled that Timo's blinding effect lasted 2 seconds, and his passive stealth lasted 15 seconds. In other words, as long as Timo did not take additional damage during this time, he would become invisible. In a moment of urgency, he rushed into the brush, clicking furiously to close the distance to Timo, and unleashed his skill, trying to disrupt Timo's stealth. Curse it! An expletive escaped the old rogue's lips, for he had missed by a mere centimeter. He and the troll watched helplessly as Timo vanished into the brush, the sound of Timo's laughter echoing in their ears. Ha ha! The old rogue's composure shattered. He had never sworn before, but this Timo had pushed him over the edge. Isn't this just ridiculous? With a troll and a crocodile. As long as Timo isn't lifted by the pillar, he could hide here until tomorrow and still not be caught. Those who frequently watched the old rogue's streams knew that while he might have a tough exterior, he possessed the admirable trait of never cursing or berating his teammates. However, today, a golden Timo had broken his resolve. At this moment, the old rogue had entered a state of determination. He swore not to relent until this Timo was slain, urging the troll to camp in the brush while he prepared his attack. The troll, considerate as ever, activated his scanning ability to ensure the old rogue could strike Timo. This action nearly provoked another expletive from the old rogue. "Brother, save the scan for when the pillar can lift Timo. Why use it now?" The troll, seemingly lacking in intellect, was driving the old rogue to the brink of exasperation. "What made me want to climb to gold? This is what gold teammates are like." Under the scanning light, a rabbit-shaped red silhouette danced around the crocodile and the troll, laughing mockingly. Once the scan concluded, the troll's pillar was ready. And without a moment's hesitation, he placed it right in the center of the brush. Unsurprisingly, nothing happened. The old rogue's heart sank, yet he was unwilling to leave defeated, waiting for his skill to recharge, hoping to finish off Timo. "Today, in Jiancheng, if I do not take down this Timo," he declared, just as he finished speaking. An energy orb materialized out of thin air, propelled by an unseen force, colliding with the crocodile and the troll. Stunned, before the old rogue and the troll could react, a monkey suddenly emerged from the void, striking the crocodile on the head, while the blue-side Syndra stepped out of the fog, unleashing 5 energy orbs upon the old rogue's crocodile. Energy unleashed. Simultaneously, Timo reappeared from the brush, firing dart after dart. A 3 versus 2 scenario, targeting the utterly defenseless crocodile and troll, and the outcome was all but inevitable. As Timo stood over the old rogue's lifeless body, spamming taunts and emoting, the old rogue felt a deep sense of despair. Timo, ever considerate, changed his emote to that of a mumu crying, perfectly mirroring the old rogue's feelings. It was only at this moment that a series of signals from their mid laner, who had been farming, appeared on the map. warning that the enemy had vanished and to exercise caution. The enemy has disappeared, please be careful. The old rogue chuckled. Ha ha, classic. The disparity between our teammates is evident. This encounter had thoroughly unraveled him, leaving him imprisoned in frustration. Logically, wasn't this debacle the old rogue's fault for insisting on pursuing Timo? The old rogue's expression turned blank as he typed in the chat, "No need to come. I will handle it myself." The troll responded with a simple. When both parties returned to the online battlefield, Timo had already equipped himself with a recurved bow, a Doran's ring, a killer's ring, and a blasting wand. While the old thief was left with nothing but a meager Doran's shield, a ruby crystal, and a longsword. As Timo positioned himself at the front of the minion wave, the old thief found himself deprived of even a whisper of experience, entering the familiar phase of being confined in the top lane. For each ensuing minute, the old thief endured relentless torment. Every time he attempted to approach the minion wave, Timo would immediately close in for a fierce assault, thereafter standing still to emit mocking laughter and crying emojis, leaving the old thief seething in frustration, yet utterly powerless. Even when the minion wave was pushed close to the tower, he dared only to feast on a few melee minions, as touching a ranged minion would result in significant damage. Within less than 10 minutes, the top lane's plating had been stripped away by 2 layers. While the blue side's jungler, the monkey, exhibited remarkable agility, capitalizing on the immense advantage in the upper zone to take down the Rift Herald. Seizing the opportunity while the old thief cowered beneath the tower at half health, he coordinated with Timo to execute a turret dive, unleashing the Herald to secure first blood on the tower. Emerging from the base, having just reached level 7 and crafted an iron spike whip, the old thief gazed upon the opposing team's record, featuring a level 9 Timo with a Gnasher's Tooth and Spellvamp Staff. Feeling utterly devoid of courage to even glance at him, he could only quietly crouch in a secluded bush, awaiting the arrival of the minion wave. Fortunately, it seemed that Timo was no longer inclined to squander time tormenting the unfortunate crocodile, swiftly clearing a wave before darting into the jungle. The old thief sent a signal to the jungler and mid laner, nearly in tears as he consumed 2 waves of minions, then glanced at his gold, realizing he needed just over 100 more to acquire Mercury's treads. Peering into the jungle, he found the stone golem had been thoroughly devoured by Timo. Observing the minion wave encroaching upon the remnants of the first tower, the old thief grappled internally, knowing that one more wave would allow him to purchase his gear. Yet the risk of being ambushed loomed large. If he hesitated, he could be left waiting indefinitely for the minion wave to push back, leading to a period of idleness beneath the tower. After 10 seconds of agonizing deliberation, the old thief made the decision every player would make. He would greedily pursue one more wave. Chapter 21. Ha 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 ha. With a melee minion in his left hand and a ranged minion in his right, while munching on a cannon minion, the old thief unexpectedly felt a sense of happiness. A rare sensation. In the years since he became a prominent streamer, wealth and accolades had come in abundance, yet gradually he started to feel numb. Streaming lost its former fervor, morphing into a monotonous routine akin to the daily grind. He reminisced about the time when he was merely a struggling youth, creating tutorial videos that no one watched, spending sleepless nights in internet cafes to climb ranks, and feeling immense joy whenever someone gifted him in the stream, enhancing his meals. To his surprise, this simple joy was rekindled today in an ordinary golden match thanks to Timo. Alas, this fleeting happiness soon morphed into a nightmare. Just as he was savoring his meal, a peculiar laughter erupted from the screen. The old thief focused his gaze, realizing that Timo, the bunny, had somehow appeared behind him, bouncing and laughing. How long had this player been lurking without consuming minions? Suddenly, the old thief felt a chill. Timo's passive allowed him to remain invisible not only in the bushes but also in open spaces, provided he didn't move freely. Upon Timo's revelation, the old thief recognized that Timo had been utilizing this trait to lie in wait for him. Regret flooded through him as he wondered why he had chosen to greedily pursue that wave. Fortunately, while clearing the wave, he had purposely saved his abilities and promptly dashed forward, attempting to escape via the river. However, Timo seemed uninterested in attacking him, merely trailing behind while laughing. There are mushrooms. Realizing Timo's unusual behavior, the old thief felt a jolt and immediately maneuvered his crocodile away from the center of the lane, edging towards the wall. Boom! An explosion resonated, splattering the old thief with an indescribable substance, causing him to stagger. Before the last word escaped his lips, he managed to rein in his thoughts, reminding himself not to let a single game disrupt his mentality. Timo still refrained from attacking, continuing to follow like a shadow. The old thief's instincts warned him that more awaited ahead, prompting him to adjust his mouse click and turn down a different path. Boom! Once again, the crocodile was bombarded, his health plummeting to around half. Timo's laughter echoed again. Ha 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 ha. Is this player toying with me psychologically? The old thief was taken aback, deciding not to look back this time. refusing to believe there could be more mushrooms ahead. Boom. Ha 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 ha. Act. The old thief was now overwhelmed, activating his ultimate ability to regain health. If it's a psychological game, I want to head towards the river. I'll return to base from the toilet instead. If you come, I'll escape through the wall. Can you really place mushrooms without limit? Indeed, the journey was smooth, and he no longer encountered any mushrooms. The old thief felt a surge of pride, convinced that Timo must have anticipated his escape through the river, so he had placed all the mushrooms there. This time, I'm at the 5th level. As he approached the area colloquially known as the toilet in the top lane, the old thief prepared to stand and return to base. Boom. However, contrary to his expectations, in the most unlikely of places, he stepped on yet another mushroom. Is this player insane? Why would he place mushrooms here? The old thief leaped up, nearly frantic, summoning his last ounce of strength to press the key, escaping from the recess. Boom. Ha 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 ha. This mushroom took away the last of the old thief's health, extinguishing the final glimmer of hope in his eyes. He slumped in his chair, drained of color. Timo stood triumphantly over the old thief's lifeless body, laughing while revealing a dog tag, ironically the lowest level, a bronze tag of rank 4. Ha 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 ha. I'm about to laugh myself sick. What a comedic performance this is. Old thief, were you a hired actor from the opposing team? Timo, I completely saw through your moves. After observing the streamer's crocodile, I've decided to purchase a Timo. As the barrage of comments flowed like clouds, even those who had long been silent were jolted back to life, as if the old master had returned to his prime. Yet, the old master appeared oblivious to the chaos, lost in contemplation of life. 30 seconds later, he sprang up from his chair as if resurrected, fervently clicking the surrender button that had yet to illuminate. His demeanor was explosive, eliciting laughter. If I were in his shoes, I would have reacted similarly. That Timo is truly infuriating. One can only wonder how insidious such a player must be in real life. At that moment, the purple side's bottom lane Kaisa repeatedly targeted the barely alive Nasus in the fountain, pleading for him not to feed. Could he not even manage to stand under the tower without being idle? After a while, the old master struggled to type on the screen, expressing his inability to deal with this Timo, suggesting they surrender. Kaisa quickly retorted, questioning how lowly one must be to allow Timo to dominate Nasus to such an extent. Instead of responding, the old master refrained from engaging in a dispute. After all, having witnessed numerous teammates during his streams, he knew better than to argue. However, the jungler, Troll, who had just witnessed everything, could no longer hold back and chimed in, asserting that Timo played quite well and possessed a certain wicked flair. Be quiet. You and that Nasus are the same, 0-2-3 at 13 minutes. Are you dueling with him? Two pathetic players, came the retort. Most would find such an affront intolerable. But Troll quickly shot back, are you skilled? If you are, why not ascend to the rank of challenger? You're just another one of my teammates. Kaisa replied with a smirk, can't you tell I'm playing on someone else's account? Gold players only have this level of insight. I assure you. In this game, not feeding guarantees a win. Indeed, Kaisa had been thriving with a score of 5-0-2, donning 2 major items, effortlessly penetrating the blue side's bottom lane. Troll seemed at a loss for a rebuttal, falling silent. Such players, who thrive on the destruction of others, possess no sense of superiority. I find such individuals most vexing. I yearn to witness Timo annihilate this Kaisa. Go Timo. At the 15-minute mark, the dragon respawned, and both teams converged in the bottom river to contest this vital resource. The blue side's monkey initiated the fray, unleashing a chaotic onslaught, with Syndra swiftly following, eliminating 2 foes in quick succession, while the energy surge obliterated the opposing troll. However, the enemy mid laner, Orianna, executed a perfect ultimate, ensnaring 3 adversaries. The old master, using flash to join the fray, locked onto Kaisa, resulting in a flurry of abilities exchanged. After the skirmish, the blue side emerged with a Pyrrhic victory, achieving a 2-for-3 exchange. The remaining monkey, support, and Timo proceeded to secure the dragon, while the red side was left with only Kaisa and a severely weakened Thresh, who dared not approach. As the dragon neared completion, Kaisa struck the monkey with a skill, and unexpectedly, she used her ultimate to reposition herself. She struck the monkey once, followed by the release of Akali's Rain, reducing his health to a third. The blue side support, Rel, sensing the danger, unleashed her ability, Iron Spike, aimed at Kaisa. At that moment, Kaisa activated her ultimate to retreat, narrowly escaping Rel's area of effect. With another basic attack triggering the passive of the Kraken Slayer, she severely injured the monkey, who had no time to contest the dragon and hastily retaliated against Kaisa. Timo's blinding dart also struck Kaisa, but she swiftly dispelled it with a burst of mercury, subsequently finishing off the monkey with another shot. Witnessing the monkey's demise, Rel, in a panic, dashed behind Kaisa, attempting to stun her with a skill. Unfortunately, Kaisa countered with her own flash, swapping their positions but evading the stun. Rel, without her mount, was effectively a target, and Kaisa, undeterred by Teemo's toxins, eliminated Rel while Thresh's lantern fell behind her. Protected by the shield from the lantern, Kaisa needed at least 3 more hits to be vanquished by Teemo. In a moment of bravado, she stood atop the lantern, displaying a sign while mocking with laughter. To everyone's surprise, Teemo halted his assault and joined in the laughter. Was he out of his mind? Kaisa thought, as she gently tapped the lantern, returning to Thresh's side. Suddenly, the lantern triggered a rabbit-themed Easter egg, causing both to be blasted away. Soon, under the influence of poison, both succumbed to their fates. Teemo gleefully displayed his bronze dog tag. In the Old Master stream, viewers erupted with laughter at the scene, reveling in the spectacle of skillful play, albeit ending in a twist of fate. How could there possibly be mushrooms in that spot? This Teemo is insufferably clever. Even the Old Master himself couldn't suppress a smile, recognizing that the torment he faced was a vastly different experience than that of his teammates. Chapter 22. Fishball Communication in League of Legends. Although Thresh's lantern can rescue allies from peril, it is not entirely reliable. If an enemy trap lies along the path where an ally rides the lantern back to Thresh, that trap will inevitably be triggered. For instance, the twisted fate of Malzahar's ultimate, Jinx's traps, and Teemo's mushrooms. However, neither Thresh nor Kaisa anticipated that a mushroom would suddenly appear in the Dragon Pit, a location they had traversed countless times before the battle. With their team wiped out and the dragon secured by the enemy, a profound silence enveloped the Red Side's chat. Noticing the lack of communication from their primary carry, Thresh cautiously typed, "I'll build you a cauldron." As time progressed, both teams engaged in several skirmishes over the second Rift Herald and the mid lane tower. During this period, the Red Side felt the oppressive presence of the mushrooms on the opposing side. Their own jungle, once a familiar territory, now resembled a perilous black forest. Strangely, whenever they activated a scanner, they failed to spot a single mushroom, only to be caught off guard by an explosive surprise. After the blue side's troll was obliterated in the river, he exclaimed, "I can't take this anymore. Let us group up. First, we must eliminate Teemo." At this moment, the player controlling Kaisa, who had opted for a Smurf account, refrained from verbally challenging the troll. Instead, she remarked that the red side had begun to congregate in the mid lane while the blue side, in response to this pressure, hastened to defend the same lane, resulting in a back-and-forth tug of war. Kaisa found herself farming at her own second turret in the top lane, with her Infinity Edge still a few hundred gold short. However, upon witnessing the imminent clash in the mid lane, she reluctantly decided to forego a wave of minions and made her way on foot to the mid lane. Fortunately, her support, Thresh, had placed several wards in the upper area, illuminating key zones and mitigating the risk of an ambush along the way. Suddenly, an explosion. Kaisa cursed inwardly, for a single mushroom had taken away a quarter of her health. Despite having purchased the Mercury's Treads and the Hex Drinker, she was left with no choice but to activate her scanner. Upon doing so, she was left speechless as she discovered that the path ahead was thoroughly blocked by 4 mushrooms. To traverse safely, she would have to detonate at least 2 of them, and by the time she cleared the way, the fight in the mid lane would likely be over. Fortunately, the map was currently under the influence of the Fire Dragon terrain, which had spawned numerous explosive fruits. Just beside her lay a freshly sprouted explosive fruit. Warm to the touch, she quickly dashed forward and fired a basic attack, propelling herself over the wall. Boom. Another familiar sound echoed, and Kaisa nearly smashed her keyboard in frustration. Her health had plummeted below half, the Hex Drinker activated, and she found herself slowed and immobilized, feeling as though she had consumed something unpleasant. From now on, I'll only play Teemo in ranked, she mused. The only silver lining was that the scanning effect had not yet expired, allowing Kaisa to hastily press onward. Although in her current state, she would be of little assistance in the team fight, she had completely forgotten her initial purpose for heading to the mid lane. All she could think of was reaching that location. As she approached the intersection, 2 more mushrooms were revealed by her scanner. This time, Kaisa dared not take a detour. She obediently began to detonate the mushrooms. 1, 2, 3. Success. She managed to clear 1, then the second. However, to her bewilderment, the second mushroom displayed no health bar above it. Just then, a familiar laughter echoed in her ears, followed by the sound of a blinding arrow. 1, 2, 3, ignite. Kaisa met her demise. With a mocking laughter, the announcement chimed. Kaisa has been slain. Void Girl has exited the game. The blue side seized the opportunity in the mid lane as Rel engaged with a flash, unleashing her ultimate on 3 enemies. With the most fed champion, Kaisa, absent, they achieved a clean 0 for 4-team wipe. The blue side initiated a surrender vote. Just before the crystal exploded, Teemo proclaimed in the chat, "Welcome to Search for the Shark Live Room 7748091, where the host plays jungle every game." What? This Teemo is also a streamer? Kaisa's teammates exclaimed. "I have to check out this Teemo. He is too entertaining. This guy must be a master." I can't believe he hasn't played over 5,000 games. Didn't he claim to be a jungler? Is he specializing in Teemo jungle? That live room number seems familiar. Wasn't he at the prince who forced Dongzi to eat his screen a while back? Typically, the seasoned streamer, known as Lao Ze, preferred not to enable the chat during his broadcasts to avoid unnecessary distractions. However, he inadvertently forgot to toggle this setting today, and suddenly the chat was flooded with discussions about Teemo. After exiting the game, Lao Ze felt it was inappropriate to continue streaming in light of the situation and decided to check on the live room. Simultaneously, many viewers from Jiangxing Lao Ze's stream flocked into Xia Mo's live room, resulting in a flurry of varied comments. Xia Mo, of course, could not allow the audience to realize that he had intentionally queued against Lao Ze. He feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Did I queue against Jiangxing Lao Ze? Oh, is that the crocodile on the opposite side? I thought the details in lane were quite impressive. It didn't seem like someone from this rank." Lao Ze, who had just entered Xia Mo's live room, overheard this remark and recognized it was an attempt to save face. He silently praised the streamer for being astute and promptly decided to send a wave of fishballs. Xia Mo, upon noticing Lao Ze's presence in his live room, greeted him with, "Welcome Jiangxing Lao Ze to check in. The recent victory was thanks to you giving me face. So allow me to send a plane as a token of appreciation." Wait. Lao Ze quickly interjected. "Young man, let's just exchange fishballs. No need for extravagance." The classic Lao Ze, always one to be frugal. Shark must be losing money on the contract with you. As fellow streamers, it was natural for them to support each other. And ultimately, they exchanged pleasantries, concluding the check-in with a mutual exchange of fishballs. After this match, Xia Mo's live room audience soared past 5,000, maintaining over 3,000 viewers even after he signed off for the night. Although the gifts poured in were modest in value, Xia Mo experienced a euphoric sense of being valued, perhaps for the first time in his life. After signing off, this feeling lingered until he noticed a private message from someone named Jiangxing Lao Ze, stating, "Hello, I am Jiangxing Lao Ze. If you have time, feel free to add me on WeChat." After confirming this was not an impersonation account, Xia Mo felt puzzled. What could Jiangxing Lao Ze want from him? Did he hold a grudge for having been slain in a match? At the end of summer, I noticed a perspiring face like that of a yellow soybean. Indeed, I could see it clearly. After I concluded my broadcast, I visited your live stream for a while and felt there were some areas that could benefit from slight improvement. Would you be open to hearing my thoughts? The end of summer promptly replied, "Of course, I am grateful for your guidance, Teacher Lao Zhai. I feel I am unable to retain my audience. When I start with 3,000 viewers, it often dwindles to merely 1,000 by the end. Is there a personal reason for not using the camera during your stream?" Lao Zhai inquired. "A personal reason?" The end of summer was taken aback. He refrained from using the camera purely out of shyness and a slight apprehension that if he gained popularity, his father might see him. Xia Donglai held a low opinion of streamers, viewing them as mere purveyors of laughter, particularly since he was a gaming streamer. However, Xia Donglai never watched live broadcasts or short videos, and unless Xia Mo appeared on legal news, it was improbable for him to discover it. My personal suggestion is to turn on the camera while streaming. There is no need for high clarity or fancy beautification, just a standard camera will suffice. Allowing the audience to recognize that you are a real person, Lao Zhai advised. If you observe the leading streamers across various categories, virtually none of them broadcast without revealing their faces. Some may not possess striking looks, and their content does not hinge on their appearance. Yet they still choose to show themselves. Do you know why? Why? The end of summer inquired earnestly. Because the audience needs to see you. Or perhaps it can be understood as the audience requiring a sense of security and an equitable exchange. This feeling is crucial when something occurs during your stream. It reflects on your facial expressions, which can elicit a knowing smile from viewers. Without your presence, even if you engage through voice, they may experience a sense of unreality. This can affect their recognition and attachment to you. Do you understand what I mean? I see now. I have felt this way while watching streams too, but I never considered it while broadcasting. I will turn on the camera tomorrow. Additionally, I noticed your exceptional skill in League of Legends. You are truly formidable. Far surpassing me, he mentioned. Teacher Lao Zhai, you flatter me. I used to watch your instructional videos to learn how to play, the end of summer replied, acknowledging the truth in his words. As a 10-year silver player, he had once perused various streamers' tutorials, yet struggled to advance. I am well aware of my current level. What I wish to convey is that while you excel in gaming, your interaction with the audience is rather rigid. Many individuals are skilled at gaming, but not everyone can become a streamer. You must learn to engage the audience emotionally, at times, to achieve this. You might deliberately place yourself in precarious situations or even sacrifice yourself for the greater good. You need to understand that the purpose of streaming is not merely to win games, but to provide entertainment for the viewers. Only when they find it engaging will they reward you and remain in your stream. I have learned a great deal. Furthermore, you must be astutely aware of the sentiments expressed by your audience in the chat. It's unnecessary to respond to every comment, but you should pay attention. To become a prominent streamer, you must cultivate your own streaming culture, establishing unique inside jokes. Some of these will emerge organically during your broadcasts. While others may be discovered by your viewers, you must leverage them effectively. Lao Zhai imparted a wealth of knowledge to the End of Summer, sharing streaming techniques and insights without reservation, while the End of Summer humbly absorbed it. Certain theories even provided him with a profound sense of enlightenment. This occurrence is common across many fields. Some truths are merely a thin veil away, easily pierced, yet without a skilled guide. It may take a considerable time to realize them on your own. Lao Zhai evidently regarded the End of Summer as a promising prodigy and generously shared his experiences. The two engaged in conversation until the early hours of the morning, gradually growing more familiar with one another. They only logged off when the End of Summer was utterly exhausted, agreeing to dine together in Jiangcheng the next time. With aspirations and dreams of becoming a prominent streamer, the End of Summer drifted into slumber. Hey, End of Summer, wake up, wake up. Do you know you've gone viral? You've gone viral. He was jolted awake on the sofa by a vigorous shaking, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with the excited face of Wu Ge, accompanied by the equally thrilled Mao and the smiling Cat Brother. Cat Brother Mao? What is happening? The End of Summer rubbed his swollen, weary eyes, perplexed. What do you mean what is happening? I've told you, you've gone viral. Wu Ge exclaimed, forcibly turning his head to face him. You've gone viral. Do you hear me? You made it to the top of the league homepage with that video featuring Lao Zhai from Jiangcheng. Mao stammered in his excitement. But the End of Summer grasped the meaning. I've gone viral? Is it like last time with Dongzi? He asked joyfully. How could it be the same? Wu Ge replied hastily. This time, you've made it to the homepage, and a clipped video has topped the trending section with over 1.3 million views and more than 5,000 comments in just 12 hours. Is that true? The End of Summer, upon hearing this, felt his fatigue vanish, springing up from the sofa in an instant. Check for yourself. Mao handed over his phone. And there it was in the trending section. Jiangcheng Lao Zhai encounters the most annoying Timo in the entire league. As he clicked on the video, it featured his match against Jiangcheng Lao Zhai, with highlights focusing on the segment where he followed Lao Zhai's crocodile. Every time the crocodile stepped on a mushroom, he would chuckle until the crocodile met its explosive demise, along with a scene of Kasha being ambushed in the jungle, scanning yet still falling prey. The comments section erupted into a grand condemnation of mushrooms, with countless league players lamenting the psychological trauma inflicted by Timo, suggesting the designers permanently retire this hero. Among these comments, curiosity about the Timo streamer emerged, as the video's uploader provided a link to the End of Summer's livestream. This Timo is truly insufferable. If I were a teammate, I would want to strangle him myself. I'm curious what kind of streamer can play Timo like this. He must be a yordle. You're thinking too much. The streamer can't possibly be that adorable. A troll would be more fitting. The sheer damage of laughing with every step is overwhelming, especially with a bronze medal. After watching the video, I decided to indulge in a game of mushrooms. Don't go, they have junglers. Upon returning, I found myself facing an exceptionally ruthless opponent, 0123, and thought it prudent to first learn a few tricks from the streamer. On a late summer day, I opened my computer and logged into my streaming room, only to discover that even without going live, hundreds of viewers were already engaged in lively banter, eagerly awaiting my broadcast. It was at that moment that I felt a profound realization. I have become popular. I have indeed gained fame. To my astonishment, the scenes from my dream last night had materialized into reality. However, there was one peculiar matter that left me torn between laughter and tears. For neither in the streaming room nor in the comment section did anyone refer to me by my nickname, Xiaotian, but rather by a gradually unified moniker, Gunan. Chapter 24. An unexpected visit. Speaking of which, fans of Kuan Kuan are called Jielu and fans are known as Jemmy, but what should we, the fans of Gunan, be called? How about Jinjingu? Dude, if you're calling me that, at the very least, I should be a chicken leg mushroom. The streamer, being so lewd, must surely be a Jinjingu, unless I see it with my own eyes. The presence of male pheromones is undeniable, isn't it? Observing these nonsensical comments from netizens, I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. During my childhood, I had perused numerous martial arts and fantasy novels, where every heroic figure traversing the Jianghu bore a striking and imposing nickname, such as Iron Chain Across the River, Hunyuan Thunderhand, Cold-Faced Judge, or Thousand-Hand Butcher. A lackluster nickname would be a source of embarrassment for any hero. Even the champions of League of Legends have their own titles upon arriving in China: the Blade Shadow, Master of Shadows, and Wind Sword Master. Yet here I was, reduced to the moniker of Gunan. Beside me, Wu Ge chuckled as he nudged me with his elbow, remarking, "No worries, fame can come in many forms. Many would yearn for such an opportunity, so let the fans call you whatever they please." Despite his words, I silently vowed to reshape this title during my future streams. Xiaoxia, today is a momentous occasion. Uncle Mu is treating us, and we shall dine at an upscale establishment, returning only after indulging in revelry. Uncle Mu patted my shoulder heartily, grinning broadly as if basking in reflected glory. Thank you, Uncle Mu, I replied sincerely, but I feel I should continue streaming today to solidify my popularity while the iron is hot. Last night, Jiangcheng Laoze reminded me that fame can be fleeting. If one cannot seize the moment, it may all come to naught. Many viewers will be drawn to my stream through the League of Legends homepage and video content, and should they find me absent, they will quickly lose interest, rendering the potential loss irreparable. Uncle Mu looked at me, his eyes bright with understanding, and inwardly sighed, recognizing that many individuals lack the opportunity to succeed rather than the potential itself. When opportunity knocks, they can seize it. Very well, since you possess such determination. Let us order takeout and dine here. Afterward, you may continue your stream. I too wish to witness our studio produce a great streamer, Uncle Mu said cheerfully. At that moment, Fat Cat suddenly pointed at the Shark client on my computer, exclaiming, Xiao Xia, it seems someone has been persistently messaging you. Check it out. It might be important. In front of everyone, I opened the private messages. Due to my sudden rise to fame, my inbox was inundated with messages from a multitude of fans, casual onlookers, and those with ulterior motives. However, most quickly gave up after sending a few messages without receiving a response, except for one individual who relentlessly continued to message. Hello, I represent Tian Yuan Cultural Media Company, Limited, and I would like to discuss some business collaboration with you. We approach you with sincerity. May we have a brief conversation? Please reply if you see this. Thank you. This was my first encounter with such a situation, and I looked up at Uncle Mu and the others with confusion. I was merely a student, yet someone was seeking to discuss business with me, leaving me somewhat bewildered. I suspect they wish to engage you for advertising. It's worth inquiring, Uncle Mu suggested. I began typing on my computer. Hello, I just saw your message. May I inquire about the specifics? The response came swiftly. We would like to invite you to promote an online game in your streaming room. May I confirm your current streaming contract status? Are you signed with any guild or platform? I replied, no, I am just a novice streamer. That's excellent. This means you can fully control the content and duration of your streams, correct? For this online game, it would be ideal for you to register and play it personally while interacting with your viewers, dedicating at least an hour each day. Rest assured, the compensation is quite generous. As I mentioned, we come with sincerity. What are your thoughts? What might the advertisement fee amount to? Currently, you have around 120,000 followers, and we can offer a prepayment of 20,000 yuan. Additionally, you will receive commissions based on the number of viewers you attract and their spending. Typically, this portion tends to be even higher. Consult with others. They likely won't offer such a price. Upon seeing that figure, I felt my heart tighten slightly. 20,000 yuan may seem modest, but it is real money, easily slipping into my pocket with a mere nod. It was more than I had ever held at once. I had only seen such sums when my father requested tuition fees. I glanced up at Uncle Mu once more. To be honest, I was tempted. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Mu advised, if you seek my opinion, I would suggest declining the offer. Your streaming career has only just begun. I believe every viewer drawn to your stream desires to witness your authentic content rather than advertisements. Currently, there exists a plethora of low-quality, reskinned online games that viewers have grown weary of, and this aversion could easily be projected onto you. Advertising opportunities will always be available as long as you possess an audience. There is no need to rush. Though Wu Gu, Fat Cat, and Amao remained silent, they appeared to concur with Uncle Mu's perspective. As the summer days began to wane, Xia Mo endeavored to calm himself, aware that he had become somewhat flustered. The previous night, the cunning old rogue from Jiangcheng had discussed similar matters with him. While accepting advertisements was permissible, given that most streamers pursued this profession for monetary gain, it should not detract from the primary content of the live stream. If an advertisement posed a threat to his career's development, it must be decisively abandoned. One must not forsake the essence for the trivial. Having come to this realization, Xia Mo resolutely typed a response. I apologize, my streaming performance has just begun to improve, and I intend to solidify my audience before considering advertisements. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. How about a prepayment of 25,000 or even 30,000? To be candid, our company holds great promise for your development, which is why we sought you out among numerous streamers. This is the best offer we can provide. Will you reconsider? 30,000 yuan would allow him to repay a significant portion of the debt owed to Mushu. For someone like Xia Mo, a graduate without a degree from a prestigious institution, even remaining in Shanghai for work would take 4 to 6 months of relentless effort to earn such an amount. All while living frugally. He felt a wave of dizziness, yet he meticulously typed, I'm afraid I must decline. After a moment, Tianyuan Cultural Media Company, Limited, sent another message. That is truly unfortunate. We hope to collaborate in the future. Please consider us first. Upon reading this message, Xia Mo leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling. Mushu lit a cigarette and patted his shoulder, remarking that refusing the immediate benefits was not something everyone could achieve. Xia, I believe in you. Xia Mo smiled silently in response. Here's an idea, Xia, Mu Shu suggested. If you wish to repay the money I lent you quickly, why not promote our studio in your live stream? A simple text banner would suffice and wouldn't interfere with your content. I'll pay you the advertisement fee based on 20,000 followers. It would also serve to promote our studio. No, Mu Shu, Xia Mo protested, shaking his head. Without the studio, I wouldn't have the opportunities one have now. How could I accept payment for promoting the studio? I absolutely cannot accept that. Ultimately, Xia Mo could not withstand Mu Shu's insistence and agreed to promote the studio for 5,000 yuan. For this favor, he could only silently remember it in his heart. Oh right, Xia Mo exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I'm about to go live. Do any of you have masks or hats? He intended to reveal his face during the stream. Why wear a hat and mask for a face reveal? Isn't that counterproductive? Xiao Wu exclaimed without restraint. That's like pulling down your pants just to show off. No, I'm worried my father will see. He doesn't approve of gaming streams. Xia Mo replied bitterly. Even with a hat and mask, there is still a significant difference in how the audience perceives me. He cited the popularity of virtual streamers, whose viewers could only see animated characters, yet many still found them appealing. I know, Xiao Wu chimed in. Just like that streamer who hides in the living room every night, right, Demao? Demao blushed. I just happened to stumble upon it. I don't watch it daily. Mu Shu and Pang Mao chuckled, and Xiao Wu rummaged through a cabinet, eventually presenting a black mask. Here, take this. I bought it on a whim 2 years ago, but it didn't suit my noble disposition, so I never wore it. Xia Mo examined the mask, which was quite ordinary, but bore a peculiar cat face design. I have a hat you can borrow, Pang Mao cheerfully offered, handing over a lovely cream-colored hat with a rounded brim. Hey, cat brother, isn't this the one your girlfriend left for you? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Pang Mao maintained his cheerful demeanor. Objects are lifeless, so what is the harm in letting Xiao Mo wear it? Xia Mo noted the hat's pristine condition, suspecting it held some significance. However, upon donning both the hat and mask and glancing in the mirror, he was left speechless. Am I not simply a live-action Timo? Aside from the hat not being green, I'm the spitting image of him. If I wear this during the stream, I'd surely earn the title of Mushroom Man. I should probably go buy a new outfit, Xia Mo decided, attempting to leave. Not so fast. Demao blocked his path. Today, Xiao Xia must wear this outfit for the stream. In the end, Xia Mo was forcibly seated in a chair by his friends, bemused and exasperated. What are you all doing? Hee, Xiao Wu grinned. Wearing this outfit will definitely create a memorable moment for the stream. Trust me, your fifth brother. At 3 in the afternoon, Xia Mo commenced his live stream punctually. Before he could utter a word, the chat barrage surged with excitement. It started. The Mushroom Man has arrived. The streamer actually turned on the camera? But this look is too absurd. Wow, is that really a Timo? The name Mushroom Man isn't for nothing. Hurry, streamer, I want to see you play Timo and tease the girls in the canyon. Are there girls in the canyon? You must have fallen victim to a voice changer and a fake identity. Hey, tell us your story. Xia Mo chuckled awkwardly, striving to ignore the comments that included the term Mushroom Man. He greeted, hello everyone, welcome to Xia Tian's live stream. If you enjoy the show, please follow if you're new. I'm not primarily a Timo player, I just happened to select him that day. My true identity is that of a skilled jungler. What? Not primarily a Timo player? Did I come for nothing? Refund. Wait, a randomly selected Timo could perform that well. I don't believe it. I have played 5,000 matches with Timo, and after watching the streamer's performance, I feel inferior to him. To reach such a level, one must engage in at least 3,000 matches. 5,000 matches against AI, is that right? The barrage of comments varied greatly, with many expressing their desire to leave. Yet Xia Mo remained unfazed. Following a conversation with Lao Ze yesterday, he realized that viewers are not meant to be controlled. One cannot manipulate them. Just as some adore something, others will detest it. Those who wish to depart cannot be retained, so it is more prudent to invest energy in the audience that stays. Thus, he stated, just because the streamer does not play Timo does not imply that other games are less entertaining. Perhaps the streamer's jungle gameplay is more intriguing? Whether it is appealing is not for me to decide. It is for the audience to discern. Now, let us commence today's journey in the Rift. As Xia Mo logged into a Diamond 2 account named Black Rose, he discreetly checked his phone for updates on the streamer, finding a prominent live room in the League of Legends section. Upon entering, he discovered that the opponent had just finished a match and was switching accounts, which also happened to be a Diamond account named Black Rose. Given that live streams typically have a delay, Xia Mo did not wait for the opponent to begin matchmaking and initiated his ranked queue instead, as data flowed swiftly before his eyes. Matchmaking successful. Accepted. The Rift's terrain and interface unfolded before him, while the viewers in the live room remained unaware that he had once again encountered a major streamer. As Lao Ze mentioned, in this era of widespread streaming, Distinguishing oneself among countless streamers is no simple task. To become a prominent streamer, one must cultivate a unique streaming culture and possess distinctive characteristics. Without engaging content, why would viewers choose to support you? This is the approach Xia Mo devised to create his engaging content by coinciding with a major streamer, shamelessly riding the wave of popularity. Everyone seeks to leverage trending moments. Yet not everyone possesses the ability to do so. Major streamers continuously switch accounts, hide, and delay their streams to avoid being targeted, making it challenging even for professional studios to match against them. However, Xia Mo was different. He had a sense of déjà vu, allowing him to anticipate the players he would queue against. With precise timing, he could initiate matchmaking. And the streamer he encountered was precisely the high-quality target he had set his sights on prior to his broadcast. Ning Ning. In the vast expanse of League of Legends streamers, most are male, as competitive games tend to attract a predominantly male audience, which in turn affects the gender ratio of streamers. Additionally, due to physiological differences, proficient female gamers are indeed fewer than their male counterparts, resulting in even fewer women who can sustain themselves through streaming. However, scarcity does not equate to absence. There are several renowned female streamers in the League of Legends community, and these individuals enjoy considerable popularity. In a male-dominated realm, the emergence of one or two female streamers is akin to discovering pearls in a sea of sand. Among them, the streamer named Ning Ning stands as a top-tier female streamer. Simultaneously, within Ning Ning's live room, a woman clad in an indigo bare-shoulder dress, her face adorned with heavy makeup and almond-shaped eyes, sat on a pink gaming chair, playfully gesturing love signs to the camera. She sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, dear boss, for the giant head grouper equivalent to 3 Boeing 747s. Love you. Oh, fishy. It's been a while. What have you been busy with lately? Look at you. Your ranking has dropped." As she spoke, Ning Ning intentionally tugged at her clothing, revealing a momentary surge of allure. The barrage of comments in the live room surged. "Thank you. Please send more. Thank you. Please send more. Where's the moderator? Help us, moderator. Don't just sit idly. Hey, the moderator is busy. Ning Ning, my Ning Ning, hee hee hee. Brothers, I'm done. See you tomorrow." Chapter 26. Securing the bottom lane with ease. It must be said that Ning Ning's rise to fame is no mere coincidence. She embodies the essential prerequisites for a successful female gaming streamer: beauty that surpasses 80 after makeup and enhancement, a curvaceous figure, and the ability to dominate even in the gold tier. Her voice is charming, possessing a melodic quality that may initially send shivers down one's spine, yet becomes intoxicating upon frequent listening. Moreover, she is well versed in the subtleties of streaming, ensuring that every supporter leaves elated. Collectively, these traits naturally attract affluent patrons seeking entertainment, propelling her to become the leading female streamer on the platform. Of course, apart from her own talents, her supporting team plays a crucial role. There was a time when a top-tier individual made waves by revealing that Ning Ning's appearance was entirely artificially enhanced, with signs of cosmetic procedures evident elsewhere. This incident garnered considerable attention. Yet, remarkably, her agency swiftly quelled the ensuing controversy through adept crisis management, even leveraging it to elevate her popularity further. This incident, akin to a celebrity's public relations crisis, allowed her agency, Shanghai Entertainment, to ascend to the top of the streaming industry, signing numerous promising streamers and aggressively poaching talent while suppressing competitors. While many within the industry harbor grievances, numerous others strive to join Shanghai Entertainment. Regardless, Ning Ning now stands at the pinnacle of her career, aligning perfectly with Xia Mo's objective of riding the wave of popularity. Previously, many had claimed that he could only dominate in the gold tier, with accusations of account boosting. Today, Ning Ning intends to showcase her skills by playing a diamond match to prove herself, emphasizing that this is the Black Rose, a region with the highest number of players outside of Ionia, unparalleled by any suburban competition. In her live room, Ning Ning sweetly remarked, "Oh, we've matched so quickly. How wonderful. There's no need for substitutes. This is my specialty position. Whatever rank my wife plays, I love watching. Play on." The number one female in the national server. Number one female? Has my dear Mu Xiao consented to this? User has been muted. The Black Rose is indeed filled with many sisters, but in terms of skill, it still pales in comparison to my region. Here they come. Superior region dogs. Ning Ning cast a fleeting glance at the barrage of comments and mused to herself, "Oh dear. It seems I haven't played with my Frost Archer in quite a while. My fingers feel rusty. I should play a match to reacquaint myself with her." In truth, Frost Archer was among the few heroes with which Ning Ning excelled. After all, despite her presence in diamond matches, she often mingled in gold, and thus, she approached the game with a modicum of caution. By stating that she hadn't played in a long time, she allowed herself some leeway. Should she falter, it would not be a source of embarrassment, would it? Having adeptly maneuvered the robot, she selected her hero, the the Frost Archer. Everything is tethered to a single arrow. Who dares to challenge me? I shall extinguish their life. The high win rate runes for the Frost Archer were already configured, a classic setup. This was a signature of my Ning Ning, do you understand? Does anyone else think Ning Ning bears a striking resemblance to the Frost Archer? While occasionally glancing at the barrage, Ning Ning took the time to analyze the compositions of both teams, silently commending her own expertise. With this lineup, I can truly shine. Top lane has Aralai, a fool. Mid lane boasts Malzahar, who can be easily countered with Mercury, and down the lane. The duo of Wheel Mom and Nurse has no mobility. Once I latch onto them, I can unleash my abilities. How delightful. The more she analyzed, the more elated she became, feeling that victory was already within her grasp. But the enemy jungler has chosen a Rengar. That might pose a challenge, but no matter. He is merely a single aggressor, and I trust my diamond support brother to safeguard me, right? Fear not, my Ning Ning, for Titan has already taken note. Should he fail to protect you, he shall face obliteration. It seemed that the enemy's Rengar was a player known as Xiao Dai. She had just checked the match history. No worries, our jungler, Juyu, is also Xiao Dai. Let them engage in their celestial skirmish while I focus on my own growth. The game commenced swiftly, with Ning Ning positioned on the blue side, top lane, Iron Man, mid lane, Yong'en, jungler, Juyu, and bot lane, Frost Archer paired with Titan. The opposing team comprised Aralai in the top lane, Malzahar in the mid lane, Rengar as jungler, and the duo of Wheel Mom and Nurse. At level 1, Rengar from the red side stealthily approached mid lane to place a vision ward, a moment witnessed by Juyu lurking in the bushes. Consequently, Juyu decisively returned home to fetch a scanner and summon the mid laner to eliminate the ward. With this, the mid lane was poised to reach level 2 after a minion wave, and upon clearing the ward, the jungle monsters were about to respawn. Juyu glanced at the darkened map and decided to play against conventional expectations by commencing a counter jungle at blue. The enemy would anticipate that their ward had been cleared and would assume Rengar would start at red. However, Juyu's jungle speed could easily compensate for the time lost. Thus, she could ambush the bottom lane from the top side, catching them off guard. Perfect. Ning Ning and her support, Titan, noted Juyu's counter jungle, and in seamless coordination, refrained from revealing themselves prematurely. They waited until 1 minute and 40 seconds to make their presence known, and Ning Ning even slyly let her health bar drop a notch, feigning that she had just assisted the jungler with the red buff. The barrage of comments buzzed with details, bringing Ning Ning great joy. At level 1, neither side could engage in combat, both focusing on minions. However, the enemy duo seemed particularly determined to secure level 2. Wheel Mom utilized her abilities to last-hit minions while Nurse assisted, rapidly pushing the wave forward. Ning Ning found this situation quite favorable. Even if the enemy duo achieved level 2, they would struggle to pose a threat. The advancing minion wave provided safety and created opportunities for Titan to engage and assist the jungler in ambushing the bottom lane. Before long, Ning Ning's Frost Archer and Titan reached level 2, and the minion wave formed a favorable counterpush. This was the ideal scenario for skirmishing, with Titan continuously pressuring the enemy's positioning, eager to strike. At last, Wheel Mom exposed an opening after clearing a melee minion, and Titan seized the moment. Launching his anchor with precision, the heavy iron anchor struck Wheel Mom's slender form, pulling them together with force. Ning Ning exclaimed, "Nice," and immediately followed up with her damage. Surprisingly, Wheel Mom did not attempt to flee with her abilities, but instead engaged the Frost Archer head-on. At level 2, Wheel Mom was no match for the empowered Frost Archer, especially under Titan's initiation. Although both sides' health bars dwindled, it was evident that Wheel Mom would perish first. Ning Ning felt quite smug, remarking, "Isn't the skill level in Diamond rather mediocre?" Just as she was about to claim first blood, her triumphant declaration was abruptly interrupted by a scream exceeding 80 decibels. In the instant before Wheel Mom's demise, a Rengar leaped from the bushes, claws raised, mercilessly slashing through the Frost Archer's form. In a panic, Ning Ning activated her flash, but Rengar's brutal assault had already commenced, transforming her escape into a tragic demise. First blood. Ning Ning clutched her chest in shock, bewildered by Rengar's audacity to gank at level 2. Chapter 27. A tearful ambush. The blue side's Juyu quickly realized Rengar's level 2 gank and immediately headed towards Rengar's red jungle. This is precisely why junglers typically refrain from attempting ganks at level 2. Regardless of success or failure, they inevitably sacrifice a portion of their jungle. Success would yield some benefit, but failure would leave them lagging behind the enemy jungler and facing the awkwardness of an empty jungle, essentially declaring the jungle a disaster zone for the first 7 or 8 minutes. Teammates could hardly expect to see their presence. However, Xia Mo was not one to engage in a losing venture. He aimed for both kills and jungle monsters. Here, the earlier placement of the ward proved invaluable. Although the ward was cleared and provided no vision, it inspired Juyu's counter-jungle strategy. Thus, Zhu Yu found herself in Xia Mo's red jungle, where every monster awaited her arrival. This winning gambit, imbued with foresight, was something even professional players would struggle to replicate. Zhu Yu reveled in the rapid clearing of Xia Mo's red jungle, filled with delight. As a fast-clearing champion, if she was allowed to farm unchecked, Rengar would find it impossible to recover. Meanwhile, Xia Mo's Rengar also enjoyed clearing Zhu Yu's red jungle. The two were merely engaged in a jungle exchange. In the streaming room, however, Ning Ning was grumbling in dissatisfaction, ganking at level 2. Upon arriving in the diamond tier, I find myself the target of hostility. Have they recognized me? There is a distinct lack of compassion, and I curse this canine warrior to a lifetime devoid of romantic companionship. This creature appears to be of little skill, and capturing it might not yield any profit. Its jungle presence is perilous. The targeting is blatant, and there seems to be no recourse. Ning Ning, do not weep, for this lion dog seems to have intentionally set its sights on you, perhaps because you are a female. While Ning Ning mutters to herself, she diligently farms minions. Although she has fallen once and lost her summoner spell, the landing phase is far from over, and opportunities still abound. At that moment, the opposing wheel mother and healer push the lane to the blue tower and return to base, creating an opening for a counterpush from the red side. With the wheel mother and healer still absent, Titan and Frost Archer advance with a substantial minion wave. This time, Ning Ning has learned. She places a ward in the river, feeling a sense of security. After clearing the red zone, the blue side's lunar goddess returns to base and hastens to her lower half of the jungle. However, upon reaching the 6th bush, she is disheartened to find only 2 out of 6 beak birds remaining, staring vacantly at her. It is evident that the red buff and the stone golem have also vanished. Yet, the lunar goddess remains undeterred, taking a few more steps to confirm her suspicions. Indeed, the red pit is barren. She glances at the bottom lane, where the Titan and Frost Archer have pushed to the red tower. Calculating the time, it seems the lion dog has just finished clearing the lower jungle, rendering the bottom lane exceedingly perilous. The lunar goddess promptly signals danger to the bottom lane and rushes to assist. Alas, it is too late. The red side's wheel mother and healer have just arrived, and Titan, emboldened by the large wave of minions, throws out a hook. Unexpectedly, the level 3 wheel mother, whether due to shock or misjudgment, fails to cast her spell shield and is yanked back forcefully. Although the kill may not be feasible under the red tower, the wheel mother is bound to lose half her health. Yet, instead of fleeing, she retaliates against the Frost Archer. A sense of foreboding creeps into both Titan and Frost Archer's minds. The signals from the lunar goddess and the lion dog appear on the map almost simultaneously. As the lion dog flanks from the triangle bush, cutting off their escape, Ning Ning hurriedly retreats, but, after a few steps, is ensnared by a 5-star lasso, rendered immobile. The lion dog unleashes a flurry of abilities, combined with the wheel mother's damage and the healer's support, resulting in the Frost Archer's demise once again. With no flash available for escape, Titan, however, due to his resilience, manages to withdraw under the lunar goddess's cover. After a moment of silence, Ning Ning types in the chat, "Brother, why is it always you who hooks and I who dies?" Deep Sea Titan responds, "Mine." Then, in unison, both the Frost Archer and Deep Sea Titan purchase control wards. With the protection of 2 true sight wards, Ning Ning finally stabilizes her growth to level 5. While the bothersome lion dog has secured 2 more kills in the other lanes, bringing his score to 4-0. At 8 minutes and 20 seconds, a sudden and unanticipated team fight erupts in the mid lane, igniting a true battle of men. The incident unfolds as the blue side's lunar goddess attempts to ambush the mid lane grasshopper from the upper river, who flashes away and escape while she and Yongin pursue relentlessly to the lower river. Observing this, the red side's wheel mother and healer rush to assist. Titan, recognizing the brewing conflict, also heads over. The top laners realize the significance of this fight concerning the Rift Herald and rush to join, resulting in a 4v4 encounter. Ning Ning wishes to join but hesitates, as a large wave of minions is present beneath her tower. Reluctant to abandon them, she calculates that if she clears this wave, she will reach level 6. With the Frost Archer still at level 5, her absence would be of little consequence. She could provide crucial support once she hits level 6. Therefore, she resolves to finish the wave before making her way. Once she clears the minions, Ning Ning swiftly reaches level 6 and rushes towards the mid lane. To avoid potential mishaps, she takes a cautious route through the triangle bush rather than the river. Upon reaching midway, the battle in the mid lane commences. Ning Ning immediately fires a magical crystal arrow, striking the enemy grasshopper with precision. The blue side converges, overwhelming the grasshopper. Just as Ning Ning revels in her successful shot, an unknown entity suddenly leaps from the nearby bush. And with a fierce roar, her scream turns to shades of gray. The blue side wins the team fight, having quickly eliminated the grasshopper with a 1-for-2 trade. Yet the blue top laner senses something amiss. Ironclad Mord queries, How did you die? Flash is ready. Healing spell is ready. Frost Archer responds. The blade of the ruined king, Drakthar. In the streaming room, Ningning appears expressionless for a moment, then suddenly begins to frantically tug at her hair. Ah. Does this lion dog have a grudge against me? Why is he targeting me, a 0-2 Frost Archer, instead of participating in team fights? I cannot endure this any longer. Sob sob. Ningning, please do not cry. Your tears cause me distress. Lion dog, you have committed countless misdeeds. Is this person deranged? Why target Ningning like this? Has she provoked him somehow? Is he watching her stream? It is highly likely, as the lion dog appears to be aware of the blue side's movements. Brothers, prepare for a siege. I must mention, this lion dog seems to be a streamer as well, going by the name of Gu Nen on Douyu, who has garnered significant attention recently. No way, is that true? The one who obliterated the old thief in Jiangqing? I must check it out. Ningning also notices the barrage of comments, wiping her nose. Is he really a streamer? Brothers, could you please tell him not to target me anymore? I feel so wronged. Meanwhile, in Xia Mo's streaming room, Xia Mo discreetly disables the Douyu comment assistant and feigns surprise, exclaiming, Huh? Why is my comment assistant malfunctioning? My apologies, brothers. I cannot view the comments right now. I will check it after this match. At that moment, the first wave of viewers flowing from Ningning's stream arrives, and Xia Mo intentionally shifts the camera to the screen, ensuring that the comments are indeed invisible, proving that he is not lying. Ning Jiajun has arrived to inspect the premises. Quick, come out and extend your greetings. You are the one they call Gunan, correct? I command you to deliver the head of Ningning, the young lady, immediately. Brothers, heed my advice. Do not engage with the opposing Frost Archer, otherwise, you shall be overwhelmed. Is it truly entertaining to bully women? Are you even a man? At this moment, the original audience in Xia Mo's live stream grew restless, retaliating with their words. Ningning? The one who sells matcha chong? Begone. Who is Ningning? I am unfamiliar. All I know is that watching the streamer eliminate this Frost Archer is exhilarating. Enough already. If one lacks skill, who can they blame? Do not waste your breath. Did you not hear the streamer say the comments are broken? The viewers activated their mutual criticism mode, with an array of obscenities filling the screen. Yet none of this pertained to Xia Mo. Observing the rapidly increasing popularity of the live stream, Xia Mo nearly lost his composure, breaking into a smile. Chapter 28. You scrape me. I scrape you in the Summoner's Rift. Ningning emerged for the third time from the fountain, this time turning back with each step, resolute in her decision to pair with the turret for defense. Upon reaching the base of the tower, she ceased her minion farming, waiting for the opposing duo to push the lane, determined not to step outside the tower's protection, even at the cost of experience. Fortunately, the opposing wheel mommy and nurse had no intention of controlling the lane and aimed to push for plating. However, this wheel mommy was utilizing a penetration build, and her skills were quite painful. Ningning, caught off guard, found her health reduced to half. As the wave of minions neared completion, the opposing duo had returned home, alleviating the pressure on Ningning and Titan. Seizing the opportunity, Titan ventured into the river to establish vision. Yet, scarcely had he departed when a pair of piercing eyes appeared above the Frost Archer. What is this? The time from the leap of the lion dog to the demise of the Frost Archer did not exceed half a second, and the turret had only struck him twice before he exited its range. Ironclad soul, do not feed in the bot lane. Ningning felt a tearless anguish. How could the top lane be so blind? What could be done in such a situation? What enmity must exist? Is it truly necessary? From this moment forth, I shall become the foremost critic of this Gu Nan. In truth, I believe there is no issue with an assassin focusing on kills. Ningning, now ignoring the comments, expressionless, purchased a short sword and trudged back to the lane. Upon reaching the bush near the stone golem, another tiger's roar echoed. Frost Archer, 051. At this juncture, the mid laner could no longer tolerate the situation. Sealed Sword Spirit. Frost Archer, come to mid. The short lane is harder to gank. Ningning said nothing, and, upon respawning, headed to the mid lane. At 13 minutes, Jiao Yu ganked the bot lane, collaborating with Yong In and Titan to slay the red side's bot duo. The Grasshopper was forced to return to defend the lane, leaving the mid lane vacant. Yet, the Frost Archer showed no intention of pushing for plating, clearing the wave and then idly standing beneath the tower, allowing the minions on both sides to engage in a natural battle of attrition. Suddenly, behind her, a purple eye was shattered. The Rift Herald emerged from the void, drawing the turret's ire, and then a lion dog swaggered into the tower, executing an unremarkable combo that dispatched the Frost Archer before departing. Frost Archer, 071. At this moment, the fans of Ningning in Xia Mo's livestream had also divided into two factions. One faction continued to hurl insults, becoming increasingly vitriolic, seemingly wishing for Xia Mo's flesh to be devoured. And since Xia Mo had not set up any moderators, no one intervened save for viewers engaging in counterattacks. The other faction, however, transformed into peace seekers, Please do not kill her, I beg you. If you must kill, then take me instead. Streamer, I will send you gifts. Just spare Ning Ning. I implore you to glance at the comments. Meanwhile, in Ning Ning's live stream, the audience also split into two groups, one still berating the lion dog, while the other advocated for surrender. Let it go, truly, do not endure this torment any longer. Let us return to our gold rank, dear. Ning Ning, have your teammates join the live stream. We shall persuade them to yield. As the clock struck 15 minutes, Ning Ning immediately initiated a surrender vote, but it was swiftly rejected. Our side refuses to surrender 14. The others, having somewhat decent development in the upper mid lane, were resolute in their refusal to surrender. Oh no, this is torture. This is no longer imprisonment, it is punishment. Brothers, I am withdrawing. I cannot bear to watch. At 16 minutes, the Frost Archer, while clearing waves before the second tower, was executed by the Lion Dog's ultimate. 081. At 17 minutes and 20 seconds, while the Frost Archer was farming her own jungle, she reduced the health of the great bird below half when two streaks of golden light flashed simultaneously. One was a flash, as the Lion Dog appeared from the right wall, and the other was a smite, claiming the great bird. 091. Throughout this game, Ning Ning's expression transitioned from anger to tears, despair, and finally to numbness. Her eyes had lost all luster, resembling a mere automaton manipulating the mouse, even continuing to click on the screen long after her character had perished. If this series of expressions were featured in a second-rate romance film where the female lead suffers from domestic abuse and infidelity, it would surely earn $1 billion at the box office. Ironclad Soul, it is fine, we can engage in team fights. Stand beside me, and if the Lion Dog leaps in, I will unleash my ultimate on him. At 23 minutes and 45 seconds in the dragon fight, both sides were still in a tug-of-war phase when suddenly, golden eyes appeared above the blue side's heads. The Lion Dog activated his ultimate. The blue team immediately huddled together, tightly protecting the Frost Archer, believing the Lion Dog would not dare to engage. Yet the Lion Dog truly did dare. With a leap from the void, the Frost Archer fell without even surviving 3 seconds. Iron Man, astonished and furious, immediately released his ultimate, Rebirth of the Abyss. However, as the spectral domain began to rise, it was shattered by the Lion Dog's full-star war roar. Coincidentally, upon witnessing the Lion Dog enter the fray, Titan also unleashed his ultimate, Deep Sea Impact, and his skill, channeling the path, but both abilities were thwarted by Iron Man's ultimate, losing their targets. The Lion Dog flashed away, and the other members of the red team surged forward, prompting the blue side to initiate a surrender vote. 50 agreed to surrender. In the live streaming room of Ning Ning, she clicked to exit the game, her expression blank as she stared at the settlement page. My dear, please don't act this way. It frightens me, a voice pleaded. It's merely a game. We can come back in the next round. The speaker continued. I've already gone to that streaming room and unleashed a torrent of insults upon him and his ancestors. It's nothing to worry about. Simultaneously, Xia Mo leisurely stretched and casually opened his own streaming room, only to belatedly express surprise. I'm matched against a streamer again. Who is it? Hanbing. Ning Ning? That shark, the most popular female streamer? Oh dear, I just faced her in a game. The other lanes were just too difficult to tackle today. He then entered Ning Ning's live stream, contemplated briefly, and sent her a gift of 500 yuan in the form of a rocket, leaving a message. I'm the Lion Dog from earlier, here to apologize. Ning Ning's vacant expression finally shifted, morphing into one of indignation. You killed me 10 times, and now you come to apologize? Do I have a grudge against you? Tell me. Xia Mo replied, I truly apologize. My chat assistant malfunctioned, and I had no idea it was you. I just wanted to create some entertaining moments. I am really sorry. He then sent another 500 yuan rocket. At that moment, Xia Mo's heart was bleeding. He had never gifted anything while watching streams, let alone a 500 yuan rocket. Yet for the sake of his streaming career, he had to make this investment. After sending 2 rockets, even if Ning Ning was still upset, she could no longer express it. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when gifts and apologies were involved. However, she certainly could not act as if nothing had happened. She maintained an air of indignation. No, it's still not enough. Your little heart has been grievously wounded, and you must compensate me. Sister Ning Ning, I'm just a small streamer. My pockets are quite empty. Then how about this? Ning Ning said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You assist me and help me rank up, carry me to victory, and I shall forgive you. Through the comments, Ning Ning gleaned information about Xia Mo, realizing he was the recently popular Gu Nan and thought that duo queuing might enhance their visibility. Chapter 29, Duo Q? Duo Q? Xia Mo's eyes twinkled as he hesitated to agree immediately. What's the matter? Do you think I'm not good enough? Ning Ning insisted. Of course not. I just feigned difficulty, Xia Mo replied. I'm not very skilled at playing support. I fear I might let you down. Ning Ning scoffed at this. Excuses. You are exceptional in top and jungle. How could your support skills possibly be lacking? By the way, do you know how to play Blitzcrank? I adore playing with Blitzcrank as my support. Of course, Xia Mo could play Blitzcrank, especially with his innate sense of timing. Landing hooks was almost guaranteed. This champion required little else. As long as one could hook accurately, they became a master, a true asset in carrying others. However, Xia Mo decided against playing Blitzcrank, as it was too simplistic and wouldn't create engaging moments. He thought for a moment and said, I'm not really good at that. I usually play more obscure supports. Obscure? Ning Ning inquired suspiciously. It's not going to be Teemo, Jester, or Cardmaster, is it? Clearly. She had suffered at the hands of such champions before. Not at all. I'm quite proficient with Bard, Xia Mo replied, a smile gracing his lips. Bard? That's acceptable. Let us go with that. Ning Ning knew that such obscure champions were rarely encountered and that those who could wield them effectively were usually quite skilled. The two exchanged accounts, added each other as friends in the game, and embarked on their Diamond Tier Duo Q journey. Hey, Gunan, you'd better protect me well. Ning Ning chirped once the game voice chat opened. Hearing her sweet voice sent a shiver down Xia Mo's spine, and he grimaced. Could you please omit the first two words? How old are you? I suspect I'm older than you. How can one ask a fairy's age so casually? Haven't you heard that little fairies remain forever 17? 17? Are you referring to a character from the ancient tales? Xia Mo retorted. What? Ning Ning clearly did not understand this ancient reference. Never mind. What champion are you playing? I think I'll play Jinx. She is my favorite. Ning Ning exclaimed. Remember, you need to carry me to godlike status for me to forgive you. Xia Mo assured her. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. At this moment, Ning Ning's live stream was inundated with envious comments. Wah, my Ning Ning. Didn't you promise not to do OQ? How could you play games with another man? This guy just killed you last game, and you've already forgotten? How can you forgive him so easily? This goon and isn't even handsome. He looks shady at first glance. My dear Ning Ning is too innocent. She will surely be deceived by this lecherous man. The game had entered the landing phase, and the opposing bot lane duo revealed their champions, Caitlyn and Lux, a composition designed for supreme lane pressure. Ning Ning immediately felt disheartened. I absolutely detest facing Caitlyn. I can't retaliate when she shoots at me. How could Jinx fear Caitlyn? It's fine. Just stand behind me, and I'll bait out their skills. Xia Mo reassured her. With the team compositions finalized, the blue side featured a top lane Malphite, jungle Zed, mid lane Kiana, and bot lane Caitlyn and Lux. The red side comprised Ornn in top lane, Graves in jungle, Fizz in mid, and bot lane Jinx and Bard. As the game commenced, the red side, led by Bard, opted for an early skirmish, directly invading. By chance, Caitlyn and Lux stood close together, allowing Bard to stun both with his skill. Ornn swiftly followed up with his headbutt, and Caitlyn fell instantly. Jinx, who secured an assist, activated her passive and pursued Lux, who had flashed away, ultimately claiming her as well. With 1 kill and 1 assist under her belt, Ning Ning's mood lifted significantly. Not bad, not bad. Gunan, just 7 more to go. Keep pushing. I told you to drop those 2 words. As the landing phase progressed, the opposing bot lane, now lacking summoner spells, dared not play too aggressively. Bard occasionally positioned himself in front of the minion wave, flaunting his presence. Seeing this, Lux naturally reserved her skills for Bard, but he, with his rotund figure, moved with surprising agility, dodging all of Lux's abilities while occasionally landing hits on Caitlyn during the downtime. The female marksman was, of course, displeased. Could a mere short-handed individual bully her from a distance of 650 yards? She contemplated retaliating against Bada, but soon realized an awkward truth, whether intentional or not. Bada's timing was remarkably astute. If she were to confront Bada, she would inevitably expose herself to danger, a prospect she found intolerable. Thus, she endured the situation, striking minions while absorbing damage, convinced that retribution would come in due time. Ning Ning, on the other hand, remained blissfully unaware, merely sensing that the opposing duo's pressure seemed less potent than before. The marksman hardly targeted her, and La Cussie's skills were not directed at her either. She felt quite invigorated as she farmed minions. Soon, both sides reached level 2, and Xia Mo, over voice chat, advised against imitation, instructing her to throw traps beneath the enemy when she became dizzy. Ning Ning responded with a simple acknowledgement, unsure if she truly understood. At that moment, the opposing Lux advanced, aiming to impose pressure on Jean Cussie and disrupt her farming. Xia Mo swiftly unleashed his skill, Starbound Binding, stunning Lux and a minion in place. As a diamond tier support, he was well aware of Bada's abilities, so Lux immediately repositioned to draw Bada's skill out. Yet unfortunately for her, Xia Mo had anticipated her movement. Bada's skill trajectory was swift, a type that could hardly be evaded under normal circumstances. Xia Mo, having foreseen Lux's retreat, ensured that his Starbound Binding would strike true. Ning Ning, witnessing this, rejoiced and promptly followed up with a line of traps. Just as Lux awoke from her stun, she found herself ensnared, unable to move. During this time, Jin Kusi and Bada continued their assault, with Bada applying Ignite, leading to La Kusi's demise as she had no flash to escape. Jin Kusi secured her second kill. Bada, you are truly remarkable, Ning Ning praised Xia Mo. Oh well, call me what you wish. After pushing the wave, both reached level 3 and retreated to the bushes to return to base. Upon replenishing their items, Bada chose not to return to the bot lane, but instead ambled towards the top lane. Bada, are you abandoning me? Ning Ning lamented, feigning helplessness. I am going to assist, you can huddle beneath the tower. Observing this, the viewers playfully commented, haha, Ning Ning has become an orphan. Classic. The support roams while the ADC is left to fend for herself. One viewer mused that Bada seemed to excel at irritating opponents, implying that he was adept at tilting their mentality. As Xia Mo made his way to the top lane, a fierce clash unfolded between their top and jungle players, with both mid laners also joining the fray, resulting in a chaotic 3v3. The blue side's jungle seized an opportunity, unleashing a full combo on the red side's Gangplank. Just before his demise, Gangplank used Flash, but it was a death flash, as he still bore the mark of Zed's passive, and his fate was sealed. However, at that moment, he noticed a green altar rising on the ground, emanating a soft light symbolizing life. The blue side's top lane and jungle were in pursuit of the fleeing Ornn and Fizz, yet Zed had not received any kill notifications. Just as he pondered this, a burst of golden energy erupted from the bushes, stunning both Zed and Qiyana. Ornn and Fizz swiftly counterattacked, turning the tide of battle, resulting in the blue side's jungle meeting a grim fate, leaving only a stone golem scurrying away. Watching Bada, who stood arrogantly in the gray-white screen while returning to base, the blue side's players wondered, what concern does a support have in our skirmish? Zed immediately reprimanded the marksman and La Kusi, the bot lane is down, and there wasn't even a signal? The marksman retorted, he went to the top lane directly. What could I do? Mid laner Qiyana intervened, enough bickering. It's fine, I got this. While the blue side's morale stabilized, Ning Ning's spirit began to falter. Bada, please come back. I cannot withstand their pressure any longer. Without Bada by her side, Jin Kusi truly experienced the duo's oppressive might, as the marksman and La Kusi unleashed their frustrations upon her, forcing her to consume potions and heal, yet she remained at half health. Don't worry, I'm coming. Prepare the traps. With a resounding boom, both the marksman and La Kusi were stunned. The Demolisher's grenade triggered, leaving the two incapacitated, while Jin Kusi switched to her cannon form, unleashing shot after shot upon the blue side duo. Ultimately, La Kusi fell once more, while the marksman used Flash to escape. Jin Kusi's score climbed to 3, and Ning Ning appeared positively jubilant. At that moment, a comment in the live stream caught Xia Mo's attention. Don't let her become a god. I'll send you a super fire. Was this a case of a hater? Bro, that's not cool. Besides, how can I know if you aren't just pretending to help? Xia Mo promptly muted the game voice. Oh no, Bada. Are you actually considering it? Unbelievable. Ning Ning exclaimed in alarm. Don't listen to him. I will also send super fire. I'll send 100. The commenter reappeared. Look at my account level 86. I've spent over 1 million. No need to bluff you. Wow, truly affluent. Big shot. Need a trinket? I doubt you do. Do you need a plugin? Excuse me. Is this a dating group for male testosterone? Xia Mo felt a twinge of temptation. He had yet to receive any gifts above the level of an airplane since starting his stream, and Superfire was worth 2,000 yuan, a considerable sum. However, he maintained his composure. Such actions would tarnish my reputation. How could a Superfire compare to my esteemed reputation? 3. Deal. The comments erupted. Wow. The streamer is so shameless. More money required. Ning Ning appeared on the verge of tears. Xia Mo reconnected to the game voice. My apologies, the internet briefly disconnected. Is your internet unreliable? Ning Ning inquired with concern. You cannot skimp on internet while streaming. Oh dear, my naive and innocent Ning Ning. Run. Quickly. I could hardly bear to watch again, but I decided to take a final glance. Soon, both teams resumed their confrontation in the bot lane. Xia Mo executed a cunning skill, collaborating with Jinx to eliminate misfortune. Jinx's score soared to 40. Were they really gifting kills to Jinx? Did the streamer, Chaohua, no longer desire them? Xia Mo glanced at the barrage of comments and withdrew from the game voice chat, stating, regardless, one must strive for victory. It is a matter of professionalism. Furthermore, I shall begin to secure kills now, haven't you noticed? It is essential to provide her with hope, only to ensure she never attains it. He swiftly reconnected to the voice chat, apologizing for the disconnection. Perhaps you should consult a broadband technician or activate a booster. Ning Ning suggested. The comments erupted. I've never seen someone so despicable. It's as if they embody their own wickedness. The confidence of the streamer was astonishing. Were the other 8 players merely puppets for him? Ning Ning's plight was truly unfortunate. During the time Jinx was feasting on turret damage, Xia Mo departed from the bot lane, venturing solo to roam mid. Everything unfolded as if rehearsed. Upon Xia Mo's arrival in the mid lane, the enemy jungler attacked our little fish man. The fish man evaded Qiyana's skill with a clever leap, but was still subjected to Talon's assault upon landing. Suddenly, a glaring tunnel appeared in the mid lane wall, and a rotund creature emerged, casting Starcall. Bang! Both were stunned. Shark. The enemy, Qiyana, was slain. Are you sure you can do it? Shadowblade inquired. After a skirmish over the dragon, Jinx's score escalated to 60, having acquired Berserker's Greaves and Kraken Slayer. Upon returning to the lane, Xia Mo effortlessly controlled an opponent, adding yet another kill to the tally. 70, soon to become legendary. Ning Ning beamed with excitement. I will roam for a bit. You should play it safe. Without a backward glance, Xia Mo delved into the jungle. Although Ning Ning contemplated pushing for a legendary streak, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, opting instead to focus on farming beneath the tower. In the blue side jungle, Zed diligently farmed the red buff, executing his skills with precision, Noxian diplomacy. The passive from Blade S.N. triggered. Just as the red buff was nearly vanquished, an energy orb unexpectedly sprang from the nearby brush, stunning Zed in place. A rotund figure swaggered forth, claiming the red with a basic attack accompanied by a wood spirit. Zed, enraged, thought, "You dare provoke me while I ignore you? Is the support now bullying the jungler?" With fury in his eyes, he charged forward. However, Zed had just expended his skills and could not catch Bard, who elegantly slipped through the space between the mid and inner towers and into the blue side's lower jungle. Zed disregarded all else, fixated solely on eliminating the nefarious Bard. Just as Qiyana returned to lane, she encountered Zed, who summoned her with a signal. Zed's ability, Blade S.N., was finally available. Yet as he unleashed it, Bard conjured a portal on the wall at the three wolves, vanishing through it. Pursue. Without a moment's hesitation, Zed and Qiyana dove into the portal. Chapter 31, Bard's Extraordinary Adventure, Part 2. It is widely known that there are three heroes one cannot chase: Singed, Teemo, and Bard. This ancient prophecy has been passed down through the ages, yet in this moment, Zed and Qiyana evidently forgot this wisdom. As they emerged from the portal, an energy orb struck them both, stunning them in place. Instead of fleeing, Bard began to dance, provoking their ire. Qiyana's skills came off cooldown as she advanced, attempting to ensnare Bard with her water element. To her surprise, Bard countered with Everfrost, immobilizing Qiyana first. It dawned on them that Bard's equipment was remarkably strong. In addition to his support items, he possessed Everfrost and boots, along with an ethereal soul that increased his movement speed. After freezing Qiyana, Bard continued his playful dance, sending a thumbs-up emoji in Teemo's style. Both Zed and Qiyana, their faces grim, persisted in their pursuit. The blue walls were currently traversable, and as Zed leaped over, he found Bard suddenly accelerating, gliding through the air as Bard had collected a randomly generated note, restoring mana and boosting his speed. This surge of speed proved crucial, as Zed's skills fell just short, relegating him to the role of a mere follower, trailing in the dust. The rock golem, observing this scene, prepared to unleash its own abilities, eager to engage the oblivious Bard. Bard, seemingly unaware, continued to toy with Zed and Qiyana in a merry dance. As the golem drew nearer, Zed smirked inwardly, thinking, "Perish." The unstoppable force approached. Just then, Bard halted, emitting an expression, remaining still. The golem, emerging from the fog of war, struck without warning, its impact so powerful that even professional players might struggle to react. Bang! The golem slammed into the ground, shaking the earth, yet Bard remained unscathed, sending emojis beside the golem. Silas is weak, blindly avoiding the golem's attack. At this moment, both Xia Mo's and Ning Ning's streams erupted with excitement. The comments flooded in. Is this for real? Dodging the golem without vision? Is there a script? Previously, Dongzi also suspected the streamer was scripted, but the streamer directly showed hands and screen. It's nothing unusual. I often evade the golem's attack like this. The king of boasting, huh? In the rift, the golem, Zed, and Qiyana were left in disbelief, a series of question marks directed at Bard, who was soon targeted by the golem's skill, shattering shockwaves, aiming to steal his movement speed. Just as Bard was about to be caught, a yellow node appeared before him, and with it, Bard swiftly escaped, leaving the three in his wake. The male assassin was on the verge of spewing blood in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this game created by his family? How can he collect passives like this? Aren't they supposed to be random? How does he know where the passives will spawn?" The plump Bard entered the dragon pit, once again unleashing his magical journey, transforming into a sphere and burrowing into the tunnel. Without a second thought, the trio followed suit, diving in after him. The other 6 players on the map stood agape, witnessing Bard casually stroll into the enemy's red zone, snatch a buff, and then lead a frenzied dog, the male assassin, along, leisurely wandering through the blue zone, transforming the single dog into three. With each step, he frolicked while expressing emotions and dancing, completing a lap around the map before finally arriving at his blue zone, achieving the remarkable feat of circling the rift. The three players, despite being diamond-level competitors, would never normally engage in such a fruitless endeavor, yet this mischievous bard ignited a spark of wickedness within them. They were now willing to pay any price to eliminate him. Ultimately, the trio was cornered in the blue zone of the red team and met their demise. The unfortunate male assassin, in his final moments, managed to unleash a skill aimed at Bard. Thus, Xia Mo once again sent him a thumbs-up emote of Timo. The male assassin's head was spinning. At this point, the blue team could have surrendered. They had no advantage in any lane, and their composition was not geared for the late game. However, fueled by resentment, particularly from the top and mid lane, they stubbornly refused to concede, and the game continued. With the score at 15, the opposing team had not surrendered, and the Mushroom Man's plot to tilt the opponents had failed, eliciting a chuckle. If I were in their position, I too would refuse to surrender. I must first take down this bard. With 7 kills, how could the Jinx fail to secure even one more? The streamer was no longer in a dominant position. The Mushroom Man was undoubtedly trying to sabotage my Ning Ning. How shameless. Upon reading this comment, Xia Mo casually replied, "How could that be? I am such an upright person. Why would I engage in activities that would harm my teammates? What do you take me for?" This comment was made without turning off the team voice chat, prompting Ning Ning to question, "Huh? What did you say? What do you mean by harming teammates?" "Ah, it's nothing. Some people in the comments are quite mischievous. They suggested I sabotage you, but I would never do such a thing. Rest assured, you won't die even once until the end." Xia Mo thought to himself, "Of course. You won't achieve a godlike performance either. Brother Mushroom Man, you're amazing." Ning Ning exclaimed sweetly. "Ning Ning, my dear Ning Ning. Can you please take a look at the comments? This is the 3rd time I've posted. How can there be such shameless people? The Mushroom Man is my lifelong rival." As the game progressed into the mid-phase, the blue team, aware of their disadvantage, refrained from contesting even a single dragon and focused on farming. At this moment, the male assassin, while clearing his red buff in the red zone, was spotted by their jungler, the Graves, thanks to a placed ward. Ning Ning immediately exclaimed, "Quick, quick, let's go kill that male assassin. If we take him down, I can achieve a godlike performance." Xia Mo, seeing this, could not openly obstruct her and reluctantly followed her lead towards the male assassin. Just as he had finished collecting the red buff using his passive, a missile shot out from the bushes, followed by another, quickly reducing the male assassin to a sliver of health. In a panic, he activated his ultimate to become invisible, seeking to escape. As he prepared to leap over the thick wall directly in front of him, Bard's tunnel suddenly appeared on the wall, distracted by his actions. The male assassin inadvertently dove into the tunnel, emerging on the other side. Ning Ning, observing this, rushed after him without a second thought, and naturally, as the support, Bard followed suit. However, just as Ning Ning landed and prepared to strike down the male assassin, he executed a quick maneuver and flipped back over the wall, vanishing into the fog. Ning Ning was left dumbfounded. While Bard's tunnel could traverse walls, it was one way. Once across, there was no return. And she could only stare in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Ning Ning pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Mo. "I saw him go invisible and predicted he would jump over the wall, so I followed him." Xia Mo replied innocently, as if that was genuinely his intention. After pondering for a moment, Ning Ning could find no logical flaws in his explanation and sighed. "All right, just don't be so hasty next time." Yes, there's still an opportunity," Xia Mo said, playing the part of the obedient child. The comments read, "Damn, I'm about to vomit. How can he be so good at pretending? This person must be a super scoundrel in real life, just like my ex-boyfriend, full of hot air. Oh, there are female viewers? Miss, let's be friends and play together. I'm a fantastic Yasuo." The two continued to farm quietly in the lane for a while. Ning Ning amassed enough gold for her Infinity Edge and returned to base to purchase her items. Not long after her return, a skirmish broke out in the mid lane. The blue and red teams engaged in a 3 versus 2 fight. However, due to their economic and level disadvantage, the blue team could not secure a victory even while outnumbering the enemy, leaving only a severely weakened tank being chased back by Graves. With Graves hot on his heels, the tank could only run in a straight line, and Ning Ning seized the opportunity to launch an ultimate missile from the fountain. "Oh no, that missile is bound to hit," Xia Mo thought, maintaining his composure as he unleashed his ultimate, Fate's Call, sending a golden orb towards the tank as well. The Jinx's missile seemed destined to strike, and the tank had not adjusted his position. Ning Ning was elated. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the area around the tank, freezing everything in place. The missile sailed harmlessly past the now immobilized tank, leaving no impact. A few seconds later, the freeze wore off, and Graves swiftly dispatched the tank with 2 shots. You must be doing this on purpose." Ning Ning's voice escalated in pitch. I truly did not. I aimed to preserve the tank. You can check the replay. My ultimate was cast even slightly faster than yours. How could I know you were going to use your ultimate? Xia Mo replied, his tone becoming even more innocent. Look, even Graves complimented me. The outlaw, nice job. Support. Ning Ning's mind raced, vaguely recalling that Bard's magnification might indeed have occurred a tad earlier, and it seemed that the other party was not acting with malice. Well, even if it was unintentional, I feel there is a certain incompatibility between us at present. Please keep your distance and assist the other teammates. I shall manage on my own, Ning Ning declared. You no longer wish for my protection? What happened to our promise of being each other's angels? No need for that, Ning Ning replied with a stern expression. Woe is me. I called you good brother while helping you secure the first 7 kills. And now that I am no longer of use, you cast me aside. My heart is quite heavy. Ning Ning also felt a twinge of guilt for abandoning her ally. Yet she insisted, please assist the other teammates. I am now capable of standing on my own. Very well then, Xia Mo said, feeling wronged as he departed, leaving Jinx to fend for herself in the lane. Without Xia Mo, Ning Ning began her solitary hunt for prey. However, everyone on the blue team was well aware of Jinx's bountiful state and refrained from approaching her. Moreover, with Jinx lacking hard crowd control and mobility, she was indeed quite difficult to eliminate. On the contrary, Xia Mo, having joined forces with the mid and jungle, was met with a series of triumphant announcements. Kill notifications rang out one after another, and the gangplank was on the verge of becoming unstoppable, which irked Ning Ning to no end. Suddenly, Ning Ning spotted a Lux in the jungle, diligently placing wards. Her heart soared as she dashed towards her, landing a slowing electromagnetic pulse, then deftly dodging Lux's abilities, unleashing a barrage of bullets. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. With no teammates nearby, that kill was surely hers. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Zed was engaged in a fierce battle with Bard, channeling all his pent-up frustration into the conflict, relentlessly attacking Bard's robust frame. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Then he was stunned by cosmic binding. No matter, he would awaken and strike again, only to be frozen by Everfrost. Undeterred, he pursued Bard over the wall, only to be stunned again. Upon awakening, he found himself ensnared by Bard's ultimate ability. Once the invulnerability concluded, he was promptly stunned once more, and upon regaining consciousness, he was met with a black screen. Zed stared blankly at the monochrome display as his teammates initiated a vote for surrender. This time, there were 3 votes in favor and 1 against. Just as Zed's cursor hovered over the reject button, he witnessed Bard placing both a false and true ward around his lifeless body, followed by an elated dance, accompanied by the familiar thumbs-up emote from Teemo. With a heavy heart, Zed clicked yes. The enemy team agreed to surrender. 1, 2, 3, brothers. Ning Ning was on the verge of achieving an extraordinary feat in the diamond tier. Just as her screen flickered with the last remnants of Lux's health, it abruptly veered towards the enemy base, culminating in the shattering explosion of the crystal. I refuse to play anymore, Ning Ning shrieked, pulling at her hair in despair. Meanwhile, Xia Mo offered gentle reassurances. It's all right. It's just a game. Don't cry. Ha ha. I could die laughing in this live stream. When a person is brought to such a low point, they become invincible. I used to hear this as a joke, but today I witnessed it firsthand. The nickname Mushroom Man is certainly well-deserved. I am a fan of Ning Ning, and even I feel a twinge of sympathy for her. This streaming performance is remarkably entertaining. I sense that Mushroom Man is destined to become a major streamer, perhaps one of the best. What about the boss's rockets? Xia Mo did not broach the subject of rockets, yet the viewers eagerly clamored for it. The wealthy player at level 86 did not disappoint, sending 3 rockets in swift succession. Kind-hearted individuals in Xia Mo's livestream sent forth rockets. Come and witness. Kind-hearted individuals in Xia Mo's livestream sent forth rockets. Come and witness. Kind-hearted individuals in Xia Mo's livestream sent forth rockets. Come and witness. The boss is generous. Incredible. 3 rockets, totaling 6,000 yuan after deducting platform fees. That still amounts to 3,000 yuan, enough to cover a month's salary for some in smaller locales, all from a single game. In the final moments of that match, Xia Mo simulated numerous scenarios to prevent Jinx from claiming that kill, ultimately realizing that if he single-handedly eliminated Zed and mocked him, the opposition would surrender. This exemplifies the power of foresight. It allows one to visualize the outcomes of any choices made within the game. Suppressing his excitement, Xia Mo adopted a nonchalant tone, expressing gratitude for the generous rockets, acknowledging the boss's kindness, and wishing for good health. Woe is me, has anyone sent you rockets? Here I am, so pitiful, yet no one has gifted me anything, Ning Ning lamented, rubbing her eyes in mock misery. The patrons in her livestream could hardly bear this, and a flood of gifts promptly followed. Thank you to a large-headed grouper for sending 5 rockets. Wow, you are amazing. Ning Ning's assistant will contact you to send a token of appreciation. A personal photo set from Ning Ning. Thank you, tortoise, for 52 planes. Now that Ning Ning had begun to notice the gifts, she would soon catch sight of the barrage of comments, discovering the truth of the situation. Xia Mo needed to make a hasty exit before she sought retribution. So let us conclude for today. We shall play together again when the opportunity arises. Goodbye, Xia Mo said, not allowing Ning Ning a moment to react before swiftly disconnecting. The streamer resembled a thief sneaking away with corn. One can hardly imagine Ning Ning's expression upon learning the truth. Which is more important, the game or a woman? Neither holds significance. What matters most is the meal ticket. After disconnecting, Xia Mo addressed the audience in the live stream, apologizing for not feeling well and announcing the end of the broadcast, promising to return the next day. No. We've only just begun. I've already taken off my pants. The streamer is already exhausted? Is he afraid that Ning Ning will hold him accountable? Haha. In truth, Xia Mo was not apprehensive about Ning Ning seeking him out. Though he had inadvertently put her at a disadvantage in the game, they both gained attention, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome, and he doubted she would come looking for him. Xia Mo indeed felt overwhelmed after the broadcast. Each interaction with these streamers required him to frequently employ foresight for the sake of entertainment, leading to a sense of dizziness and brain fatigue, necessitating rest to recuperate. After concluding the live broadcast, a sudden red notification illuminated the back end of his SHY account. As Xia Mo clicked on it, he discovered a message from a senior administrator of SHY's Talent Scout team. Greetings, I am responsible for direct contracts on the SHY platform. I have been closely observing your progress and believe you possess the potential to evolve into a prominent broadcaster. Additionally, I noticed that you have yet to sign with a guild, hence we would like to propose a direct contract with you. Would you consider this? Chapter 33. SHNHI Entertainment. In the current landscape of the live streaming industry, it has become increasingly rare for broadcasters to sign directly with platforms. Typically, once a streamer shows promise, they are swiftly recruited by a guild. This is primarily because guilds can assist streamers with public relations and promotions, which is crucial for those who are relatively isolated. Thus, most streamers are eager to sign with guilds. However, Xia Mo's situation was rather unique. His rapid ascent was unexpected, and therefore, larger guilds may not have fully grasped the situation, allowing the platform's administrator to seize the opportunity first. What are the specifics regarding the platform contract? I mean, in terms of benefits, Xia Mo inquired through text. As a broadcaster, he understood he could not remain in a guerrilla position indefinitely. He would eventually need to sign a contract, but he had not anticipated someone reaching out so soon. For a direct contract with us, you will need to meet a certain monthly streaming duration and adhere to specific content requirements. However, the advantage is that you will be exempt from the guild's commission on gifts. If your popularity is sufficient, the platform can also provide you with promotional placements. You can review the contract template I have sent you for specifics. The other party sent over a document. Previously, Xia Mo had little knowledge of the streaming industry and was even more oblivious to commercial contracts. Thus, he sought assistance. Mo was out, and both MSH and Xiao were unavailable, leaving only the perpetually immobile Fat Cat in the studio. He called Fat Cat over, and together they meticulously analyzed the contract from beginning to end. Xia Mo could not discern any major flaws, while Fat Cat remarked, overall, there are no significant issues. Although some minor clauses may be disadvantageous for the second party, I have had friends in the streaming industry who have viewed similar contracts, and they are generally consistent, with only slight variations. You can request amendments to those terms. What about the base salary and signing fee? Xia Mo inquired. Considering your current popularity, it is quite reasonable. At least they are not trying to exploit you and appear to be sincere. However, you may wish to negotiate further. Fat Cat adjusted his glasses as he spoke. After hearing Fat Cat's assessment, Xia Mo grasped the situation better and replied to the administrator. I have reviewed the contract and found no major issues. But could we possibly negotiate the terms of compensation? Naturally, such a request was anticipated. The administrator quickly responded. This contract has been formulated based on your current follower count, growth trajectory, and audience retention rates. It represents the best offer we can provide at this time. If you can continue to enhance your popularity during the contract period, you will certainly be entitled to negotiate a higher signing fee and salary upon renewal. The tone of this message was quite diplomatic, subtly implying, you are merely a newcomer. This is already the best offer we extend to newcomers. If you manage to achieve notable success, then you may earn the privilege of bargaining. What if my follower count were not 130,000, but rather 1 million? Would you still present me with the same contract? Xia Mo typed resolutely. The other party fell silent for a moment, undoubtedly recognizing that 1 million followers would classify him as a top-tier broadcaster. However, they continued. Even if you possess the potential for 1 million followers, that requires time, and numerous uncontrollable factors may arise. We cannot undertake such a disproportionately risky investment. Do you understand? What if it only takes a mere few weeks? The administrator could no longer suppress their curiosity and sent back a question mark. Here's the deal. I propose a wager. Let this contract remain in play. Grant me 2 weeks. If I fail to elevate my follower count to 1 million or above within this time frame, I will willingly sign a contract that is 1 tier lower than this one. However, if I succeed, I will not demand more, as I will only seek what I rightfully deserve at that time. Xia Mo sent this sequence of text and added, "How does that sound?" The other party was silent for a considerable time, likely taken aback by Xia Mo's audacity or perhaps consulting with their superior. Ultimately, after several minutes, they replied, "Such an arrangement, which benefits us without risk, is certainly acceptable. We shall await your favorable news." Having completed this negotiation, Xia Mo leaned back in his chair and exhaled a sigh of relief, only to suddenly notice Fat Cat gazing at him intently, startling him. "Cat brother, what are you doing?" Fat Cat shook his head. "Nothing. I simply did not expect you to exhibit such ambition, reminiscent of my youthful days. But I shall refrain from further comments." "Cat brother, you are hardly old yourself," Xia Mo remarked. "Do you think I might be a bit too audacious?" "I honestly did not anticipate speaking in such a manner. I used to be quite timid. Yet, in this matter, I genuinely feel confident." "That is reassuring. MSH's studio is about to produce a major broadcaster." Interestingly, MSH has previously dabbled in managing broadcasting companies, but none of his recruits ever made it. This time, however, it seems that an unintentional turn of events has blossomed into a fruitful outcome. Fat Cat chuckled, resembling a Mithriya Buddha. As they exchanged laughter, Xia Mo's SHY private messages lit up once more. Upon inspection, he found a message from an account named SHNHI Entertainment. "This is SHNHI Entertainment reaching out. You are likely familiar with us as the leading guild on SHY. We wish to invite you to join our guild. Here is our contract for your review. Please respond once you have examined it." The direct and unceremonious tone of the message caused Xia Mo to furrow his brows. SHNHI Entertainment? ISNT that the guild where Ng is affiliated? It seems they must have learned about him through Ng and followed the trail. Without further ado, he and Fat Cat reviewed the contract once more. This contract contained numerous clauses that could be deemed predatory, with unreasonably low compensation and the guild taking a 30 cut from gifts, leaving Xia Mo with a mere 20. Judging solely by these terms, this contract was far inferior to the one offered directly by SHY, essentially exploiting newcomers. "I cannot accept this arrangement. To be frank, I have already decided to sign directly with the SHY official platform," Xia Mo replied. "Official direct signing? Do not blame me for not informing you. In this day and age, the official direct signing is merely a ruse. Consider the prominent streamers. How many are not affiliated with a guild? Surely, the officials have promised you a recommendation position, have they not? Reflect on this. With so many streamers across the platform, each one vying for a recommendation position, and with only a handful available, when will it ever be your turn? Only those of us in substantial guilds can secure such recommendations. Moreover, do not be deceived by the apparent commission rates. The public relations and marketing support our guild offers are potential benefits that the officials cannot provide. Once you sign a contract with the platform, do not regret it. If someone decides to orchestrate a smear campaign against you, employing trolls to defame you, you will have nowhere to seek solace." "What do you mean by that?" Xia Mo sensed the insinuation in the latter part of the conversation. "It means nothing. Just the literal interpretation." Of course, the other party would never admit it, yet their attitude was sufficiently contemptuous, as though they had Xia Mo entirely in their grasp. Xia Mo felt a strong aversion towards Shanghai Entertainment and replied directly, "It seems we are not acquainted. So I would appreciate it if you refrained from concerning yourself with my affairs. The terms of this contract are unacceptable to me. Thus, I must decline." The audacity of the response caught the other party off guard. They left with a curt remark, promising to see Xia Mo again. "You need not create unnecessary enemies," Fat Cat remarked from behind. "I simply cannot abide their arrogance," Xia Mo retorted boldly, "and I am fully aware of my capabilities. Unless they hire an assassin in real life to eliminate me, their online tactics cannot hinder my progress." After all, having spent days streaming, Xia Mo had come to appreciate the formidable nature of his unique ability, as well as the fundamental rules of the industry. His skills were perfectly tailored for streaming. If possessing a singular superpower among the 7 billion people in the world could not carve out a niche for him, he might as well find a tree to hang himself from. It was a rare moment for Xia Mo, filled with a sense of boldness. Chapter 34. The cross-industry battle of streamers. After hearing about Xia Mo's wager with Shark Platform, Wu Gu, Amao, and Mu Shu all rallied to support him. Xiao Jiu was equally thrilled to learn that a streamer with 1 million followers was emerging in their midst, as if the impending fame were his own. He frequently visited the studio to watch Xia Mo's streams. Following the day when he duo queued with Ning, Xia Mo refrained from crashing into another streamer, as too frequent collisions would lead any reasonable person to suspect foul play. Nevertheless, Ning had indeed brought considerable traffic to Xia Mo. with a popular video capturing a moment of chaos featuring Dongzi, Laoze, and Ning Ning, edited to a catchy tune and Team OS cheeky laughter, which garnered significant attention. Watching the video brought Xia Mo great amusement, though the side effect was that his reputation as Mushroom Man spread further, resulting in a daily influx of new viewers eager to see him play, necessitating multiple explanations about his infrequent Teemo gameplay. Within a few days, the viewers drawn by various videos helped Xia Mo surpass the significant milestone of 200,000 followers, though the growth rate had noticeably slowed. At this pace, achieving 1 million followers within the 15-day deadline seemed utterly implausible. However, Xia Mo remained unperturbed, leisurely going about his days. In truth, he had set his sights on an upcoming event hosted by Shark, titled the Cross-Industry Battle of Streamers. As the name implies, this event encourages streamers to venture beyond their usual domains. For instance, League of Legends streamers might try their hand at fighting games, while shooting game streamers could explore outdoor projects. However, such diversions might not yield substantial results, as the ability to generate entertaining content in a new field remains uncertain. Therefore, during the event, each streamer crossing over would be paired with another streamer as a teammate, allowing them to explore the new territory together. This pairing adds intrigue, as the contrasting personalities, streaming styles, and popularity of the match streamers could reveal previously unknown facets of their characters. In essence, this event is an official endorsement of crossovers, and its primary aim is to channel traffic towards mid-tier streamers and invigorate the overall streaming atmosphere on the platform. However, since this is the inaugural hosting of such an event, its actual effectiveness remains to be seen. The method of pairing streamers for the crossover is quite engaging. It is not as simple as pressing a button for an instant match. Instead, participants must engage in a mini-game reminiscent of a three-dimensional pinball, ultimately selecting a teammate based on closely matched scores. For novices, scoring in this game tends to be somewhat random, allowing established streamers to score highly by chance. With deeper analysis, it is possible to develop score control techniques, theoretically enabling one to match with a prominent streamer. Yet, the practical execution is fraught with challenges, as each participant has only one opportunity, making it a high-stakes endeavor. The officials devised this essentially random, yet not entirely random matching method for entertainment purposes, and many streamers have been live streaming while experimenting with this minigame. Xia Mo, however, had not researched this game, nor had he mentioned it during his streams, yet he had already formulated a strategy in his mind. He realized that his unique ability was not solely effective in League of Legends, but could be applied across all video games. Indeed all, from the classic Minesweeper and Tetris to various single-player games and globally popular online games. As long as it is electronic, his ability could be utilized whenever Xia Mo wished. He could predict the consequences and chain reactions stemming from each choice he made, even extending to online games like poker, chess, and Go. This means that while Xia Mo is virtually unbeatable in online chess, he remains a mediocre player in real life, thus closing off the possibility of pursuing a professional chess career. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, the avenues available to Xia Mo are abundant. For instance, in this minigame, while others have only one chance, Xia Mo can simulate countless scenarios in his mind to achieve a score closely matching that of a prominent streamer, meaning he can choose to share the screen with whomever he desires. Initially, this event was exclusively open to signed streamers. However, as Xia Mo was bound to sign with the platform sooner or later, he requested a slot from the senior moderator, thus exercising a slight privilege. The moderator did not object, as he remained skeptical that Xia Mo could amass over 1 million followers in less than 10 days. Even with this privilege, it would not significantly alter the outcome. Finally, the first round of the Sharks cross-border battle event commenced, with top streamers eagerly posting their scores, easily discoverable with a bit of inquiry. This was also a requirement from the officials, designed to provide mid-tier and lower-tier streamers a chance to compete. In the undisputed #1 live stream, where Shark held a lead nearly twice that of the second place, a spirited young man with a buzz cut, exuding an aura of street-savvy confidence, was engrossed in this matching minigame while boasting to his viewers. Isn't this just 3D pinball? I've played it to the point of exhaustion. Back in the day, my old computer could barely run anything and kept disconnecting, so I played this and scored over 8 million points at my peak. It's quite simple. This game is hardly different. I could easily score 10 million points without anyone being able to match me, right? He boasted, puffing up his chest. 8 million points? When I played, scoring a few 100,000 made me the best in my neighborhood. Oh, look at that. Big Monkey can use idioms now. A green oasis in a cultural desert? Someone teased. Dream on. There have been streamers who surpassed 20 million points long ago. This streamer, known as Desu, was undoubtedly the top dog of Shark, having been lured from elsewhere with an exorbitant price. In the streaming world, he was nearly a legend. Primarily a streamer since ancient times and renowned for many speedrunning videos. He later transitioned to live streaming, steadily increasing in popularity, even prolonging the life of the ancient game Dungeon and Fighter by several years. His popularity remained evergreen, making him a perennial presence. Dessous opened the game, and suddenly, a hand covered his eyes. Let me show you a trick. I'll play blindfolded, relying solely on sound and feel. I can still score 50,000 points. Do you believe that? If you score 100,000, I'll eat my hat, came the retort from the chat. It doesn't matter. Streamers will flock to try and compete with Dessous. Dessous covered his eyes, gripped the mouse, and chanted, "Get ready, set." The screen displayed the pinball being launched, navigating through several passages, colliding with a few pillars, only to plummet straight down through the center opening of the map. The game chimed with its ending tune. Upon hearing the music, Dessous sneaked a peek through a small gap in his fingers, a sly grin spreading across his face. 300 points. The lowest score in history. He sputtered, nearly spraying water onto his computer screen. Isn't this more challenging than scoring a few million points? I've never seen a ball drop straight down like that. It seemed Dessous' score might indeed fail to find a match. As not everyone could manage such a ridiculous feat rather than feeling embarrassed, Dessous took pride in it, chuckling, "See? This is called skill. I casually scored 300 points. Can you do that?" The chat erupted in a chorus of mockery. Meanwhile, Xia Mo opened the minigame almost simultaneously, asking his viewers, "How do you play this game? Do you just click the mouse like this?" The little ball lethargically bounced out, traversing a few tunnels and striking some pillars, only to drop straight down again. 300 points. Wow, I just came from Dessous' stream, and someone else scored 300 points too? Ha ha ha. Are these two streamers about to connect? To be honest, I always thought Xia Mo shared a similar style with Dessous. Both were rather cheeky, exemplifying the saying that birds of a feather flock together. Dessous received a system alert indicating someone matched his score, prompting a cross-border collaboration. A young fellow from the League of Legends section also scored 300 points. Likely as charming as I am, he is about to join in. Brothers, let us dress up for this young man and show him the hospitality of 8 million warriors. Dessous grinned, revealing a big white smile. Isn't that the recent sensation, the Mushroom Man, who excels at creating entertaining content? He can surely pull off something unique in this old game. I doubt he has even heard of it. Dessous pointed at the chat and remarked, "Hey, how can you speak like that? How can you diminish others' aspirations while inflating your own? 8 million warriors aren't mere words. Even if others stop playing, I'm still here. I want fall. All right, enough talk. The young man has sent me a request to connect." With that, Dessous accepted the connection request. Xia Mo's voice came through. "Hello, brother Dessous. I've long admired you." Dessous replied boisterously, "Are you called Xia Tian? Don't be formal with me. The last thing I want is pleasantries. Since you're here for a cross-border stream, I must ensure you feel at home. By the way, have you played before?" "I have. I loved playing during middle school when it was still the level 60 version, and I watched your videos back then. I just haven't played much since. See, I told you, I still have influence." Dessous turned to the audience. He managed to bring back an old player. The operators deserve a round of applause. He then turned back to Xia Mo. "Since you've played, that's great. Are we grinding for levels, diving into the abyss, or battling together? It's up to you." Just as Xia Mo pondered, Dessous' phone on the desk suddenly rang. He initially intended to dismiss the call, but upon glancing at the number, he answered, "Hello?" The voice on the other end rambled on, and after a brief exchange, Dessous reluctantly acquiesced. Hanging up, he turned to Xia Mo with a wry smile. "Apologies, young brother. A boss has been insisting I help him enhance his gear. He has been begging me for days. You know, with the title of the King of Equipment Enhancement in the national server hanging over my head, it brings more trouble than it's worth. I will first assist him in equipping himself, and then accompany you. What do you think? Is it self-proclaimed? I cannot ascertain if he is the king of amplification, but I certainly believe he is the foremost in the national server when it comes to fragmenting equipment." The proprietor is quite muddled. Xia Mo, of course, would not lack in sensitivity. He promptly replied, "No problem, Sugu, but may I request a small favor? Could I watch as you equip yourself?" "What harm could there be? If you wish to watch, then watch," Dessous replied, and subsequently found an account for Xia Mo. The two ventured together into the proprietor's major server. Amplification and enhancement are the most direct means of augmenting equipment attributes in the game Dungeon and Fighter. Equipment that has been amplified or enhanced will display a notation indicating how many times it has undergone amplification, and the higher the number, the better the attributes. Between amplification and enhancement, amplification offers superior effects, albeit at a greater cost. Generally, an ordinary player can amplify a piece of equipment to a maximum of 10. Any attempts beyond that, should they fail, would result in the equipment shattering, rendering the effort futile. Of course, the affluent do not concern themselves with such matters. They purchase exorbitantly priced equipment protection tickets, allowing them to retain their equipment even in the event of a failed amplification. There are numerous amplification enthusiasts in the national server, sporting an entire ensemble of 14 and 15 level equipment. each costing tens of thousands. Desu had logged into the account of the account holder, and the equipment slated for amplification was a level 100 epic great sword, divine intent. The account holder aimed to amplify it to level 16, which would conservatively require an expenditure of 1 million. Should fortune be unkind, the cost could soar to several million. Thus, the account holder had prepared a full inventory of equipment protection tickets and contradiction crystals. The contradiction crystals are materials used for amplification in Dungeon and Fighter. To amplify to a certain level, several contradiction crystals must be utilized. The quantity of crystals in this inventory could suffice to purchase a house in an ordinary city. Yet for the wealthy, it is merely for a piece of virtual equipment, leaving Xia Mo astounded. At this juncture, Desu retrieved the materials and the great sword, making his way to the amplification merchant, Karente, within the game. The great sword was already at level 14, and Desu placed it in the enhancement slot. After reciting an unintelligible incantation, he shouted, "Make it happen," and then clicked the amplification button. The antiquated equipment amplifier emitted a hazy blue light, which intensified until it reached a peak, only to extinguish abruptly, followed by a disheartening shattering sound. The amplification protection ticket count diminished by 1. You have failed to amplify divine intent to level 14. However, due to the amplification protection ticket, the equipment did not shatter, and the amplification level has reverted to 0. This is the insidious nature of the equipment amplification system. The sword was originally at level 14, and while it seemingly only differs by 2 minor digits from level 16, the ascent is fraught with formidable challenges. Once amplification surpasses level 10, any failure, even without shattering the equipment, results in the amplification level reverting to 0, necessitating a complete restart. Moreover, the success rate for amplification is inherently low, and under such a mechanism, numerous level 14 weapons may not achieve level 16. Clearing his throat, Desu remarked, "What a dismal start, but I, Desu, have faced countless storms. Otherwise, I would not deserve the title of Amplification King. Let us continue." With that, Desu began anew to amplify the weapon. Level 6, success. Level 7, success. Level 8, failure. Equipment reverted to level 5. Level 6, failure. Level 6, success. Level 7, failure. Level 7, failure. Level 7, success. Level 8, failure. Equipment reverted to level 5. Level 6, failure. Xia Mo watched intently, his eyes darting, hesitating to speak. Chapter 36. Heir of Longhu Mountain at long last. After Desu expended a mountain of contradiction crystals, he finally amplified the great sword to level 12. Levels 12 and 13 represent a critical juncture, with a notably low success rate. Desu recited an even longer and more obscure incantation, even performing a brief dance, before preparing to click the amplification button. Just then, the previously silent Xia Mo interjected, "Su Go, may I offer a word of counsel?" Desu paused his actions. "What wisdom do you possess, my young brother?" Xia Mo extended his hand, stroking his bald chin as if in deep thought, shaking his head, and saying, "I see that you toil so hard in your endeavors, and I feel a twinge of compassion. To be frank, my ancestors were practitioners of the Longhu Mountain Taoist tradition. Although I have long returned to secular life, I have inherited some true teachings, including the ability to attract good fortune and avert misfortune, as well as divination. Though my current understanding of the Tao has diminished, I possess the ability to discern subtle signs. Specifically, I can infer auspiciousness and inauspiciousness from the fluctuations in your facial features. Based on my observations, I surmise that your attempt to amplify this equipment will most likely result in failure." The barrage of comments. What sort of livestream is this? Longhu Mountain Taoists have emerged? Is this permissible? Is someone propagating feudal superstition? I've been watching Gunan for nearly half a month and never knew he had this talent. Can the host help me figure out my surname? Upon hearing Xia Mo's elaborate ruse, Desu was left dumbfounded, pondering how far his brother would go for entertainment. The issue at hand was rather absurd. If his amplification succeeded this time, how would Xia Mo retract his statement? As for the so-called Taoist skills, Desu had not a shred of belief. If one truly possessed such abilities, they would be revered by the powerful in reality, not engaged in gaming live streams. "Brother, are you jesting? What if I succeed this time?" Desu could only respond in kind. "If you succeed this time, I shall give you a super fire donation." Xia Mo replied with a composed demeanor. "Very well, since Xia Mo is willing to invest, Desu shall play along with his act. You said it. Tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream have heard. This time it is bound to succeed. Here I go." Once more, a surge of blue light appeared, and the captivating music resonated again. However, at the pinnacle, everything abruptly halted, followed by another sound of shattering, and the equipment's amplification level reverted to 0 once again. What the? It truly failed. Gunan can really predict the future? Desu exclaimed, "Come now, it's just a stroke of luck. The failure probability is so high, 9 times out of 10 it fails. I could do it too." Desu remarked to Xia Mo, the comments are right. The failure probability of this amplification is too high to prove anything. Next time, Brother Su. Do you believe that you can successfully enhance from level 12 to 13 in one attempt? Xia Mo smiled faintly, exuding an aura of wisdom. Is that for real? At this moment, Desu was beginning to entertain a sliver of belief, although he still found it rather absurd. If I am incorrect, I shall offer 2 rare items. Xia Mo added fuel to the fire. The probability of enhancing from level 12 to 13 is approximately 20%. Desu initially had no expectation of success this time. But upon hearing Xia Mo's words, he inexplicably felt a surge of confidence. After enduring a series of frustrating ups and downs, he finally reached level 12 again. This time, Desu didn't even utter a spell and directly placed the colossal sword for enhancement. Ding! Accompanied by a melodious tune, the screen displayed the words "enhancement successful." The live stream erupted with excitement. Is this for real? Can it really be calculated? A half-sage? Could it be that he has mastered the game? How is that possible? It was all Desu's doing. I still believe this is just a matter of luck, a mere fluke. Desu was also taken aback. If he initially believed only 10%, now he was about 70% convinced. Moreover, he noticed the popularity of the live stream skyrocketing. Secretly admiring Xia Mo's ability to create programmatic effects. No wonder he could rise to prominence in such a short time. Now, for the sake of popularity, even if he only believed 70%, he had to pretend to believe fully and continue cooperating with Xia Mo. Master Xia. Desu excitedly bowed to Xia Mo on the screen. Teach me, Master Xia. Xia Mo unfolded a small fan, commonly used by Wu, with a snap, revealing the 4 characters by Yu Xiuhua. Do not rush, do not rush. Now that I have entered the game, I shall naturally see you through. As long as you follow my instructions, reaching level 16 will be a walk in the park. Master Xia, what should I do next? Desu asked eagerly. Xia Mo waved the fan, saying, enhancing from 13 to 14 is both difficult and easy. One must understand that to gain, one must first learn to let go. Master, I understand. I will immediately go to your live stream and offer rare items. Desu thought Xia Mo was asking for a favor, though he felt a bit uneasy. He promptly responded, "Ah no." Xia Mo hurriedly interrupted. "If you give me money, you will harm me, burdening me with such karma. What I mean by letting go is to allow everything to return to its natural state." Return to nature? What does that mean? Desu was a bit confused. Think about it. Where did all these coins in your backpack come from? Xia Mo guided impatiently. The host spent money to buy them from merchants. Desu replied candidly. Xia Mo rolled his eyes. That is not what I mean. I am asking where these coins originally came from. Did they not drop from the monsters in the game? Yes, so what? Desu was even more puzzled. Thousands of players diligently slay monsters, only knowing to take without giving back. Such actions disrupt the natural order. One must understand that the cycle of heaven and earth emphasizes harmony. Now, you need to find 10 maps within the game, enter them, do not kill any monsters, and drop 100 million coins on the ground in each map before exiting. After dropping 1 billion coins, return to enhance. Reaching level 14 will be guaranteed. Xia Mo stated confidently. Before Desu could respond, the live stream erupted. What the heck? Throwing coins on the ground can lead to successful enhancement? What kind of principle is this? Brothers, I am logging in. My weapon has been stuck at 14 and cannot reach 15. Is that so? This is nonsense, absolute nonsense. Do you think the programmers at Penguin are incompetent? If there were such a loophole, they would have been fired long ago. The comments flooded in, and Xia Mo waved his fan, saying, do not be curious and attempt this. This is a personal assessment I conducted for Desu and is not universally applicable. I once read about this method in a novel. I'm back. Why didn't you say so earlier? My weapon at level 14 shattered. You owe me. Is this some kind of online scam? Can the streamer take me as a disciple? I want to learn. If I master this technique, I could make a fortune online. Xia Mo responded. Have you not heard that revealing secrets can shorten one's life? Although my method does not carry such severe consequences, it cannot be used carelessly. Today, I encountered Brother Su, and thus I could not resist showcasing it. Desu was truly astonished in his years of playing this game. He had never met anyone who could guarantee 100% enhancement success. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, young brother, are you truly a player or are you a game administrator, one who possesses countless privileges and equipment? Altering the enhancement probability secretly is not impossible. Yet I have never heard of anyone like you. Xia Mo laughed. Brother Su, I am just a small streamer of League of Legends. Do I seem like one? Then how did you manage to do it? Desu pressed further. Did I not tell you? I calculated it, Xia Mo replied, lightly waving the paper fan. Desu was momentarily stunned, then raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. If I continue to call you young brother, it would be disrespectful. From now on, we shall call you Xia Banxian. Xia Banxian, my weapon is still 2 levels away. How do I proceed? You tell me how, and I will follow. Xia Banxian. Xia Banxian. Does she be Nexi and accept disciples? In an instant, the barrage was flooded with the words, "Xi Be Nexi N." Initially, Xi Mo intended to decline, but upon reflection, the name Xi Be Nexi N sounded far more melodious than GNN, thus he reluctantly complied. Ahem. Ascending from level 14 to 15 is no trivial feat. Achieving this step requires more than mere luck, necessitating the borrowing of fortune. How does one go about borrowing luck? The master has yet to clarify, as DX wore a face of flattery. As Xi Mo cryptically explained, you must proceed in such and such a manner to ultimately succeed. Is it truly feasible? DX expressed his skepticism. With a glare, Xi Mo reiterated, if you fail, come to me for tenfold compensation. Consequently, players across 6 major regions witnessed a flurry of announcements. SH and L and J Su. I am purchasing crystals of conflict at a high price, 100 each. Limited to 100 per person, total of 1,000. Stop, when filled. The entire online player base was bewildered by this proclamation. Crystals of conflict were abundant in the auction house, priced at 100,000 each. Who would be foolish enough to buy them at 10 times the price? Surely this was another scheme. Players had been deceived by countless con artists and were now wise to such tricks. DX shouted for several minutes without any response. He then followed Xi Mo's instructions and proclaimed, I am currently attempting to enhance from level 14 to 15, specifically seeking to borrow luck. I am not a fraud. Those with crystals, please come forth. Upon seeing this, players recalled the recent announcement of a successful enhancement. Realizing that this individual had reached level 14 and was now attempting level 15, clearly a wealthy fool with excessive funds. With that, many were happy to assist, as it was mutually beneficial. In no time, DX's screen was inundated with trade requests. He accepted the first 10, each paying 100 million gold coins for 100 crystals of conflict. The players who successfully traded stifled their laughter, while those who missed out lamented their misfortune at not seizing the opportunity. However, their joy quickly turned to dismay as another server-wide announcement followed. Player SH and LNJ Su has successfully enhanced the divine intent to level 15. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. Could it truly be effective? Several prominent figures across the 6 regions imitated the announcement, calling for enhancement luck, offering 100 million for 100 crystals of conflict, and 20 billion for 2,000, stopping once filled. Whether or not these individuals achieved successful enhancements was beyond DX's concern. He was simply reveling in his newfound success. Although the viewers in the live stream initially joined in the chant for Xi Be Nexi in as mere jest, they became increasingly convinced after witnessing consecutive successes, transitioning from amusement to skepticism, questioning both science and their worldview. Finally, a master had emerged, DX exclaimed excitedly. While he had seen level 16 enhancements before, his own account boasted level 17 enhancements, claiming the title of the top combat power in the national server, achieved through a staggering investment of nearly 15 million in real currency. However, this time, the price offered by the boss was 1,500,000 for a level 16 enhancement. He never anticipated achieving it for merely a few thousand, a substantial profit. In truth, Xi Mo was drenched in cold sweat, as he had previously boasted of a tenfold compensation for failure. DX spent 10 billion gold coins, equating to 6,000 in real currency, thus tenfold would amount to 60,000, with an outstanding debt of 100,000 to MSH. Where could he procure the additional 60,000? Yet, for the sake of showmanship and popularity, he had no choice but to take the risk. Fortunately, the DJVU did not disappoint him. Although the account was operated by DX, he could immerse himself in DX's perspective to utilize abilities, thus knowing precisely when to enhance for guaranteed success. The final enhancement would likely require slightly more than the previous attempts, Xi Mo noted. No worries, Master Xi. The owner's expectation is 1,500,000, and thus far only a few thousand have been spent, as long as success is assured. Spending 1 million is not excessive, DX reassured, patting his chest. Very well, you should know that in ancient times, the emergence of divine swords required offerings. This sword is no different, needing the souls of other divine artifacts for its refinement. Go to the auction house and procure a level 15 magic sword Apophis, a level 15 luminous starfall blade, a level 15 twin dragon shadow blade, and a level 15 dark moon blade. Enhance all these to fragments before attempting to enhance the divine intent. Chapter 38, The Battle for the Enhancement King. My goodness, those were memories. The nostalgia of lost youth suddenly assailed me. I recall a night when a certain net CAF manager exploded a magic sword, and everyone in the CAF rushed to see. Alas, I was once deceived by a scammer after claiming a meteor sword, a grievance I still harbor. These weapons were relics from an earlier level 60 version. Cherished dreams for countless veteran players, and by the current version, they had lost their utility, becoming mere collectibles, many of which were now discontinued. Nonetheless, they could still be found in the auction house, albeit rarely at such high enhancements. DX scoured the auction house, but could not find everything. resorting to purchasing unenhanced versions to enhance himself. Although reaching level 15 was challenging, the enhancement cost was low, with each requiring only a few thousand to achieve. Ultimately, DX gathered the renowned swords requested by Xia Mo and placed them one by one into the enhancement device of the unscrupulous merchant Kil. My heart aches. My youth is shattering. Another precious artifact is lost to the shadows. Curse that wealthy fool for using items worth tens of thousands as mere fodder. Unsurprisingly, not a single one of the level 15 enhancements succeeded, resulting in total destruction, a testament to the harrowing probabilities. DX was unfazed. Racing to the enhancement merchant KLNT, placing the level 15 Divine Intent Greatsword inside. Player SHNLNJ Su successfully enhanced the Divine Intent to level 16. The entire server trembled. 16 shillings NZHY 11 ing equipment level. Epic Supreme. 100. Greatsword Physical Attack Power 1475. Amplification. Additional Physical Attack Power 1427. Amplification. Dimensional Power 463. Magic Attack Power 1106. Independent Attack Power 770. Strength 81. Slow Attack Speed. Weapon Physical Skill 20. Cooldown Time 10. Weapon Magic Skill 10. Magic Resistance 985. Casting Speed 2. All Attribute Resistance 20. All Attribute Enhancement 50. All Classes 185. All Skills, excluding 2 Special Skills, all Classes 100. All skills excluding 2 special skills. Skill increase effect cannot exceed skill limit when attacking. Additional damage increase of 35. Skill attack power 24. Equipment attribute operation key input consumes 1 colorless small crystal, generating an illusion of the war god to attack enemies in front. Cooldown time 30 seconds. This greatsword is crafted in the image of the war god. Weight 4. Durability 45 price 30 528 gold. In this era of the game's gradual decline, few are willing to lavishly enhance an item besides major streamers. Generally speaking, this weapon with a level 16 enhancement costs as much as a luxury car. The Mercedes series is the most high-end series of Mercedes. Yet a Mercedes 400 is priced at merely 1 million yuan. The comparison is indeed astonishing. How about it, DX? Should you relinquish your title as the enhancement king of the national server to me? Xia Mo teased with a smile. DX, coming back to his senses from the shock, touched his short hair and said, I dare not claim the title of enhancement king of the national server anymore. But I am still unconvinced. Unconvinced? Xia Mo asked in surprise. I have taken your title. How can you be unconvinced? DX grinned. Although the title of enhancement king belongs to you now, I still hold the title of reinforcement king of the national server. I challenge you to a contest of reinforcement. How does that sound? Is DX trying to keep the show going? Xia Mo glanced at DX and the online viewer count in his live stream, which had already surpassed 300,000. Since they were participating in a cross-border event, the audience was counted together. Despite DX being the #1 streamer with nearly 20 million followers, the industry is well aware of the inflated numbers. It is considered impressive to have 100,000 viewers online simultaneously during a regular live stream. What does 300,000 viewers signify? The largest sports arena in the country, the Bird's Nest, has a full capacity of 910,000. Thus, 300,000 could fill 3 birds' nests and more. Although most of these viewers are fans of DX or drawn by his fame, who knows if they won't convert into fans of Xia Mo afterward. Thinking of this, Xia Mo was filled with excitement and readily agreed to DX's proposal. All right, let us compete then. How shall we compare? We each take a low-level weapon and see who can enhance it to a higher level, DX proposed. You will use your Long Hush and Dao techniques, and I will rely on my ancestral reinforcement methods, and we shall see who excels. What ancestral reinforcement methods? Isn't it merely throwing money at it? Xia Mo understood clearly. DX was evidently willing to spend whatever it took to gather attention. Having just made a considerable profit from that boss, DX certainly wasn't concerned about a small sum. Fine, let us do it that way. Xia Mo readily accepted. After some discussion, both of them purchased a low-level weapon from the auction house. DX bought a level 5 purple-grade blunt weapon, the firewood stick, while Xia Mo acquired a level 5 purple-grade katana, the autumn leaf blade. Both weapons were already discontinued, and, due to their innate fire attribute attack, were considered small treasures in their time. In addition to the firewood stick, DX also purchased a large number of blue-grade katanas, all above level 13, with the highest being level 19, spending several thousand yuan just on these katanas. Those unfamiliar with the game might not understand what was happening, but the seasoned viewers smiled knowingly. The padding has arrived. In the game Dungeon Fighter, the success rate for enhancement is notoriously low, to the point of being outrageous. Furthermore, with high-level enhancements, a failure results in the destruction of the equipment, prompting players to develop various esoteric methods for enhancement, such as the broken line method, channel switching method, and dungeon farming method, among others. Among these, The most well-known and widely used is the padding method, which involves tossing a pile of high-level broken items into the enhancement furnace to serve as a cushion before attempting to enhance the desired equipment. If many consecutive low-level items fail and break, it is then deemed acceptable to toss in the desired equipment. This method, in essence, serves as psychological comfort. Yet many will argue about concepts like pseudo-randomness, similar to the theory of gambling for critical hits, and no one can truly convince the other. Regardless, DX personally loves using padding. It certainly enhances the livestream experience compared to plain enhancement attempts. Shall we begin together? DX inquired of Xia Mo. You go first. I'll wait for your equipment to break before I proceed. Xia Mo replied with a slight smile. Hey, DX exclaimed in dissatisfaction. You're taking advantage of me. Aren't you? Brothers, can I endure this? I must hit at least level 20 today to live up to my title as the reinforcement king. With that, DX approached Kelly's enhancement furnace and spent a considerable amount of time enhancing his firewood stick to level 12. Enhancements below level 12 do not result in equipment destruction upon failure, so the main event was just beginning. And this was precisely when the padding method was to be employed. Brothers, if the padding fails 4 times in a row, I'll go for the stick. Break for me. Chapter 39, Stirring the Penguin. Bang, 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 bang. This was the sound of DX using padding, and as expected, all 4 blue-quality katanas shattered. Go. Ding. Player SHNL and J Su successfully enhanced the firewood stick to level 13. A good start, brothers. Su, brimming with confidence, pressed forward with unrelenting determination, intent on shattering 5 mats in swift succession. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him this time, as the mats remained unbroken and instead reinforced successfully, even chaining together twice. Undeterred, he proclaimed with a grin, "No worries, good things come to those who wait. I have a premonition that this time it will surely succeed." The brothers rallied behind him, chanting shatter. Instantly, the screen was awash with the word shatter, as the mats fell in a glorious 5-fold destruction. Su inserted the flame Nanmu staff into the enhancement machine, urging, make it happen. Player Shenluan Jishui achieved a successful enhancement to level 14 of the flame Nanmu staff. With a surge of vigor, he commanded, let us go. Player Shenluan Jishui succeeded in enhancing the flame Nanmu staff to level 15. This time, the mats shattered in an astonishing 8-fold success, and he pushed onward, achieving level 16. At this moment, all players across the server turned their attention to this extravagant display of enhancing a low-tier item. Many viewers recognized Su and rallied to support him with their modestly priced horns, exclaiming, the king of enhancements in the national server is incredible. Let us go. Su, I want to have your children. Su, pointing and boasting to Xia Mo, declared, did you see that? This is the prestige of the king of enhancements. Not bad, but soon this title will belong to me, Xia Mo retorted. Hey, I advise you, young man, not to be too arrogant. Just wait. Player Shenluan Jishui successfully enhanced the flame Nanmu staff to level 17 and then to level 18. Su is amazing. The probability of enhancement is even lower than augmentation. What's going on today? Players on the server were in an uproar, for a level 18 weapon was a rare sight, especially one that had not utilized an equipment protection ticket for its enhancement. In Dungeon and Fighter, enhanced gear would exhibit a transformation in visual effects. Below level 10 radiated white light, levels 10 to 13 shimmered blue, levels 13 to 15 glowed purple, and anything above level 15 emanated a striking red. Su held the level 18 flame Nanmu staff, which sparkled with a resplendent red light, resembling a miniature sun. If all went according to plan, this might be the highest level enhancement ever achieved in Dungeon and Fighter. For not everyone possesses the leisure or means to enhance a level 5 weapon. Those marketing accounts riding on Su's coattails would surely have new articles to write. So, are you convinced now? Su boasted, secretly surprised at his own success. Only level 18. You're still far from challenging me, Xia Mo responded, not even glancing his way. Alright, you wait. I'll push it to level 20 today. Su had already spent tens of thousands on mats. Yet he didn't team mind. Today he was determined to compete with Xia Mo. After a dozen failed attempts, Su placed the level 18 flame Nanmu staff onto the enhancement platform. Success. Player Shenluan Jishui achieved level 19 on the flame Nanmu staff. Did you see that, brothers? Destiny is on my side today, Su exclaimed, nearly bouncing off the walls in excitement. Living up to the nickname bestowed upon him by his fans, Big Monkey. With the final level in sight, he began to chant a battle song. The well-known good fortune comes familiar to all in Huaxia. Su, feeling uncertain, sought the aid of metaphysical forces. Fold 1,000 paper cranes. Tie them with a red ribbon. Make kind-hearted people enjoy good fortune every day. As the song played, Su solemnly placed the level 19 flame Nanmu staff onto the enhancement platform. He clicked the mouse decisively, then suddenly darted away, covering his ears and eyes with his clothing, shouting, I can't bear to watch. Please, Ma Baba, If you grant me success this time, I will bow to you. I'll bow 100,000 times. Classic ostrich behavior. Unwilling to confront reality, he became yet another devoted follower of old Ma. Amid the growing brilliance, the thrilling music that accompanied his previous attempts did not play. Instead, a heart-wrenching shattering sound rang out, though Desu, lost in the song of good fortune, failed to hear it. Player Shin Luan Ji Shue's attempt to enhance the Flame Namu staff to level 20 resulted in failure. It became evident that metaphysical beliefs were of no assistance. Level 19 is sufficient. I doubt that Xia Ban Xian can surpass it. After a considerable pause, Desu cautiously peeked around, akin to a thief, glancing at the screen. Did it succeed? Upon seeing the vanished equipment, his spirits plummeted. Ma Go. You're not giving me face, huh? Fine, I'll remember this, and next time we meet, I'll show you. Laughter erupted as he quipped, haha. Did you use too little shoe polish while polishing Ma Zhong's shoes? Don't joke. Ma Zhong faces thousands of curses daily. Does he still want to provoke our Desu? Thousands. Hundreds of thousands. With the daily online player count in the millions, even if just 1 in 10 curses him, that's still a few 100,000. The barrage of comments was filled with laughter. To them, enhancement failures were the norm, and Desu's leap to level 19 was seen as a mere oversight by the game's operators. Luck was just a tad lacking. Level 20 didn't come through, but I think level 19 is adequate. Now it's your turn to perform, Master Xia. Desu taunted Xia Mo respectfully. I shall comply. Xia Mo logged into an account with just over 100 million coins, equivalent to over 600 RMB. This amount was insufficient for purchasing mats like Desu, and of course, Xia Mo had no intention of buying any. He opted to go in barehanded. From level 0 up to 12, Xia Mo had never once failed an enhancement. Before reaching level 13, he decided to switch channels. Casually, Xia Mo selected a channel, entered, and approached Kelly. Player Feng Huajiuzhou successfully enhanced the Autumn Leaf Blade to level 13. Level 14 requires a dungeon run. Player Feng Huajiuzhou successfully enhanced the Autumn Leaf Blade to level 14. Level 15 needs to involve gifting Kelly. Player Feng Huajiuzhou successfully enhanced the Autumn Leaf Blade to level 15. Xia Mo's seemingly bizarre actions were not an appeal to metaphysical forces. Rather, he was simply buying time to avoid overwhelming himself with consecutive enhancements. In the eyes of the players and spectators who have been closely monitoring him, it seemed as though he was engaged in an enigmatic ritual, with profound meanings lurking behind his actions. Player Feng Huajiuzhou successfully enhanced the 18th Chuya Dao. Player Feng Huajiuzhou successfully enhanced the 19th Chuya Dao. Player Feng Huajiuzhou successfully enhanced the 20th Chuya Dao. The audience transitioned from astonishment to suspicion, then to shock, and eventually to numbness, as the server announcement board continued to display messages of successful enhancements. An eerie scene unfolded across 6 major regions. Hardly anyone among the online players was engaging in dungeon runs, activities, or team battles. The entire server was silent, all eyes fixated on Xia Mo's performance. Soon, news of a streamer attempting to break enhancement records spread throughout the player community, drawing a crowd to the live broadcast, with real-time viewers soaring to a staggering 500,000. In the operations department of Penguin Games, the office door swung open hastily, and Xiao Zhang, who had been idly playing games with his headphones on, frantically shut down the minigame on his screen upon noticing the usually composed supervisor striding towards him. Are you still in the mood to play games? Hurry up and see what has happened to the game. Supervisor, I just checked the backend data. Everything appears normal, replied Xiao Zhang, bewildered. Normal? How can this situation be deemed normal? Take a look for yourself. The supervisor tossed his phone in front of Xiao Zhang, displaying the live stream of Xia Mo's enhancement. Player Feng Huajiuzhou successfully enhanced the 23rd Chuya Dao. Xiao Zhang was taken aback. He realized the implications of this event, as it indicated a significant flaw in the current version of the game or that a cheat had breached Penguin's anti-cheat defenses. While there were cheats, they mostly involved damage modifications, and due to strict bans, they had not caused much of a stir. However, this time, the issue lay with the enhancement system, a primary revenue source for the game. If this problem could not be resolved, it could lead to a scenario where every player possessed a powerful weapon, ultimately collapsing the combat power system, and no one would spend money anymore. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Zhang quickly summoned his team to investigate the server data while he pursued the data stream of this player, seeking the root of the problem. Supervisor, something's not right, Xiao Zhang exclaimed, drenched in sweat. I checked this player's account and data stream. I found no anomalies. He simply got lucky with his enhancements. Luck? The supervisor was almost amused by the absurdity. Have you not attended high school, or do you think I am uneducated in mathematics? Are you unaware of the enhancement probabilities we set? The higher the enhancement level, the lower the probability. Above level 16, the probability is 10%. He's currently at level 23. No, now it's 27. Can you calculate the probability of 11 consecutive successful enhancements? That's 0.1 raised to the 11th power. Do you truly believe such a thing could happen? Even a lottery is more reliable. But I truly found no data anomalies. Then ban his account and force him offline. We must prevent this from escalating. But he is currently streaming, with hundreds of thousands watching. Banning his account would have significant repercussions. Xiaozhang protested. Then shut down the server. Yes, shut it down. Just say it's for emergency maintenance. I will report to the higher-ups. You keep an eye on him. The supervisor jogged away, leaving Xiaozhang to watch Xia Mo's performance. Player Fenghua Jiuzhou successfully enhanced the 30th Kai Dao. At this point, the attributes of this weapon rivaled those of level 60 equipment, confirming it as the highest enhancement achievement in history, bar none. The audience was stunned, mouths agape, as they watched Xia Mo once again place the Kai Dao on the enhancement platform. Player Fenghua Jiuzhou successfully enhanced the 31st Kai Dao. Suddenly, all online players, regardless of their activities, saw the same message on their screens, humorously dubbed the 6-character mantra by players. Network connection interrupted. Damn this broken game, it lagged again. Crap. I haven't picked up my mythical equipment yet, earning us over $1 billion each year. Why can't that wretched penguin upgrade their servers? Players from other regions, unaware of the situation, began cursing, but those in the know understood that this day was destined to become a legendary chapter in history. Due to the emergency server maintenance, Xia Mo and Desu had nothing to do, so they chatted idly before both ended their streams. When they logged off, their combined viewership exceeded 600,000, marking a notable legend in its own right. After finishing the stream, Xia Mo casually checked the backend and found a message from someone claiming to be from the Penguin Games legal department. Mr. Xiatian, this is a warning. Your actions during today's stream have severely jeopardized the interests of Penguin Games. We reserve the right to pursue accountability for your actions and hope you will act accordingly to avoid similar behavior in the future. Huh. A show of bravado with no substance, Xia Mo scoffed. He was confident that they could not find any incriminating evidence against him. The perception of luck was a supernatural ability, and to others, his repeated successes could only be attributed to chance, with no other explanation. Moreover, given Penguin's nature, if they truly had evidence, it would not merely be a so-called warning. A court summons would have already been dispatched. I also warn you, do not harass me again. If you possess evidence of my actions against your game, we shall meet in court. Otherwise, I will sue you for threats and defamation. Be wise. Xia Mo, now free from fear, had emerged from his lowest point and had nothing left to fear. Ultimately, Penguin, being merely an online company without any coercive power, allowed the matter to fade away without resolution. However, following the emergency maintenance of Dungeon and Warriors, a silent modification was implemented. Any player attempting to enhance or augment equipment would now face mandatory failures in between successes. This change resulted in the wealthy players needing to spend even more to enhance their gear. Yet, Penguin remained unfazed, as there were always plenty of affluent individuals. As for Xia Mo, he cared little. After this incident, he planned never to log into Dungeon and Warriors again, having achieved his objective. As she beheld her follower count surpassing 500,000, Xia Mo drifted into a peaceful slumber with a smile. The following day, news of a capped 31 Kai Dao spread like wildfire across the internet. The incident began to gain traction, although the Kai Dao was not reclaimed. The account belonged to a casual player, and the materials and gold used for its enhancement were his as well. Thus, Xia Mo did not claim ownership of the blade. This casual player suddenly found himself in the limelight, with countless individuals eager to witness the miraculous weapon, some even offering their respects before attempting their own enhancements. It was rumored that a wealthy individual had offered a staggering 100,000 yuan for the blade, but the casual player declined. However, these matters were of little concern to Xia Mo. From that day forth, a multitude of advertisers reached out to her, seeking her endorsement for their products, with offers increasingly generous. Yet, Xia Mo resisted temptation, aware that these trivial gains were inconsequential. When her plans came to fruition, and her following exceeded 1 million, the advertising rates would be astronomically higher. There was no need to halt her progress for such fleeting rewards. The Shark live streaming platform continued to host its cross-industry competition with great fervor. Being the inaugural event of its kind, initial skepticism surrounded its potential effectiveness. However, the actual results exceeded all expectations, with numerous small to medium-sized streamers achieving newfound fame through collaborations with larger streamers. Among the greatest beneficiaries was the League of Legends streamer Xia Tian, with many eagerly anticipating his next collaboration. In response to this success, the Shark officials promptly announced an extension of the cross-industry competition, adding an extra week to the schedule. In the Douyu section, the leading streamer Defan Xia had just concluded a ranked match and was engaging in light banter with his viewers when an official from Shark reminded him that the collaboration time had arrived. I wonder whom I will be matched with this time. That female streamer from last time was quite the handful. dying over 20 times in a single match and leaving in tears, Xia remarked while taking a bite of his meal, wiping his mouth with a nearby curtain. Chapter 41. Jiushun is a globally popular shooting game, a legitimate sequel to the Counter-Strike series, known for its competitive nature. Players assume the roles of terrorists and counter-terrorists, each team comprising 5 members. The terrorists aim to eliminate the enemy or detonate bombs at 2 designated locations, while the counter-terrorists strive to eliminate all terrorists or defuse the bombs. Engaged in a battle of wits on a meticulously crafted map, the gameplay, while simple, has captivated audiences for over 2 decades. It is also one of the most professionally developed games worldwide, with various leagues emerging, the highest being the series tournaments. Comparable in status to those of League of Legends, drawing millions of viewers annually. This game has birthed countless stars and memorable moments. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, the project has consistently been a weak point in Huaxia and across Asia, with European and American teams dominating year after year. In its 10-year history, only one Huaxia team has ever progressed to the main event, only to be eliminated in the group stage. Nevertheless, this team remains Huaxia's premier squad, and streamer Xia is a retired member of this team. To be honest, I don't think cross-industry collaborations are suitable. The bar is set too high. Indeed, what can those clueless female streamers bring to the table? If we get matched with someone, we might as well play hide and seek. If only we could match with that recently popular Xiaobanxian. What are the odds? Besides, this game differs from League of Legends. It relies on reflexes and muscle memory, so he may not perform well. Xia glanced at the barrage of comments while eating, wiping his mouth with the curtain again. There's no option, my brothers, bear with it. The Shark officials organized this event, and other divisions are participating, so we can't demand special treatment, right? Do you think I want to carry those newcomers? Can we leave the curtains alone? They are already blackened. Can the streamer please put on a shirt? Where's the fun in seeing bare armpits? Xia chuckled, disregarding the comments and instead patting his round belly with a satisfied belch. In his younger days as a competitor, Xia was affectionately dubbed Wang Lihong, possessing a striking appearance akin to that of the handsome Panin, a fresh-faced young man. However, since his retirement and marriage, he had neglected his personal image, gradually evolving into the disheveled figure seen today, gaining 60 to 70 pounds. Some had even created memes comparing his transformation over the years, dubbing it the evolution of a gamer, which gained significant popularity. Oh, the match is ready. Let me see. Xia Tian, isn't he the one who collaborated with Dessou for a program recently? Xia exclaimed. Is it really possible to match with him? That guy is quite notorious. Some say he cheats. What if Xia Tian ends up dominating Xia? That would be outrageous. After all, Xia was a professional. As they spoke, the two connected on voice chat. Hello, Xia? I'm the new League of Legends streamer Xia Tian. Just call me Xiao Xia. The young man seemed rather shy, quite the contrast from his demeanor during the previous collaboration with Dessou, where he had swaggered about with a fan. Xia feigned seriousness. You're not here just to steal my spotlight, are you? What spotlight do you have to steal? Is it the Maoming Daolong or the esports whetstone? Xia Mo replied, I dare not. Who doesn't know you? Xia, as the Jiushun? I'm merely a novice in shooting games. How could I dare to challenge you? Xia responded with satisfaction. That's good. The young comrade shows awareness. It's hilarious. One dares to call, and the other dares to respond. Jiushun? Xia, right? Xia? Xia. After Xia Mo's effusive praise, Xia felt highly regarded, grinning as he waved his hand. You flatter me. You flatter me. I'm not that remarkable. By the way, since you're crossing over today, have you played before? I played a bit in elementary school. My quick scope was quite slick, managing to take down 3 opponents. But stop. So you mean you haven't played at all? Xia covered his forehead, encountering yet another complete novice. Isn't it the same? Xia Mo innocently inquired. How is there a fire line dog? The same? Come here, and I will smash your head. It is quite audacious to speak so freely about playing a pirated game. Xia explained to Xia Mo, although both are shooting games with similar mechanics, the feel and intricacies differ significantly. Even if you are a skilled player, transitioning will require time. Oh, Xia Mo replied obediently. But that is all right. With a wave of his hand, Xia assured, with me here, I shall arrange a 20-minute crash course for you. In 3 days, you will easily attain the rank of De Laoing. The official server has its own ranking system, and the De Laoing rank is comparable to Master in League of Legends. Boastful, aren't you? I will give you 10,000. Can you really elevate someone to De Laoing in 20 minutes? I have played for 1,000 hours, and am still at gold. If he surpasses me in 20 minutes, I will acknowledge your prowess. Xia disregarded the naysayers, independently opened a training map, and pulled Xia Mo in to commence his instruction. The skills to focus on were categorized into several aspects: marksmanship, movement, awareness, and grenades, with marksmanship being the most fundamental, as it is a shooting game. Thus, I shall teach you marksmanship first. All right, Xia Mo responded like a dutiful student, completely devoid of the commanding demeanor he exhibited during his previous interaction with Desu. This transformation left viewers familiar with him puzzled, uncertain of his intentions. Fan Xie remained oblivious to the anomaly, continuing his instruction. Marksmanship is further divided into several components: aiming, recoil control, and pre-aiming. Aiming, as the term suggests, refers to the ability to direct your gun towards an opponent. In shooting games, headshots are critical. If your aiming skills are exceptional, you can align your crosshair at an opponent's head the moment they reveal themselves, securing a one-shot kill, rendering it almost impossible for them to retaliate. Recoil control denotes your ability to manage recoil during rapid fire, especially when facing multiple adversaries. After eliminating one opponent, you must quickly adjust to fire at the next, which tests your recoil control capabilities. Lastly, pre-aiming requires you to anticipate an opponent's position upon emerging from cover, allowing you to aim first and gain the upper hand, an immensely vital skill. Do you understand everything? Yes, I comprehend, Xia Mo nodded. Quite confident, aren't we? Fan Xie raised an eyebrow. Let us put this into practice. If I engage you in shooting, it would be unfair. Let me observe you first. No problem. Xia Mo readily agreed. Set me up as an expert. In 16, there are ranks. Fan Xie wiped his brow. I will set you up with 3 to practice. Xia Mo confidently stood at the police exit with his firearm. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and 3 individuals donned with gas masks, known as pig faces, emerged brandishing their weapons. Without hesitation, Xia Mo dropped to the ground and fired 30 rounds. The gunfire ceased, and the 3 looked at each other, utterly unscathed. Xia Mo awkwardly smiled before being swiftly eliminated by their erratic fire. Observing Xia Mo respawn with a pathetic little knife, Fan Xie was left speechless. Weren't you quite the boastful one just now? This gun doesn't cooperate, it wanders. Xia Mo protested, genuinely feeling wronged. However, shooting games rely heavily on precision and feel. In this regard, mere visual familiarity offers little assistance. If you lack accuracy, you lack accuracy. If you cannot manage recoil, you cannot manage recoil. Repetition holds no value. Forget it. This requires practice, no quick fixes, Fan Xie consoled. I will teach you the second skill, movement. Mastering movement can also make you formidable. Follow my instructions. Jump while tilting your head left, then press the button. Upon landing, release the button and jump again, this time tilting your head to the right. Fan Xie was instructing him on the renowned accelerated jump, a technique originating from the 16 era, developed to exploit the source engine's characteristics. Essentially, it involves rotating while breaking the speed limit of running to achieve extraordinary velocity. Within the community, some players specialize in movement and have designed a series of challenging maps known for speed runs, forming their own niche. Xia Mo, inspired by Fan Xie's introduction, attempted the jump but crashed into the adjacent wall. This summer, is he a comedian? I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I practiced accelerated jumps for half a month. Do you expect him to master it in a few minutes? Are you joking? Fan Xie turned pale with laughter. Observing Xia Mo, who continued to squirm against the wall, Fan Xie exhaled in exasperation. Stop. It seems you lack talent in this area as well. Let us skip this part. Oh, Xia Mo replied obediently. So, shall we move on to awareness? Fan Xie sighed. Awareness cannot be hastily acquired. It can only be developed through practice. First, tell me, do you prefer sniping or using rifles? I like using handguns. Is that acceptable? Get lost. Fan Xie rolled his eyes. You don't want me in your stream, yet you want me in mine. Is there a type of weapon that is easy to use and allows newcomers to get kills? Then choose between a submachine gun and a shotgun. Shotgun. I want to use a shotgun. Xia Mo's eyes sparkled. I love shotguns. Fan Xie could only shake his head in resignation. Then use a shotgun. Now, let me teach you the final skill, grenades. There are 4 types of grenades: smoke grenades, flashbangs, grenades, and incendiary grenades. Your task is to throw the grenades to suitable locations to aid in either defense or offense. After the previous instruction, Fan Xie had relinquished all expectations for Xia Mo, merely going through the motions. For instance, if you need to throw a smoke grenade onto that platform in front of you, how would you do it? I would, Xia Mo began. But Fan Xie interrupted him. All right, just watch me. Stand like this on the shadow. Aim your head slightly at that point on the wire above. Jump and throw, and it will reach. See, just as one memorizes mathematical formulas, Xia pondered over the smoke grenade's explosion on the platform for quite some time. Finally, she looked up and mused. Is it sufficient to simply throw the projectile onto that platform? There seemed to be no need for memorization. Chi scoffed, remarking that such methods were the culmination of years of research by predecessors. If you don't believe me, why not throw one and show me? Without hesitation, Xia casually found a spot, took a few quick steps, and hurled the smoke grenade. With a loud bang, it exploded right on target. DF and Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you just lucky? Throw it again if you dare. Xia remained silent, crouched down, and then leaped to throw another smoke grenade. Bang! It landed perfectly on the same platform again. Despite the different throwing techniques, the explosion was flawless. DF and Xi was stunned. Is this girl a genius? I spend 2 hours a day practicing throwing, and you tell me someone can just toss it effortlessly? How is that even possible? Did you calculate it? DF and Xi stammered. How did you manage that? Xi feigned innocence, claiming she merely relied on her instincts. Is it really that difficult? DF and Xi replied. The reality is that it's not just a casual throw. It's a result of countless simulations in your mind. It seems you are a prodigy in this regard, although your shooting skills need improvement. Alright, that's enough of the crash course for now. Let us engage in a friendly match. Just stick with me and throw those projectiles. Not long after, DF and Xi created a room for a friendly match. As soon as the room opened, it filled within seconds, with players eagerly urging to start. What map should we play? DF and Xi inquired of Xia. Let us play the desert map. I'm familiar with it, she replied. DF and Xi, not wanting to correct her, agreed. Then we shall play on Xi or SHCHing. The game commenced swiftly, with DF and Xi spawning at the police spawn. He communicated through voice chat. Follow my lead in this pistol round. I'll buy flashbangs to toss in the middle, and we'll execute an unconventional strategy. Understood. Xia replied. As the equipment purchase phase concluded, DF and Xi charged ahead towards the middle, tossing a flashbang just as he was about to rush through the center door. A glance behind revealed no teammates in sight. Where are you, Xi Tian? I thought I told you to stick with me. I'm making my way to the center, she exclaimed. DF and Xi checked the minimap. Noticing none of the teammates were advancing, he nearly choked on his frustration. Are you seriously telling me you're heading over while you're on the opposite side? Huh. Aren't you the terrorist? DF and Xi was at a loss for words. Alright, let us restart this match. However, this decision was met with unanimous opposition from the teammates, who had fought hard to enter the room and feared they would be left out if they restarted. Xi Tian supported this notion, stating, let us just continue. We don't want them thinking we're bullying them as streamers. You're quite confident, aren't you? Thus, this friendly match, which had begun with a blunder, continued on. The game progressed, and to maintain operational security, DF and Xi severed communication with Xia. Rallying his teammates, stay sharp, everyone. No more joking around. If I, DF and Xi, lose to a crossover streamer, I want to be able to face anyone. No worries. Chigo, I'm a small globe in our server, equivalent to a master level. I'm a 15-year-old prodigy, preparing for a trial with a professional team next year. A friendly match is nothing for me. I might only be gold rank, but my item skills are top-notch. I'll support you all. DF and Xi nodded in satisfaction, already planning to ease up if they gained a significant lead, wanting to save face for his teammates. While arranging tactics, the so-called prodigy yelled, they're attacking. There are many of them. Hurry. I'm down. As the main defender, he was left alone. And with his demise, the opposing team could rush the platform unchecked. DF and Xi cursed under his breath and quickly organized a defense. In this pistol round, resources were scarce for purchasing items, and strategies were minimal. It was primarily a test of shooting skills. However, the players on DF and Xi's team, previously so boastful, faltered, quickly falling to the enemy's gunfire, leaving only DF and Xi standing, while the opposing team lost just one member. With 14 enemies remaining, the terrorists had secured the bomb, rendering victory nearly impossible. Yet DF and Xi remained composed, having witnessed challenging situations as a former professional player. He urged his teammates to silence, shouldering the responsibility as he charged forward. Skillfully leaping onto a crate, he exposed himself to a flurry of bullets, all of which struck the wall behind him. DF and Xi gently squeezed the trigger, eliminating the terrorist defending the crate. Impressive. The chat erupted in praise. But DF and Xi paid no heed, advancing towards the bomb site. Behind the crate at the bomb site, a terrorist revealed a glimpse of their head. But before they could fire, DF and Xi dispatched them with another shot. 2 shots, 2 enemies down. The bomb site was now secure, with no visible enemies left. DF and Xi accurately deduced the positions of the remaining 2 adversaries. One at the police spawn, whose heavy footsteps suggested they were unaware of stealth, likely Xi Tian. The other was presumed to be hiding in the large pit, as the opposing team had planted a bomb there. Armed with this intelligence, DF and Xi leaped from the crate to the police spawn, where indeed one enemy awaited, clearly unprepared for his descent, still holding a throwing posture. DF and Xi fired several shots, though lacking precision, failing to secure a headshot. Fortunately, this enemy turned out to be Xi Tian, and despite his missed shots, she fared even worse, firing her small Glock in vain until DF and Xi ultimately eliminated her with a single shot. With 11 enemies remaining, DF and Xi arrived at the bomb site, which lay deserted, Yet he knew the opponent was likely hiding in the large pit, confident that as long as he did not defuse the bomb, they would not reveal themselves. Thus, Xia leapt onto the box, pressed a button to initiate the package's unwrapping, and then stood to aim at the location of the pit. This is a classic maneuver known as a feigned unwrapping, as the sound of the package being unwrapped is audible. The criminals, upon hearing this noise, must emerge to ascertain whether the police are genuinely unwrapping the package. Otherwise, the bomb may be forcibly dismantled, creating a strategic standoff. After a few seconds, the criminals in the pit indeed revealed themselves. At this moment, Xia had only a single opportunity to shoot, for should the criminal realize that Xia was not unwrapping the package, he would surely retreat, leaving Xia without recourse. Thus, he concentrated entirely on this one shot. In the instant the criminal exposed himself, a lethal bullet was dispatched from Xia's weapon, whistling through the air for over 100 meters, piercing the skull of the Middle Eastern bandit. A remarkable 4 kills. However, the criminal's aim was also commendable. Before succumbing, he fired a bullet that struck Xia in the head. Regrettably, the criminal's initial small firearm was a Glock, which lacked the capacity for such a long-range headshot. Consequently, Xia was left with a solitary point of health. It was this single point that turned the tide of victory. Incredible. Just 1 against 4. The seasoned warrior had not lost his touch. Xia promptly crouched to dismantle the package. Equipped with pliers, he was well within time to disarm the bomb before detonation. As he worked, he boasted with unrestrained pride, proclaiming what true skill entailed. But wait, why was there still the sound of a Glock? On the map, Xia was the last remaining player alive. From where was the Glock's gunfire emanating? Glancing around, Xia finally discerned the source of the sound, a decoy grenade nestled in his trousers. The decoy grenade, a type of throwable device, costs merely 50 units, but is almost entirely ineffective. Its function is to emit gunfire sounds upon being thrown, drawing attention. However, players are not foolish. The rhythmic sounds are easily recognizable. Thus, few would purchase such an item. Even Xia had not mentioned it during his teachings to Xia Mo, and its rarity meant many were unaware of a crucial detail. After emitting sounds for several seconds, it would detonate. The explosion's radius is minimal, and its power is low, so few pay it any mind. Yet, as a former professional player, Xia was certainly aware of this detail. What was the damage of the explosion? 5 or 6? Xia felt a chill run down his spine, silently pondering. Surely it cannot be so coincidental? Just as I am disarming the bomb, it detonates? Watching the progress bar nearly complete, Xia was on edge, while the chat continued to praise him. As the countdown reached its final seconds, a sound akin to a firecracker erupted, launching Xia skyward. Victory belonged to the terrorists. Damn, Xia let out a wail that was almost inhuman. The chat fell silent, with many unable to comprehend what had transpired. Xia was already frantically typing on his keyboard. Xia Mo, what on earth were you thinking? Why did you buy that useless decoy grenade? Xia Mo replied, Brother Xia? Didn't you teach me to buy a bulletproof vest and pistol rounds? It cost a total of 800 units, and after purchasing a 650-unit vest, I had 150 left. I noticed the decoy grenade was still available, so I bought one. What is wrong with that? From Xia Mo's words, Xia could almost envision his innocent expression. As a novice, he likely did not know about the explosion detail of the decoy grenade. Moreover, even if he did, how could he be certain that Xia had only 1 point of health left? How could he guarantee that the decoy grenade would explode in the last second of disarming? It must have been mere coincidence. Never mind, it was of no consequence. Xia sighed in exasperation. Chapter 44. Worthless Millions, Part 1. Despite Xia's remarkable feat of taking on 4 opponents in the pistol round, the team ultimately lost, creating an atmosphere that was both awkward and disheartening. Though Xia felt disgruntled, he still needed to uplift their spirits, urging, Come on, let us rally together. Don't look like you've lost your parents. It's just a pistol round. We'll come back stronger and take them down. No problem, we'll follow you. Brother Xia, replied the only teammate who had managed to eliminate an enemy, while the genius boy and Xiao Diqiu remained silent. Hey, genius boy. Come help me reach the small area. I'm going to sneak in and steal one. Xia commanded. A crucial concept in this game is timing. Both sides move at the same speed, so each player is acutely aware of how long it takes to reach various spots on the map after the match begins. Xia's instruction to reach the small area involved jumping on a teammate's head to gain an advantageous position, enabling them to arrive at a location that would typically be unreachable at that moment, thus saving time and catching the opponents off guard. Xia successfully arrived at the small area, charging out with his submachine gun. However, what awaited him was the dark muzzle of a shotgun. Bang! Xia Mo eliminated Xia with a 7. Xia fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to suppress his frustration, typing furiously, How come you can't hit anything else? Yet you're so accurate with me? You must be doing this on purpose. Xia Mo remained silent, inwardly amused. Shooting a rifle relies on precision and feel, while shooting a shotgun only requires anticipating and simulating the point of aim, placing the mouse where Xia would emerge, and firing. Moreover, there's an element of luck involved. Even a top-tier professional would have no chance. In the second round, as Xia was the first to fall, they lost again. In the third round, Xia refrained from being overconfident, instructing his teammates not to buy equipment, saving money for the next round to acquire long guns. As all were equipped with handguns, they rushed out from their positions, hoping to leverage their numbers to gain a kill or two. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and soon screams echoed throughout the sandy city. Xia Mo eliminated the genius boy. In the summer, Xia Tian eliminated the headshot machine, Lung Xiao, using the weapon known as 7. He also dispatched the top-tier breakthrough expert, Yuzi. The teammates who had transformed into a spectral state lamented, claiming that he played as if he were cheating, instantly dispatching anyone who dared to show their head. What a despicable player, hiding in the most obscure corners to ambush others. After dispatching 2 enemies with his pistol, Xia, in a fit of rage, abandoned his previous restraint and resolved to utilize his most proficient sniper rifle to teach the audacious Xia Tian a harsh lesson. However, in the fourth round, Xia once again failed to purchase a weapon, leading to yet another defeat. In the fifth round, Xia spent a staggering 750 coins to acquire a sniper rifle. Holding the weighty weapon in his hands, a cruel smile crept across his face as he declared, "Today, I shall see who dares to cross through this central gate." He marched directly to the center, peering through the sniper scope like a hunter awaiting his prey. Suddenly, a shadow darted from behind the wall in the middle lane. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia took a shot. The dull thud of the sniper rifle resonated throughout the entire map, yet the upper right corner did not display a kill notification. It was then that Xia realized the shadow he had seen was merely a pistol, and behind it stood another assailant, crouching behind a barrel in the middle lane, seeking death. Xia fumed, viewing this act as a provocation unworthy of a skilled sniper. Moreover, the barrel could scarcely conceal a person. His sniper rifle could easily penetrate it. As a shell ejected from the chamber, Xia aimed once more, only to see the assailant rise, brandishing a grenade ready to throw. Die! As the opponent released the grenade, Xia's sniper rifle fired. As a former professional player, he instinctively knew he had hit the target. It was a sensation, the intuition of a master. Boom! A grenade exploded above Xia, depleting him of 30 health points. Exchanging 30 health for a life was a worthy trade. Wait. Upon closer inspection, Xia discovered that the assailant was still alive and had pulled another grenade from a teammate to throw. Though confused as to why the opponent had not perished, his professional instincts compelled him to aim once more. Bang! Boom! The foe remained unscathed, and Xia lost another 30 health points. Bang! Boom! The assailant pulled yet another grenade, leaving Xia with a mere 10 health points. At last, he comprehended the situation. In this game, grenades possess physicality and cannot be penetrated by bullets. Each of his shots had coincidentally struck the grenades as they were thrown. However, being struck did not cause the grenades to explode or alter their trajectory, allowing the opponent to survive time and again while Xia faced repeated explosions. The remarkable nature of this occurrence was such that it would rarely happen even in thousands of matches, a moment worthy of being highlighted. Yet it had now occurred 3 times in succession. Xia, unwilling to succumb to superstition, refused to believe that the opponent could be fortunate enough to block 4 times in a row. Bang! Boom! Xia Tian eliminated Xia with a fragmentary grenade. As Xia soared into the air, he unleashed a torrent of curses. Xia Tian, you absolute scoundrel. Recently, Su Chong had been feeling quite troubled. As a sophomore at Zhongnan University, he had just endured a breakup with his girlfriend. Come on, Su, go out and have some fun. Don't just stay cooped up in the dorm all day, called one of his roommates, addressing Su Chong, who lay on his bed. No, you all go ahead. I'm tired, Su Chong replied, covering his head with a pillow, his voice muffled. All right, but you should really get out more. It's just a girlfriend. You can find another one. I'm off. The sounds of laughter faded as Su Chong lifted the pillow, staring blankly at the ceiling. This was his first experience with love, and also his first experience of being dumped. The romance had initially been sweet and joyous. Su Chong had never liked someone so deeply before. He had scoured the internet for various methods to pursue her, enlisted her roommates as accomplices, and exerted considerable effort to create surprises. When she agreed to be his girlfriend, he felt like the happiest person in the world and resolved to treat her well. However, everything soon took a turn. After the initial honeymoon phase, Su Chong noticed she began to encroach upon his personal space. She demanded access to all his social media passwords, conducted regular phone checks, and insisted on at least 3 video calls a day to monitor him. Whenever he voiced dissatisfaction, she would silence him with a single line about needing security. Weekends were even more exaggerated, with phone calls lasting several hours. Originally, weekends were Su Chang's time for gaming and watching live streams, an integral part of his life as a young person born in the 2000s. However, due to her incessant calls, he often had to pause his games mid-session, resulting in his account being banned multiple times. The couple had quarreled over this issue several times. But ultimately, Su Chang conceded, completely giving up gaming to appease her. Without his beloved games, Su Chang felt like a wilting shrub, unable to muster enthusiasm for anything. Yet for the sake of the relationship, he endured. Then, just last week, she messaged him to suggest a breakup. Su Chang, desperate for answers, inquired about the reason. And she finally cited a lack of compatibility. Now, Su Chang felt utterly lost. After lying on the bed for a while, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his apps, discovering that the video and streaming apps had been deleted at her insistence. He re-downloaded a Shark app, aimlessly browsing through the various live streams. After months away, many of the streamers were unfamiliar to him. Xia, Su Chang mused, recalling that he had previously followed him. It seemed Xia was collaborating with another streamer. I'll just take a look. Chapter 45. What is true strength? What does it mean to be a former professional? What does wait a moment mean? Why is there the sound of a Glock firing? The sound of bait bombs exploding fills the air. Terrorists are victorious. Xia, how can you be so inconsiderate? Why did you purchase that useless bait bomb? Unbeknownst to Su Chang, as he stared at his phone screen, a long-lost smile crept across his face. The sound of a sniper rifle echoed, followed by the explosion of grenades. Xia exclaimed in frustration. Laughter erupted in the empty dormitory, accompanied by the sound of someone kicking the bed. Su Jun, gasping for breath from laughter, sent a barrage of ha-ha-ha comments, a habit he had never indulged in before, as he believed that those prominent streamers would never notice his comments. However, at that moment, he realized that sending comments was often merely a form of emotional expression. In the live streaming room shared by Xia and Xia, the viewer count soared into the hundreds of thousands, with comments piling upon each other. Su Chang's laughter was completely drowned out, yet he remained unconcerned, as he suddenly grasped a profound truth. Living joyfully is of utmost importance. There are few individuals in this world worthy of sacrificing one's true self for. Recently, Yu Jianan found himself in a state of ennui. As a second-generation wealthy heir, he hails from a family with abundant assets, allowing him to earn without effort. All he needed to do was ensure the continuation of his lineage. Thus, even as he reached middle age, he could not shake off the label of a rich heir, nor did he desire to. His daily existence revolved around indulgence and leisure, a lifestyle he found quite satisfactory. However, he had grown increasingly restless, feeling that he had exhausted nearly all forms of entertainment. Just days ago, he returned from Macau, having lost a sum of money that would take an average person a lifetime of frugality to accumulate. Engaging with minor celebrities had lost its charm. Luxury cars, high-end watches, and extravagant goods no longer excited him. And vacations? It would not be an exaggeration to say he had explored every notable location on Earth, eagerly awaiting the advancement of private space travel to partake in celestial adventures. Seated in his opulent office atop a skyscraper, Yu Jianan gazed at the bustling street below, overwhelmed by boredom. With several hours remaining until mealtime, he resorted to idling at his computer. He casually opened a few live streaming platforms, wandering through the rooms of streamers he usually followed. The moment he entered, the streamers noticed his prestigious entry effect and welcomed him warmly. Yu Jianan glanced around before sending several of the most expensive gifts from his collection, relishing the astonished and tearful expressions of the streamers, finding this transaction immensely rewarding. He then navigated to the Shark platform. Though he rarely frequented Shark due to its focus on gaming, he stumbled upon a streamer named Xia playing Do Di Zhu, a game he enjoyed as a pastime. Intrigued, he clicked to watch. You may not grasp the significance of turning 200,000 into 578 million. Such a feat is typically described with the term gambling prodigy. Upon entering the room, the streamer's words amused Yu Jianan. He observed the young streamer, whose face was concealed by a hat and mask, yet he could discern a sense of audacious confidence in his eyes. I often say, back in the day, Chen Daozi could turn 20 yuan into 37 million. Xia Mo, can easily transform 200,000 into 5 million. The system dealt the cards, revealing 3 wild cards, a small king and a bomb. He concealed his hand, knowing not to rush the play. The opponent was doomed. He executed a super double, quietly amassing wealth, but remained unfazed, confident that victory was assured. Come on, hurry up, Andy. Are you not going to play? Quickly, Auntie, don't dawdle. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, no. That was a mistake. You should have played the 2. The streamer continued. Let me pour you a cup of cappuccino, Annie. Start showcasing your bombs. The captivating streamer clenched his fists, while the landlord fell silent, holding a staggering 17 unplayed cards. Growing impatient, the streamer declared, With 17 cards, can you annihilate me? If you can, I will eat this computer screen. Yu Jinan burst into laughter, feeling a joy he hadn't experienced in ages. He found the streamer delightful and opened the recharge page, opting for a monthly subscription worth 120,000, thus becoming an emperor. Shortly thereafter, an announcement echoed across the platform. Nanshan Songzhu has activated the emperor status in Xia Tian's live stream. Unlike other streamers who eagerly sought his attention after his generous gifting, Xia Tian remained composed. Yu Jinan did not feel slighted. He understood that his generosity was not for flattery, but rather a reward for the entertainment he had enjoyed. He believed his happiness was worth the price. Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, felt utterly exhausted. At 23, she was a recent university graduate, having moved to Beijing. Born in the poorest region of a destitute province, she witnessed untold suffering throughout her childhood, which fueled her ambition to escape her hometown and venture into the metropolis. Intelligent and diligent, after a decade of rigorous study, she finally gained admission to a prestigious university in the capital and chose to remain there upon graduation. However, life in the capital was not as she had envisioned. She found her current job through campus recruitment, where the company made grand promises of personal development, career prospects, and weekends off. Yet, upon signing the contract, she discovered the reality was far from those promises. Although the company boasted a high promotion rate, it implemented a ruthless elimination system. Failure to meet performance standards for just 1 month would lead to immediate dismissal. The company does not impose overtime. However, the daily tasks are so overwhelming that they seem never-ending. In the few months since her employment, Yu Xiaoxiao has never been able to catch the subway before 10 o'clock. Even on weekends, she finds herself voluntarily working extra hours. Each evening, upon returning to her cramped rented room of merely a dozen square meters, her sole desire is to collapse onto her bed and never rise again. She questions the purpose of her relentless toil. Is this truly the life she envisioned? Yet, without diligent effort, how could she possibly remain in this dazzling metropolis? Must she truly return to her hometown, to that small county devoid of even a bus service? Yu Xiaoxiao, nursing her aching feet from a day in high heels, stares vacantly at her surroundings. Unsure of her next move, she opens the only game on her phone, Zhu Di Qiusheng. The game prompts her to update several files, and she waits for the downloads to complete before entering the game. Her friends list appears desolate, with her pinned friends having been offline for months. They were her college roommates, bonded like sisters, sharing countless nights in their dormitory, laughing and gaming together. Now, however, they are worlds apart, with scarcely anyone speaking in their group chat. She understands that each of them is engrossed in their own lives. Feeling a lack of enthusiasm for gaming, Yu Xiaoxiao exits the game and opens Shark. With no desire to play herself, she resorts to watching others. She follows several Zhu Di Qiusheng streamers, and at this moment, only one female streamer named Mosey is live, seemingly collaborating with someone else. Help me, help me, help me. The screen blares as Mosey, the female streamer, cries out in a frenzy. The chaos began when she confidently led her team in a duo match during the summer, only to fail at securing a vehicle while parachuting. The enemy who obtained the car pursued her relentlessly, and in her panic, she jumped into the adversary's vehicle, now being driven across the map by them. Both she and her captor are unarmed, utterly powerless against each other, yet the driver holds the advantage, steering toward his armed teammates. Mosey finds herself unable to jump from the vehicle or stop him, reduced to pleading for help from her teammate. Xia Mo, stop yelling. Their vehicle is faster than mine. I can't catch up. Xia Mo, also unarmed, struggles to pursue on a 3-wheeled motorcycle while enduring Mosey's verbal bombardment, his expression betraying his distress. As the blue sedan carrying Mosey enters a small town, 3 heavily armed figures approach, guns drawn, commanding her to exit the vehicle, kneel, and put her hands on her head. How do you put your hands on your head in this game? Teach me. Mosey retorts indignantly, feeling humiliated. Oh look, it's a girl with a rather pleasant voice. One of the armed men exclaims, delighting his companions. Sing us a song, and we might let you go. Go to hell. I'd rather die than submit. Mosey defiantly responds, attempting to fight back with her fists, ultimately succumbing to a hail of bullets. A pity, for female players are a rare commodity in this game. The 3 armed men, along with the driver, debate as they return to town, leaving Mosey's lifeless body behind. Are you a man, just standing there while they kill me? Mosey directs her ire at Xia Mo, relentless in her accusations. Oh dear lady, I don't even have a weapon. What can I do? Xia Mo replies helplessly. I don't care. You must avenge me. Or I'll change the live stream title to Xia Tian is not a man, please, please. I fear you. I shall avenge you, he concedes. The barrage of comments reads, ha. With your marksmanship, you think you can avenge her? Betting has begun. Odds of 1 to 4 for Xia Lao Lu to hit a shot. 10 to 1 for 2 hits, and 100 to 1 for a kill. This is a golden opportunity. However, Xia Mo does not seek weapons. Instead, He conceals his motorcycle in the bushes outside the town and scurries into a restroom to retrieve a grenade. You can't possibly plan to wipe out a team with just that grenade, can you? Mosey exclaims in disbelief. Why not? Impossible. Even if you are the god of thunder. One grenade cannot eliminate a team. She shakes her head vigorously. Just watch, Xia Mo asserts confidently, clutching the grenade as he races toward the blue sedan parked by the previous team. Before long, the four-man team, having thoroughly looted the town, emerges, their laughter echoing. Boss, where to next? One of the subordinates inquires. With a wave of his hand, the leader responds, we have a vehicle and plenty of loot. Of course. We go after the airdrop. I'll drive. Everyone hop in. Sounds good, boss. The three subordinates respond in unison, much to the leader's satisfaction. I'll take the front seat. The first subordinate declares. I'll sit in the back right. The second chimes in. Then I'll take the back left. The third announces, moving toward the door. Hurry up. Old four. Don't dawdle. Time waits for no one. The leader, growing impatient, honks the horn as the third subordinate hesitates to get in. This shows the car is full. I can't fit. The third subordinate looks perplexed. Impossible. This car can hold 4 people. Wait, who has their head sticking out? And did someone bring a grenade? The leader, shocked and furious, questions the group. I don't know. It wasn't me. The 3 subordinates exchange bewildered glances. Stop staring and run. The leader exclaims just as he steps out of the vehicle, the grenade in his hand detonates. In the upper right corner of the game screen, a series of notifications appear. Killed by grenade, 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 self. Yu Xiao, sitting before the screen, chuckles softly, reminiscing about the days spent gaming with her roommates. They were not particularly skilled and did not focus on kills. They merely cherished the joy of playing together. This streamer rekindles that feeling within her. She exits full screen and glances at the follower count of the streamer named Xia Mo, 998, 621. This number continues to rise by hundreds each minute. She contemplated for a moment and ultimately pressed the follow button gently. Suddenly, red text sprang forth from the center of the screen, accompanied by a dazzling fireworks effect, catching Yu Xiao completely off guard. Congratulations. You have become the 1 millionth fan of Xia Mo and have received a cash red envelope of 3,000 yuan. Yu Xiao, astonished, covered her mouth. Having never won a prize in her life, she was utterly overwhelmed by this unexpected delight. The gloom that had enveloped her recently seemed to dissipate somewhat. She immediately took a screenshot and shared the image in the dormitory group chat. Xing Xue Mu. What extraordinary luck is this? The odds must be even lower than winning the lottery, right? Yufeng, Yanhe, Xiao, treat us to a meal. Diamo Jing de Xiao Xiannu, Xia, the treasure host. I followed him too, although I don't quite understand League of Legends. He is simply too hilarious. Within just a few minutes, the silent observers emerged, and the group chat buzzed with excitement reminiscent of school days. In a dimly lit room, a middle-aged man was fixated on the only illuminated screen, which displayed Xia Mo's live broadcast. However, the man paid little attention to the content of the stream. Instead, he was fixated on the follower count that had surpassed 1 million and continued to rise. After a long while, the man exhaled deeply, raised the beer on the table, and downed it in one gulp, crushing the can and tossing it into the trash. He was the super administrator responsible for coordinating contracts with Xia Mo on the Shark platform. Frankly, when Xia Mo made that wager with him, he had no faith that Xia Mo could fulfill it. Having witnessed the rise and fall of numerous prominent streamers in the industry, he had a fundamental judgment about whether someone could achieve fame. When he sought to sign Xia Mo, the latter's performance in the stream was that of an inexperienced student, both in thought and demeanor. In his view, Xiao's several 100,000 fans were merely a stroke of luck from stumbling upon a few major streamers. Once that traffic dissipated, his streaming career would likely come to an end. As for the so-called betting agreement, he dismissed it as evidence of a young person becoming inflated with a slight achievement. However, he was gravely mistaken, to an absurd degree. He never anticipated that this young man, named Xia, could replicate miracles time and again. Nor did he foresee his rapid maturation into someone who seemed like a seasoned veteran in the streaming industry after just a few weeks. At this point, he could only sigh in awe at the youth's potential. He picked up the phone and sent a message to his superior, Manager Hao. It's me. Yes, he has over 1 million followers, and I lost the bet. I underestimated him. However, I believe that even if we sign him at a higher tier according to the agreement, it would be a worthwhile investment. I have a premonition that his achievements will far exceed just 1 million followers. Chapter 47. Birthday. A Mao pushed the door open and found Mu Shu standing outside. One hand holding the door while the other was on the phone, speaking loudly. Hello. Yes, it's me. Is it an advertisement? I reviewed the information you sent to our email. Can you guarantee the quality of your product? Don't give me excuses. Just tell me if you can provide substantial evidence. You can't, can you? Then no amount of money will suffice. We are currently in a growth phase. What if your product's quality issues affect our popularity? We cannot engage in such a losing deal. All right, there's no need for further discussion. After hanging up, Mushu managed to smile at Mao. Is everything all right in the studio? Where's Xiaoxia? She's live streaming and should be finishing up soon, Mao replied. Then I'll go in and take a look. Mushu entered the room just as Xia Mo finished closing the streaming software, stretching widely in her chair. Upon seeing Mushu, she quickly rose to greet him. All done. Mushu chuckled. I've been inundated with calls these past few days, even interrupting my sleep. All from those seeking to advertise and collaborate with you. However, I've filtered out the ones that don't align with your brand and quality. There are still quite a few left. You can choose a few. Thank you, Mushu. I appreciate it, Xia Mo replied. Since joining the studio over 2 months ago, her demeanor had transformed significantly, having matured considerably. The Shark Platform's cross-industry collaboration event had taken place 10 days prior. Among all participants, aside from the platform itself, Xia Mo reaped the greatest benefits. This event seemed tailor-made for her, as she leveraged DJVU to collide with various major streamers, creating a spectacle that garnered massive attention, ultimately amassing 1.5 million followers and rising swiftly to become one of the most popular streamers of the year. Just days ago, the Shark official announced that they had signed Xia Mo with a signing fee that was astronomical for a newcomer. The news sent shockwaves through the industry, with many believing that Shark had made a poor investment. However, according to Shark, they were investing in the future. Such grandiose statements were not taken seriously by many. Yet they drew an increasing amount of attention towards Xia Mo, resulting in a barrage of calls directed at her. Most of these were inquiries for business collaborations, but many were also malicious, leaving Xia Mo overwhelmed. Ultimately, Mushu stepped in to take on the role of her agent, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. At the moment the signing fee was deposited, Xia Mo withdrew 100,000 yuan to repay Mushu, with an additional 50,000 as a token of gratitude. While 50,000 might seem insignificant to Mushu, at that moment, it represented profound trust and significance for Xia Mo, one she could never forget. However, Mushu firmly declined the money, and after much persuasion, Xia Mo managed to frame it as a reward for his temporary agency work before he accepted it. The second portion of her earnings was sent home, totaling 100,000 yuan, labeled as fundraising for her father's recovery. She could not send more, for she feared that Xia Dong would question the source of the funds. If he discovered that it was earned from gaming live streams, he might very well throw the money back in Xia Mo's face. As for the remaining funds, Xia Mo had yet to determine how to spend them. Due to the substantial sum of money, it felt astronomical to Xia Mo. Just a few months ago, he was troubled by the burden of 100,000 yuan for surgery, and now, he had unexpectedly come into possession of such a vast fortune, which continued to grow daily with the distribution of gifts and salary. Strangely, he found himself at a loss as to how to spend it. When he had no money, he yearned for everything, yet with newfound wealth, he discovered that the items he once coveted no longer held the same allure. He purchased a complete set of peripherals, upgraded his streaming computer with a new graphics card and camera, acquired a high-quality microphone, and indulged in a striking pink gaming chair, all essential for streaming, totaling just over 10,000 yuan. He refrained from acquiring other items, as living in the studio left little room for belongings. Surprisingly, the area where he spent the most was on purchasing skins. Some might deem spending money on a plethora of superficial appearances as meaningless or foolish. Yet Xia Mo was determined to indulge. After a decade of playing League of Legends without ever purchasing a skin due to previous constraints, his account bore only a few shabby skins from past events, far from appealing. In the days of loot boxes, he could at least exchange skins for a moment of self-satisfaction. However, with the boxes gone, he was left only to envy others. He had once envisioned what he would do with wealth. Surprisingly, the first thought was not to buy a house or a car, but rather to acquire skins for League of Legends. He wished only to purchase a favorite skin for each of the 158 champions, and now that dream had been fulfilled. Initially, he anticipated that realizing this desire would demand a significant expenditure, but upon purchasing a skin for every champion, he discovered the total was merely 10,092 yuan. This figure was trivial compared to his newfound wealth, yet Xia Mo still struggled to determine how to spend his money. Today, they gathered at the usual spot to celebrate. Uncle Mu patted Xia Mo on the shoulder, declaring that they would not return until they were intoxicated. A toast was raised for Xia Mo's milestone of surpassing 180,000 followers. Cheers. Another was offered for the studio's continued success. Cheers. And lastly, a toast for Xia Mo's 22nd birthday. Oh, amid the raucous cheers and applause, Xia Mo attempted to wave them off, but he could not restrain Wu Gu and Xiao Jiao, whose voices grew louder, culminating in a contest of shrieks. Later that evening, at the familiar barbecue stall, they celebrated Xia Mo's birthday and his ascent to becoming a prominent streamer. This was the studio's tradition. Whenever someone felt low, they would come to this roadside stall for a meal. When boredom struck, they would return for a feast. and for joyous occasions, it was imperative to gather here. Xiao Jiao was also present, having fled from yet another argument between his parents, not wanting to return home. Wu Ge took him in. A Mao remained quiet. Sitting far from Wu Sa, Fat Cat, and Uncle Mu exchanged casual banter, while Wu Ge and Xiao Jiao engaged in boastful chatter. Wu Ge spoke with fervor. And although Xiao Wu was younger, he held his own in the exchange, as they both drank and bragged, with Wu Ge on beer and Xiao Jiao on orange juice. Wu Sa pulled Wu Ge back, disallowing him from drinking, but he shrugged her off, likely to face consequences when he returned home. As the drinks flowed and skewers were served, it grew close to 10 o'clock, and everyone prepared to depart. However, Wu Ge insisted that Wu Sa take Xiao Jiao home to sleep, stating that he wanted to find a place for a second round with the remaining group. Wu Sa shot him a glare that could kill, while Wu Ge pretended not to notice and led Xia Mo and the others away. Where are we headed, Wu Ge? Xia Mo inquired, puzzled. Are we really going for a second round? I think I've had enough. My head is spinning. Chapter 48. Nightfall. Wu Ge remained silent, waiting until Wu Sa and Xiao Jiao had walked far away before winking at the others, saying, on such a splendid day, Xia Mo's 22nd birthday. He has reached the legal age for marriage. Surely we must indulge? A friend recommended a newly opened bar, filled with stunning long-legged ladies. Let us go. Tonight we shall not return until we are inebriated. Upon hearing the mention of a bar, Uncle Mu immediately shook his head and walked away. Your sister-in-law is waiting for me at home. If she finds out I went to such a place, I might not return alive. As he left, he shot a parting remark at Wu Ge. You've got some nerve, sneaking off behind your sister-in-law's back. If she finds out, don't expect us to plead on your behalf. Wu Ge's expression soured at the thought of the terrifying consequences of being discovered, yet he defiantly called after Uncle Mu. It's just a bar. It's not like I'm going to a brothel. That foolish woman wouldn't dare confront me. Fat Cat also prepared to leave, but was persuaded by Wu Ge to stay. We're just going for a drink. Why resist? Cat brother, if you don't come, who will keep us entertained? A Mao, surprisingly eager, had never been to a bar and wished to broaden his horizons. He quietly asked Xia Mo, Xiaoxia, have you ever been to a bar? Me? Xia Mo chuckled ruefully. I've never been either. I've only heard stories about protagonists in novels picking up bodies in bars. I wonder if it's true. One of his dorm mates claimed the title of nightclub prince, often spending nights out and returning home late. This fellow stood at 6 feet tall, with a physique sculpted from hours in the gym and a handsome face. He could easily attract women at bars, frequently ending the night in bed with someone new. He boasted about having at least 30 to 50 contacts in his phone from the nightlife scene and would often flaunt them to Xia Mo and their friends. Xia Mo recalled a friend saying, there are two types of men who despise each other the most, those who spend all night at internet cafes and those who frequent nightclubs. Their values were entirely incompatible. Xia Mo resonated with this notion, as he belonged to the former group, unable to fathom the mindset of those who loved nightclubs. To him, spending thousands in one night was far less enjoyable than gaming with friends, which also saved money. However, since Fifth Brother brought it up today, Xia Mo felt it inappropriate to dampen his enthusiasm. In truth, he had always been quite curious about that place. Eventually, the four of them hailed a taxi to the newly opened bar named Yi's. Upon arrival, the only two things that dominated the view were luxurious cars and beautiful women, often found intertwined. In this realm, Mercedes and BMWs were mere trifles, while sports cars took center stage. Xia Mo, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of automobiles, could recognize a few models, mainly the Porsche, having spotted both the 911 and 918. Additionally, he glimpsed a couple of Ferraris and Maseratis, and even a dark green Aston Martin, recognized solely because it was the vehicle of 007. Almost without exception, the passenger seats of these sports cars were occupied by exquisitely made-up, fashionably dressed girls, each adorned with an expression that seemed to be cast from the same mold, a detached demeanor, as if indifferent to the opulence surrounding them. Outside the bar, an abundance of stunning women in short skirts and long legs filled the entrance, displaying vast expanses of fair skin. Some were engrossed in their phones, while others gazed ahead, none engaging in conversation, projecting an air of aloofness. Xia Mo pondered what they were doing, perhaps waiting for someone. He found himself intrigued by their apparent lack of concern for mosquitoes. First-time visitors to a nightclub might be dazzled by the quality and quantity of beautiful women present, as if all the scantily clad women in the city converged in this one location, and at that moment, Xia Mo felt precisely that sensation. All right, let us proceed inside. Fifth Brother tugged him through the entrance. Upon entering the bar, they first passed through a security check, followed by a collection of an entrance fee, 388 yuan each, which included a complimentary cocktail. It was said to be an opening promotion, exorbitantly priced, leaving Xia Mo astounded. He wished to cover the entrance fee for Cat Brother and a Mao, but they insisted on paying for themselves. After traversing a lengthy corridor, the atmosphere of the bar gradually enveloped them. The walls were adorned with bizarre light fixtures, yet the corridor remained dimly lit. making it feel as though they were walking through another dimension. The pulsating electronic music grew increasingly loud as they advanced, culminating in a deafening crescendo that even caused the floor to tremble slightly. Upon exiting the corridor, the sight that greeted Xia Mo and his companions was overwhelming, a sea of people. Following that were the lights, a dazzling array of spotlights, disco balls, and screens that nearly blinded them. Underneath this kaleidoscope of illumination and the thundering music, the crowd danced wildly. On the dance floor, a large screen showcased a girl wearing headphones, swaying her body while releasing musical notes. Suddenly, she pressed a button, and fog erupted around the dance floor, while a massive net descended from the ceiling, enveloping the dancers, accompanied by a cascade of colorful confetti that left one in a daze. The individuals on the platform lost themselves in the rhythm, expressing their emotions as though they were wild beasts in a cage. Surrounding the dance floor was a lounge area filled with sofas, nearly all occupied. Each table overflowed with alcoholic beverages, as various men indulged in excess, accompanied by women. Xiao Wu, what are we going to do? A Mao inquired of fifth brother. What? The music is too loud. Fifth brother couldn't hear him at all. I said, what are we here for? A Mao had to raise his voice to be heard. What do you mean? When you come to a disco, of course, you dance and drink. Although fifth brother had not frequented bars often, it was evident he relished the atmosphere. Come on, let's hit the dance floor first and drink later. With that, he boldly made his way onto the stage, slipping through a gap in the net and disappearing from sight. The remaining three exchanged glances before following suit. As soon as Xia Mo stepped onto the dance floor, he stumbled and collided with a girl in a backless outfit. It turned out the dance floor was movable, vibrating to the music, and Xia Mo, not paying attention, nearly fell. I'm sorry, he quickly apologized to the girl, who shot him a glare before moving on to dance elsewhere. Standing on the stage, Xia Mo observed the crowd engaging in various movements, some appearing to convulse. Unsure of how to dance, he felt that remaining still would be too awkward, so he began to sway along with the music. Before long, someone approached from behind. As Xia Mo stood at the edge of the dance floor, there was no space for the newcomer. Noticing Xia Mo's stiff movements, it was clear he was a novice. Hey, move aside, the young man said, tapping Xia Mo. Oh, Xia Mo quickly stepped aside, only to have the person occupy his space and start dancing. Unsure of what to do, Xia Mo ultimately decided to exit the dance floor. Just as he descended, he spotted a Mao standing below. Mao Gu, aren't you going to dance? Xia Mo asked. With all those men and women so close together? I can't, a Mao shook his head. A Mao suffered from the notorious fear of women, making it understandable that he wouldn't join in. Xiao Xia, why aren't you dancing? I can't dance. It feels too awkward to twist and turn. Xia Mo scratched his head, realizing the bar had profited significantly from their entrance fees of 388 each. Mao Gu, find a place to sit. I'll go claim the complimentary cocktail. We shouldn't let it go to waste. Xia Mo approached the bar, using their entrance wristbands to redeem 2 cocktails. Upon turning around, he noticed a Mao seemingly embroiled in a dispute with a group. A burly man in his 30s or 40s had a firm grip on a Mao's collar. Xia Mo hurried over, holding the drinks. What is going on? Let him go? Oh, your friend has come to defend you. The hefty man, weighing around 200 pounds with a double chin and evidently intoxicated, slurred, while we were away. Your friend took our seat. How do you propose we handle this? And what of it? Xia Mo replied, baffled. It was just a seat. Does it cost money? The double chin man paused. Are you playing dumb with me here? Then, he scrutinized Xia Mo from head to toe, bursting into laughter as he pointed at her and remarked to the boys and girls at his table. So, it turns out she's just a novice. I knew it. Just look at her shabby attire. She probably has never set foot in a place like this in her life. The group erupted in laughter. What does it matter whether I've been here or not? Xia Mo retorted, slightly irked. It doesn't matter, since we're here to broaden our horizons. We want to make things difficult for you, he replied with a double chin chuckle. By the way, just so you know, the minimum spend to sit here is 18,888. He then gestured towards an extravagant-looking silver-gray champagne bottle on the table and asked, do you recognize this? The black and gold edition of Ace of Spades, 12,000 per bottle. I ordered 3 to secure this seat. Understand? Can you even afford it? Just stick to your cocktails. Xia Mo was about to retort, but was stopped by a Mao, who said, all right, Xia Mo, let us go. As they turned to leave, a wave of laughter erupted behind them. A Mao led Xia Mo to the bar, where Fat Cat was also present, just receiving his cocktail. Noticing Xia Mo's disgruntled expression, he inquired, what's wrong? Nothing, a Mao interjected, just a minor dispute. By the way, Cat Bro, can we sit here? It's free, right? As long as it's all right, Fat Cat replied, glancing at Xia Mo. I just asked the waiter. The minimum spend for the tables at the bar is 600, which I can't afford. Xia Mo then realized that the seats in the bar were reserved for the wealthy. Those without money had to stand. They're so money-oriented, a Mao muttered discontentedly. Xia Mo, let us not sit here. If it's 600 each, that's 2,004 for 4 of us. In the end, Xia Mo spent 1,002 to buy the 2 cheapest bottles of alcohol, creating 2 seats to alternate between. Half an hour later, Wu Gu returned from the dance floor, drenched in sweat. Fat Cat asked with a grin, "So how was it? Did you manage to hook up with any girls?" Wu Gu immediately adopted a righteous demeanor, declaring, "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I came to dance just to unwind. It's not about girls." After saying this, he glanced at the drinks Xia Mo had ordered and asked how much they cost. Gin and tonic, 81 online per bottle. And here it's 600. What a ripoff. He then took a glass and downed it in one go, exclaiming, "Hey, the taste is quite pure. It seems a bit better than what is sold online." The others chose to ignore him, and ultimately, the 2 bottles of alcohol were mostly consumed by him and Xia Mo. Although Xia Mo was not fond of drinking and disliked the taste of alcohol, he found himself wishing to experience the sensation of inebriation on this, his 22nd birthday, a year marking a turning point in his life. As he drank, his eyelids grew heavy, and the world around him began to spin, yet his consciousness remained surprisingly clear. While some become loquacious and boastful when intoxicated, Xia Mo was not of that ilk. It appeared that the more he drank, the more lucid he became. Once the alcohol was finished, he pondered if it was time to leave. "Shall we go?" Fat Cat inquired. "I'll just use the restroom," Mao replied. "All right, we'll wait for Mao before we leave." Xia Mo squinted, resting his head on the bar, imagining that his face was likely as red as when Xia Donglai had been drinking every day post-divorce. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him, and Fat Cat patted him, saying, "It seems Mao is in trouble." Xia Mo turned to see the same group, with the same double-chinned figure grabbing Mao. He wondered if he was hallucinating from the drink, as time seemed to rewind. He staggered over and shouted, "Hey, what is going on? Let him go." "Oh, it's you again," the hefty man sneered. "I didn't make a fuss when you took my seat earlier. But now you've spilled my drink, and I can't let you off the hook." It was then that Xia Mo noticed a shattered bottle of Ace of Spades on the floor, with a waitress holding a tray standing nearby, while a tearful woman sat beside the double-chinned man. "Let us talk this out calmly. Stop with the my seat nonsense. Who do you think you are?" Xia Mo's breath reeked of alcohol. "What if I do want to be treated like that? If you don't want to listen, then pay up." The double-chinned man replied defiantly. Xia Mo turned to Mao, asking, "What is going on?" Mao, at a loss, explained, "I just came back from the restroom. And as I passed by, that woman suddenly bumped into me. I was startled and accidentally knocked over the waitress's drink." The woman, looking wronged, added, "I was just playing with him. I didn't expect him to react so strongly, as if I had done something to him." "This is your issue then," Xia Mo calmly stated. "So you don't want to pay, huh?" The double-chinned man slammed the table, causing his flesh to jiggle. "With so many people watching, it's this loser who caused the problem, and now it's on us. I suggest you watch your words," Xia Mo replied firmly. "My friend has a phobia of women. Why would you provoke him?" Laughter erupted from the double-chinned man and his companions. "Look at that. He's making up a phobia, just for $1,000. This is too funny." The laughter was so boisterous that the woman who had been crying earlier also broke into laughter, as if she had never wept. Mao was at a loss for what to do, while Xia Mo simply stood there, observing their amusement. The double-chinned man pointed at Xia Mo, laughing with the woman. "Phobia of women, no doubt. Women should stay away from these poor losers." The alcohol coursed through Xia Mo's veins, and he felt a wave of disorientation, suddenly recalling a small incident from his middle school days. Chapter 50. Change. This occurred shortly after that woman had left. At the time, Xia Donglai was drinking heavily every day, leaving Xia Mo unable to afford even a meal, forcing him to shamelessly seek food from friends and neighbors. Within days, his classmates learned of his mother's abandonment and his father's descent into alcoholism, leaving their home so impoverished that they couldn't even afford a pot. Friends he once played with turned their backs on him, ostracizing him from their social circles, while whispers and pointed fingers followed him in silence. Only one friend remained steadfast, unconcerned with others' opinions, and continued to invite him over for meals. At that moment, Xia Mo resolved that this would be his most important friend in life, vowing to steadfastly stand by him no matter what transpired in the future. However, after one occasion when Xia Mo dined at his house, that friend began to distance himself. Xia Mo felt despondent for a considerable time and eventually confronted him to inquire about the reason. The friend replied, "My mother says I shouldn't associate with children from poor families like yours." Suddenly, Xia Mo burst into laughter. His laughter grew louder and more frenzied, resembling a madman from a psychiatric ward, as if he might laugh his lungs out. The group of individuals known as Shuangziba looked on in astonishment and asked Mao, "Is your friend unwell?" Pang Mao and Wu Gu attempted to restrain Xia Mo, but he staggered forward, seized half a bottle of Heitao from the table, and smashed it on the glass surface. The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed far and wide, drawing the attention of many patrons. "What the hell do you want? Want to fight?" The Shuangziba group sprang to their feet, with Shuangziba protecting a woman behind him, rolling up his sleeves. You are right. Xia Mo spat out a mouthful of wine fumes, discarding the remaining piece of the bottle, his drunken eyes slightly glazed. This wine is beyond my means. But I can afford the damage. The waiter, having long since summoned security, arrived with a rubber baton, demanding to know who was causing the disturbance. Without sparing him a glance, Xia Mo directly inquired of the waiter, how many bottles of this Heitao Black Gold do you have left? The waiter paused. This wine is limited edition. We have 68 bottles. Bring them all to me, Xia Mo interjected. The waiter stood dumbfounded and did not move. Xia Mo then tossed a bank card onto the wine-soaked table, reiterating, I will say it once more, I want them all. Oh, please hold on, the waiter said, clutching the card and hurriedly departing. Xiao Mo and Pang Mao rushed to stop Xia Mo. Don't do this. Don't hold me back. Xia Mo pressed down on Pang Mao's hand, slightly inebriated. It's my birthday today, nothing can buy my joy. Before long, the waiter returned, pushing a three-tiered cart loaded with bottles, followed closely by the previously fierce-looking security guard, who was also pushing a cart. What is going on? Are you throwing money around? Shuangziba scowled, making it seem as if he couldn't afford anything. These are your 2 bottles. Xia Mo disregarded him entirely, pulling 2 bottles from the cart and placing them on the table. This wine is too expensive for me to drink, but I can afford to smash it. With another crash, he shattered a bottle, and amidst the splattering wine, Xia Mo erupted into hearty laughter. In that moment, he had never felt more exhilarated. The bar manager rushed over upon hearing the commotion, yet he dared not intervene. Patrons purchasing wine to drink or to smash was beyond his control. In fact, he welcomed such customers, as they would yield him greater commissions. The sound of bottles breaking echoed throughout the venue. The music ceased, and the dancers stopped. All eyes fixed on the young man smashing bottle after bottle, each crash reverberating like a heartbeat. Encountering a madman, Shuangziba abandoned even the 2 bottles they had to compensate for, dragging their table mates away without uttering a single harsh word. Pang Mao and Mao exchanged complex glances at Xia Mo, while Wu Gu appeared exhilarated, ready to join in the fray. Thinking this was what youth was all about, purely reckless. After a total of 68 crashes, Xia Mo finally smashed the last 2 bottles on the table, leaving the VIP area in utter disarray. To all present, my apologies. I will gift each table a bottle of Heitao Platinum Edition as a gesture of goodwill. At a price of 888 per bottle, cheers erupted, and applause thundered throughout the venue. Xia Mo waved to the crowd, but as he turned, he slipped and fell into the spilled wine. Xiao Mo, Pang Mao and the others rushed to assist him, fearing he might cut himself on the glass shards. Once they helped him up, they realized he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. This guy, Pang Mao sighed, gazing at Xia Mo's still somewhat youthful face. The following day, Xia Mo awakened only as the lights began to dim. The effects of the alcohol still lingered, and a hangover surged within him, provoking a wave of nausea as he stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, unable to recall the events of the previous night. Having read countless novels, he momentarily thought he had traversed into another realm. In that fleeting moment, he pondered, when he was struggling and living like a dog. Fate didn't allow him to transcend, yet now that he had achieved some semblance of success, what kind of transcendence was this? However, the memories of last night soon flooded back, and he suddenly clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain. Too painful. Had he ever directly or indirectly spent nearly $1 million in his life? How could he have squandered it all in just 10 minutes? He recalled collapsing in the spilled wine and hastily checked himself over, discovering he was uninjured, and his bank card and keys remained intact. He also found several small notes with names and WeChat IDs, clearly from girls. As he was lost in thought, someone entered the room. Xia Mo lifted his gaze and met the eyes of Uncle Mo. Awake, are we? Uncle Mu held a bowl of soup. This is the hangover soup your sister-in-law made for you. Drink it while it's warm. What happened, Uncle Mu? Xia Mo accepted the bowl. I was wondering the same. Someone banged on the door in the middle of the night, and I thought there was a disturbance. When I opened the door, Pang Mao and Xiao Wu were carrying you in. You were sleeping like a dead pig. Uncle Mu settled on the bed. What about these? Xia Mo pointed to the notes. Your own romantic debts, ask me? Uncle Mu chuckled mischievously. How does it feel to spend money like water? Did you hear the sound of 12,000 each time? I heard that when they carried you out last night, those girls were stuffing notes into your pockets, all clamoring for your attention. Xia Mo was taken aback and explained, I drank too much. Uncle Mu suddenly turned serious and said, you are now wealthy. And by societal standards, you can be considered successful. However, your success has come too swiftly, too urgently, and is therefore unstable. When one finds themselves at the pinnacle of success, the number of envious souls wishing for their downfall is equal to those who aspire to ascend by stepping on their shoulders. It is precisely during such times that one must exercise restraint. Yet, Mu Shu, do you have any idea how long I have endured this? Xia Mo abruptly interrupted Mu Shu, his gaze revealing a depth of emotion that Mu Shu had never witnessed before. for a full decade. Chapter 51, The Fortunate One. Since my junior high days, I have been the most inconspicuous individual in the crowd. I tread cautiously, filled with trepidation. The girl I admired could only be gazed upon from afar, and I dared not venture into new realms, for I had no one to fall back on. In the third year of junior high, a few delinquents bullied me. I lacked even the courage to resist. I could only flee first after school each day, terrified of being cornered and beaten. I had had enough of such days. Mushu was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. But now, I can finally face my fears, for I can support myself. I do not wish to be trampled upon by anyone. I simply desire to be my true self. Xia Mo spoke calmly, yet each word was articulated with clarity and conviction. After a moment of silence, Mushu sat on the bed, reflecting before addressing Xia Mo. Have I ever shared stories of my youth with you? This was over 20 years ago when I ventured alone into a bustling metropolis, lacking both education and skills. During my lowest moments, I was deceived by a co-worker and lost all my living expenses, sleeping on a bench in the People's Park for half a month. I too have experienced despair, believing that my life would remain thus until I encountered someone who was profoundly significant to me. She rejuvenated my spirit, revealing that my future extended beyond such limitations, allowing me to glimpse broader horizons. It was from that moment that I began to prosper, step by step, arriving at where I am today. As Mushu recounted his past, his face was etched with nostalgia. I share this with you to convey that everyone experiences days of utter disarray, akin to that of a dog, yet such instances do not encompass the entirety of life. They constitute merely a minuscule fraction. Do not allow these experiences to confine you. You claim to desire authenticity. Are you certain that your current self embodies the person you wish to be? Xia Mo did not respond directly, but instead shifted his gaze. So, Mushu, is this why you support those gaming prodigies? Why you established a studio? Indeed, Mushu nodded. I perceive them as individuals merely traversing a low point in their lives. Seeing them reminds me of my former self. Xia Mo's eyes darted around. You speak of not being shackled by the past. Then why is the name of the chain of internet cafes and the studio not a homage to your wife? Mushu's eyes widened in mock indignation as he feigned a strike. Just then, Mushu's wife entered, her displeasure evident as she observed the scene. Look at you, acting like a child at your age. Xia Mo has just sobered up. What nonsense are you two engaging in? Both of you, hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Coming, Mushu replied hastily, casting Xia Mo a warning glance that conveyed, speak out of turn again, and you shall regret it. Xia Mo merely smiled. Yet within that smile, Mushu discerned an ineffable quality that suggested the previous conversation had not truly changed him. A quiet sigh escaped him. What lies ahead? Who can say? In the latter half of that year, the world witnessed significant events, both among nations and corporations, impacting various facets of life, albeit not always in an overt manner. However, within the realm of live streaming, the most palpable and significant occurrence was the meteoric rise of a streamer known as Xia Mo. In less than 3 months since his debut, this enigmatic figure had amassed nearly 3 million followers, a feat comparable to many veteran streamers. Yet, what intrigued industry insiders more were certain metrics that would escape the notice of the average observer: average online viewers, average watch time, and fan conversion rates. These figures underscored his terrifying potential. It is no exaggeration to assert that in these metrics, all high-profile streamers across the internet paled in comparison to Xia Mo. This immense potential corresponded to a formidable capacity for generating revenue. The daily gift amounts in Xia Mo's streaming room far exceeded those of similarly popular streamers. And this figure was on a consistent rise. The earlier discussions surrounding the exorbitant signing fee paid by Shark for Xia Mo, who had only recently garnered 1 million followers, have since ceased. The prevailing sentiment now is overwhelmingly one of recognition, a discerning eye for talent. Rumor has it that the super administrator who first discovered Xia Mo has also received a promotion. With Xia Mo's ascension came a plethora of envious, skeptical, and suspicious gazes. Some claim he is merely a pawn pushed forth by Shark amidst the aggressive strategies of the Tiger Claw platform, backed by the support of the Shark platform, and that the so-called signing fee is nothing but a marketing gimmick. He is simply an employee. Otherwise, how does one explain his frequent clashes with major streamers and his rapid accumulation of followers? Others suggest that Xia Mo is merely the front for a vast operation, with every aspect of his streams meticulously crafted by a dedicated team. His every utterance is the result of collective brainstorming. He is merely an actor. Otherwise, how could he consistently deliver iconic moments that other streamers might only achieve once in a year? Setting aside these conspiracy theories, numerous streaming companies and platform guilds have been studying Xia Mo, treating him as a classic case, attempting to dissect the essence of his success and whether it can be replicated. Yet, upon extensive analysis, they conclude that everything appears to be a mere stroke of luck, wholly unrepeatable. He is a quintessential fortunate one. How long he will remain in the limelight and to what extent he will flourish remains uncertain. It all hinges upon the duration of his fortune. Volume 1. The Dragon Hides in the Abyss. End of Chapter 51. Chapter 52. The Queen Minter. Volume 2. The Dragon Appears in the Field. Hello, Mushu. Yes, I'm about to start the broadcast. Promotion, right? The gaming companion software? What's it called? Shengyu? Alright, I've noted it down. Is it urgent? Their offer is how much? So much. No problem. I'll arrange it for them today. After hanging up the phone, Xia Mo, seated in his flamboyant pink gaming chair, gazed absently out at the barren branches of the willow tree. The new year had already commenced, and it had been over half a month since the events of the last Christmas ball. Since then, Zhao Yuantao had not caused any further disturbances, likely because he could not locate Xia Mo. Nevertheless, even if he had found him, it would not have mattered. Such a character held no significance in the heart of the current Xia Mo. His streaming career had surpassed the initial explosive growth phase and entered a period of steady development, gradually amassing 3.5 million followers over the past 2 weeks. This relatively stable growth trajectory was something that many other streamers could only envy. Consequently, he remained a coveted figure in the eyes of advertisers, with various contracts and promotions competing fiercely for his attention, allowing him to choose at will. A mere nod from him could result in an influx of funds that would take an ordinary person an entire year of toil to earn. Matters of this nature were handled by Uncle Mu, for which Xia Mo compensated him with a professional agent's fee. Xia Mo himself maintained a simple routine, sleeping in the studio until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, ordering takeout for a meal, and then beginning his stream. After streaming until 10 in the evening, he would freshen up and join his friend Wu Ge for a night out at a bar, drinking until the early hours of the morning and then returning home to sleep until the next day. If one were to consider the Xia Mo of 6 months prior, he would never have imagined that his life would transform into this. Yet now, he could only marvel at the unpredictability of life. After a moment of contemplation, realizing it was time to begin his stream, Xia Mo skillfully opened the streaming software and commenced his broadcast. Hello everyone, welcome to the live stream of Xia Tian, a technical and entertaining League of Legends streamer. I do not seek fame, only to bring a smile to your faces. Gifts are appreciated, but sincerity is what I truly value. My streams are not for teaching. I simply wish for my audience to enjoy themselves. Today is yet another punctual streaming day. Can the new viewers resist the urge to hit that follow button? A lengthy opening statement flowed effortlessly from Xia Mo's lips, transmitted through the microphone into the audio mixer and voice changer before transforming into a digital signal sent to the devices of tens of thousands of viewers. Are you considering graduate school? He quipped. The streamer is still recovering from a cold. I hope to hear my normal voice soon. I am an auditory enthusiast. I actually find the streamer's current voice even more melodious, particularly soothing. Let's get started. I have stopped playing games. I only enjoy watching the streamer dominate in Diamond Rank. The comments flooded the screen, with many loyal viewers showering gifts as soon as the stream began. Xia Mo noticed discussions regarding his voice in the comments and smiled without engaging. In reality, he had adjusted his voice using a voice changer during his streams half a month ago. This was prompted by an incident on the subway, where 2 young individuals had stared at him and whispered that his voice resembled that of the recently popular streamer, Xia Tian. While this was undoubtedly a positive sign of his rising popularity, it also heightened the risk of his identity being exposed. He was indifferent to being recognized. Yet he had always told Xia Donglai that he had secured a position as a sales specialist at a foreign trade company, never revealing that he was engaged in a profession deemed dubious by Xia Donglai. Thus, he had invested in a professional voice changer, explaining to his longtime viewers that he was suffering from a cold, resulting in a different voice. He believed that once everyone grew accustomed to it, no one would pay it any mind. Xia Mo was confident that even if Xia Donglai were to hear his live stream, he would not connect it to him. After delivering his opening statement, Xia Mo did not immediately dive into ranked matches as usual. Instead, he downloaded a voice accompaniment application called Xingyu, installing it while addressing his audience. Playing games alone every day is truly dull. I miss having someone to share the wins and losses with. Recently, a friend introduced me to a companionship app. Here it is, Xingyu. It features beautiful, skilled ladies with sweet voices, offering affordable prices and excellent service. You no longer need to worry about having no one to play games with. Today, I will personally experience it. Suddenly, he was taken aback. He had never encountered such audacity. Alas, one must make a living. Children, run for your lives. Affordable prices, you say? Those companions start at dozens of dollars an hour. With that money, I might as well get a foot massage. Is that foot massage even legitimate? Xia Mo completed the software installation and entered the League of Legends companion area, where a plethora of companions with varying prices appeared, predominantly female, with tantalizing photos that left one wondering about their authenticity. The rates were indeed not cheap. The lowest was $30 per hour, with some charging by the match for $25 each, no bargaining allowed. These companions could be categorized into 2 types. entertainment companions, and technical companions. The former, as the name suggests, offered pure entertainment with no expectation of skill, often with ranks barely reaching gold. The latter, however, were impressive, capable of assisting players in climbing ranks, with prices soaring accordingly, ranging from dozens to hundreds of dollars per hour. After surveying the options, Xia Mo felt overwhelmed and could not settle on one. Ultimately, he decided to sort the prices from high to low to see what the most expensive option entailed. Well, this is quite something. Xia Mo raised an eyebrow, pointing at the top-ranked companion that had just refreshed, a female mentor in the Masters tier, specializing in jungle play, dedicated to enhancing her clients' awareness. With a promotional price of $999 per match, the comments erupted. Wow, that is more expensive than the last escort I found. Can that escort even compare? Can they reach Masters? Can they help you rank up? May I borrow a moment of your time, good sir? At the end of summer, Xia Mo tapped the screen. Observing the introduction, the top 9 masters of AIONIA, the top 300 in the canyon, and screenshots of the kings of by Air G Wate. What a remarkable individual. When I was at 10, I was merely a silver player. You, a silver at 10, are now effortlessly slaying diamonds? Are you pulling my leg? I have never encountered a girl excelling at this game, let alone being in the top 300 of the canyon. It is undoubtedly the result of an account boost. Are you promoting gender discrimination here? This is not gender discrimination. The physiological structures and cognitive patterns of girls and boys differ. In competitive games, it is quite normal for girls to struggle against boys. You simply lack exposure. I know a female player who is a master in the electric tier, dominating in the suburban master segment. Xia Mo ignored the barrage of comments and, intrigued, proceeded to book a session with this female master coach. While scanning the payment code, he remarked, I believe my current limitation lies in my awareness. I find it challenging even in diamond matches. This coach specializes in enhancing awareness. I am saved. What a show-off. Keep pretending. Are you trying to be Versailles? Hurry up. I genuinely want to see if this 999 yuan session is worth its weight in gold or diamonds. In truth, Xia Mo was not boasting. He genuinely lacked awareness and found himself in diamond matches solely by relying on DJVU to make optimal choices. Shortly after placing the order, the master coach sent a voice invitation. Xia Mo answered the call, but after a prolonged silence, he cautiously said, Hey, hello? Eventually, a cool, distant female voice responded with a curt, It felt as though saying anything more was superfluous. Are you the master coach? Yes, still terse with her words. Hello? Is it true that you are a master? That is amazing. I've been stuck in platinum and can't seem to break into diamond. Could you teach me? Xia Mo leaned in with genuine curiosity. Ugh, calling her sister? What a little puppy act. This streamer-esque tone makes me feel like this female coach is about to get swindled. The female coach seemed taken aback by Xia Mo's flattery and, unaccustomed to such behavior, replied, All right, just call me Xiaomeng. What position do you usually play? Oh, Sister Xiaomeng. I primarily play top lane. But I struggle to reach diamond no matter what I do. I feel like I die wherever I go. The enemy jungler collects kills wherever they roam. Especially when the enemy picks a champion like Master E. They snowball after securing just a couple of kills, and I can't stop them. My top laner often ends up with 2 deaths out of 3 games against champions like Dr. Mundo or Darius, who can easily solo kill them and invade my jungle while my mid and top laners just sit under their towers, ignoring me. Playing jungler feels like I'm just a pack mule for the team, and yet when I try to make plays, I get flamed for not contributing. It's so hard. I feel like my teammates lack awareness. Stop. The female coach could no longer hold back. What you're describing is a common issue among players at your rank. Bluntly put, it boils down to insufficient skill. Blaming teammates is futile. The key is to improve yourself. Since you've placed an order, it shows you have the desire to enhance your skills, which is commendable. I will guide you through a practice match where you can identify your shortcomings, understand? Oh, understood, Xia Mo replied obediently. Soon, Xia Mo provided the female coach with a Suburban Platinum 2 account while using a friend's Platinum 2 account himself. During the account login, Xia Mo did not forget to flatter the coach, Sister Xiaomeng. Is that photo on your profile truly you? Yes, why? You're so beautiful like a star. Don't force flattery, it's awkward. Oh, upon entering the match room, the female coach asked, Which lane do you play? I play top lane. What champion do you use? I play Elise. Wow, a niche champion. Xia Mo exclaimed. Why do so many boosters prefer playing Elise? Can you share? The female coach hesitated for a moment before responding, because Elise is a champion that combines control, burst damage, and invasion capabilities. Her spider form provides invulnerability, allowing her to tower dive alongside her teammates easily. Enemies at lower ranks often lack proper defensive awareness, making it easy to dominate a lane and establish momentum. That's why boosters favor playing Elise. Is it really that impressive? Your understanding is quite insightful, Xia Mo mused. Could it be that she is truly a master? Isn't that phrase all too familiar? It seems to echo from that popular jungler's guide on playing Elise. You're not mistaken. I just checked. And it was indeed the opening line from his video released on October 5th last year. Xia Mo noticed the comments, but chose not to expose her. Instead, he cooperated. So what champion should I select in the top lane to assist you? No need. Choose a champion you are comfortable with. Just observe me in this match. The female coach appeared quite confident. As they entered the game, the female coach effortlessly showcased her skills, exuding an air of superiority. Xia Mo selected Gangplank for himself. As previously mentioned, due to his increasing familiarity with DJVU, Xia Mo gained additional advantages when playing certain champions. Notably, champions like Blitzcrank and Morgana, whose critical skills are skill shots, were nearly guaranteed to hit. Additionally, his previous experience with Teemo allowed him to use mushrooms effectively without wasting a single one. Similar to Teemo, Gangplank's unique mechanism involves barrels, which can be utilized by both allies and enemies. This creates a stark contrast between skilled and unskilled players. Those who lack proficiency often lead to disastrous outcomes, while highly skilled players can turn the tide of battle with well-placed barrels. With the enhancement of DJVU, Xia Mo was unmatched in barrel control. After selecting Gangplank, the opposing top laner picked Garen, a champion that can perform well against any opponent, making it a foolproof choice. The master coach finalized her selection of Elise, while the enemy jungler opted for Vigo, a conventional choice. Upon entering the game, Xia Mo and his female mentor found themselves on the blue team, with Captain in the top lane, Spider in the jungle, Ice Maiden in the mid lane, and the duo of Rat and Cat in the bot lane. The opposing red team consisted of Garen in the top lane, Vigo in the jungle, Galio in the mid lane, and the combination of Wheel Mother and Lulu in the bot lane. As a competent jungler, it is imperative to observe both teams' compositions and analyze their strengths and weaknesses at the onset of the game. Naturally, if your rank is relatively low, you may not discern much, yet it is essential to learn. The mentor, a seasoned player, began elucidating strategies to Xia Mo. For instance, she pointed out that the bottom lane duo seemed primarily focused on farming, making them difficult targets for ganks, hence it would be prudent to adopt a counter-gank approach instead. The Ice Maiden in the mid lane would synergize well with her post-level 6, suggesting a visit after they both reached that level. She cautioned that Vigo, the opposing jungler, possesses formidable skirmishing and invading capabilities in the early game, which may result in him encroaching upon her jungle. Thus, what would be the optimal choice in this scenario? Uncertain. Xia Mo admitted his ignorance. The mentor, recognizing his lower rank of platinum, reassured him that such lack of knowledge was expected. She advised that he could opt for a swift 3-camp clear of red, blue, and frog, subsequently ganking the top lane to circumvent Vigo's invasion. Remember this, she instructed. As the game commenced, the mentor indeed executed her strategy of a rapid 3-camp clear, while in the top lane, Captain struggled against Garen, lacking the ability to secure a kill due to his slow health regeneration. The two merely exchanged blows while focusing on last-hitting minions. I'm on my way, the mentor announced over voice chat. Xia Mo, observing over 10 minions under his turret, tentatively suggested, shall we skip this gank and push the wave instead? What do you mean by pushing the wave? The mentor retorted impatiently. Hurry and come. It's the same whether we kill first and then eat or the other way around. Reluctantly, Xia Mo acquiesced, abandoning the minion wave to pursue Garen. Sensing the impending danger, Garen activated his ability, Decisive Strike, and retreated. The mentor's spider emerged from the brush, ensnaring Garen with a well-timed cocoon. Now, quickly, she urged. As Xia Mo closed in on Garen, he unleashed a shot from his gunfire negotiation, yet an unforeseen occurrence transpired. From the river's brush, Vigo emerged, stunning the spider with a swift strike, followed by 2 passive attacks from the blade of the ruined king, reducing her health to half. Garen, recovering from his stun, seized the opportunity to strike down the spider with his sword, executing her before she could even use her flash. Witnessing this, Xia Mo retreated to farm the minions. A peculiar silence enveloped the voice chat. When the mentor remained silent, Xia Mo awkwardly broached the topic. The enemy jungler also executed a swift 3-camp clear. What should we do now? After a prolonged pause, the mentor finally remarked, this unfortunate outcome was primarily your fault. Chapter 55, Jungle Coordination. A death and a gift. Xia Mo, what was my error in that play? He inquired cautiously. You must learn to self-reflect, the mentor replied with impatience. Since you've paid for my guidance, it indicates your skill level is inadequate, so refrain from questioning my advice. Had you utilized your flash to ignite and coordinate with me to eliminate Garen, we could have secured a kill. Ultimately, your indecisiveness was at fault. A moment of realization dawned upon Xia Mo as he acknowledged the truth in her words, left speechless. I have been a mere specter in this game. I too believe the failure lay with the streamer. He rubbed his nose sheepishly, conceding, all right, I understand. Good. Next time, be more decisive when I call for a gank. The game continued, with Xia Mo and Garen resuming their minion farming in the top lane. The opposing Garen played cautiously, despite Xia Mo's captain consistently winning trades. Garen would retreat to the brush when his health dipped below half, regenerating with his passive and Doran's shield, denying Xia Mo the opportunity to secure a kill. Consequently, Xia Mo found himself at an impasse. Eventually, they reached level 6, with Xia Mo having a lead of approximately 20 minions over Garen. Meanwhile, the spider was caught and slain by the ruined king in the jungle, much to the mentor's chagrin. Had you not failed to engage at level 3, I would not have been overpowered by that ruined king. Xia Mo refrained from responding. At that moment, Xia Mo had amassed a significant wave of minions pushing towards Garen's turret. After being damaged by Xia Mo's barrels, Garen was left with less than half his health. The spider, presently farming the frog in the upper jungle, signaled Xia Mo to tower dive. I don't think we can dive, Xia Mo cautiously expressed, noting Galio had just reached level 6. If I say we can dive, then we can. What are you afraid of? The mentor countered. Your judgment as a low-tier player is often flawed. Otherwise, you would not be stuck in platinum, would you? Very well, I'll initiate the dive, Xia Mo resolved. As Garen cleared minions under the turret, the spider emerged from the brush near the stone golem, landing a cocoon on Garen, who was trapped between the turret and the minions. The turret immediately switched its target. As a bright energy orb shot towards the spider, she unleashed her neurotoxin and self-destructing spiderling, then transformed into her spider form to engage. Although Garen was stunned, he quickly activated his courage ability, which, combined with his runes, allowed him to recover from the stun rapidly. He struck the spider with his sword, silencing her, and then activated his judgment ability, spinning around her. After several rotations, he skillfully canceled the ability just before the spider regained her senses, unleashing his ultimate, Damnation Justice, which brought the spider to her last sliver of health. The mentor, in a panic, attempted to escape, but the turret's damage had already taken its toll, depleting her remaining health. What about your ability to fly? Xia Mo inquired. My finger slipped. I didn't T-activate it, she lamented. Faced with an untenable situation, Xia Mo attempted to retreat, only to find Garen enveloped in a thick layer of magical shielding, with a circular magical sigil spreading across the ground near him. Hero has arrived, descended from the heavens, launching Captain Xia Mo into the air, and then activated his taunt, combining forces with the defensive tower and Garen to unleash a flurry of punches that ultimately claimed the captain's life. Garen secured yet another kill, bringing his tally to an impressive 300, while Xia Mo's captain languished at 0 to 10, with the spider trailing at 0 to 30. Was this debacle still my fault? The esteemed female mentor, a master of the game, remained silent for a moment before stating, I shall not ascend the lane. It has already crumbled. My assistance would not be reciprocated. You must bear the burden alone. Xia Mo was astounded by her prowess, exclaiming, a true maestro of rhythm. A synchronized dance between top and jungle. One death leads to another. Indeed, the skill of shifting blame was commendable, worthy of a master. As the game surpassed the 10-minute mark, the opposing DM had already acquired the Prowler's Claw, an unequivocal sign of superior development, while Xia Mo was still armed with merely a Radiant Glory and a Caulfield's Warhammer. Garen, having gained the upper hand, frequently approached with his taunting presence, disregarding whether he could reach Xia Mo, determined to disrupt his farming. The spider fared even worse. Her attempt to ambush mid lane ended in a counterattack. Upon respawning to claim the red buff, she was ambushed by the Riven, leaving her with a score of 0 to 5. Her teammates were consumed with the struggle for survival. The mid lane mage, the Ice Queen, declared 15. The female mentor remained silent, likely having muted her communication. Meanwhile, Xia Mo continued to farm in the top lane, while the other lanes languished in a state of despair. By the 14th minute, the outer towers in mid and bot lanes had fallen before the disappearance of the plating, and vision in the jungle had been severely compromised. Venturing into the red zone meant certain death. After enduring until the 15th minute, an immediate call for surrender arose in the chat. To Xia Mo's dismay, the one initiating the surrender was none other than the so-called casual master of the game, the female mentor. We refuse to surrender, came the rallying cry. Is no one willing to concede? The mentor exclaimed in dissatisfaction. This exemplifies the disparity between high and low ranks. When I played in the master tier, I would have surrendered long ago in such a situation. Anyone with a modicum of understanding realizes there is no room for a comeback. Refusing to surrender is merely a waste of time. Who exactly lacks understanding? Surely not this support? In truth, it was I who lacked understanding, Xia Mo muttered softly. Chapter 56. The counterattack begins. Oh, you lack understanding? Why is that? The mentor retorted, immediately pressing for an explanation. I believe a comeback is possible. In a scenario like this, how would you orchestrate a turnaround? None of the lanes hold an advantage. The enemy Garen is nearing 2 items, and if Lulu dashes in with a speed boost, someone is bound to fall. What is your strategy? But what if we do succeed? Will you refund me the gold from this match? That is preposterous, the mentor rejected outright, asserting her professional ethics. The barrage of comments flooded in. What the hell is professional ethics? Is that how it's used? 0-5-15 and you expect to profit 1,000 in under half an hour? Is money so easy to come by? I'm dying of laughter. Is the streamer promoting something? A reverse advertisement, perhaps. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Mo proposed, if we win, will you come to my stream and gift me something? You stream? The minter appeared flustered, considering the implications of her previous performance being broadcasted. Yes, I'm a small streamer, just a couple of months in, enjoying the game. All right then. If you manage to turn this around, I will send you a gift. The minter readily agreed, seemingly proud of her generosity. Yet, could this game truly turn around? I remain skeptical. With the strategic disadvantage already established, the economic gap was at least 4,000 to 5,000. How could they possibly turn the tide? The key issue lay in the fact that the streamer was also underperforming. If this does turn around, I will send you a colossal gift, declared a wealthy benefactor in the chat. Noted, Xia Mo responded, catching sight of the comment amidst the deluge of messages, smiling as he remarked, if Zhang, the benefactor, fails to deliver, I shall not hesitate to message him. As the game progressed to the 17th minute, Xia Mo's score stood at 113, with an additional kill and 3 assists gained through his ultimate ability. Due to the overwhelming disadvantage, his outer tower had been demolished early by DM using the Rift Herald. There were no resources available for a team fight. The enemy Garen confidently confronted Xia Mo in the lane near the second tower, clearing waves and either retreating into the brush or performing a dance with his large sword, ensuring Xia Mo remained immobilized. At this juncture, Xia Mo's equipment consisted of 3 core items alongside a serrated dagger and a crit cloak, while Garen had already completed 2 major items, the Prowler's Claw and the Divine Sunderer, even donning Berserker's Greaves to enhance his skill rotations. After pushing a wave, Garen began to dance mockingly before the defensive tower, executing one-armed poses in an exhibition of taunting bravado. Xia Mo, however, remained focused on his own farming, securing a cannon minion and reaching level 13. Observing the oblivious Garen still dancing, a cold smile crept across Xia Mo's face as the counterattack commenced. Most League of Legends players are aware that Captain is a champion who thrives on development, particularly in terms of levels. The higher the level, the more formidable he becomes. However, many are unaware of the specific reasons behind this. This phenomenon is rooted in the mechanics of Captain's abilities. Powder Keg ability cost, 0 range. 1,000 place a powder keg in an area that both Captain and enemies can attack, lasting 25 seconds. If Captain destroys a keg, it will explode, dealing physical damage equivalent to the damage of that attack, ignoring 40 armor, and applying a slow effect of 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 for 2 seconds. The explosion deals an additional 80 trillion, 105 billion, 130 million, 155,180 physical damage to enemy champions. When one keg explodes, it triggers a chain reaction with other overlapping kegs. Damage does not stack. The keg's health diminishes every 2.5 seconds. The decay rate increases at levels 7 and 13. Upon explosion, the keg applies the plundering effect of gunpowder negotiation. Charging time, 181-614-1210 maximum charge, 33445. This skill description in League of Legends is relatively intricate, often leaving players perplexed. However, the 2 most crucial pieces of information are, 1. The health of the gunpowder barrel decreases every 2,105 seconds. The decay rate increases at levels 7 and 13. This means that the rate of health reduction for the barrel reaches its peak at level 13, allowing the Captain to inflict damage most swiftly with consecutive barrels. 2. Maximum charge, 33445. According to this mechanism, the Captain can store 5 barrels when the skill reaches its maximum level. It is well known that most champions max out their primary skills by level 9, while secondary skills are fully upgraded by level 13. Considering these 2 mechanisms, the Captain will experience a power spike at level 13. If you are facing a highly skilled Captain, you must exercise extreme caution when he reaches level 13. Unfortunately, the Garen player on the opposing team evidently lacked this awareness. In the early game, he did not overly use barrels for harassment, fearing he might alert the enemy. Everything was set up for this moment of ambush. As another wave of minions approached the tower, Garen was still dancing, while the Captain placed a barrel at his feet. Chapter 57. Gunpowder Barrel. During the landing phase, the Captain often utilizes barrels to clear waves, aiming to acquire silver serpents and additional gold, which Garen completely ignored. Soon, a second barrel was deployed, this time positioned near Garen. Garen hesitated, realizing it was an offensive barrel, and attempted to approach it. Just as he reached the edge of the barrel, the Captain detonated the first barrel with his gunfire. Before the second barrel could be chain exploded, a third barrel was placed right beneath Garen. A massive critical damage number appeared above Garen's head, instantly reducing his health by a quarter, startling him. This champion is truly formidable. Even when I am pressuring him like this, he still deals damage, Garen thought to himself. After this encounter, Garen became more cautious, beginning to heal with his passive, no longer as brazen as before. However, during this time, he was struck by 2 more shots from the captain's unyielding fire, leaving his health below 3/4. The captain did not agitate Garen. He was quietly waiting for his barrels to charge. Finally, 5 barrels were ready. The first barrel was deployed, and before Garen could react, the captain shot it to detonate, then released the second barrel at the moment of explosion, hitting Garen and slowing him down. The captain's standard combo, the double barrel. When it comes to the captain, most players remember the triple barrel. Iconic moments in matches often stem from triple barrels, and the ability to execute a proficient triple barrel has become a benchmark for assessing a captain's skill level. However, the advantages of the triple barrel lie primarily in its larger area and longer range, while the operational difficulty of the double barrel is significantly higher, as it requires precise distance management with a high chance of failure. Garen, lacking the finesse of a captain player, only realized he was being drained of health, and the slowing effect rendered him immobile. Nevertheless, he was an experienced Garen, and rather than advance, he retreated, activating his skill, Decisive Strike, to charge towards the captain. Garen's skill has a small effect that novice players may not recognize. It removes all slowing effects from him upon activation. As a platinum-level Garen, he certainly knew this. He aimed to leverage this mechanic to close the distance to the captain. Ultimately, he had the equipment advantage, and as long as he could reach the captain, the latter could not possibly outmatch him. The captain anticipated this, calmly placing a third barrel at his feet and swinging his bilgewater cutlass towards it. Garen felt a twinge of anxiety. Having already been damaged by the 2 barrels, he hesitated, retracting his great sword aimed at the captain and instead targeting the barrel, hoping to render it inert. The bilgewater cutlass hesitated in the air and then redirected its aim, striking Garen instead, triggering the passive skill, Scorching Judgment. Fiery flames erupted around Garen, accompanied by substantial true damage. Garen's eyelids flickered, and he immediately used the stride breaker to slow down the captain before employing his skill, Judgment, to stick to the captain and deal damage. With Berserker's Greaves and Executioner's Calling, Garen's damage was exceptionally high. In just a few rotations, the captain was nearly reduced to half health. Yet, the captain remained unfazed. He promptly consumed a citrus fruit to dispel the slowing effect, then detonated the nearly depleted barrel with his gunfire. The captain's passive and the explosion both granted him a burst of speed, raising his movement speed to 475, effortlessly distancing himself from the slowing Garen. Before leaving, he did not forget to use the refreshed fire from the exploded barrel to strike Garen once more, maintaining the burning effect. Garen was left with about a third of his health and found himself in a predicament. The ignite effect illuminated above his head, and realizing the captain's intent to kill, he could no longer afford to hesitate and promptly flashed away in retreat. This entire exchange transpired in less than 5 seconds. Initially, Garen, who had an equipment advantage and full health, was now fleeing like a cornered animal. Such is the allure of the captain as a champion. If the captain were to cease his pursuit at this point, he would have already profited significantly, trading a 180-second ignite for the enemy champion's flash, a clear win. However, the captain had no intention of stopping. He had patiently waited for this moment, not merely to force Garen's flash. He sought the bounty on Garen's head. Chapter 58. A clash of ice and fire. The screen showcased the captain firing his gun towards the heavens, summoning a barrage of cannons along Garen's escape route. Garen immediately found himself trudging through a mire. Furthermore, the captain had previously upgraded his ultimate ability with Silver Serpents, unlocking the Lady of Death. A colossal cannonball descended at the center of the ultimate, further chipping away at Garen's health. The captain, controlling his character with measured precision, pursued Garen, placing another barrel behind him. Garen instinctively thought to turn and address the barrel, but doing so would expose him to even more cannon fire damage. Before Garen could reach the barrel, it detonated, triggering the second barrel in a flawless double explosion. Garen perished on the spot. 850. Upon acquiring Garen's substantial bounty, Xia Mo ascended directly to the heavens, returning home to complete the collector and another critical strike cloak. This cloak was intended for the synthesis of the blue buff blade. Although Xia Mo had already obtained the Trinity Force, acquiring the blue buff blade might seem a tad excessive due to the passive effects of the radiant light. However, the attributes of the blue buff blade were exceptionally suited for the captain, offering attack power, ability haste, and critical strike, all of which are indispensable for the captain's prowess. Moreover, its affordability makes it an essential item for swiftly eliminating squishy opponents. After finalizing his equipment, Xia Mo did not return to the top lane, but instead ventured to the mid lane. At this moment, the Infernal Dragon was set to respawn in 20 seconds, and both teams were vying for control in the mid lane. Before Xia Mo could arrive, the female Mentor Spider was caught off guard and stunned by the enemy Vigo while attempting to secure vision. leading to her swift demise at the hands of Galio and Wheel Mother. The Spider Queen initiated a surrender vote. Ignoring her, Xia Mo activated a scan to probe the perimeter of the dragon pit. With the blue team's jungler having fallen first, the red team could brazenly engage the dragon, leaving the blue team to watch helplessly from the nearby tri-brush in the bot lane. This would mark the red team's third dragon. The opposition cleared all vision within the dragon pit, enveloping it in darkness. Xia Mo typed in the chat, "Ice Maiden, when I secure the dragon, you should Ice Claw in and engage. It's feasible. Without vision, can you really secure it?" replied the Ice Maiden. "Trust me," Xia Mo asserted. He placed a barrel at his feet and awaited the opportune moment. As the dragon's health dwindled to just under 2,000, a second barrel was dropped into the pit. Sensing danger, the ruined king, who was attacking the dragon, attempted to destroy the barrel to eliminate any potential instability. However, the third barrel had already descended, leading to a chain reaction of explosions. In that fleeting moment of fiery eruption, the dragon's health was reduced to 971, still under assault from the red team. Panicked, the ruined king unleashed his smite. 803. A significant critical hit damage appeared, and the blue team secured the infernal dragon. Additionally, the ruined king, Galio, Will Mother, and Lulu, who were clustered around the dragon, were severely injured by the blast of the triple barrel explosion. Charge! Xia Mo signaled an offensive on the map, prompting the Ice Maiden to no longer hesitate. She unleashed her ability, Glacial Path, followed by Frost Ring and Ice Tomb. The Ice Maiden ensnared 3 opponents, while Xia Mo flashed into the dragon pit, releasing a series of rapid barrels. The collector triggered 3 times in the span of a second, with 3 instances of 999 true damage flashing across the screen, leading to the sudden demise of the enemy bot lane support. Lulu, in her final moments, failed to deploy her shield or ultimate. The explosion was magnificent. The female mentor looked on in disbelief. This is the allure of the captain. With countless matches played as the captain, Xia Mo noted how fluid and flawless his performance was. The remaining Garen and a half-health Galio could only flee in disarray, as this engagement was a showcase of the captain and Ice Maiden securing 3 kills. The bot lane cat and mouse duo merely observed from outside the dragon pit, not casting a single ability. After this, do you still think a comeback is impossible? Xia Mo teased the mentor. After a moment of silence, she stubbornly retorted, "Your mastery of the captain is indeed commendable, but proficiency alone will not elevate your rank. So many skilled players languish in the lower tiers after thousands of games. Success in gaming relies on macro awareness and insight. As long as the opposing team focuses on you during team fights, a comeback is out of reach." Xia Mo merely shrugged, disinterested in further debate, and returned to his own strategy. At the 21-minute mark, Xia Mo encountered Garen in the bot lane. Upon seeing the captain, Garen instinctively sought to flee, but halfway through, he realized, "Wait, I am Garen. Why should I run? Even if I cannot defeat him, as long as I avoid confrontation, he cannot kill me." With this thought, Garen halted his retreat, discarding his sword to engage in a dance. Xia Mo, impressed by Garen's audacity, placed a barrel at his feet. However, Garen, seeing that Xia Mo had not unleashed the dreaded rapid barrels, but merely positioned one beneath him, felt a sense of relief. "Isn't this a gift?" he thought, planning to obliterate the barrel before the captain could react. Suddenly, the barrel detonated, not yielding the expected result, but instead inflicting full damage upon Garen. It was as if the captain had foreseen his intentions, managing to squeeze in a shot that shattered the barrel in the briefest of moments. Garen, bewildered, watched as nearly a quarter of his health was lost before he remembered to retreat. Another barrel appeared at his feet, and Garen, now apprehensive at the sight of the barrels, realized he had no choice but to act. If the barrel exploded, he would be slowed by 80, rendering escape impossible. Thus, he resolved to change his strategy. He would wait for the captain to act. As he anticipated, when the captain raised his hand, he would strike first and drop the barrel. Indeed, the captain raised his hand. Garen, without a second thought, slashed at the barrel, but it did not detonate. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of a gunshot. The captain was not aiming for the barrel, but for him. Garen nearly wept, while the captain, unfazed by Garen's plight, advanced with determination, first bursting the barrel and then striking Garen with the empowered attack. Garen was left with less than half his health, and any thoughts of retaliation were extinguished. He could only endure the slowing effects as he desperately attempted to escape. A third barrel was placed beneath him. "Curse it!" Garen cried out in despair, abandoning all pretense of strategy, opting instead to flee. "Ah, but how can you escape?" Xia Mo chattered from behind the screen. "I placed the barrel right at your feet, and you show no resistance? Each barrel costs 10 gold. Do you not desire it?" The barrage of comments from viewers reflected their apprehension. This is somewhat terrifying. It's truly tormenting to watch. It appeared that Garen's intentions were fully exposed. Given Garen's complete disregard for the barrels, Xia Mo reluctantly laid down a fourth barrel, executing a double explosion that struck Garen again. At this moment, Garen was left with a sliver of health and was severely slowed, rendering escape nearly impossible. A fifth barrel conveniently appeared nearby. Upon seeing this barrel, Garen ceased his attempts to flee, standing foolishly in place, likely having relinquished control of his keyboard. As the summer's end approached, it ceased to torment him, delivering a single shot to conclude matters. 10 seconds later, the public screen displayed, Muyu Shenghua, Damasia's might my bank card password is. At the 23-minute mark, the red team's Galio was pushing the mid lane when he was swiftly eliminated by the captain's barrage of 2 consecutive barrels and a single barrel. He typed, "Let us force the Baron. Let this captain farm freely." Afterward, he did not forget to land a few hits on Damasia's might, who managed to survive. Garen, known for his tempestuous temperament, exclaimed, "What is your problem? Why are you targeting me? I had 30 in the early game." Galio retorted, "Did you earn that 30 by yourself? One wave was from the jungle's assistance, another from my help, and then you just offered a bounty to the captain?" The ruined king, sensing a quarrel brewing between the two, hastily intervened. "Stop arguing. The enemy's spider is weak. If we play well, we can win. Our team is strong." While Mother added, "I have the goddess of war, the abyssal slayer, the berserker's greaves, the dance of death, and the Dominic's regards." Soon, the red team seized an opportunity and ambushed the spider in the jungle, establishing a 3-5 scenario, prompting the red team to decisively initiate the Baron. "The captain's barrels deal more damage than my smite. Do not let him approach," the ruined king typed, while simultaneously engaging the Baron. Galio and Garen remained vigilant outside the pit, pressuring the Ice Maiden and the captain, preventing Xia Mo from deploying barrels within the pit. The Baroness' health steadily diminished. Without the captain's interference, the dragon should be secure. Nevertheless, the ruined king remained vigilant. With the Baroness' health dwindling to 1387, he activated his passive and smite simultaneously, hoping to secure the Baron instantly. A crimson lightning bolt flashed from the heavens as the Baron suffered 900 points of true damage. The ruined king's pupils constricted. The Baron did not perish. Its health bar hovered perilously close to empty, yet it clung to 12 points of life. Under normal circumstances, the ruined king's combination of skills and smite would have undoubtedly slain the Baron. But he failed to notice that being too close had caused the Baroness aggro to shift onto him, resulting in him receiving the Baroness gaze, having the damage he dealt. This miscalculation proved fatal. Alarm bells rang in the ruined king's mind as he desperately sought to land another basic attack to finish off the Baron. But life has a way of thwarting one's intentions. A circular area materialized beneath the Baron as cannon fire rained down. The Blue Legion claimed Nashor. Chapter 60. The Black Iron Fairy, the captain, and the Ice Maiden stood atop the Purple Baron, and upon seeing this notification, the red team was momentarily stunned before their vision turned crimson with rage, rushing recklessly towards the duo in an attempt to eliminate them. Galio, utilizing his skill, Justice Punch, charged into the brush, colliding with the Ice Maiden, yet he felt a chill as he beheld the newly revealed vision filled with the captain's barrels. In a hasty attempt, Galio signaled a retreat, wishing to dissuade his teammates from advancing, but alas, it was too late. Empowered by Shyvana's ultimate, the red team had already surged into the narrow entrance, determined to slay the captain. It was over. This singular thought echoed in Galio's mind. A dazzling explosion lit up the screen, spreading like wildfire. It was a terrifying quintuple explosion. Xia Mo had set a deadly trap. The Ice Maiden entered the fray, unleashing her frozen tomb. The clash of ice and fire culminated in the annihilation of the red team. In the black and white aftermath, the red team's chat remained silent for a considerable time until Garen noted the ruined king's smite. Ruined king, smite, 23 seconds. Damasia's might commented, "Even with smite, you couldn't secure the dragon. Where's your jungler?" The ruined king could no longer contain his frustration. "Isn't it your fault that you let the captain grow strong in a 5-3 situation? The top lane disparity." Demacia replied, "Ruined king." Ultimately, the argument concluded with Garen disconnecting. With the absence of the top laner, the red team attempted several more assaults, all of which were effortlessly thwarted by the captain. The blue team's feline ally discovered the key to victory, aligning solely with the captain. Faced with a 26-minute godlike captain, swift and regenerating, the red team faced relentless defeat. At 29 minutes, the red team surrendered, with 4 votes in favor and 1 against, the dissenting vote belonging to the disconnected Garen. On the results screen, Xia Mo's captain received accolades from 3 teammates, with the absent vote from the spider. "How about it, Mentor Xia? Is my captain performance commendable?" Xia Mo teased upon noticing the absence of a thumbs up from her female mentor. "Your proficiency is quite high," the mentor finally acknowledged, albeit randomly adding, "However, as I always say, mere proficiency cannot secure victory. Didn't I turn the tide in this match? What do you say?" That was due to the enemy's infighting. The Minter stubbornly insisted, if they hadn't disconnected, this would still be a tough win. I concede, wasn't it her generosity that made it difficult to win? 082. An abysmal performance, is that all? A kingly Minter? I'd wager you'd barely reach silver. Xia Mo, disinterested in further debate, directly stated, let us wager. If I pull off a comeback, you'll give me an airplane. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Of course not. I possess professional integrity. What is your streaming room number? 774-8091. Xia Mo addressed her audience. The Minter has arrived. Let us give her a warm welcome. Thus, unbeknownst to who initiated it, the entire chat room erupted into a synchronized chant of, welcome, the Minter of the Fallen, to guide us. Hello? Minter Xia, are you still there? Where's my airplane? Xia Mo continued to press. On the other end, the female Minter, realizing her recent performance had been observed by thousands, furiously retorted, are you out of your mind? Before abruptly severing the connection. Hello? Where did you go? Don't leave. Upon returning to the companion software, Xia Mo discovered she had been blocked. Minutes later, she could not even locate her account, revealing instead that the user had been deactivated. Haha, she bolted without a second thought. No regrets. I just scammed the host out of 1,000. Initially, I had intended to seek a companion for gaming, and after watching a live stream, I am grateful to the streamer for helping me save money. Upon noticing a comment from Xia Mo, he quickly remarked that this gaming companion software is undoubtedly reliable. He explained that in a vast world, one encounters all sorts of individuals. The recent incident was merely an unexpected occurrence, which is understandable. This time, we shall not pursue a technical companion, but rather opt for a softer, more charming presence. I trust that few seek gaming companions solely for the purpose of ranking up. It is something that men can surely comprehend. With this thought, Xia Mo opened the entertainment companion section and began filtering through the options. The entertainment companions are truly a spectacle, as many of them showcase a complete set of photos in their profiles, dazzling the viewer and igniting a sense of warmth. After meticulous selection, Xia Mo chose a companion named Yo, a little fairy, whose avatar depicted a twin-tailed girl clad in a pink Lolita outfit. Her profile read, Post, 00's legal lowly fairy, beautiful and sweet-voiced, specializing in support. That's the one, Xia Mo decided, as her avatar exuded an endearing charm. Who wouldn't wish for a cute girl to cheer them on during gaming sessions? This companion was reasonably priced at 35 yuan per hour, and shortly after payment, the other party sent a request to connect. Upon accepting, a soft, delicate voice chimed in. Hello, is this Shi Tian Xiog? This is Yo. Hearing this voice sent a shiver through Xia Mo and many viewers in the live stream, akin to a multitude of tiny hands caressing their chests. The vibe is just right. Brothers, Xia Mo exclaimed, why am I spending dozens of yuan for an hour? For this very enjoyment. Chapter 61. Win and the cat. Hello. I am Shi Tian. Your voice is so delightful, much more pleasing than the companions I've had before. In fact, Xia Mo had only engaged a companion once in his life, the aforementioned female Minter in the game. Your voice is equally soothing, the companion responded. After a few minutes of lighthearted banter, they finally got to the point. Since the purpose was to find an entertainment companion, they decided against high-tier matches and opted for something more leisurely, a golden tier game. Xia Mo informed the viewers in the live stream, providing the companion with a gold eye account. By the way, you play support, right? Yes, she affirmed. I only play support. Alright, I primarily play jungler, so I'll take charge in this match. However, the companion unexpectedly insisted, no, you should play. Xia Mo sensed something was amiss, but I'm not very skilled at that. I simply cannot support random players. They are too inexperienced, she asserted confidently. Wait, I paid for a companion, right? Isn't the streamer more of a companion? A virtual princess? A dark cloud loomed over Xia Mo's head, but he conceded, alright then, I'll play. Before he had developed the ability to foresee outcomes, he rarely played this role. Primarily because it demands meticulous attention to detail. Even a single exchange in lane requires patience, and if the timing of damage during team fights is miscalculated, one could perish in an instant, leading to a poor experience. Furthermore, the bot lane is a duo lane that necessitates cooperation with the support. And even if one plays exceptionally well, a subpar support can render it futile. In the realm of casual players, competent supports are as rare as the Yangtze giant soft-shell turtle, which is why Xia Mo refrained from this position. In fact, this pattern is reflected among League of Legends streamers, where half play top lane, followed by mid and jungle. Few prominent streamers focus on bot lane, and even fewer do so without a built-in support. After selecting his position, Xia Mo commenced the ranked match, and due to the duo queue in bot lane, they quickly matched with opponents. Upon entering the game, Xia Mo and the companion found themselves on the 4th and 5th floors, respectively. Xia Mo pre-selected Ezreal. Considering the companion's limited skill set, as Ezreal is a champion that can be played even by a novice. However, at that moment, the companion spoke again. Why are you picking that? Isn't it a typical noob choice? Choose another champion. You say that, but which champion does not have a noob aspect? You pick. He retorted, tossing his mouse in frustration. It must be WIN. Those WIN players can take on 5 opponents, she replied with an air of certainty. And it was evident she genuinely believed this. Fine, I'll go with your choice. Xia Mo resignedly locked in the Night Hunter, WIN. In the hearts of League of Legends players, WIN holds a unique status. She is a champion capable of creating miracles. Her potential is exceptionally high. And in the hands of skilled players, she can transform the mundane into the extraordinary, even gracing professional arenas with countless iconic moments. Although many new champions capable of single-handedly defeating 5 opponents have emerged, such as SHML and ZL, none replicate the exhilarating sensation of WIN's team fight output, which is why she remains beloved by countless players throughout the years. Nevertheless, while WIN possesses numerous iconic moments, she is also featured in her fair share of humorous compilations. Champions with a high ceiling often have a low floor, making it challenging for unseasoned players to master her. Choose Lulu or Janna. They would complement WIN well, Xia Mo suggested after locking in WIN. Protective supports have always been WIN's best partners. I can't play them, the companion replied curtly. Xia Mo found himself at a loss. Well, what can you play? Just this, she stated, revealing her avatar and locking in. With you and me, let us charge ahead. The magical cat. WIN and the cat. A painful combination indeed. I knew it. 10 out of 10 female supports play the cat. Xia Mo grimaced. While WIN plus the cat was not unfeasible, the landing phase would be quite the struggle, as WIN's range is limited, making last-hitting minions a challenge. However, she had already made her choice, and there was no turning back. Well then, let us proceed. Fortunately, it's a golden tier match, so it should still be manageable. Chapter 62. Bot lane struggles. As they entered the loading screen, Xia Mo and his companion found themselves on the red side. The blue side comprised top lane Shaun, jungle Graves, mid lane Silas, and bot lane new champion ZL alongside Nami. The red team composition comprises top lane KMR, jungle PBIWing, mid lane SHTURN, and bot lane WIN accompanied by MO. Fortunately, Xia Mo breathed a sigh of relief as the opposing team features ZL, who tends to be rather aggressive in the early game, suggesting that he would not face overwhelming pressure. Both sides position themselves normally, initiating their jungle routes without any skirmishes at level 1. However, while assisting PBIWing with the blue buff, Xia Mo noticed something peculiar. The support, MO, remained perched on his WIN throughout, neglecting to assist with the jungle monsters. Yet, Xia Mo dismissed it as a minor issue, still harboring a glimmer of hope. Upon reaching level 1, the enemy duo pressed forward aggressively. Xia Mo exchanged blows briefly, only to be hit by ZL's empowered basic attack, followed by a wave from NMI, resulting in a significant loss of health. With no choice but to retreat behind the minion wave, he allowed the enemy to push the lane and secure level 2. During this time, MO continued to cling to him, offering no assistance, which led Xia Mo to lose hope. However, her failure to cast a single ability was somewhat excessive, prompting him to remark, "Could you at least use a skill?" The support appeared confused, responding with an O, before a green light enveloped Xia Mo, restoring a bit of his health. "Did you learn that at level 1? He inquired. "Yes, what's wrong with that?" she replied, taking a deep breath. Xia Mo resolved to remain calm, convincing himself it was all right. He decided not to rely on the lane, focusing instead on last-hitting minions while avoiding confrontations with the enemy. The two teams progressed peacefully to level 4, during which ZI had amassed a lead of nearly 20 minions over Xia Mo. The minion wave remained densely packed near the red team's tower, and NMI seized the opportunity to harass him while he attempted to secure last hits, leaving him in a precarious position. Since MO had attached herself to him since level 1, she merely offered a heal when her ability was available, and her mana was now running low due to her unfamiliarity with her passive's mana regeneration. Noticing the bot lane was consistently pushed, PBIWing recognized a chance to engage and signaled his intent to gank. To be frank, Xia Mo was not optimistic about this plan. After all, he had played in Diamond Tier long enough to possess some basic insights. Although the blue team's duo maintained pressure, they were in excellent condition, and both summoner spells were available. With numerous minions under the tower, the best-case scenario would be to force out a couple of summoner spells. Moreover, the position of the enemy gangplank was still concealed, and should he be lying in wait, it could spell disaster. Nevertheless, PBIWing was resolute in his pursuit. After several aggressive signals directed at ZL, Xia Mo felt compelled to engage despite his reluctance, sacrificing a substantial wave of minions to pursue. The enemy duo, having spotted the movement of FYIG, retreated promptly. Yet, with WIN benefiting from her passive, she accelerated, managing to catch up with them. With a swift roll, Win unleashed an arrow that struck ZL, applying the first ring of her Silver Bolt's passive. Unexpectedly, rather than fleeing, ZL retaliated against Win. A jolt of anxiety surged through Xia Mo. The enemy jungler was certainly nearby. Indeed, a glacial prison erupted from the brush in the middle of the bot lane, slowing and blinding Win, followed by the imposing figure of Gangplank, who unleashed a barrage of attacks. Witnessing his health plummet, Xia Mo instinctively activated his flash. As the golden effect of the summoner spell dissipated, two golden lights flared simultaneously, indicating that both Gangplank and Zi had also utilized their flashes. Realizing his fate was sealed, Xia Mo succumbed to despair. While the enemy bot lane trio eliminated him, Mo seamlessly transitioned to assisting PBIW without ever leaving her perch. Upon seeing Win fall, PBIW retreated toward the tower, only to find himself targeted next. Mi's bubble intercepted his path back to safety, landing perfectly, followed by a torrent of damage from ZL and Gangplank. Ultimately, PBIW was forced to employ his flash to evade back to the tower, only to be felled by a piercing laser from ZL. Allowing such a scaling champion to secure 2 kills in the early game effectively concluded the landing phase for the bot lane. As Xia Mo quietly purchased 2 short swords and awaited his respawn, he noticed PBIW frantically activating Mo's summoner spell, Magic Ammo Weakness, ready. Perhaps fed up, the support typed a question mark in the chat. This single message incited a flurry of reactions from PBIW, who unleashed a barrage of insults, questioning her gaming abilities and chastising her for failing to use her summoner spells, while also hurling derogatory remarks at her. The exchange escalated, revealing the pervasive hostility some players hold towards female gamers, often viewing them as a rarity within the gaming community. The ensuing exchange between PBIW and the support revealed the underlying animosity, as he belittled her, only to be met with her sharp retorts, highlighting the absurdity of his insults. The atmosphere within the game became increasingly charged, showcasing the dichotomy between skill and gender perceptions in the gaming world. To acknowledge me as a mother is one thing, but to consider me your son is rather embarrassing. The ruined king faced utter defeat. At that moment, the top lane champion KMR joined the fray, seemingly in coordination with the ruined king, united against a common foe. Consequently, the chat transformed into a chaotic melee among 3 participants, each contributing their remarks in a frenzy, while Xia Mo observed the celestial battle, simultaneously confined and entertained. As it was a 1 versus 2 scenario, the female support began to falter, primarily due to her inability to match the opponent's typing speed. Often, her single message would be drowned out by 3 or 4 from the adversaries. Ultimately, she tossed her mouse aside in the fountain, going idle, and typed on the public screen, "My jungler is at 6, go gank him." The ruined king responded with a question mark. The smile on Xia Mo's face froze as he witnessed the unprecedented sight of a support going idle. Betraying the team, was it? This was a bit excessive. Lacking any semblance of professional ethics, Xia Mo hastily urged her through voice chat, "Don't go idle. We can still win if we play well." The female support, however, remained ungrateful, retorting that she had no reason to let them win, stating her intention was to ensure their defeat. "What about me? I have already locked in my champion," she exclaimed. "At worst, I can just quit. I don't care about a few dozen bucks. I have my pride." Xia Mo was at a loss for words. It seemed every support he encountered was utterly unreasonable. While he did not expect her to treat consumers like deities, he hoped she would refrain from intentionally irritating others. Ignoring the situation, the female support continued to relay information from the fountain, while the ruined king farmed the river crab. The top laner went to assist. Pay attention. Under her guidance, the jungler's position became exposed, and the disadvantages for the red team continued to mount. They fell behind by nearly 10 kills, losing all resource points. As the jungle became the enemy's territory, economically, the gap may not have seemed insurmountable, but being in that situation made the disadvantage painfully clear. Vision was suppressed, and without a single lane thriving, hope was nearly extinguished. Even Xia Mo contemplated giving up, reminding himself that it was merely a gold-ranked match. The viewers in the live stream could see that it was the support's negligence that led to their downfall. He had garnered quite a bit of popularity through his streams, so losing one match would not have dire consequences. "Just click it," Xia Mo typed. "Not yet. I'm not done playing," the female support replied. Xia Mo grew weary of her, knowing that in just 20 minutes, her single vote against surrender would be futile. Unexpectedly, the previously silent mid-lane champion SH2RN spoke up, declaring, "Please don't vote to surrender. This is my final match in the promotion series. It's my 5th time trying to rank up. Brother, we truly cannot win this match. You've seen it. We're fighting among ourselves," Xia Mo typed in response. The lava beast replied, "I want to win." After a moment, he added, "I genuinely want to win." At that time, His SH2RN was clearing the wave in mid-lane, delivering crushing blows to the minions with a whimsical demeanor. The SH2RN champion had always symbolized the archetype of a simplistic hero, with gameplay that required little finesse. Often humorously referred to by players as sharing a single brain cell worldwide, most players viewed him as a simpleton. And the words of this player echoed that sentiment: I don't want to lose. Chapter 64, I will help you win. It truly isn't necessary, brother. Xia Mo typed. How about this? I'm streaming. If you add me as a friend, I'll help you rank up for free. What do you think? The SH2RN continued to farm minions in mid lane and took quite a while before responding. No thanks. I want to reach platinum on my own. Xia Mo found himself at an impasse. What could he do against such stubbornness? Was he expected to force the player's head onto the surrender button? He merely wished to achieve platinum. What fault was that? Yet, he found himself matched with such teammates. This reflected the increasingly toxic environment of the game League of Legends, where disconnecting and throwing matches became the norm over trivial disagreements. Not to mention, even advantageous positions could swiftly deteriorate due to a teammate's momentary lapse in judgment, leading to idleness or sabotage. After years of playing, many had become desensitized to winning or losing, gradually losing the fervor for victory. Xia Mo recalled a time when teams would unite in adversity to stage a comeback, a rarity in the current landscape. The most vivid memory of a comeback occurred in a match from Season 4, during his last game before reaching level 30, the cap for summoner levels at that time, which was requisite for ranked play. If he won, he would gain sufficient experience, along with the bonus for first victory, to reach the maximum level. Hence, he was eager to win that match, but it turned out to be a disastrous game. Playing Bounty Hunter on the red team, within 20 minutes, all lanes had fallen. The red team was overwhelmed by an onslaught of super minions, and at one point, the kill count disparity reached 30. There were no Dragon Souls or Elder Dragons then. The opposing team had secured the Baron at least 7 or 8 times, yet they could not breach the red team's nexus, as the Baron did not enhance minions at that time, serving merely as a collective buff. Xia Mo distinctly remembered one of his teammates being a Teemo and another a Fizz. The remaining two were lost to memory. Together, they defended against countless super minions and enemy champions, akin to a small boat amidst a colossal wave, reminiscent of a game of defending Athens. Teemo had planted mushrooms all over the high ground, impeding the enemy's progress. He recalled the match lasting an astonishing hour and 42 minutes, 104 minutes. By the end, both teams surpassed 100 kills, to the point where the scoreboard could not accommodate the figures. In the final clash, the red team achieved a team wipe on the high ground, with respawn times exceeding 2 minutes. Thus, while the other teammates defended against the super minions, Xia Mo's Bounty Hunter single-handedly pushed down the mid lane, demolishing 5 turrets and ultimately destroying the blue team's nexus. It was early morning, and after that match, Xia Mo collapsed in his chair, overwhelmed with excitement, disbelief, fatigue, and a multitude of emotions that took a long time to settle. His teammates and opponents shared the sentiment, as all 10 players lingered on the post-game screen, exchanging friend requests. In retrospect, through the lens of the present, that match, lacking players of level 30, was merely a clash of novices, where even moderately skilled players would find it inconceivable to squander a pronounced advantage and fail to conclude the game. The fact that Xia Mo's team was so thoroughly dominated by their opponents in the early game speaks volumes to their lack of skill. Nonetheless, amidst the 10 players in that match, not a single individual chose to concede, nor did any resort to insults or disputes. Each one exhibited a pure, unadulterated desire not to lose. However, as the league has traversed over 11 years, such innocent players and straightforward matches have become increasingly rare, nearly non-existent. Reflecting on this, Xia Mo felt a twinge of nostalgia, as the player controlling the Stone Man reminded him of his former self, his pre-Golden Finger days, when gaming was not a chore, but a pursuit worthy of all-night battles for the sake of reaching the rank of gold, unskilled yet sincere. The mid lane initiated a team fight, and the Stone Man resolutely unleashed his ultimate ability, colliding with 3 opponents. Yet, the backline was swiftly obliterated by the opponent's godlike gangplank, rendering them incapable of dealing any damage. Ultimately, only the pure tank Stone Man remained, besieged by the enemy with no means of retaliation, as he struck relentlessly at Silas. His efforts yielded less damage than a mere thrust from the adversary's assassination strike. Unable to contain himself, Xia Mo typed, "Brother, are you very eager to reach platinum?" After the Stone Man perished, he replied with a simple mm. Xia Mo thought he had fallen silent once again, but after a brief pause, the Stone Man typed, "This is my best friend's account. He wishes to ascend." The opposing team secured victory in the team fight and proceeded to claim the dragon. And before Xia Mo had even resurrected, he inquired, "Your friend's account? Why doesn't he play himself? Is he unable to rank up?" No, he was not around in October. Xia Mo felt a sudden tightness in his chest, and the incessant barrage of comments in the live stream briefly halted before erupting once more. Not around. Does that mean what I think it does? Rest in peace. No way. I've been working overtime and watching a live stream. How could this happen to me? Just a single line made Xia Mo feel somewhat choked up. He paused, deleted his previous message, and altered it to, "I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was like this." At that moment, even the trio who had been verbally sparring fell silent. "It's all right," the stone man replied. "Did you meet while playing games?" Xia Mo cautiously asked after a moment. "We grew up together, from elementary through high school, always playing together. He loves gaming. He started with League since Season 2, and I just accompanied him. We were still in middle school back then. It has been nearly 10 years now." Was his dream to reach Platinum? No, his dream was to achieve the rank of Challenger. He reached Platinum last season, and when he left, he entrusted his account to me. But I'm rather unskilled and unable to rank up. This season, I hope to at least make it to Platinum, the stone man typed. Adding, "That would be quite good." Xia Mo found himself at a loss for words. "I feel as if a brick has entered my eye. Don't deliver heart-wrenching words in such a flat tone. You rascal." He reminisced about the brothers from his middle school days who played League together. Though they had drifted apart, they still managed to connect during holidays and festivities for a few matches. Can the streamer help him reach Challenger? Xia Mo glanced at the comments and then at the scoreboard displaying a deficit of 15 kills and 3 dragons for their opponents, and slowly typed, "Buddy, for the sake of your friend, I will strive to win this match." The 3 individuals who had previously quarreled each sent a. In response, the comments exploded with reactions. "You think you can turn this around? Look at your 0-3-0 record and say it again. What are you thinking?" While he acknowledged the streamer's prowess, he doubted the possibility of a comeback in this match. Wasn't it the case that the captain also died twice early on and still managed to turn around? That is not comparable. The captain has a passive ability, and his levels never fell behind. Besides, his hero's characteristics allow him to face 5 opponents. This support is AFK. Can a Vayne with such a poor start turn this around? Everyone can speak beautifully, but if it fails, shall we have an old 8 imitation show? Chapter 65. The incident caused by the stone bug faced with a flurry of skepticism and disparagement in the comments. Xia Mo chose not to respond. He simply tightened his grip on the mouse. For the first time since experiencing DJVU, he felt a deep gratitude for this divine gift. Xia Mo ceased to observe the comments, his gaze fixated on the screen, his consciousness immersed in an endless torrent composed of future scenarios. As he sought to unearth a victorious conclusion from these possibilities, the real-time win probability presented by the DJVU had dwindled to a mere 8%. Reaching the fabled 1 in 10, a situation that in professional arenas signified nearly insurmountable despair. However, in Xia Mo's observations of professional leagues, he had never witnessed a team successfully overturn a match under such dire circumstances. Yet, this was merely a gold-ranked solo queue game. Casual players do not possess the same level of discipline and awareness as professional players, lacking the understanding of how to methodically advance when holding a significant advantage, which introduced greater unpredictability. To Xia Mo, who had become increasingly adept at utilizing DJVU, even an 8% chance of victory presented an opportunity to transform it into 100%. At this moment, the champions QNGG Ing and PBIW Ing were engaged in a heated argument with a female companion, both appearing seasoned in battle, seamlessly exchanging barbs while executing their commands without any lag. Xia Mo chose to disregard them and ventured alone to the top lane to push the wave. The first turret in the top lane had already been demolished, and the second turret had been battered by the Rift Herald, leaving it with less than 40% of its health, while the minion wave was precariously positioned just before the second turret. Upon arriving at the top lane, Xia Mo did not immediately engage in clearing the wave. Instead, he swiftly placed a vision ward over the wall at the stone bug's camp. As anticipated, the enemy's godlike gangplank was in the process of clearing the stone bug. Revealed by the vision ward, the gangplank in his gangster skin showed no inclination to move, casually continuing to farm jungle monsters. In his eyes, an 18-minute Vayne with only 1.5 items, 3 levels below him, posed no threat whatsoever. He believed that Vayne would not dare to make a move against him. Xia Mo indeed did not attack Gangplank. He merely stood at the entrance of the stone bug's camp beneath the second turret and took a shot at the large stone bug that Gangplank was currently attacking. A sharp sound resonated, and Xia Mo seized the dashi Jiaochong. The male gunner furrowed his brow, yet chose to ignore this, for the stone beetle, as a wild creature, was hardly worth a significant sum and offered little experience. The smaller stone beetles yielded far greater rewards. Several crossbow bolts flew through the air. Observing the scattered corpses of the small stone beetles, the male gunner fell into contemplation. Out of 8, he had only claimed 2. After a moment of silence, he erupted in fury. "You think you're something special just because I disregard you? Do you not comprehend the meaning of death when you dare to contest with me?" The male gunner equipped with my 3-piece set, he approached Wei Yan, and a shell burst forth from the barrel of his hefty black firearm. Normally, his basic attack unleashed 4 projectiles, but due to a critical hit, the number surged to 6. The 6 bullets fanned out, for striking Wei In directly, depleting half of her health in a single shot. There was no denying the sheer brutality of the star-eclipsed collector, male gunner. Should he manage to unleash an infinity edge soon, a close-range shot could easily obliterate Wei In. It appeared that Wei In finally grasped the gravity of her situation. Hastily retreating, the male gunner, however, would not allow her to escape. Amidst reloading, he unleashed a smoke bomb, blinding and slowing Wei In. Yet, in an instant, her figure vanished with the smoke, reappearing at a distance. The crossbow, which had been slung across her back, was now firmly in her grasp. In this critical moment, she executed a dodge and launched a bolt that embedded itself in the male gunner's body. He cast a glance and nearly laughed. As if a mere caterpillar had bitten him, with such feeble attack power, even 18 arrows might not bring him down. Thus, he pursued her without concern. Possessing the collector, he knew that if he struck Wei In again with a critical hit, her demise was inevitable. After a few steps, he had reloaded his ammunition and raised his weapon to fire once more. However, this time, Wei In emerged unscathed, for a wave of minions had fortuitously crossed their path, shielding her from his projectiles. Seizing the opportunity, she released another arrow. The alarm sounded. The advancing male gunner had drawn the ire of the turret. An energy projectile shot forth from the second turret, striking him and reducing his health by 1/5. The male gunner felt a surge of irritation. His build was purely offensive, and he could hardly withstand the turret's assault. His sole desire was to swiftly eliminate the pesky, darting Wei In and make his escape. Just then, his skills rapidly cooled down, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward Wei In. As he raised his weapon, she executed a roll, again vanishing like a phantom, reappearing on the other side of the minion wave. Once more, his shot was thwarted by the minions. Wei In unleashed her third arrow, which differed from the previous ones. This one bore the sacred silver arrow and the 3-ring effect. With a crisp explosion, a significant portion of the male gunner's health vanished, sending a jolt of fear through him. Indeed, regardless of her development, as long as Wei In could unleash the 3-ring effect, her damage remained formidable. True damage was the most authentic form of damage in the game. After this arrow, Wei In refrained from greedy pursuits of damage and instead utilized her passive speed boost to maneuver. Wei In aims to pin me against the wall. This was the sole thought racing through the male gunner's mind. Being an experienced player, he was acutely aware that if Wei In could pin him against the wall to induce a stun, he would likely meet his end. His current position prevented her from achieving that, but should she flash, the scenario would change. Fortunately, he too possessed a flash that was ready. The male gunner focused intently on the screen, not daring to miss a single frame. Suddenly, Wei In halted, and a distinct red arrow flew from her crossbow. Flash. The male gunner instinctively activated his flash, positioning himself to the lower left, ensuring that even if Wei In appeared behind him, he would merely be pushed back, allowing him to exploit the moment to eliminate her. A fleeting smile graced his face, but it quickly froze in disbelief as he found himself firmly pinned against the wall beneath the red team's second turret, the word stunned hovering above him. How could this be? Wei In had indeed flashed, but not to his rear. Rather, she had positioned herself in a peculiar location, one that should not have stunned him. It was as though he had flashed directly into her arrow, sealing his own fate. Did she predict my flash position? The male gunner's expression was one of incredulity, but Wei In offered him no further chances. She unleashed 2 more arrows, achieving another 3-ring effect, and before his stun dissipated, she distanced herself, leaving the turret to finish him off. 1000. Chapter 66, Riding the Wind. What the heck? That's a hefty sum. How could this happen? Level 11, half an item. Slaying a level 14 with 3 items. Am I dreaming? Could it really turn the tide? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In team fights, the male gunner was a match for 3 of Wei In. Xia Mo had already disabled the barrage assistance, unable to see what others were saying. In his view, the percentage representing his team's victory odds had risen from 8 to 15. Although still low, it no longer felt utterly hopeless. However, even if he eliminated the male gunner, the opposing team still held an overwhelming advantage. 1,000 gold would merely allow Xia Mo to upgrade from 1.5 items to just over 2, acquiring an aegis, a green fork, and 2 short swords. This equipment was not particularly strong at the 20-minute mark, especially considering they were still lacking a support champion. At 22 minutes and 18 seconds, the 4th dragon was set to respawn. Xia Mo signaled for a gathering at the dragon pit 3 times. The dragon summoned this time was the electric dragon, a new addition since Season 12, whose effect summoned chains of lightning upon attacking enemies, inflicting a slowing effect and true damage. After some time, players had reached a consensus. The strength of the electric dragon was on par with that of the fire dragon. Opting for the electric dragon was deemed more advantageous than a direct engagement, as the signal for the team to gather was issued at the end of summer. Despite the ongoing quarrel, Several teammates gravitated towards the dragon. With no support items to provide vision, the map was nearly shrouded in darkness, prompting Xia Mo to equip himself with 2 true sight wards to illuminate the area. When the red team approached the vicinity of the dragon pit, the Hextech dragon had already respawned. The trio of the blue team's south bottom lane and jungler was focused on the dragon, while Xiao and Silas lurked outside the pit, applying pressure on the positioning of the red team. At this moment, it became evident that the mid lane champion, the stone golem, was not performing well, as he displayed no intent to conceal himself and boldly positioned himself up front. While it is not inherently wrong for a tanky stone golem to exert pressure from the front, the critical mistake lay in the fact that the opposing mid laner was Silas. The stone golem's ultimate ability is one of the most favorable for Silas, ranking high among the most coveted ultimates in the league, rivaled only by Kinnan's Lightning Prison and Alistair's Unbreakable Will. Therefore, when facing Silas, the stone golem should ideally maintain a considerable distance to avoid having his ultimate stolen. However, this stone golem player exhibited a complete lack of awareness. Silas, clearly fixated on this unsuspecting stone golem, gradually maneuvered closer, unexpectedly dashing into the range to steal the ultimate. A phantom chain emerged from Silas, successfully pilfering the enemy's ultimate. And without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the button again, directing his mouse towards the clustered positions of the stone golem, Kiana, and Vayne, which presented an opportune moment. Silas had envisioned a spectacular sequence, himself unleashing a massive ultimate to turn the tide, with Xiao providing follow-up control, and misfortune swooping in for the finish, an entire enemy team wiped out. Yet, upon activation of his skill, the unfolding events did not align with his expectations, as he found himself inexplicably stationary. What happened? Where's my ultimate? Silas squinted in disbelief, nearly spitting water onto his screen. It turned out that just as he initiated his advance, Vayne fortuitously rolled into position right in front of the stone golem, leading to the ultimate he acquired being Vayne's instead. In this pivotal moment, Vayne gained an additional 50 attack power for 10 seconds, and upon utilizing a skill, she would enter a brief state of invisibility. This ultimate was a divine boon for Vayne, but for Silas, a mage, it was of little consequence. Was he supposed to rely on the fleeting invisibility to outmaneuver his foes? What a stroke of misfortune, Silas lamented, while Xiao, roaring in determination, charged towards the enemy. Vayne maneuvered at a 90-degree angle away from Xiao, while Kiana utilized her skills to vault over the wall, evading Xiao's assault. Only the oblivious stone golem bore the brunt of Xiao's ultimate, suffering both a knock-up and a stun. As Xiao initiated the team fight, Silas also resorted to his second ability, pulling the stone golem into range. Meanwhile, with the dragon's health dwindling to 2,000, the entire arena was abuzz with criticism directed at the cat girl, whose struggles to secure kills were well noted. The ruined king finally seized a moment to shine, flashing in and executing a 2-part maneuver to claim the dragon. Retreat. Xia Mo decisively signaled a series of retreat commands to his teammates. The dragon was secured. The ruined king was undoubtedly doomed, and the others could escape if they were fortunate. Enraged at the loss of the dragon, Misfortune retaliated with 2 shots that felled the ruined king, then charged towards the red team, intent on leaving no survivors. In truth, the most prudent course of action for the blue team would have been to immediately initiate the Baron, given that the red team's jungler was down, leaving only 3 opponents. However, Xia Mo was playing Vayne, an unremarkable champion without burst damage, making it nearly impossible to snatch the Baron from Misfortune, who wielded the smite. Securing the Baron would offer each player an additional 300 gold and the benefits of the Baron buff, which might prove more advantageous than the Dragon Soul. Yet, this was merely a gold-ranked match, and they lacked such foresight. A defining trait of lower-tier players is their tendency to play based on emotion and instinct. You stole my dragon? Then I shall wipe you out in retaliation. In a flash, all 5 members of the blue team surged forward, quickly overwhelming the underdeveloped stone golem, leaving only Vayne and Kiana to hastily retreat towards their bottom lane's second turret. The blue team continued their pursuit, and upon reaching the vicinity of the second turret, a wave of blue minions fortuitously arrived, drawing the turret's fire. The 5 players, caught up in the frenzy, made the reckless decision to dive the turret. Xiao engaged, slowing Kiana with a skill, followed closely by Silas, who landed his pull, while Misfortune dove in, unleashing her ultimate. This combination of damage was sufficient to eliminate Kiana. However, she adeptly used her ultimate to become invulnerable for a brief moment, evading most of the damage and surviving. With low health, Kiana continued to flee, and the blue team persistently pursued. As Vayne sprinted ahead, she turned back to land a few hits on Xiao, who, confident in his tankiness, pressed on undeterred. The chase led them to the red team's inhibitor turret. At this point, Xiao had dwindled to less than 30% health under the combined assault of the turret and Vayne. He intended to retreat slightly, but just then, the support, Nami activated her crown and ensnared Kiana with her aqua prison. The bright red attack signal hovered above Kiana's head, forcing Xiao to grit his teeth and continue tanking the turret damage, while the blue team followed closely behind, successfully breaching the inhibitor turret. With Kiana ensnared, her demise was inevitable, yet simultaneous to her fall, Xiao could not withstand the damage either and succumbed. The turret's aggro shifted to the nearest target, Misfortune. In that very moment, Xia Mo, controlling Vayne, turned to face Misfortune. How audacious of her! The thoughts racing through Misfortune's mind were filled with disbelief. Did she truly believe she could kill me twice? With 3.5 items, a critical strike could easily dispatch Vayne in 2 shots. However, as the turret's attack landed, Misfortune felt a chill of dread. Chapter 67. Unstoppable in the realm of Heroes League, aside from the Hot Spring Tower. The most formidable defensive structure is undoubtedly the High Ground Tower, boasting an initial attack power of 170, increasing by 9 points each minute, culminating at a maximum of 305 after 17 minutes, alongside a remarkable 30 armor penetration. Furthermore, the defensive tower possesses a damage amplification mechanism. Consecutive attacks on the same hero result in escalating damage, peaking at 220 of the initial value. In the early days, this damage increase would dissipate upon changing targets, but subsequent updates have eradicated this feature. Consequently, the damage inflicted upon Gangplank is the full brunt after Xiao has endured 5 blows, delivering a staggering 521 damage in a single strike. At level 14, Gangplank, with a health pool of 1655 and lacking any tanky items, is not at full health, and a single hit from the tower claims nearly half of his life. Immediately, Gangplank uses his flash, yet the tower's second assault follows suit, inflicting another 521 damage. Coupled with a 3-hit skill from Vayne, Gangplank meets his demise. It must be noted that Gangplank was indeed quite affluent, having accrued a bounty of 1,000, now reduced to a mere 450. Following Gangplank's flash, Silas finds himself in dire straits. Lacking a flash of his own, he is swiftly dispatched after being pinned under the tower by Vayne's ability. After securing a kill, Vayne's ultimate ability receives an extension in duration, and her lethal tempo is fully stacked. Xia Mo, skillfully maneuvering Vayne, pursues to the high ground, landing an arrow on Ziri. At this juncture, the blue minions beneath the second tower have been obliterated by the tower, leaving Ziri with no means of retreat, forcing her to confront Vayne head-on. Within 3 seconds, Vayne pierces Ziri with an arrow, though Ziri manages to take Vayne down with her final shot. Among the 10 participants, only the support Nami and the cat by the fountain remain alive, while the area before the high ground is strewn with corpses. Nami gazes at her fallen comrades, bewildered, unable to comprehend how a seemingly advantageous position led to a 4-for-4 exchange. The ultimate victor here is undeniably Xia Mo, who, including the earlier kill on Xiao, has amassed a total of 2,000 gold, enhanced further by the strategic points gained from the earlier Dragon Steel. Xia Mo now upgrades to his 3rd item, Blade of the Ruined King. Since ancient times, this item has been one of the most suitable for Vayne, almost tailor-made for her. In certain versions, Vayne would even rush the blade outright, as its acquisition marks a transformative moment for her. Now, with 3 items in hand, Xia Mo's Vayne is no longer at an equipment disadvantage when facing the enemy. Following this pseudo-quadra kill, the female support, who had been contending with the Blade of the Ruined King, momentarily loses her composure and angrily chastises her teammates in the chat. Why are you all so bad? Even with my assistance, you can't secure a win. Must I be the one to sacrifice? The blue side, feeling the weight of the defeat, does not coddle her. Gangplank, what does it matter to you? Does this game concern you? Liberator, get lost, you 2-bit player. My grandfather was a veteran of the 8th Route Army, and he always said he despises the rare spirit of death, ha ha. The female support remains silent for a full minute, utterly infuriated, before abruptly exiting the game. Hello? Xia Mo attempts to inquire via voice chat, only to find that the support has exited the voice channel as well. She seeks a refund, unwilling to indulge her further. Xia Mo chuckles, realizing that the streamer was not advertising, but rather creating comedic moments. It appears the affluent find joy in seeking challenges through expenditure. This brings him a sense of balance. Xia Mo shrugs. Without the rare support in the fountain, the team's win rate rises by another 3%, now standing at an impressive 268. The remaining 7-to-3 ratio exists due to the 4 versus 5 situation, compounded by the fact that, apart from Xia Mo, his teammates are under-equipped. Do you trust me? Xia Mo addresses the Stone Man. I do, the Stone Man replies without hesitation. Given that Vayne, even in such a dire scenario, can secure a quadra kill, there is little room for doubt. Trust me, I'll be lying in this bush. When I signal, you will unleash your ultimate in the river bush. Xia Mo marks the bush adjacent to the red side's lower area and the river. Understood. Although the player's skill level is not remarkable, His strength lies in his willingness to follow commands, unlike many others in the gold and silver tiers, who are often filled with misguided notions of superiority. Before long, the 4 players from the red side are nestled in the designated bush, awaiting the signal. The blue side's true sight ward in the dragon pit detects the enemy support, Nami, who enters its range and promptly removes it. In the final moments before the ward vanishes, the opposing Gangplank and Ziri awaken the dragon, beginning their full assault, fearing the potential loss of the dragon. The blade of the ruined king approaches the dragon pit, but Xia Mo signals him to refrain, do not advance. He watches the timer in the upper right corner, mentally counting down. At 25:46, Xia Mo issues an attack signal directed at the isolated bush in the center of the river. Unleash. The blue side's top, mid, and jungle players squeeze into the diminutive bush, which can barely accommodate a Xiao, yet they manage to fit 3 individuals within. Meanwhile, Nami and Ziri maneuver in the rear. This feigned dragon initiation, designed to ambush, is orchestrated by the blue side's jungle Gangplank, following the recent near-total annihilation beneath the tower. Especially upon witnessing Vayne acquire the blade, Gangplank can no longer afford to treat this match casually. He begins strategizing on how to swiftly dismantle the opponent. Currently, the situation stands at 5 versus 4, with the blue side enjoying an economic advantage. They cannot allow the game to devolve into a mere farm fest. If left unchecked, the red side's Stone Man and Camille could become quite a nuisance. The optimal outcome would be to initiate a team fight now. As long as they refrain from recklessly tower diving as they did earlier, the red side will be unable to withstand the onslaught. Though Gangplank himself is merely a gold player, he is not your average gold player. He is one who diligently observes and studies the game. He firmly believes that his awareness exceeds that of many players within this tier. In the realm of professional competition, when one side gains an advantage and the opposing team remains hidden, the most prudent strategy is to leverage map resources to compel the adversary into a confrontation. They must engage, for to abstain is to invite a gradual demise. Thus, the champion Gangplank summoned his allies to stage a performance at the Dragon Pit. Secretly reveling in his own cleverness, the hours spent observing professional matches were finally bearing fruit. However, they waited for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and even 15 seconds. Yet the enemy remained elusive, failing to place vision wards in the barren pit. Could it be that the opposition truly allowed them this freedom? Was he merely engaging in a battle of wits with the emptiness? Just as Gangplank pondered this, a crimson object hurtled towards him from the shrouded darkness of vision. It was an unstoppable force. The Stone Golem's ultimate ability, known as Mountain Collapse, is a move that even seasoned professionals might struggle to evade, let alone a trio of gold-ranked players lurking in the brush. With a resounding thud, Gangplank, Silas, and Xiao were launched into the air simultaneously. At that moment, a torrent of pain descended upon them, complemented by the sound of Vayne drawing the crossbow string taut. Chapter 68. The Upside-Down Throw in Professional Matches. The critically pivotal ultimate ability of the Stone Golem is referred to as Mountain Collapse, often determining the outcome of a team fight or even an entire game. Though this was merely a standard gold rank match, the impact of the Stone Golem's ultimate could indeed be likened to an earth-shattering event. Before Silas even touched the ground, he was transformed into a lifeless corpse under the concentrated fire of the champions known as the Ruined King, Camille, and Vayne. Upon landing, Gangplank found himself with but half his health. He dispatched the Ruined King swiftly before succumbing to a fierce kick from Camille. Ziri activated her ultimate ability, Excessive Flash, eliminating Camille before she unleashed a barrage upon Xiao, engaging in a mutual dismantling with Vayne. The two frontliners, the Stone Golem and Xiao, collapsed nearly simultaneously, leaving only Ziri and Nami from the blue team, alongside Vayne from the red team. However, both Ziri and Nami were at full health. Their advantages compounded by Ziri's accumulated power from Excessive Flash, while Vayne was left with merely half her health after the onslaught from Gangplank's ultimate and Xiao's attacks. Both Ziri and Vayne were late-game champions, and at this juncture, their equipment bore no significant disparity. Coupled with Nami's support, Vayne's defeat appeared all but inevitable. Ultimately, they were one player short. The late game proved too arduous. A single misstep could lead to victory. One must not take on a task beyond their capabilities. If someone disconnects and the game is lost, no one would blame you. Yet, to assert they could win? It would be intriguing to see how they would extricate themselves from such a predicament. Even in gold rank, can one truly face a 5-on-4 situation? The streamer was in a difficult position. The bloodied Vayne and Ziri gazed across the river at one another, akin to desperate warriors at their final stand. She could not choose to flee, for Ziri, under the effects of Excessive Flash, would outpace her significantly. Furthermore, Vayne's passive and ultimate ability only enhanced her speed when moving towards the opponent, exemplifying her nature, a champion with no retreat. In this critical moment, only a fierce last stand remained. Vayne charged forward, initiating a seemingly doomed offensive. Ziri raised her assault rifle, unleashing a dazzling volley of bullets aimed at Vayne's chest. Yet, just as the bullets were about to make contact, Vayne's figure vanished from the air. She executed a dodge. As a newly introduced champion, Ziri's most memorable trait is that her skills are classified as basic attacks and are non-targeted, meaning her shots can indeed be evaded. However, it must be noted that when Xia is fully equipped for attack speed, the intervals between her shots are less than 0.3 of a second. Under such relentless firepower, evading Ziri's basic attacks in the late game is nearly an impossible feat, yet nearly impossible does not equate to impossible. Vayne re-emerged not far from Xia, drawing her bow to land a shot upon Xia, followed by her skill, Demon's Judgment. Xia, realizing that the wall loomed directly behind her, abruptly halted her second shot, utilizing her skill to glide forward just enough to avoid colliding with the wall and becoming stunned. In that fleeting moment, Vayne unleashed another arrow, triggering a 3-hit combo. Ziri's health plummeted significantly. Xia halted her movement and opened fire on Vayne. At that instant, Nami, as if awakening from a dream, unleashed Tidal Wave to heal Xia and assault Vayne, simultaneously casting Abyssal Prison towards Vayne's location. A flash, Vayne endured Nami's damage. But Ziri's shots and bubbles all missed, and Vayne was now directly in front of Xia. In a fierce duel, both should have been exchanging fire with fervor, akin to a cowboy showdown, taking turns to shoot, with life and death hanging in the balance. However, Vayne displayed no sense of chivalry, fighting like an assassin determined to close the distance to Xia by any means necessary. As Xia stood momentarily stunned, Vayne released her third arrow. Xia felt a surge of anxiety. Throughout this encounter, she had yet to touch Vayne, while Vayne had already executed a 3-hit combo followed by a basic attack. But why was Vayne closing in on her? Could she still evade Vayne's attacks with positioning and movement after such proximity? She hastily raised her weapon, preparing to shoot. As it turned out, she could. What transpired nearly caused Ziri's eyes to bulge in disbelief. Vayne boldly approached her, and their figures overlapped, passing each other. While the bullets failed to find their mark, Vayne's passive ability, Phantom Dance, grants her a ghostly state and stackable movement speed, and after 4 basic attacks, it also enhances her attack speed. Ghostly state ignores collision with other units. In that brief moment, Xia was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why her shot had missed. Lost in a haze as she mindlessly fired another shot. The second dodge was ready. Vayne vanished once more, reappearing with another arrow. Xia's shield from her bow activated. Vayne danced around her with the elegance of a waltz, and Xia could not ascertain how many of her shots had landed. She only knew that her health was dwindling rapidly, soon reaching the brink of death. In the final instant, Vayne stood before Xia, and they both fired a shot simultaneously. Xia fixed her gaze upon her bullet, which finally penetrated Vayne's body, shattering her shield. Xia nearly leaped in exhilaration, only to realize that her screen had simultaneously gone dark, as Wei found herself with less than 20% of her health remaining. A fully intact Na Mei remained on the battlefield. Yet, there was no conceivable way for the support champion Na Mei to eliminate Wei in her current state. Soon enough, Na Mei met her demise as well. In this 10-player match, only the fountain-dwelling cat and the critically wounded Wei remained standing. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment, until a wave of exclamations and cheers erupted moments later. The opposing team consented to a surrender at 50. The base exploded. Was this truly human? Zhe Li's undergarments had been thoroughly guessed. League of Legends designers. They deserve accolades for the year. Amidst the flurry of comments, Xia Mo had already reached the settlement screen and added the friend request from the Stone Golem. He noticed that the Stone Golem had achieved a platinum rank in his career. The Stone Golem quickly accepted the friend request. "Brother, how are you?" Xia Mo typed. "Incredible. Are you really a streamer?" The Stone Golem replied after a moment. "I am the shark streamer, known as Xia Tian. You can come and check out my live stream. I know you. I've watched your highlight reels. I never expected to match up with you." After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Mo suddenly inquired, "Brother, what do you plan to do with this account? Will you continue playing?" The other party fell silent for a moment and then sent a lengthy, somewhat incoherent message. "I don't know. I guess I'll just leave it be and not log in again. I really enjoy this game, and I take it seriously. Losing a match makes me feel miserable for a long time, and I keep replaying it in my mind. I just want to reach the rank of king to prove my skill." Before departing, he handed his account to me. Although he didn't say it outright, I understood his intentions. Yet I am too inexperienced. I truly cannot ascend, and I have no desire to seek out a booster. Achieving platinum would suffice. And I probably won't play this game anymore since I will always think of him. The live stream room fell into silence again, filled only with expressions of respect for the deceased. Xia Mo's fingers paused on the keyboard, as he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Although the player was speaking of his friend, Xia Mo found himself reflecting on his own situation. After all, Many readers were commenting to encourage me, even gifting me tokens of appreciation. Thus, I earnestly request that all esteemed readers lend a hand in promoting my work when you encounter topics related to League of Legends in the Book Lovers Plaza, as the website does not provide sufficient exposure and I rely on this limited traffic for sustenance. Thank you kindly. Furthermore, the recent chapters have been transitional in nature, inevitably lacking some excitement, but soon we shall delve into the main plot. Chapter 69, The Unbeaten Legend. Indeed, the time Xia Mo spent as a streamer felt like a dream. He stumbled into this industry rather inexplicably, encountered several major streamers by chance, and amassed initial popularity in a bewildering manner, achieving an income he once could not have dared to imagine in just a few months. All of this could be attributed to the inexplicable sense of ability he experienced one morning upon awakening in an internet CAF. However, recently, Xia Mo found himself pondering, even dreaming, about what might have transpired had he not acquired this ability and instead perished abruptly in that internet CAF, never to awaken again. In his dreams, upon learning of his overnight death in the CAF, his father would instantly faint from shock. Although he was revived in the hospital, his already grave condition worsened, and lacking sufficient funds for surgery, he soon passed away, leaving the Xia family extinct. His aunt organized the funeral, and until the end, his mother did not appear, sending only his sister to offer condolences. The police investigated Xia Mo's actions and gaming records that night, ultimately concluding that he had succumbed to the pressure of consecutive defeats in games. The most significant impact of this incident was that local newspapers published an article concerning the dangers of gaming to youth, with him portrayed as a cautionary tale to awaken society. His death stirred a wave of discussion at school, but most merely regarded him as fodder for casual conversation. Most heart-wrenching was the class monitor, Hiyushi, who felt she had failed to fulfill her responsibility of caring for her classmates, and that her slow efforts to raise funds indirectly led to Xia Mo's demise. Yet, she quickly moved past this with the comfort of her boyfriend, embracing the warmth of romance. A week later, discussions about Xia Mo had dwindled. Months later, many had forgotten that such a person ever existed. Among the 1.5 billion Chinese, one ordinary person had vanished. Among the 200 million League of Legends players, a silver-tier novice had been lost, like a droplet evaporating from the Pacific, causing not a ripple. Throughout his 22 years, Xia Mo had never once proven himself, not even reaching gold. He had dreamt this scenario countless times, awakening each time in a cold sweat. He sensed that the scenes in his dreams were the true reality, replayed in countless parallel universes long before. Now, he merely existed as the luckiest among billions. Listening to the description from that player, he felt as if he glimpsed a version of himself from a parallel world. Some may argue that in the face of life and death, a game rank is trivial. Yet humans are curious creatures. Often, when confronted with mortality, one discovers that the true regrets are not the so-called significant events of life, but rather the seemingly trivial matters that fade with time. Xia Mo cherished reading and adored classical literature and poetry. His favorite poet was the Southern Song Dynasty's Xia Mo, and among his works, he cherished the line, "In the myriad affairs of the world, the weight of a hair is more burdensome than Mount Tai." To some, games are merely games. To others, they have infused far too much meaning. In the myriad affairs of the world, the weight of a hair is more burdensome than Mount Tai. Taking a deep breath, Xia Mo typed on the keyboard, "Then why not give me this account? I will fulfill his wish." "What do you mean?" "I will help him reach the pinnacle of the canyon, and not a single match will be lost in the process." The comments erupted. Is he really going to make such a boast? Would Fengshen dare to say that? Can the Sangguan Wang, Qianjun, truly utter such words? What will he say upon defeat? Will he dare to withdraw from the streaming realm? Can you not see that Xia Tian is merely creating a spectacle? Does Xia Tian also aspire for consecutive victories? Meanwhile, Dongzi next door has already reached his 7th account and has seemingly given up. The player on the opposing side does not perceive Xia Mo as jesting. Is it true? Indeed, if you doubt, you may list the account on a rental platform as proof. No need, I trust you with the account. Ascend to the rank of Wang Jia, for he would surely be pleased to know. Then the opposing player sent another message, acknowledging that a loss is not the end, as perfection is unattainable. Xia Mo refrained from responding, yet he had secretly resolved that this account must not incur a single defeat. Having acquired an extraordinary ability, one must undertake actions worthy of such a gift. However, I hope you do not alter this. It is a phrase we chose 9 years ago when we first delved into this world, and it has remained unchanged since, comprising 2 lines from a poem. I evoke the bright moon of a day, while he illuminates my heart with ice and snow. No problem. These 2 lines are coincidentally renowned verses by Xia Mo, which Xia Mo also cherishes. Henceforth, this account is destined to stir the winds and clouds in the national server. The account owner privately entrusted the account to Xia Mo and assisted him in completing the binding change, making Xia Mo the rightful owner henceforth. Subsequently, Xia Mo altered the title of the stream to All Wins in the Canyon of Kings. Are we serious? This is merely a boast for attention. Should we lose? There are no repercussions. Xia Tian has mastered the art of manipulating traffic. What will he say upon defeat? Youngsters should not be overly zealous. The winning rate of Feng Shun in the national server is merely above 70. What gives you the audacity to claim invincibility? The barrage of comments is chaotic. Yet the comment insisting on withdrawal from the streaming realm continues to flood in, prompting others to join in. Xia Mo clicked on this individual's profile in the stream and remarked publicly, "I never expected to have a hater. This is purely a desire for my downfall." The moderator inquired if they should ban the instigator, to which Xia Mo replied with a light-hearted tone, "No need for a ban. Let them speak freely. If one boasts yet fails, there ought to be a consequence, so it is settled. Henceforth, should I lose a single match, I shall exit the streaming realm." "No way. I just started watching you. Do you intend to ruin yourself?" The host seems to have been drinking fake liquor, rambling just moments ago. Why? Is that truly necessary? The evidently instigating hater quickly pressed Xia Mo, asking if he meant a permanent withdrawal, without changing platforms or skins. Indeed, a permanent exit. Furthermore, "I will not engage in wordplay, nor will I migrate to another platform," Xia Mo asserted with conviction. This is madness. The host is utterly insane. A recording has been made. The evidence is in hand. Having just risen for 2 months, are we now to witness a fall? This is pure folly. Regardless, I will remain in this stream room from today onward, witnessing his downfall firsthand. After observing the barrage for a while, Xia Mo concluded, "Today's stream ends here. Starting tomorrow, I will strive for an unblemished record. I hope everyone will support me." He then ended the stream. Long after the screen went black, discussions about this matter continued on the public screen, and platforms like Douyin began uploading clips confirming Xia Mo's own words. This incident gradually began to gain traction online, drawing more and more attention. "Xiao Xia, have you lost your mind?" Uncle Mu hurriedly burst in, his anxious demeanor evident. "You have only just gained popularity. This is your prime developmental phase. Why gamble against the comments?" "Uncle, you've arrived." Xia Mo smiled at Uncle Mu. Calm down, calm down. How can I not be anxious? You have made a statement. What if you truly lose? If you cannot stream afterward, that would be one thing. But have you considered the penalty for breaching your contract with the platform? How can you be so reckless?" Uncle Mu implored. "Uncle, please try to relax. I have my reasons for doing this," Xia Mo replied. "What reasons could you possibly have?" Uncle Mu, though anxious, forced himself to remain calm and awaited Xia Mo's explanation. "Uncle, you must have seen the backend data of my streaming platform recently, right? The audience retention rate and average viewing duration have significantly dropped compared to before, and my follower growth has slowed dramatically. I currently have around 3.5 million followers, which may be sufficient for some, but it pales in comparison to those top streamers with millions of followers." Uncle Mu, puzzled, asked, "But why the urgency? Those top streamers have built their popularity over years of streaming. You have only been at it for a few months. Why compete with them? Your rapid growth was due to the crossover events with Shark, which is not the norm. Even with your current data and ability to attract followers, you rank among the top at Shark. Other streamers envy your achievements. With steady progress over a year or so, you would undoubtedly become a top streamer. Why rush and leave yourself with no retreat? I have a compelling reason to do so." Xia Mo's gaze was resolute, unflinching as he met Uncle Mu's eyes. "What reason? Can you not share it with me?" "Not yet." Xia Mo shook his head. The truth is, while his decision was indeed influenced by that player's provocation, it stemmed more from his own perspective. As Uncle Mu pointed out, opportunities like crossovers are rare, and he has already entered a stage of steady development. Given his current data and ability to attract followers, streaming steadily for a few years would solidify his position among the top, rendering such urgency unnecessary. However, he recently encountered a news story that had surged to trending status. The article featured an interview with the most popular player from the championship team, referred to as Feng Shun by fans, who expressed that winning the championship had fulfilled his dreams, and his next goal was to pursue consecutive victories. Regardless of whether he succeeds, he may retire after the next World Championship and return to his alma mater, Jiaoda, to pursue further studies. Upon hearing this news, Xia Mo went to the rooftop and smoked half a pack of cigarettes, nearly losing his voice in the process. His greatest aspiration in life was to eclipse that person's brilliance and stand before her, asserting that she was mistaken. However, as he was just beginning to rise, that person had already achieved fame and was preparing to exit the scene, no longer participating. Thus, what significance did all his efforts hold? Even if he became a top-tier streamer earning millions monthly in a few years, he could not challenge someone whose legacy was already firmly established. Therefore, he felt a sense of discontent. He was unwilling to develop steadily one step at a time. He yearned to ascend more swiftly, to exert all his efforts and resort to any means necessary. He desired to surpass her before Feng Shun enjoyed his accolades and retired gracefully. He was gambling. for he had already earned more than he ever dared to dream, allowing him to take a risk. His boast of an undefeated streak, in reality, bore less risk than others perceived, for he possessed a sense of déjà vu. He could foresee his chances of victory during matchmaking, thus avoiding uncertainties such as opponents using smurf accounts, teammates disconnecting, or actors from studios. He could opt for matches with an 80 win rate, or more conservatively, a 90 win rate. After all, he never stated how many ranked matches he intended to play in a day. He could afford to take his time and play only one match. With a pre-match win rate of 80 to 90 coupled with his déjà vu in gaming, his probability of success was nearly absolute. During this period of live streaming and diamond matches, he had not lost a single game. Uncle Mu observed him for quite some time, and Xia Mo remained resolute and composed. Finally, Uncle Mu sighed, shaking his head. I don't know what you're thinking, but I can only offer you advice. The ultimate decision lies with you. Since we have reached this point, there is no turning back. I must choose to trust you. All I can do is provide a generator for the studio, for if there were a power outage while you were streaming, it would be disastrous. The rest depends on you. Thank you, Uncle Mu. Xia Mo understood that Uncle Mu genuinely cared for him, and he would cover the cost of the generator. Before leaving, Uncle Mu cast one last deep gaze at Xia Mo, saying, Xiao Xia, I have watched you reach this point. To be honest, when Xiao Wu brought you back from the internet CAF that day, I never imagined you would achieve this level. One could only say it is fate. Today is different from my time when opportunities were abundant. It was not uncommon to see someone picking up trash on the street one day and becoming a big boss the next. In this era, miracles are nearly extinct. You are a living miracle in the making, and I hope you do not falter along the way. Uncle Mu departed, leaving Xia Mo alone in the room. Reflecting on Uncle Mu's words, Xia Mo smiled and sighed. If even he, possessing supernatural abilities, could not become a miracle, then truly, there would be no miracles left in this world. Tomorrow's live stream would mark the beginning of a legend. However, the majority of the outside world did not share this sentiment. Within a single night, the incident had fermented across various platforms, sparking significant attention. Many speculated about Xia Mo's motives as a newly popular streamer. Opinions varied, but most believed it to be a foolish move, indicative of youthful arrogance. Some lamented his plight, while others relished the drama. Meanwhile, Xia Mo's livestream room gained over 100,000 new followers that night, primarily those eager to witness his downfall, driven by a fear of missing out. From this perspective, the influx of attention was undeniably effective. However, as the bubble of fame grew larger, the backlash upon its inevitable burst would be equally severe. Xia Mo's rapid rise within mere months had attracted numerous followers, but his foundation was unstable, and many who felt threatened by him were lurking. In today's internet landscape, those who rise to fame share a common trait. For every person who lifts you to the heights, there are often even more who wish to see you fall. Numerous examples abound of those who climbed high only to watch their towers crumble, and to most, Xia Mo seemed destined to follow in their footsteps. On the following day, when Xia Mo began his stream, his popularity soared to the top of the trending list on Shark, with an unprecedented number of comments flooding in. Many attempted to steer the narrative, and the moderators struggled to keep up. Xia Mo paid no heed to the barrage of comments and directly initiated a ranked match. Knowing that words were futile, fortune favors the bold. The only way to prevent his tower from collapsing was through a series of victories. Simultaneously, due to the exposure, many idle individuals or those eager to witness Xia Mo's demise also queued up for ranked matches, attempting to target him. Yet Xia Mo felt no fear. The previous night, while sleeping, he had again experienced that dream, albeit with a slight difference this time. In the dream's conclusion, he found himself before the Creator God, asking, "Why have I played League for 10 years yet still remain a silver, while that person became a global champion in just 2 years? You lack talent. In esports, talent is paramount. Then why must I grovel for a mere 10,000 for surgery, while that person travels the world with family, reveling in life's pleasures? You lack privilege. In the real world, class divides create insurmountable chasms. Why is my life so abjectly unsuccessful? This is unjust. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. Can you grant me another chance? What do you desire? I wish for the remainder of my life to be free of failure." He feared not failure, for he had already made a pact with the divine. Chapter 71, The Clown. In the system's female voice announcing the results, Xia Mo secured yet another victory in ranked matches. This was his second match of the day, both won in an overwhelming fashion. There was no alternative. The matches he queued for had a win rate exceeding 85, not accounting for his own statistics. The disparity in skill between the two sides was so great that the game typically concluded before the opponents could withstand the landing phase, much to the dissatisfaction of those who tuned in for entertainment. Report. The streamer is using actors. In the recent match against the opposing player, Nushu, I had never encountered such an abstract scenario, even in the Huang Tong tier. Is this not an overt performance? Where are the snipers? Please, lend some support. Patience is required. The sheer number of players in this platinum tier complicates sniping. However, when we ascend to the Diamond Master tier, there will be moments of despair for the streamers. These barrage comments are fleeting, as the end of summer approaches with a calm demeanor. This is merely the beginning. Most viewers are still watching him with a sense of amusement. Yet, when he achieves 10 consecutive victories, then 20, and eventually 50, only then will they be astonished and regard him with seriousness. Unfortunately, this account has languished too long in the Huangjin tier, resulting in a terrifyingly low hidden rank. Remarkably, each victory only grants a mere 5 points. Such is the vastness of the world, filled with the unexpected. I have never encountered such misfortune on my previous account. However, this may not be entirely disadvantageous, as it will prolong his journey to the Huangjin tier, allowing for more games to attract viewership. In recent days, my streaming metrics have skyrocketed, akin to a rocket launch, with an influx of new fans. Furthermore, most League of Legends players across the internet have, to some extent, become aware of a streamer wagering everything for a flawless victory. This is the third match. After completing this one, I shall switch accounts and engage in a flexible duo queue, ensuring that the duo also reaches the Huangjin tier. Fear not, should the duo lose. I will uphold my promise. What champions would you like to see? I took a sip of water and inquired. Can we still select champions? Let us play Renma. Renma is such an obscure champion. Let us play Jeej. Currently, Jeej in the jungle is invincible. Of course, there were also jesters among the crowd. Support jungle. Support jungle. Support jungle. If I win with Chin Chin in the jungle, I will gain immense popularity. Not as good as Meow Meow. Not as good as Meow Meow. Not as good as Meow Meow. I glanced at the barrage and replied to myself. Many suggestions have been offered. It seems the most mentioned is Jeej. In this version, Jeej is indeed quite powerful in the jungle, farming swiftly. It would be wise to practice him for ranking. In that case, I shall play the clown. Are we performing? Then, what nonsense is that? The streamer is purely a clown. I was pleasantly surprised to find a streamer so cheerful. I am smitten. Playing with the barrage brought me joy as I smiled and entered the room, preparing to queue. Others may not understand why he appeared dazed on the room interface, suspecting he was trying to avoid sniping, but in reality, I was closely monitoring the changing win rates in the vision. The numbers fluctuated until suddenly, an unprecedentedly large number appeared, 94%. This indicates that, disregarding my own influence, my teammates and the opponents would likely win around 94 matches out of 100. Such a win rate is extraordinary. Even by randomly pairing 5 diamonds with 5 silvers, such a high win rate is not guaranteed. I had never witnessed such a high pre-match win rate before, leading me to suspect there were 2 or more boosters on my team. This match is purely beneficial. One should not refuse free advantages. I decisively clicked to start the queue. The rapid queue confirmation left many would-be snipers frustrated. Upon entering the game, I found myself in the first position. I quickly replicated the other players who had entered the room, then checked their match histories to understand why this match had such a high predicted win rate. However, these 4 players appeared to be ordinary passers-by, with unremarkable match histories, and I had never played with them before, leaving me somewhat perplexed. At that moment, the mid laner in the chat said, "We're not very skilled. Please be patient with us, jungle. If we make any miraculous plays, I apologize in advance." They all agreed. Yes, please be patient. The support chimed in, "Sorry about that." I thought. This left me even more bewildered. These players were clearly grouped together. Yet who enters a match declaring their own inadequacy and apologizing profusely to strangers? This is peculiar. Are there still such innocent players in this day and age? Moreover, judging by the pre-selected win rate, these individuals could not possibly be novices. Historical match results may deceive, but the sense of familiarity cannot lie. I suspected these players might be playing a ruse, pretending to be weak only to dominate the match later. What a pointless strategy. Shaking my head, I resolved to disregard whatever antics these individuals were up to. My focus would remain on performing well. Thus, I maintained a composed silence. Seeing that I remained quiet, my 4 teammates also ceased their chatter and promptly selected their champions. Upon entering the game, the lineups were as follows. Blue side featured a top lane Tom, my clown in the jungle, a Phoenix in mid, and an ADC Jace with a bull as support. The red side consisted of a Fiora in the top lane, a Kayn in the jungle, an Echo in mid, and a Miss Fortune alongside a Tom. Observing my team composition, I found it somewhat abstract. However, having already selected the clown, I felt I had no grounds to complain. There is a saying that the stranger the composition, the quicker the victory. Such trivialities are inconsequential. The reason I chose the clown is primarily due to how well it aligns with my abilities. The traps and Teemo S mushrooms serve a similar purpose in my hands, capable of ensnaring opponents effortlessly. The unique mechanism of my ultimate, the doppelganger, allows me to manipulate the opposing team as I wish. And combined with the space provided by my skills, the clown is arguably one of the most suitable junglers for me. especially since it does not demand high mechanical skill. However, I had never revealed this champion before, leaving the audience unaware of my proficiency. Out of caution, I initially rehearsed the movement for a level 1 skirmish. The outcome was that both teams were well matched and did not engage in an early fight. Therefore, I typed to inform the bot lane to delay their arrival. While I stealthily ventured into the opposing red zone from the triangular brush near the top lane, quietly positioning myself in the bush just before the enemy high ground. I crouched there, appearing quite stealthy. The reason for this strategy is that I had deduced from my previous experiences that the opposing jungler would likely start at red, and by lying in wait, I could potentially ambush them. Time quickly passed to 1 minute and 30 seconds as the red buff respawned, with Kayn and the enemy top laner laboriously taking their red. This particular Kayn player embodies a rather timid disposition. Upon witnessing the opposing jungler select the character of Jester, he resolved in his heart to commence his journey at the red buff. Consequently, he ventured forth to place a ward near the blue buff, returned home to acquire a scanner, and promptly made his way to the red zone. As the red buff respawned, he activated his scanner, conducting a thorough sweep of the vicinity, and, relieved to discover no signs of Jester's vision, exhaled a sigh of relief. His intention was clear. Should he spot Jester encroaching upon his blue zone, he would retaliate by invading Jester's territory, believing that such an exchange would incur no detriment to himself. Indeed, his strategy was not without merit. It could even be deemed exceedingly prudent, for in solo queue, Jester is notoriously infamous. Chapter 72. Seizing the enemy's resources. Characters like Jester, Bard, Udyr, and Dragon King are those who rarely make appearances, yet when they do, their presence is felt profoundly. The mere selection of Jester elicits a palpable unease in the hearts of opponents. A proficient Jester possesses a distinct characteristic. He rarely farms the jungle, but instead focuses solely on eliminating enemies. His singular objective is to dismantle the opposing jungler. "I shall not farm while you do," he declares, and once he has wreaked havoc in your jungle, he will pursue you relentlessly while you can only watch in despair as you struggle to catch up. Do you wish to confront him? He bears Ignite instead of Flash, and you will find yourself at a distinct disadvantage. This style of play has emerged from the recently updated experience compensation mechanism. In the current version, should your experience fall significantly behind that of your adversary, the experience you gain will be augmented. This was originally intended to enhance the gaming experience for players who disconnect and reconnect or those of lesser skill. However, it has inadvertently birthed this insatiable jungle starvation approach. When matched against Jester, you may notice he has farmed half as much as you, yet his level is equal to or even surpasses yours, provoking a desire to hurl your keyboard in frustration. This Kayn player has evidently suffered at the hands of such tactics in the past. Coupled with Kayn's relatively weak state prior to his transformation, he chose to avoid confrontation. Unfortunately for him, he encountered the late summer Jester. After assisting Kayn with the red buff a few times, the Fiora departed from the tri-brush to the top lane. A jungler typically uses their smite during the initial clear to enhance efficiency and maintain health. As the red buff's health dwindled to around 600, Kayn activated his smite, intending to secure the red. However, he was taken aback as the large red buff inexplicably vanished before his eyes. Had the smite's health threshold changed? Was the initial smite now capable of dealing 600 health? Confused, Kayn stood frozen in place. At that moment, a level 2 Jester emerged from the brush behind him, delivering a swift backstab that inflicted additional damage upon Kayn. It was not entirely Kayn's fault for being bewildered. The timing of Jester's smite coincided almost perfectly with his own, resulting in a singular visual effect. Only after receiving a blow did Kayn comprehend the situation. Feeling a mix of shock and anger, yet he dared not voice his frustration. He had to flee. However, he was merely a level 1 Kayn, burdened by the red buff's slow and now devoid of his smite. Reluctantly, he used his flash to escape, knowing Jester lacked flash and could not pursue him directly. Nevertheless, the level 2 Jester was evidently well prepared, teleporting behind him for another critical strike, followed by Ignite, which ultimately led to Kayn's demise. The Kayn player seethed with indignation. "I attempted to avoid confrontation, yet you persist unrelentingly? Moreover, you had no wards. How could you possibly anticipate my red buff strategy?" Bearing a heart full of questions and ire, Kayn revived at the fountain and ventured once again to the upper jungle, utilizing the explosive fruit to reach level 6. Although he presumed level 6 might also be gone, he considered the possibility that Jester, that scoundrel, might have left behind 2 small birds to vex him. If he did not eliminate them now, he would soon find himself devoid of resources. To his surprise, level 6 remained intact. Could it be that this Jester had shown mercy? Or was he merely lying in wait for an ambush? Regardless, he was determined not to allow the jungle creatures to escape. Thus, he resumed his focus on the large bird. At present, he was only level 1 and without smite. And as he battled, the large bird and its smaller companions pecked away at his health. After finally dispatching the small bird, He managed to weaken the large bird and began to pull it toward the brush. This technique of drawing jungle monsters is common, as it saves travel time and accelerates farming speed. Yet, unexpectedly, as he plunged into the brush, he lost control of his body as a fearsome magic box detonated before him, simultaneously instilling fear in both him and the large bird. The box erupted with mocking laughter while spewing forth a torrent of saliva, coincidentally finishing off the severely weakened large bird. This scene was captured by the ever-watchful jester, Summer, and broadcasted to thousands in the livestream. Kane felt as if he might faint from the absurdity of it all. Here he was, merely trying to secure the red buff and now losing yet another creature to a box. And to make matters worse, the streamer was nowhere in sight. Was this box placed there intentionally? Had it all been orchestrated from the very beginning? Otherwise, why would he have needed to learn the move just moments ago? It could not be. Surely it was merely coincidence. The alternative was simply too terrifying to contemplate. As the chat in the livestream erupted in a flurry of comments, Summer maneuvered Jester into Kane's blue zone, leisurely dispatching a frog before heading towards the three wolves. Upon reaching the wolf pit, he chanced upon a pitiful level 1 Kane, half health, struggling against the three wolves. With a casual application of smite, Summer seized the wolves, subsequently casting a double-edged blade to slow Kane. In this instance, he employed a clever tactic. He had just cleared Kane's frog rather than his blue buff. For the magic toad offers the highest individual experience among jungle monsters in League of Legends. Clearing 2 large birds and a frog would not suffice to level up to 3, but a combination of a large bird and a magic toad would achieve that goal. Thus, Summer's Jester was now a level 3 menace, confronting a mere level 1 Kane. Kane faltered once again, leaving an indelible psychological scar. He was merely a child. What fault lay in his desire to reach level 2? The streamer's Jester basked in the limelight, and one could only surmise that the streamer mirrored this cunning in real life as well. I merely wished to ascertain whether Cain arrived at the second point first, or if he logged off beforehand. After eliminating Cain, Xia Mo unabashedly seized his blue buff, advancing his own development to 20, with 16 minion kills. He farmed 5 camps, yet astonishingly, all were from the enemy's jungle, leaving none from his own. Upon his resurrection, Cain found himself devoid of camps to farm, relegated to the top lane to tackle the solitary group of stone golems. His development had deteriorated significantly, making it improbable for him to engage in any further confrontations for at least 5 to 6 minutes. In truth, he should have ventured into the enemy's Shaco's jungle, as Shaco lacked the time to farm his own territory. However, he was paralyzed by fear, terrified of encountering that fatal Shaco once more. As long as Shaco remained hidden, he dared not venture anywhere. After farming Cain's jungle, Xia Mo opted to return home, acquiring some equipment before hastening to the top lane. He had no intention of farming. Instead, he aimed to ambush the top lane, where the skirmish between Jianshi and Tom Kinch was quite intense, promising potential rewards. It was evident that Tom Kinch was indeed a skilled player, consistently outmatching Jianshi in trades. Jianshi, now hesitant, dared not approach the ranged minions, opting to cower behind them to evade Tom Kinch's precise tongue lash. However, the wave was held in the middle by Tom, leaving Jianshi's position precarious. Xia Mo signaled that he was on the way, planning to flank from the tri-brush. He first simulated Jianshi's escape route with a sense of déjà vu, feeling assured of success, then stealthily emerged from the tri-brush onto the minion line. At that moment, no minions were present, allowing Xia Mo to plant a box on Jianshi's inevitable escape path before closing in on her. Tom Kinch, still diligently farming, displayed no intention of applying pressure, leaving Jianshi oblivious to the encroaching danger. Truly a master, his performance was markedly distinct from that of lower-ranked players. Xia Mo thought to himself, as he landed a backstab on Jianshi. Jianshi was evidently startled by the sudden appearance of Shaco, instinctively using her skill to reposition with the blade surge. However, she barely managed a few steps before colliding with Shaco's box, succumbing to fear. Seizing the moment, Xia Mo struck twice more, reducing Jianshi's health to a precarious level. Yet, considering Jianshi's distance from the tower and Shaco's output efficiency, it seemed unlikely he could eliminate her before she reached safety. Tom would need to contribute some damage as well. Just as he glanced at Tom, he felt a bit disoriented. "What are you doing still farming, my friend?" Without time for further contemplation, Xia Mo hastily signaled a series of red attack signals above Jianshi's head, urging Tom to follow up with damage, lest this opportunity slip away. Only then did Tom appear to awaken from a stupor, promptly unleashing Abyssal Dive, targeting right beneath Jianshi's feet. Since Tom's rework in version 11.13, his skills had been swapped, transforming into a devouring ability, while the other became a burrowing attack, erupting from the ground to inflict area knockup and slow. This area of effect was considerable. If executed well, it could serve as a formidable control mechanism. Thus, in the time it took Xia Mo to process the situation, Tom emerged from beside Jianshi. However, Jianshi evaded the knockup, having activated her Lawrence blade, blocking the control. Moreover, by unfortunate coincidence, the blade was aimed not at Tom, but rather at Xia Mo's shako. The stun lasted for 2 seconds. Although Jianshi's stun was challenging to trigger, once activated, its duration was notably lengthy. Xia Mo found himself immobilized, suffering an inexplicable misfortune. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he remained hopeful, as Tom had positioned himself before Jianshi. If his tongue lash could slow her down, a kill might still be possible. However, Tom's lash missed entirely, flailing towards an inconspicuous location instead. Ultimately, Tom could only weakly strike Jianshi twice before watching her escape to safety beneath her tower. A perfect opportunity had thus been thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Xia Mo felt an urge to express his frustration. Luckily, his time as a streamer had honed his mental fortitude. Otherwise, he would have berated Tom mercilessly. Despite the setback, Xia Mo still typed, "My friend, that was a guaranteed kill. What were you doing?" Tom, however, did not shift blame. "I didn't see you at first. Once I did, I hurried to follow." Xia Mo found himself speechless, realizing that his signals had gone unnoticed prior to his arrival. Nevertheless, since Tom had acknowledged his error, Xia Mo refrained from further criticism, retreating to the jungle to farm. Though he silently resolved not to gank the top lane again unless a truly exceptional opportunity presented itself. Having experienced one failure and exposed his position on the map for such a lengthy duration without reward, the rhythm of the game had faltered slightly. Fortunately, the opposing jungler was in a worse state. Xia Mo collected a round of his jungle camps, reaching level 4 and plotting his next ambush. This time, he targeted the bottom lane, which was currently pushing aggressively and deeply. His own Alistar and Ezreal were engaged in a fierce skirmish. Kalista, being inherently a dominant champion in the early game, paired with Alistar, a robust support, commanded respect from all opponents. Although the combination of Misfortune and Thresh was also formidable, their skill level was evidently inferior to that of Xia Mo's bottom lane, suffering losses in trades and being pinned beneath their tower. Directly ganking such a lane would be futile. A counter-ambush was warranted. Xia Mo adeptly anticipated Caine's movements to set a trap in the bottom lane. In a little over 20 seconds, the beleaguered Caine, having barely scraped together enough experience to reach level 3, would arrive at the bottom lane, initiating his first skirmish of the match. The enemy bottom lane would pursue as the minions pushed forward, and at this moment, if Xia Mo maneuvered around through the tribrush, he could easily flank the enemy trio from behind, executing a masterful counter-ambush. With Caine, Misfortune, and Thresh all lacking flash, experience dictated that none would escape unscathed. As Xia Mo set off toward the bottom lane, upon nearing the stone golems, he spotted Caine's head peeking from the vision granted by the enemy's trinket in the river brush. Instantly, the enemy bottom lane abandoned the minion wave beneath their tower, attempting to intercept Kalista and Alistar. As they retreated, Xia Mo quickly signaled them with several on-my-way notifications, indicating they should delay their departure and feign retreat to lure the enemy deeper. The duo in the bottom lane displayed a tacit understanding, deliberately allowing themselves to be hit by minions a few times, while the bullhead even fell victim to Titan's hook. Xia Mo felt a rush of exhilaration, realizing that the bottom lane truly housed the skilled players. At this moment, he had already circled around to the river, and this opportunity was bound to succeed. Instead of using his skill to become invisible first, he chose to reveal himself directly in the enemy's sight, as they were now like fish in a barrel, with the skills better reserved for pursuit. The opposing duo of the jungle and support promptly noticed the clown and instinctively attempted to flee. However, in their haste to chase, they had already exhausted most of their mobility skills, making their escape far from easy. Kalista and Bullhead seamlessly turned to engage, and the balance of offense and defense shifted instantaneously. Xia Mo strolled casually to the side of the cannon, just as he intended to strike with a backstab, only to realize that his character had become unresponsive, standing there in a daze. Had the internet dropped? Was his keyboard malfunctioning? Xia Mo frantically pressed the skill keys to no avail, but inadvertently opened the settings page. Meanwhile, other characters continued to move on the screen, indicating that the internet was still intact. In the midst of his confusion, he witnessed his clown collapse before the eyes of all. Accompanied by a voice in his headset, "The pact is sealed." Xia Mo was taken aback. The barrage of comments read, "The skateboarder just signed a contract for the streamer." How absurd. Was this the time for signing? Did they press the wrong button? It wasn't merely a matter of pressing the right button. What did it signify to start a game with a skateboarder without signing the bullhead? To die publicly. Those who have been signed by the skateboarder know that the signing process is prolonged, and one cannot resist or employ any means of escape, making it the strongest form of control over teammates in the league. The opposing bottom lane likely hadn't yet grasped what had transpired when they saw both the clown and skateboarder standing still. Instinctively, they focused their fire on the clown. while the bullhead pushed Kane back towards the clown, allowing the three of them to brutally eliminate the clown within 3 seconds. Poor Xia Mo didn't even get a chance to retaliate before his demise. With the clown's death, the pact was broken, and the skateboarder regained freedom. Faced with 3 opponents who had exhausted their skills, the skateboarder decisively counterattacked. After claiming victory, the skateboarder typed in the team chat, sorry, I clicked the wrong button. It was unintentional. The support chimed in, yes, I can vouch for her. Xia Mo remained expressionless. He had already discerned that these 4 players were not here to win the game. They were solely here to entertain themselves at the expense of their teammates. Looking at the champions they had chosen, he should have anticipated this. Tom, Icebird, Skateboarder, Bullhead. Each one of them was designed to undermine their allies. They were indeed a troupe of actors. Yet the question lingered, why would they act against themselves? It seemed they were not specifically targeting him to ensure his defeat. If they truly wished to lose, they could simply let the game play out, and their win rates would reflect that. Moreover, they could all just go AFK and feed. Even if he were a divine being, it was impossible for him to take on 5 opponents alone. However, it appeared they were merely in it for the amusement of acting. At that moment, the Icebird in the mid lane sent several attack signals, beckoning Xia Mo in the team chat. Clown, come mid, I have ice walls to easily catch. Huh? Xia Mo sneered coldly. Did they think they could deceive him? Did they consider him a fool? Nevertheless, he refrained from retorting in the chat, instead feigning a naive demeanor as he replied, okay, I'll come after I farm a bit. In truth, he had already devised a plan in his mind. Previously, Xia Mo had simulated the first half of the game twice using DJVU, but he had to stop there, as completing the entire simulation would drain his energy and not sustain the duration of the live broadcast. However, that was in the absence of actors. Now it was abundantly clear that these 4 were indeed performers, and Xia Mo would not fall for their act again. He spent some time in the jungle farming minions, leveling himself up to level 6, and then signaled that he was on his way to mid. Meanwhile, in another popular streaming room on Douyu, Dongzi, who had dyed his hair green after a failed attempt at a 7th consecutive win, was manipulating the Icebird with his signature flamboyant gesture. Upon seeing the clown's signal, he chuckled mischievously to his audience. This kid is too kind-hearted. I almost feel guilty for acting against him, but I must let him know the harsh realities of society. So he won't suffer greater losses. It's for his own good. You understand? The clown is Xia Mo. The clown is Xia Mo. The clown is Xia Mo. It's summer. You should at least glance at the comments. Stop spamming, Dongzi said to simulate the carnival environment, so the 4 of us turned off the comments. This was amusing. All 5 were streamers, 4 of whom were scheming to act against the other. Was this a deliberate setup? To create showmanship? That seemed unlikely. Dongzi and his team had queued for 3 minutes while Xia Mo had a quick match. Just then, a loud and carefree voice echoed through Dongzi's team voice chat. What are you afraid of? Just act. At worst, I'll take him to my stream later and send him a 5,000 yuan red envelope. Young Master Yuan is generous. Dongzi hastily responded. Why don't you all act for me instead? Just brush off a super fire afterward, and it saves money. What do you think, Young Master Yuan? Do you take me for a fool? Do I lack that little money? The person referred to as Young Master Yuan retorted with a laugh. Exactly, Dongzi. You just want to trick our young master into your rocket. Another voice chimed in, sweetly. If Xia Mo had been in that voice chat, he would have recognized it as Ning Ning, another female streamer he had encountered and duo queued with before. Ning Ning continued. It seems the Oscar-winning actors have emerged in this match. The performance by the young master on the top lane was simply flawless. Even I would believe he was merely anxious. Don't you think? Absolutely. Dongzi agreed. This time, the carnival picked the right person in Young Master Yuan. Enough with the flattery. Young Master Yuan laughed heartily. I think Autumn performed well too. The bullhead was quite impressive. I'll reward you with 3 super fires afterward. No thanks. In truth, I had no intention of portraying him. It was merely an accidental mispress, a gentle voice responded. Ha ha ha, indeed, it was a mistake. Those who understand do understand, Young Master Yuan chuckled. Dongzi and Ningning joined in the laughter. I truly did mispress. The girl referred to as Cho Tian continued to defend herself. Yet no one believed her. Undoubtedly, the quartet of 4 black cars that Summer had lined up were all streamers from Shark, and among them were 2 familiar faces. Dongzi and Ningning. The reason they formed this 4-man team and acted was due to the impending Shark Carnival. This year's Shark Carnival featured a new activity in the League of Legends segment, the Rift's Hidden Path. The premise invited 10 popular League streamers to participate in a performance match, but within the match, each side would have a hidden infiltrator whose objective was to lead their team to defeat through exceptional acting while concealing their identity. After the match, the 10 participants would review the game, and if they could identify the infiltrator would lose, otherwise, they would triumph. It bore a resemblance to a version of Werewolf in the Rift. The game officials did not designate the members for each side, but allowed the streamers to form their own teams. Thus, Dongzi recruited the familiar female streamer Ningning, who in turn brought along young Master Yuan and Xiao Tian. The four formed a team, currently engaged in a practice match, essentially acting as teammates. This so-called young Master Yuan was not precisely a streamer. Although he occasionally streamed on Shark, his primary identity was that of a wealthy heir and a social media celebrity. Rumor has it that young Master Yuan's father amassed wealth through coal mining, subsequently ventured into real estate, and rode the wave of the 2008 economic boom, ascending to become a top local tycoon, now expanding into the entertainment industry. Although their assets may not compare to the likes of the well-known Shuangma, Li, and Wang, young Master Yuan is nonetheless a prominent figure within the wealthy elite and online circles, renowned for his ostentatious lifestyle and frequent scandals involving various celebrities and internet personalities. His life motto revolves around courting women, indulging in romantic escapades, and he is known for his capricious nature. Some internet users have documented instances where he changed girlfriends as frequently as 17 times in a single month. However, he is also quite generous, willing to spend lavishly on women, with each girlfriend, including one-night stands, receiving substantial monetary compensation, thus attracting many women who consider themselves to possess some charm, eagerly hoping to share his bed. His rise to fame online began when he drove a Koenigsegg through the streets of Rongqing, accompanied by a luxurious convoy of McLarens, Ferraris, and Lamborghinis, approaching attractive women with a bouquet of roses, claiming he had just been jilted by his girlfriend of 5 years at an engagement banquet, asking if they would be willing to take the flowers and leave with him. To be frank, few women in this day and age can resist such advances. Young Master Yuan has utilized this tactic to seduce countless women in Rongqing, thereby cementing his online reputation. Later, as live streaming gained prominence, he transitioned to the streaming realm, pursuing various female streamers. The entertainment guild where Ningning is situated is a family enterprise of young Master Yuan, which is why everyone in the guild refers to him as Young Master. Young Master Yuan's approach to wooing female streamers is rather straightforward, or perhaps one could say devoid of any strategy, primarily involving financial expenditure. He never resorts to trivial gestures, starting with rockets, 30 at minimum, often escalating to 50 or even 100. Few female streamers possess substantial wealth, and thus they are unlikely to refuse such affluent suitors, readily embracing their advances. Jokingly, many online assert that at least half of the profits earned by the Mountain and Sea Entertainment Guild annually are funneled by young Master Yuan into courting female streamers. Presently, it is glaringly evident that he has set his sights on the female streamer known as Xiao Tian. Chapter 75. Summer and Autumn. The game continued. As the jester approached the brush in the mid-lane river, signaling Dongzi's Icebird to feign a flaw, Dongzi, pretending to be in the know, misstepped while last hitting minions, inadvertently placing himself before Echo. Ecstatic, Echo, unsuspecting, unleashed a time-winding ability followed by a standard combo, landing the third strike with his timepiece upon the Icebird, inflicting 2 rings of damage instantly. However, just as he prepared to deliver the third blow, the Icebird had already executed its ability, stunning him in place, following up with an ice shard for double damage. Then, with a flap of its wings, it created a domain of frost, igniting and applying a burning effect, subjecting Echo to a frigid inferno. Realizing he was ignited, Echo sensed impending doom, for he still had half his health left, and with his Phoenix ability expended, he could not eliminate his foe. Thus, the only possibility remained that the jungler was on his way. Indeed, as the thought crossed his mind, the jester manifested beside him, delivering a swift strike to his rear. Alarmed, Echo hastily retreated toward the turret. Dongzi, witnessing the jester's blunt initiation, could hardly contain his laughter, remarking to himself how the jester was not particularly astute. After suffering 2 mishaps, he still failed to guard against his own teammate? Had he not noticed that my ice wall had yet to be deployed? No, this called for a profound lesson. Simultaneously, Summer, within the streaming room, chuckled coldly. Huh? Did you truly believe I was unaware of your uncast ability? With such trivial tactics, do you think to deceive me? Although they could not hear each other, it felt as though they were engaged in a dialogue across the void. This scene had already been recorded by some viewers, poised to be uploaded later. Echo fled desperately, while Summer pursued relentlessly, whittling down Echo's health. Upon reaching the turret's range, Echo's health was perilously low, requiring 3 more hits to be fully depleted, marking this as a significant failure. Yet, the jester seemed to have miscalculated or perhaps was overly eager. Rather than retreat, he charged into the turret to strike Echo once more. The turret immediately locked onto him, firing an energy projectile. Observing this, Echo was not alarmed but rather elated. The jester, being merely level 6 and as fragile as paper, could not possibly withstand the turret's early game assault, presenting him with an opportunity for a counterattack. Turned his attention towards the Joker, just as the second energy projectile from the defense tower came crashing down. It was only then that the Joker, as if awakening from a dream, realized the necessity of retreating and dared not confront any longer. He swiftly turned and fled towards the safety beyond the tower. Observing this, felt a surge of excitement. Was this not the opportunity he had been waiting for? He finally pressed the key he had hovered over for an eternity. And in an instant, a wall of ice materialized before the position of the Joker, sealing off his escape route entirely. Is this too conspicuous? Mused with a sense of pride. But it matters not. Given my brother's straightforward nature, he would likely believe my claim of an error. But where had the Joker gone? In the moment the ice wall formed, the screen displayed nothing but behind the wall, while the Joker, who had been positioned right in front of him, had vanished without a trace. The next moment, two identical Jokers emerged. However, one was outside the ice wall, while the other was trapped within. The ultimate skill of the demon Joker, illusion. The Joker briefly disappeared and subsequently conjured an illusion of himself, which inflicted 60% of his damage. Stood bewildered, unable to discern which was the real Joker and which was the fade, for to his perspective, both appeared identical. As a teammate of the Joker, however, could clearly identify the authentic from the counterfeit. He recognized that the Joker standing outside the wall, having exited the range of the defense tower, was indeed the genuine one. At the precise moment he cast the ice wall, the Joker had fortuitously unleashed his ultimate ability, utilizing its slight displacement to extricate himself from danger. While remained in a state of confusion, the third strike from the defense tower descended, this time locking onto the false Joker. Since the Joker had already sustained damage from 2 tower hits, his illusion was left with but a sliver of health, and the tower's strike obliterated the illusion. As the illusion shattered, it transformed into 3 fearsome magic boxes, encircling. Instantly, they unleashed a torrent of spittle, leading to's untimely demise. Was left in shock, even neglecting to respond to the cannon that had slipped by his side. It wasn't until the Joker typed in the chat, "Thanks, brother," that he regained his senses. The comments flooded in. I'm dying of laughter. This is what they mean by a failed attempt at theft resulting in loss. This is what happens when one acts unjustly. Confusion remained as to how the Joker had suddenly appeared. The Joker's ultimate ability allowed his true self and his illusion to manifest on either side, fortuitously placing him outside the wall. Is that real? That was quite a display, one commented. He must have been lucky, another conjectured. This is clearly a crafty maneuver, exclaimed, pointing at the screen in disbelief. This cannot be mere coincidence. What happened? Came a voice from the voice chat, as inquired. Stammered as he recounted the events that had just transpired, concluding with indignation. Isn't this a clear case of trickery? Could he have discerned my impeccable acting? Surely not. In the bushes at the bottom lane, who had been a passive observer of the entire incident, could not suppress a chuckle. I apologize. I'm not laughing at you, but I believe the Joker had this planned all along. Oh, please elaborate, responded from the top lane. A normal person would have sensed being sabotaged after being tricked twice. Isn't it common for a hero like to use an ice wall that blocks teammates? I noticed the Joker hesitated to engage until he reached level 6, opting to wait rather than unleash his ultimate prematurely. Besides, he even typed out a thank you, clearly indicating he recognized our attempts to deceive him. But how could he know when I would cast the ice wall? If the wall had appeared first, his true and false forms would have been trapped together. Remained unconvinced. Well, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it was instinctive. Surely, luck played a role, mused thoughtfully. I concur with. It must be that your acting skills need refinement, teased. You should learn from me, and humbly accepted the critique. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Next week is the birthday celebration. Will you attend? Interjected suddenly. Didn't I send you 30 rockets yesterday as a gift? S-tone hinted at displeasure. Ah, the rockets are inconsequential. I merely wish for you to be present, replied sweetly. We'll discuss it later. For now, let's focus on the game. In streaming room, her expression soured as she bit her lip. Ever since she had teamed up with for a 4-player match, S' attention had shifted entirely to him, dismissing her attempts at conversation. Had she known this would happen, she would have refrained from such a foolish endeavor that had created a rival. As a prominent female streamer in the League of Legends community, she had been strategically trying to forge a closer relationship with, primarily due to his brother, the renowned Function, celebrated for his looks and popularity among female fans, and a formidable champion with 11 world titles. Following the release of a documentary exposing her connection as Function's sister, she had garnered a significant influx of viewers. Contemplated that if she could build rapport with, she might attract a following of Function's fans. Yet, she never anticipated that, rather than gaining followers, would become a stumbling block in her pursuit of. Truth be told, while had encountered many women, was not confident enough to believe she could captivate him completely. Yet, one must always harbor dreams. As a popular female streamer, the aspiration to marry into a wealthy family was a dream worth pursuing. Chapter 76. How could this possibly be a fake? In streaming room, a girl donned in pink gaming headphones and a white shirt paired with a dark red plaid skirt skillfully maneuvered the character Alistar within the game. Her shoulder-length hair framed her delicate face, radiating an air of elegance, as if perpetually illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight. Her thin lips, straight and refined nose, and distinctly visible eyelashes contributed to a visage that her fans affectionately dubbed the most enchanting first love face. When her profound gaze met yours, it could instantaneously transport you back to those innocent, cherished days of youth and school. As the summer drew to a close, if one were to find themselves in the live streaming room, they would undoubtedly recognize the figure of Qi Liying, his blood-related sister whom he had not seen for over half a year, and who is now widely known as the sister of the Feng Shn. Although their encounters had dwindled since reaching adulthood, Xia had been quietly observing her from afar. In the stillness of the night, he often perused her social media posts, admiring her selfies with family, her recent adventures, and the treasures she unearthed in secondhand bookstores. He would even indulge in the occasional late-night binge-watching of the dramas she favored, to preserve his anonymity while indulging in this pastime. He had even spent 10 yuan a month on a premium account to erase any traces of his visits to her profile. He could not quite fathom why he preferred to keep his interest hidden from her. Perhaps it was a matter of pride. Xia, with a sense of determination, would ensure to watch the same books and films she had enjoyed, with even greater fervor than he applied to his academic texts. While engrossed in these stories, he would ponder what thoughts might cross her mind during those moments. Upon her venture into live streaming, he clandestinely entered her room, using his hard-earned money to send her 2 virtual planes, a brotherly gesture of support. However, when news of her identity emerged, Feng Shn had showered her live stream with 10 super gifts. Of course, Qi Liying remained blissfully unaware of such convoluted happenings. Her attention was captured by a peculiar player on her screen, a clown. Strangely enough, despite being an ordinary passerby, she felt an inexplicable connection to him, as if they were linked by an unseen thread. This sensation was peculiar, lacking any scientific explanation, yet it was undeniably real. This was why, even while positioned in the lower lane, she remained fixated on the clown's movements. The barrage of comments in her room was relentless. Autumn and summer, what a coincidence. Surely they must be connected? Don't be ridiculous. There are at least 20 accounts with similar names on this platform. Why does Qi Liying keep staring at the summer clown? Could it be that she's smitten? No, I cannot approve of this union. Are you a watchdog? Must you bark at every glance? I hear that this summer streamer is quite the scoundrel. I think he should keep his distance from my Qi Liying. Unbeknownst to her, the 4 of them had disabled the comments during their group match. So she remained oblivious to the fact that she was encountering the rising star of the streamer world, Summer, who happened to be her own brother. Thus, she could only scrutinize the clown, unable to discern any clues. Meanwhile, Xia had ambushed a Kane in the jungle, securing another kill. After having claimed Kane's life earlier in the lower lane, his gold had replenished to 300. Returning home, he upgraded to the Rand's Torture and acquired the Book of Thievery, a murderous tome. In truth, the mainstream build for jungle clowns typically favored speed in clearing camps. However, with the other 4 players being formidable adversaries, Xia opted for a clown, whose team-fighting prowess was superior, allowing for greater spatial manipulation. With only 13 minutes elapsed, his score stood at 4 kills and 1 death, a testament to his dominance, even against solo heroes. After surveying the map, he chose to target the top lane once more, opting to forego signaling the top laner, intending to secure a kill solo. He stealthily approached, laying a trap in the path of the fleeing Jianji, intending to startle her into triggering the box. Observing this, the opposing player, UNGNGZ, employed the same tactic. When the clown appeared beside Jianji, he swiftly placed a trap beneath her feet. Jianji, not to be outdone, responded with a swift combination of moves, rendering the clown momentarily incapacitated. Yet, she was not content with merely escaping. She sought to turn the tables. Every top laner harbors a dream of outnumbering their foes, and Jianji was no exception. With the frog's assistance thwarted, the clown lay stunned, devoid of immediate damage output. As she activated her healing ability, she was confident she could claim at least 1 kill. With this thought in mind, Jianji initiated her ultimate challenge. A playful smile gracing her lips as 4 rings of vulnerability appeared around the clown. She struck with precision, then dashed behind him to deliver another blow, instantly creating 2 openings. Just as the clown recovered from his stupor, he desperately attempted to press against the wall, but Jianji, benefiting from her enhanced movement speed, gracefully maneuvered to his side and struck once more, achieving 4 openings in a mere second. TM, sensing the impending doom, retreated, leaving the clown alone in the fray. The clown, now gravely wounded, succumbed to Jianji's gentle strike, meeting his end. In a dramatic twist, the fallen clown transformed into 3 frightening magic boxes, instilling fear in Jianji as he proclaimed, "The target of my pranks is you." Stunned, Jianji pondered, how could this not be real? As the clown's true form emerged beside her, he unleashed a relentless barrage upon her. With no flash available, Jianji could only make a futile escape. But her retreat was cut short as she triggered the box Xia Mo had strategically placed, leading to her swift demise. Although the screen faded to gray, Jianji found herself ensnared in a web of self-doubt, a singular thought echoing in her mind. How could this not be real? Perplexed, Jianji struggled to comprehend how the clown had emerged from invisibility to strike her, knowing full well that his duplicates could not wield any abilities. Meanwhile, UNGNGZ, retreating to the tower, was equally bewildered, having pressed his button the moment the clown approached Jianji, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. As Jianji had blocked his attack, he walked away from the encounter without even an assist. Xia Mo, observing the dazed UNGNGZ, chuckled softly. He sensed that this top laner was not particularly astute, attempting to employ the same trick against a seasoned player, as if underestimating his opponent's intelligence. In reality, Xia Mo had merely leveraged a subtle mechanism of the clown to effortlessly dismantle UNGNGZ's repeated strategy, leaving him bereft of any credit for the kill. Chapter 77. Truth and Deception. The mechanism in question is rather straightforward, familiar to all who have played League of Legends. Yet seldom has anyone thought to exploit it in such a manner. This mechanism dictates that when the jester's clone strays too far from its true form, it is instantaneously teleported back to the vicinity of its original self, roughly the distance of one screen. As the game unfolded, Xia Mo had already activated his ultimate while maneuvering around, skillfully directing his clone away from himself. Thus, when he utilized his skills to reposition next to Jianji, the clone's distance exceeded the maximum limit, resulting in its return. Hence, from Jianji's perspective, the jester that unexpectedly appeared was not a manifestation from invisibility. It was merely a decoy that had been teleported from the onset. Meanwhile, Xia Mo's true form remained concealed beside Jianji, observing the unfolding drama. While this technique may seem trivial when articulated, its successful execution necessitates impeccable timing and a wealth of imagination. Timing can be compensated for with a sense of déjà vu, and Xia Mo recently discovered that he has always possessed ample imagination. It was merely a lack of confidence during his days in silver that had previously stifled it. "Hey, that jester is deliberately toying with me," exclaimed young Master Yuan, his voice rising. He indeed possessed a measure of skill, capable of holding his own in platinum matches. Initially caught off guard, he soon grasped the situation and shouted hoarsely. "Look at him flaunting himself. If I can endure this, I don't deserve the Yuan name. That Dongzi, right? And that female streamer from my guild. Hurry and finish him off." Young Master Yuan was in a fit of temper, a product of his pampered upbringing. Having sailed smoothly through life, he was accustomed to flattery from those around him. In his eyes, performing for others was a mere favor. However, he would not allow them to perform for him. Dongzi and Ning Ning exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Dongzi felt utterly drained, a renowned streamer in the League of Legends community. He found himself reduced to that Dongzi. Ning Ning felt even more exasperated. After exerting much effort to gain favor, she was left without even her name, being referred to simply as that female streamer. She could now somewhat empathize with those who showered her with gifts, yet spoke cautiously to her on WeChat. Yet, regardless of their thoughts, they could not allow such sentiments to surface. Young Master Yuan, with his privilege, was oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships, whereas they were acutely aware. Thus, they could only force smiles and acquiesce. At that moment, the Hextech dragon respawned, marking the second dragon of the match. Both teams were determined not to relinquish it, and so 10 players gathered in unison. However, while the opposing 5 assembled to engage in battle, the blue side's players conspired to target the jester standing in the front, with an uncertain minotaur lingering nearby. The jester made his move. He tossed a box behind him and boldly darted into a patch of grass in the river, an area devoid of vision for both sides. Coincidentally, the enemy support, Titan, approached from the red side's entrance, scanning and inadvertently revealing the jester's red silhouette in the brush. Players who engage with hook champions often grapple with a compulsion, to varying degrees. Just as Yasuo cannot resist engaging 2 or more white lines, a Titan or Blitzcrank cannot resist throwing a hook at a solitary squishy target. Without a moment's hesitation, Titan launched his hook, pulling the jester from the foliage, immediately followed by a deep-sea charge. The jester offered no resistance as he was thrust into the air, and the cannon, trailing closely behind Titan, swiftly ignited with explosive sparks, commencing her assault. Yet, the more the cannon attacked, the more she sensed something amiss. The jester, upon landing, did not flee immediately but instead stood there, vacantly confronting her. At that moment, Kaisa also arrived on the scene, fearing the jester might escape. He struck the jester, diving into him with his ultimate ability. The blue team, observing from a distance, was bewildered. What was the jester doing? They had not even begun their performance, yet he seemed to be throwing himself into danger. Thus, Dongzi instinctively placed an ice wall behind the jester, preventing his escape. The moment he erected that wall, the cannon panicked. After battling the jester and noticing the opposing form merely standing by without intervening, she began to feel uneasy. The wall confirmed her suspicion. This was indeed a decoy. As the sparks prepared to explode, the cannon wasted no time, unleashing her ultimate to push the jester back over the wall. Kaisa was left perplexed. The jester was now positioned beside the blue team, and Kaisa emerged from within him. In his haste to escape, Kaisa had chosen a landing spot with care, only to be met with a box that sprayed him in the face, rendering him terrified in front of 5 enemies. Kaisa exclaimed, "What the hell?" Now, young Master Yuan and his companions found themselves in an awkward predicament. Their intent had merely been to ensnare the jester, not to lose the game. It was inconceivable to allow a kill to slip from their grasp. Consequently, they pounced upon Kaisa, striking him down, only to discover that the kill was attributed to the jester. Young Master Yuan seethed with anger. He could not accept that the jester had toyed with both the opposition and himself without facing retribution. He activated his ultimate, voraciously devouring the jester, only to reappear before the enemy team, regurgitating the jester at their feet. The message was clear: attack him. Upon witnessing Tamkench's actions, the opposing team, already on edge, became further alarmed as they hesitated to approach the wounded jester. The cannon, seeing the jester in her vicinity, prepared to leap away with a rocket jump, only to see the jester hurl a dagger, slowing her down. The cannon's mind struggled to comprehend. Was this jester real? The red team, in a state of frantic retreat, was equally stunned. It turned out to be genuine. Rage surged as the red team's GNG, Echo, Cannon, and Titan surged forward, overwhelming the jester. The jester fell with a groan, transforming into 3 boxes, instilling fear in the 4 opponents. At the opportune moment, the Minotaur unleashed a double knock-up on 3 enemies, leading to a coordinated effort from Dongzi and Ning Ning that obliterated the red team. The red team was on the verge of tears, left questioning the reality of the jester's existence. Is it true? Why did the box explode? If it's false, how could he use skills? At this moment, Dongzi and Ningning's livestream room was in an uproar, as even their teammates were baffled by what had transpired. Everything that just occurred felt like an illusion, leaving them bewildered despite having eliminated the opposing team. Am I dizzy? What is happening? Is there anyone who understands to explain? The knowledgeable one was equally perplexed. Is this some kind of magic trick? The clown played by Xia Tian, is it truly the clown himself? Throughout this entire sequence, those who had visibility never witnessed him unleash his ultimate skill. Where did the clone originate? Clown Emperor. It seems that Xia Tian caught a glimpse. Let us see what she has to say. Chapter 78. Invitation to join the team. Did anyone manage to see clearly? Young Master Yuan inquired with a perplexed expression. Although Dongzi and Ningning could not see each other in their respective live streams, they exchanged looks of confusion and shook their heads. We didn't see clearly. It appears to be this way. Qiu Liang spoke up, stating that when the clown entered the bushes alone, she caught a glimpse on the mini-map of another clown icon near the dragon. I suspect the clown must have used his ultimate earlier and summoned a clone there to engage the dragon. Thus, the clown that the opponents were battling was indeed the real one, including the one that Tam swallowed. However, after the clown cast a skill towards the little cannon, he moved slightly forward, at which point the clone was teleported in. Meanwhile, the clown's real body simultaneously executed a skill and escaped over the blue wall. His timing was impeccable, and since the clone's health matched that of the real body, all perspectives only saw one clown. After delivering this lengthy explanation, Qiu Liang took a sip from her mug and added, "It should be like that." A strange silence enveloped the voice chat, with no one speaking. It wasn't until a minute later that Dongzi broke the silence. Is this something a human can achieve? Upon hearing this, young Master Yuan and Ningning chimed in. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. It must be a trick. The live stream rooms erupted. While it might logically make sense, I cannot accept it. I've never seen such maneuvers in the videos of the #1 clown expert in the national server. You're telling me Xia Tian is better than him? I've sent the recording to the clown expert. Let us see what he says. Is it possible that Xia Tian is a clone of the clown? The evidence is that neither has shown their face nor been on screen together. In truth, everyone had already acknowledged Qiu Liang's explanation, but they flooded the chat to express their astonishment. Young Master Yuan, Dongzi, and Ningning, along with most viewers in the livestream, had played League of Legends for many years. Yet, precisely because of their experience, they understood just how outrageous this operation was, how fantastical, making it nearly impossible to achieve in real combat. To execute such a move, one must first anticipate the entire flow of the game, calculating every action of both allies and enemies. If even one step deviates from the expectation, all efforts would be in vain. The second and most crucial point is to possess an almost terrifying sense of timing. The distance for the clown's clone to be teleported is devoid of any indicators. It relies solely on intuition. At that moment, the clown's real body was still in combat, necessitating simultaneous control of both the real body and the clone. Then, at the instant when the real body's health matched that of the clone, he had to teleport the clone while also activating invisibility. If he was off by a mere 0.1 seconds, the clone would follow the real body over the wall. If he was late by 0.1 seconds, two clowns would appear on the screen simultaneously. Every player familiar with the clown understands the complexity involved. Yet, Xia Mo accomplished it. And he did so amidst the chaos of battle, where his teammates were intent on sabotaging him. He toyed with 9 opponents single-handedly. Is this individual a monster? At this moment, many viewers in the live stream conjured images of the Joker from the Batman spin-off film, exuding an aura of madness. Terrifying indeed. Following this sequence, young Master Yuan and the others felt utterly defeated. They instinctively hesitated to target this clown again, as they sensed that no matter how they attempted to undermine him, he would effortlessly counter and make them suffer the consequences. This game continued under such a fade of harmony, persisting until its conclusion. On the results screen, the clown had a score of 18-16, leading the entire match. Young Master Yuan and the others lingered on the results screen, unable to begin another match. Although they had won, it felt as though they had been thoroughly humiliated, creating an awkward atmosphere. No one spoke, and Dongzi, not wanting to take the lead, pretended to observe the chat. Before long, the frequently mentioned keywords finally caught his attention. Huh, are you saying the clown is Xia Mo? Dongzi was somewhat astonished. And painful memories of his own misadventures with the prince while playing Yasuo rushed back. After scrutinizing the chat for a while, Dongzi finally confirmed the matter. He then made a special trip to Xia Mo's live stream to witness the concluding moments of the recent match. Listen, I'll tell you all. Don't be upset. This clown is also a streamer named Xia Mo. Dongzi quickly informed the others. What? Also a streamer? From Shark? Is he part of my guild? This was young Master Yuan's immediate reaction. Although he was involved in streaming, he primarily focused on attractive female streamers and was not well acquainted with male ones. Furthermore, he had little interest in guild affairs, so he was unaware of Xia Mo, a name that had previously caused discord within his guild. His inquiry was purely habitual, as Shanghai Entertainment currently dominated half of the Shark platform. He asked this question out of a desire to confront Xia Mo for embarrassing him. No. I think Xia Mo is a direct sign-up from the platform, Dongzi replied. We are currently 4, but we need one more. Why not invite Xia Mo? His skills are exceptionally impressive, you all saw that. Plus, he knows both me and Ningning. Although Dongzi was tormented by Xia Mo's capture, the incident surprisingly garnered him considerable attention. Subsequently, he followed Xia Mo and perceived him as a promising streamer with a knack for engaging live broadcasts, thus wishing to recruit him into his team. Fine. I have no objections. As long as it does not pertain to matters concerning women, young Master Yuan is indifferent. Indeed, I often see this Xia Mo on the platform. Qiuyang concurred, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is it true that he calls himself Xiaoyan while that person is named Xiaoyan too? Alright then, Ningning. Why don't you call him? You've played duo with him before, so your relationship should be decent, right? Dongzi inquired of Ningning. What are you talking about? I'm not familiar with him at all, Ningning hurriedly denied, unwilling to be linked with any man in front of young Master Yuan. It was rumored that young Master Yuan had a psychological aversion to intimacy. Women he dated could have had past relationships, but they were prohibited from being flirtatious with anyone while with him. This so-called flirtation even encompassed casual conversation and jokes. Such a taboo was deemed a forbidden zone for young Master Yuan, and it was said that those who transgressed it would not meet a favorable outcome. Although Ningning had yet to make any advances, she had already begun to hold herself to the standards of young Master Yuan's partner. Alright then, I'll go to his live stream and call him, Dongzi decided, as he and Xia Mo had met before. In the live stream, Xia Mo was engaging with his viewers, alleviating the fatigue brought on by his recent exertions. Suddenly, 3 rockets soared across the screen, followed by a special message. Hello, Xiaoyan. I am Dongzi. Would you be interested in participating in the undercover performance at the Shark Carnival? Our team has plenty of attractive women and generous perks. Sign up now and receive an additional 3 rockets. Seize the opportunity. Chapter 79. Siblings reunited. What? Dongzi has arrived? He wants to recruit me for the carnival performance? Xia Mo had indeed noticed the message indicating that Dongzi and Ningning had just entered the chat, but he had not expected Dongzi to invite him, given their limited acquaintance. However, he would not let such an opportunity for exposure slip away, especially since he needed every chance to ascend, as his rivals were exceedingly formidable. Xia Mo was aware of the carnival event, but had not found an opportunity to participate, primarily because he had surged to prominence suddenly over the past few months, lacking a guild or social connections. Now that Dongzi had come to his live stream to extend an invitation, he would gladly accept. Thank you, Brother Dong, for the 3 rockets and for inviting me to the team. I owe my initial success as a small streamer to your support, so I cannot refuse your request. There's no need to send more rockets. Just pull me in. Xia Mo stated before rushing over to Dongzi's stream to return the favor with 3 rockets and an additional large star exchange for a fishball. Such exchanges were part of social etiquette. Soon, a friend request arrived from the Icebird from the previous game. Upon entering, Xia Mo found that they had just filled the 5-player quota. Dongzi then instructed, "Join the channel. I will send you the password via private message." Xia Mo, not overthinking it, casually clicked into the channel, where 4 people were already present. He introduced himself without hesitation. "Hello everyone. I am the newly emerging streamer, Xiatian. Dongzi invited me, mentioning that our team has great perks and attractive women. May I know how to address the other members? I am Yuan. Those who know me call me Young Master Yuan. You may address me as you wish," Young Master Yuan replied with a scoff, his dissatisfaction evident as he still brooded over the earlier incident. "I am Ningning," she stated succinctly, unwilling to elaborate further. As Xia Mo had just joined, he was oblivious to the underlying tensions and jokingly remarked to Ningning, "Oh, Miss Ningning, didn't you call him Brother Xiaoyan during our last duo? Why the sudden formality? Are you still upset about that incident? Shall I come to your stream and send you some super rockets to make amends?" "Don't say such things," Ningning retorted, flustered, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Who called you that? You must be mistaken." Xia Mo scratched his head, puzzled by her strong reaction, and turned to the last silent participant. "And who might you be?" Dongzi had claimed the team had many women, so the last member should presumably be a beauty as well. A melodious voice chimed in. "Hello, my name is Qiutian. I'm a small streamer. You probably don't know me, but I often see you in the videos of Zinwiwen." Upon hearing this voice, Xia Mo felt as if time had frozen. He was momentarily rendered motionless. He could almost hear the sound of his own blood coursing through his veins. He had not anticipated encountering his sister under such circumstances. During his days of hardship, he had kept a watchful eye on her from afar, not wishing to appear in her line of sight and reveal his own struggles. After achieving success through his streams, he still did not want Xiaoyang to know his true identity, even resorting to wearing hats and masks with a voice changer while streaming. In the public's perception, she was still known as Fengshan's sister, while he felt he fell far short of that image. Thus, even when gifting her in her stream, he used a secondary account and refrained from sending too much at once for fear of drawing attention. In his mind, the moment they would reunite would be when he had achieved greatness, standing before her proudly, or perhaps leaving her with only his silhouette. However, he had not expected to abruptly meet his sister today. Fortunately, he was fully masked and utilizing a voice changer, so she likely would not recognize him. Noticing Xia Mo's sudden silence, Dongzi inquired curiously, "What is wrong, Xiaoyan? Is your microphone off?" At that moment, Qiuyang narrowed her eyes in the live stream. "Haha. I find it rather amusing that my name is Xiatian, and this girl is named Qiutian, almost like a couple S name." Xia Mo hurriedly concocted an excuse in his desperation. Knowing Qiuyang's sensitivity, he understood that if he presented a poor excuse, she might become suspicious. Therefore, he proactively pointed out the coincidence, fully aware that it might provoke her annoyance. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Qiuyang dismissed her lingering doubts. Initially, she had unconsciously thought of her biological brother who lived with their father upon hearing Xia Mo's voice, but upon Xia Mo's introduction, she quickly dismissed that notion. The voice of this summer was a stark contrast to that of her brother, bearing a deep, weathered quality reminiscent of a middle-aged individual in their 30s or 40s. However, the suspicion lingered as Qi Liying wrinkled her small nose, pondering why this person had chosen to initiate conversation with such disingenuous flattery, which she found somewhat distasteful. Could he be yet another Yuan Gongzi? Consequently, the voice chat descended into an awkward silence for a second time, with no one daring to speak. The barrage of comments read, "Ha ha ha, a textbook example of social failure. This summer truly is a tiger, managing to offend all 3 of us right off the bat. If you can't speak well, then just remain silent." Dongzi appeared bewildered, likely regretting his involvement. He too sensed the palpable awkwardness permeating the chat, and quickly interjected, "All right. Now that everyone knows each other, we can consider ourselves teammates. We need 5 players to start the training match. As previously stated, the objective is to seamlessly play the role of a teammate without revealing any flaws. After the match, the audience will vote for the best undercover agent. Let's line up. Go." During the queue, Yuan Gongzi resumed his incessant harassment of Qi Liying, while Ning Ning continued her pursuit of affection, leaving Dongzi trembling in the middle. Xia Mo, having listened intently, finally discerned the dynamics among these individuals and mentally marked Yuan Gongzi with a large cross, deeming him frivolous, superficial, and foolishly self-assured. "How dare you think he could court my sister?" As they entered the game, Dongzi suddenly smacked his forehead. "Oh no, I forgot to assign positions beforehand. Xiatian, you'll still be the jungler, right?" In truth, he was feeling a bit fatigued from jungling and wished to take a breather. Xia Mo proposed, "How about this? I'll take the support role and assist Qi Tian, while Ning Ning can handle the jungle. How does that sound?" "Sounds great," Ning Ning exclaimed with joy. As playing in the jungle would allow her to stay in the top lane, enabling her to indulge even more comfortably. Xia Mo wasn't genuinely tired. This strategy was primarily to ensure Ning Ning could distract Yuan heir Sha Zi, while he could closely guard his sister, effectively blocking any attempts at harassment from him. However, Qi Liying remained oblivious to her brother's protective intentions and instead pouted quietly. Why didn't you ask for my opinion before swapping positions? This person really is annoying. Chapter 80. Yuan Chu support. Once the positions were confirmed, everyone began selecting their champions. Yuan Gongzi was the first to choose, locking in Xiaon as the top laner. A choice that was all too transparent. What could Xiaon accomplish? Merely serve as a convenient target for the enemy. Xia Mo's assessment was succinct, primitive. Nevertheless, the champion's appearance suited him well, appearing rather dim-witted. Next was Ning Ning, who deliberated for a while before ultimately selecting a Widowmaker. This champion was quite rare and was unlikely to appear even after 100 matches. Xia Mo surmised she intended to charm Yuan Gongzi through the game. As among the various champions in the jungle, the Widowmaker could indeed be considered a beauty queen, possessing an alluring physique. When it was Dongzi's turn, he promptly locked in his signature champion, the Wind Mage. Qi Liying took her time to contemplate her choice. She sensed that Xia Tian harbored ulterior motives and, recalling how he had expertly manipulated the other 9 players in the previous match with the Joker, resolved to select a champion capable of self-defense. Ultimately, she opted for a misfortune, elegant and graceful. She was almost a mirror image of Qi Liying herself, with the crucial advantage of mobility. As it came time for Xia Mo to make his selection, all 5 individuals in the live stream were keenly curious about his choice, with some even placing bets. Xia Mo glanced at the familiar win rates and smiled broadly before locking in a champion. Ding! Destiny weaves as a solid foundation, echoed the voice of the little sparrow from Shurima. Yuan Chu. This choice took everyone by surprise, particularly because Yuan Chu was quite an unconventional pick, especially for the support role. The audience could only marvel at Xia Tian's unpredictability. How can you possibly choose this champion as support? If you're going to sabotage me, at least do it less obviously. Qi Liying protested with dissatisfaction. Oh, I forgot to mention that I only play offbeat support champions. I don't handle mainstream ones. Xia Mo replied, dragging Ning Ning into the conversation as a witness. Surprisingly, Ning Ning didn't rush to distance herself. Instead, she seemed genuinely intent on defending Xia Mo, stating, yes, he only plays obscure support champions, but he excels at them. However, Ning Ning was currently displeased with Qi Liying, whom she viewed as an obstacle, and now saw an opportunity for her to experience the same trials she had once faced. Naturally, she was keen to witness the unfolding drama. Humph. This Xia Tian clearly lacks any sense of delicacy. I'll make sure you cry in no time. Regardless, these individuals were all on high alert. Upon hearing Ning Ning's defense, Qi Liying had no retort, reluctantly accepting the fact that her support would indeed be Yuan Chu, though she remained secretly vigilant, wary that Xia Tian might elevate the opponents right before her eyes. In truth, whether a champion can serve as a viable support hinges on specific criteria. Firstly, they must possess control abilities, protective traits, or enhancement capabilities for teammates. Secondly, and most crucially, the champion must not be reliant on levels and items. Many fail to recognize this, with numerous players in lower tiers attempting to support with champions like Aatrox, Renekton, or Nasus. They mistakenly believe that since their champion has control and formidable combat power, they should be able to support. However, they are unaware that a significant portion of their combat prowess derives from level and equipment advantages. As a support, they end up with the lowest economic standing, rendering them weaker than even minions. There are few champions capable of functioning as supports while still requiring development, with Syndra being one of them. Using her as support is primarily due to her long-range control and miraculous crowd control abilities. While Yuan Chu is less common as a support, her nature is quite similar. Thus, Yuan Chu can indeed be a viable support, especially in the hands of Xia Mo. Have you ever seen a Yuan Chu whose rock strikes are guaranteed to hit? With both teams confirmed, they entered the game, with Xia Mo and his team occupying the blue side. The blue side composition was top lane Xiaon, jungle Widowmaker, mid lane Wind Mage, and bottom lane Misfortune paired with Yuan Chu. The composition of the red team consists of Riven in the top lane, Karthus in the jungle, Boppy in the mid lane, and Draven paired with Amumu in the bot lane. The opposing duo in the bot lane appears rather intimidating. The pressure from Draven in the early game is undeniable, and Amumu has recently emerged as a formidable support. With his passive damage reduction, he becomes quite aggressive in early skirmishes. In contrast, Caitlyn tends to be somewhat vulnerable during the early phases. Upon entering the lane, Xiuliang diligently farmed with Caitlyn's impressive range of 650, remaining cautious and refraining from unnecessary aggression. She was also constantly wary of Xiaomei's positioning, as she perceived the movements of this Talia to be perilously unpredictable, as if she were poised to create trouble at any moment. Suddenly, Xia Mo exclaimed in surprise, startling the highly alert Qiuyang to the point where she almost activated her flash. After the initial flurry of panic, she realized that nothing had actually occurred. "What are you doing?" Qiuyang demanded, her brow furrowed. "Oh, my apologies. I just scalded my mouth while drinking water," Xia Mo chuckled, having merely intended to tease his younger sister. To his surprise, he discovered a rather endearing side to Qiuyang. He had previously watched her stream and was aware that she had only recently begun playing League of Legends, currently hovering around the gold rank, which added a layer of pressure in such matchups. A little teasing seemed a fair way to lighten the mood. As the landing phase progressed to level 3, Xia Mo suddenly advanced forward and placed a seismic shove beneath Amumu. Unbeknownst to him, Draven's next axe happened to land near Amumu, prompting Draven to instinctively move to retrieve it, inadvertently stepping into the path of the seismic shove. Consequently, both members of the opposing bot lane were caught off guard. Initially, they would have struggled to engage against the enemy duo at level 3, but with the surprise initiation, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Xia Mo's Talia unleashed her seismic shove, followed by the activation of her Stonebreaker skill, combined with Caitlyn's abilities, swiftly reducing Draven's health to below half. Draven, sensing imminent danger, had no choice but to use both summoner spells to escape. Qiuyang, displaying remarkable decisiveness, immediately committed her flash to pursue. Xia Mo also utilized his flash for a second Stonebreaker, ultimately resulting in Draven being eliminated by a headshot from Qiuyang. Amumu, however, managed to escape with his flash. Elated by the kill, Qiuyang was about to commend Xia Mo when he suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I only intended to shove Amumu towards you for him to take the hit. I didn't mean to catch Draven as well. What a blunder." Qiuyang, exasperated, rolled her eyes multiple times. After all that, it appeared that he still intended to sabotage her efforts. The audacity with which he voiced his intentions was infuriating. What an unfortunate mishap. It must have been a genuine mistake. Who could have anticipated Draven would move there? How could anyone want to sabotage my adorable Qiuyang? Xiaoyan, are you even a man? Xiaoyan, the archetypal straight man, had previously shown no hesitation in throwing Ningning under the bus, and now it seemed his focus had shifted to Qiuyang. Never fear. Should Qiuyang shed tears, I shall summon my brother Fengshen to teach Xiaoyan a lesson. Chapter 81. Common language. Both sides equipped themselves and entered the game. Qiuyang procured a long sword and a short sword, while Draven could only manage a measly refillable potion. The situation was even direr for him, as he had lost 75% of his passive adoration stacks. Draven, a champion who thrives on early kills to leverage his adoration for substantial gold advantages, becomes significantly less formidable without that edge. Furthermore, lacking both summoner spells, Draven found himself hesitant to farm, relegating himself to the safety of the minion wave while remaining alert to Talia's seismic shove. After clearing a wave, Xia Mo seized control of the central bush in the bot lane. Upon entering, he activated his scan and discovered a ward recently placed by Amumu. With no lane control or vision, Amumu was helpless as he watched his ward's health dwindle. Just as the ward's health reached a critical level, a seismic shove unexpectedly manifested beneath him. Caught off guard, he was once again thrust towards Caitlyn. This was a brilliant psychological play by Xia Mo. Amumu, seeing his ward in distress, subconsciously believed Talia would continue clearing wards, only to be blindsided by Xia Mo's sudden attack. However, upon being thrust towards Caitlyn, Amumu remained unfazed and extended his bandages towards her. He reasoned that since he was delivered directly to her doorstep and still had Ignite active, failing to attack her would be an affront to her goodwill. After landing his bandage, he activated his cry and simultaneously unleashed Amumu's rage and Ignite, reducing Caitlyn's health by a third. At this juncture, had Draven approached to land a few axe strikes, he could have at least dealt significant damage or secured a kill. Yet, to Amumu's astonishment, Draven opted to retreat rather than engage, fleeing back to the safety of the tower. Unbeknownst to him, Draven's thoughts were clouded. I have no summoner spells, the enemy has healing and Ignite, and they possess better items than I do. Why would I engage? I certainly do not wish to lose all my adoration stacks. This exemplified the disarray often present in lower-tier matches, where teammates lack synergy and communication, leading to contrasting interpretations of the game state. Ultimately, the defenseless Amumu met his demise, with the kill going to Xia Mo. How could Draven have fled? He had the opportunity to attack. Qiuyang lamented, though Xia Mo continued to jest, feigning regret. Qiuyang ground her teeth in frustration. In the ensuing minutes, the opposing team found themselves consistently overwhelmed upon re-entering the lane. Xia Mo's seismic shove seemed to act like a homing missile. Draven and Amumu twisted and turned, expending all their energy to evade the inevitable, yet they could not escape. Reluctantly, the duo called for assistance from their jungler, only to have Karthus experience the same suffocating pressure from the seismic shove, resulting in his own death and a loss of 450 gold. As the 10-minute mark approached, The situation in the bot lane had devolved into utter collapse. Could it be that Xia Yin is merely feigning his intentions? Perhaps he claims to want to sabotage Chuliang. But in truth, he aims to nurture her. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark. Anyone can see that, really. It seems even the most obstinate man cannot resist the charm of my dear Chuliang. I am the wind god, and I vehemently oppose this union. Bring forth your 11 championship trophies for all to behold. In truth, Chuliang has come to understand that this summer was deliberately orchestrated, designed to instill fear and trepidation within her. Yet, each time, he merely concedes to her. However, this revelation has not endeared Xia Mo to him. On the contrary, she finds him even more detestable. He resembles a peculiar uncle who treats her like a child, playfully teasing her. Or perhaps like a boy from her childhood who tugged at her braids to capture her attention. In essence, neither is a good person. After completing a wave of minions, noticing that the opposing bottom lane had yet to log in, Xia Mo instructed her sister, "Stay here and do not move. I shall roam for a bit and return." This individual still wishes to take advantage of her. Liang retorted with indignation, "It would be best if you did not come back." Xia Mo chuckled, clearly having ruffled his sister's feathers. He playfully remarked, "Goodbye? Why? We have only just met." Liang fell silent for a moment, then, in mild astonishment, replied, "You also enjoy Roman Holiday? I thought such an old film had fallen into obscurity." The line Xia Mo had just spoken to her was a classic quote from Roman Holiday, a black-and-white romance film from the 1950s, over 70 years ago. It narrates the romantic escapade of a princess from a European principality and an American journalist over the course of a single day in Rome, Italy. In an era where thousands of films are produced annually, with increasingly explosive special effects, it is no surprise that few would seek out such a dated piece. Yet Xia Mo had indeed watched it, and if one were to inquire why, it was simply because he knew Liang cherished this film. He was also aware of her admiration for Audrey Hepburn. Why do you hold this film in such esteem? It cannot simply be because Hepburn is beautiful, can it? Liang inquired skeptically, as Xia Mo's image had diminished in her eyes. Indeed, Xia Mo candidly acknowledged, "Are you not the same?" "Well, I suppose I am too." Liang contemplated. How amusing, two aesthetics enthusiasts. Hepburn is undeniably stunning, a beauty of the century. How did this conversation take such a turn? Something feels amiss. Caution, Liang, you must remain vigilant. Do not be deceived by unscrupulous men, unbeknownst to Xia Mo and Liang. The comments section was abuzz with chatter as they continued this discussion. Surely, you do not only watch films featuring beautiful women? Liang persisted in her attempt to ascertain that Xia Mo was not a good person. Who says so? My favorite foreign film is Scent of a Woman, A Tale of Two Gentlemen. Xia Mo replied, "Ah, that is my favorite as well. I particularly adore the scene where Sims and the Colonel speed through the streets in a red Ferrari. What do you fancy most? Must I articulate it? What is there to conceal? Very well, my favorite part is when the Colonel states, 'Indeed, Mr. Sims, there are only 2 syllables in this world that are most melodious. And they are, enough, enough.'" Liang hurriedly interrupted Xia Mo. Her cheeks flushed. Should he continue, the stream would be lost. "Here. Those 2 syllables refer to a woman-esque cough. You prompted me to say it," Xia Mo replied innocently. It was not his intent to engage in lewd banter with his sister. Rather, he genuinely appreciated that line, feeling it exuded a certain charm. "Is it merely the lewdness that endears you to this film?" Liang retorted angrily. "Not at all. My fondness for this film stems from its relatability." Xia Mo replied calmly. Hepburn Roman Holiday Stills. Chapter 82, 35, Divorced with a Child. Relatability, as in identifying with Sims, is it? Scent of a Woman is a classic American film from the 1990s, chronicling the encounters between a blind, irascible ex-military officer who has fallen from grace and a timid, yet hopeful youth facing injustice, as they embark on a journey of mutual redemption. The core themes of the film revolve around friendship, growth, and courage. This film has garnered 3 Academy Awards and is regarded as one of the 100 must-see films in a lifetime. The character of Sims embodies the plight of many young individuals standing at life as crossroads, making it unsurprising that audiences resonate with him. No, I identify with Colonel Frank. Liang. Colonel Frank is another protagonist in the film, a blind, disillusioned officer known for his volatile temperament and unyielding nature. However, the most striking aspect of his character is his insatiable lust for women, a notorious womanizer with an undeniable charm. He possesses the ability to discern a woman's character through the scent of her perfume, which is the origin of the film's title, Scent of a Woman. Are you implying that you identify with him? It seems you view him as an idol, aspiring to be a dandy, or perhaps you already are one. Liang's tone turned frosty, as she felt vindicated in her suspicions about Xia Mo's character. "No, I relate to his experiences." Xia Mo's voice unexpectedly grew somber. "Like him, I once stood atop the mountain and have since plummeted into the abyss. In my youth, I squandered fortunes in bars. spending 1 million in mere minutes. Yet, after witnessing that illusion shatter, I found myself homeless, sleeping on park benches wrapped in newspapers for half a month. In my darkest hour, I contemplated ending it all, but ultimately persevered. By a stroke of luck, I ventured into the streaming industry. And while I have achieved a modicum of success, it pales in comparison to my past. Thus, I have come to regard these matters with indifference, seeking only to live the remainder of my days in peace. Hence, I can empathize with Colonel Frank. Such drivel. Xia Mo's words were utter nonsense. While the bar story was his lived experience, the park incident was borrowed from Uncle Moo's tale. He articulated this to construct a persona, hoping to allay Qiu Liang's suspicions. Coincidentally, his voice modulator imbued his tone with a hint of world weariness, allowing him to craft the image of a disillusioned elder who has resigned to fate. As the autumn chill descended, his wariness lessened. With such a significant age difference, surely the elder sister would no longer perceive him as a potential suitor. Fortunately, Qi Liang had never played Gem Knight, now known as WLNZHDN, and was blissfully unaware that the opening of this dialogue was a clever allusion to game lines. Amusingly, Qi Liang truly had no experience with the game and failed to recognize any discrepancies in the conversation. In her mind, the image of Shi Tian transformed from an exceedingly bothersome suitor, UNGNGZ number 2, to a somewhat charming, story-laden, mischievous, and slightly artistic slacker. Is that true? How old are you? Qi Liang inquired. With a melancholic sigh, Xiam responded, I am 35, with a 9-year-old daughter. However, during the divorce, the court awarded her custody to her mother. I have been fighting for custody ever since. Dongzi and Ningning, who had been eavesdropping, were left in shock. You? 35, with a 9-year-old daughter? Are you pulling our leg? Dongzi exclaimed. Just earlier, when he visited Xiam's live stream and sent a rocket, Xiam had called him Donga. If Xiam was indeed 35, he would be approaching 40. Yet, for various reasons and cautious considerations, neither of them exposed Xiam's fabrication. They allowed him to continue his ruse. As for UNGNGZ, oblivious to the context and lacking the cognitive capacity to grasp the situation, he too was deceived by Xiam. However, he was increasingly annoyed as he realized that ever since this summer, the conversation had been entirely directed at Qi Liang, leaving him unable to interject. UNGNGZ's eyes darted around before he abruptly inquired, Shi Tian, which guild are you affiliated with? I have high hopes for you. Why not join my SHNHIYL? It would surely be a better opportunity than your current situation. Oh, I am directly signed with the platform, and the penalty for breaching the contract is quite substantial. I simply cannot afford it, Xiam chuckled. Not to worry. I will cover the penalty. Working under me, you will undoubtedly be well compensated. UNGNGZ warmly invited, seemingly dismissing the millions in penalties as inconsequential. Xiam rolled his eyes, mirroring Qi Liang's earlier gesture. Such unsolicited attentiveness can only be motivated by ulterior motives. It was transparent that he was attempting to draw me into his domain. I might as well find a chive to hang myself with. No, thank you for your kind offer, but at my age, I prefer to remain where I am. It's quite comfortable. UNGNGZ was left speechless for a moment, finally erupting in frustration. Why isn't our jungler coming to gank? Can't you see Riven has been pushing for 10 minutes? Ningning, who had been spectating, was startled, unsure how she had become embroiled in this, and hurried off to assist. Meanwhile, Qi Liang remained silent after Xiam's revelation, as she sensed that his words had triggered her memories. When that woman took her away, she was around the same age. Awakening from her reverie, Qi Liang softly asked, why was the child awarded to her mother? I recall that child custody issues are supposed to be resolved through mutual agreement during a divorce, correct? Xiam's smile faded beneath his mask. At that time, I was bankrupt, burdened with considerable debt, and truly lacked the means to care for a child. However, the mother came from a wealthy family, so the court granted her custody. Now that my streaming career has shown some promise, I wish to bring my daughter back. Yet, my circumstances still pale in comparison to her mother's, and I fear that my daughter has become accustomed to a life of luxury and may be unwilling to return and endure hardship with me. Although Xiam's words were fabricated, each held a kernel of truth. He had long desired to understand his sister's feelings towards their father, herself, and the events of the past. Would she, having enjoyed the opulence of her new family, still harbor any nostalgia for the family they once had? She wouldn't. Qi Liang interjected suddenly. Children do not ponder such complexities. They care little for the concerns of adults. All they desire is to live with those they hold dear. The separation of parents is the last thing a child wishes to witness, yet in this matter, no one sought her opinion. Now that you wish to bring her back into your care, have you considered her feelings? If you have neglected her since your separation, now to suddenly desire her presence may not be something she welcomes. Chapter 83. The bewildered younger sister Xiam fell into silence. Since their separation at 13, Due to their father's pride and obstinacy, he had never allowed that woman to visit him. Consequently, he had scarcely seen Qi Liying since. Thus, he found himself at a loss for words in response to her poignant observations. Noticing his silence, Qi Liying assumed her impassioned words had struck a nerve and hurriedly added, "Of course, I merely spoke from my perspective. It may differ significantly from your reality. So, do not take it to heart. Let us return to the game." With that, the two shifted their focus back to the game. The opposing bottom duo was performing abysmally and was already being pushed to their second tower. Delaven had a dismal record of 0-6-0, and Amumu was at 0-5-0. Xia Mo pretended to wander the jungle for a moment before executing another perfect seismic shard, lifting both Delaven and Amumu into the air. A double kill. However, both opponents had become so insignificant that each only contributed a mere 100 gold. "Wow," Qi Liying exclaimed, now able to express her admiration for Xia Mo's remarkable skills without prejudice. "How do you land your skills so accurately?" Qi Liying inquired. "I have played as Talia before, yet I can never hit anyone. And with all non-targeted abilities, unless the enemy is controlled, I fail to connect even with 10 attempts. Am I simply inept, or is there a secret?" Having gathered his thoughts, Xia Mo solemnly replied, "Of course, there is a secret." "Really? What is it?" Qi Liying asked, a hint of excitement in her voice, as she had evidently been troubled by her skill accuracy for quite some time. This was not entirely her fault. Her experience with League of Legends was relatively recent, yet the game had no true novices left. Thus, her opponents were seasoned veterans with years of experience. In such circumstances, her ability to attain gold rank signifies her extraordinary talent, at least surpassing that of previous player Xia Mo. "I am unaware of other secrets." Xia Mo, with a playful demeanor, leisurely stated, "But for me, I primarily rely on fortune-telling. I can foresee where my opponent will move, allowing me to cast my skills even with my eyes closed." "Ah, the legendary Xia Banxian has returned," demonstrating that he still remembers his persona. "By your reasoning, one should assemble a team of Taoist priests to participate in competitions and achieve a grand slam in a year. What's the matter? Do you not believe me?" Autumn Liang, noticing Xia Mo's silence, continued, "My ancestors were Mosh and Taoists, and I once cast a fortune for Shark Brother DX. My words manifest as laws. You can check the video if you doubt me." Autumn Liang weakly replied, "I have actually seen that video, but didn't TU claim to be a descendant of LNGHSHN? The comments section erupted with laughter. "Haha, instant failure. You tried to deceive a girl, only to be exposed. Can't even remember your own background? Is it Alzheimer's? Such disregard for your masters, forgetting your lineage." Xia Mo nearly choked, coughing. "Ah, you must be mistaken. No, I must have misremembered. Regardless, you understand what I mean." "I do not understand," Autumn Liang retorted, piercingly. Xia Mo feigned great indignation, feeling belittled, and resolved to demonstrate his prowess. "I shall cast a fortune for you, allowing you to witness whether the dual lineage of LNGHSHN and MOSHN holds any merit." Upon hearing Xia Mo's claim of dual lineage, Autumn Liang could no longer contain her laughter. Ignoring her amusement, Xia Mo retrieved several copper coins from an unknown source and tossed them onto the table, meticulously studying them while muttering incantations as if performing a divination. "Who carries copper coins around?" remarked a bystander. "Hey, can you predict what color Autumn Liang is wearing today?" "Ah, so bold, daring to stand up for the masses." After some contemplation, Xia Mo stroked his chin, declaring, "I have derived some information about you." "What is it?" Autumn Liang chuckled resignedly, feeling that this man enjoyed pranks, and thus decided to play along. "First, your username is Chi-Tin, although that is not your real name. It contains a character from it. That is hardly impressive. Even a guess could yield that," Autumn Liang replied with a smile. "Regardless, I was correct, wasn't I?" Xia Mo grinned, continuing, "I have also deduced that you are a Scorpio, yet you do not believe in horoscopes, thus you never check them." Autumn Liang was momentarily stunned, for she was indeed a Scorpio, but how did Xia Mo know? She had never mentioned it during her streams. Could her information have leaked online? Realizing this, she swiftly grabbed her phone to search for herself, but after a lengthy search, she found no mention of her birthday or zodiac sign. Not waiting for her to finish, Xia Mo added, "Your favorite color is sky blue. But since you see other female streamers using pink chairs and headsets, you have also purchased pink ones for yourself." At this point, Autumn Liang was genuinely astonished. Her first reaction being, "Do you know me?" She began frantically scanning through her mental list of acquaintances. The comments read, "Did he guess everything? Is this real?" Such information wasn't particularly rare. Perhaps Xia Mo knew someone close to Autumn Liang. He can't be a creepy stalker, can he? How terrifying. They were merely acting, creating entertainment, as if they had seen through it all. How could that be? When Xia Mo heard Autumn Liang's inquiry, he replied, "Let me share something about someone close to you that even you might not know. You actually love anime, and secretly registered a Douyin account to upload videos of yourself without revealing your face. Autumn Leong. She was utterly flabbergasted. This was something even her family and close friends were unaware of. In their eyes, she was always the exemplary, obedient girl, the image of a model child. And she did not wish for them to discover this niche passion. How did Xia Mo know? Wait, is this for real? What is the account name? I must follow it. So, my goddess shares the same interests as I do. I have no regrets now. The comments flooded in. Is there any elite content? Autumn Leong took a deep breath. Who are you really? Haven T, I told you already? Xia Mo chuckled lightly. It was deduced. He was unafraid of Autumn Liang's skepticism. For ultimately, she would remain unaware of the truth. Xia Mo knew of her Douyin account due to a new phone number she used to contact him, which he saved in his contacts, and unexpectedly stumbled upon the account on Douyin. Autumn Leong was in disarray, beginning to question her entire existence and the authenticity of the materialistic education she had received over the past 18 years. Chapter 84. Yuan Xiao plays well. Xia Mo, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared, So, do you believe me now? If not, I have even juicier information regarding your greatest scandal in life. It happened when you were 10 years old, involving your best friend from elementary school. Ah, don't say it. Autumn Leong nearly leaped up, neglecting her game, desperately covering her microphone as if that could prevent Xia Mo from speaking. It was quite reminiscent of the proverbial act of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. She genuinely feared Xia Mo would continue, for should he reveal that incident, her social life would be irrevocably ruined. What juicy tidbit? Do tell. The comments read, Is it appropriate for you to speak like that while flaunting your level 10 fan badge of Chi-Tin? I absolutely adore the black history behind perfect personas. Xiao Banxian, you must finish. I'll send 20 super gifts. I'll send 100. Fortunately, Xia Mo did not intend to ruin Autumn Leong's social life. He dropped the topic and simply asked, Are you convinced now? I am. Autumn Leong replied with a pitiful demeanor. Will you dare to disrespect this master again? I want tea, she replied. Let me hear you call me uncle. Xia Mo seemed to have developed a penchant for teasing his younger sister. The autumn chill had yet to make its presence felt when suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the voice chat, followed by the sight of the top lane Xiao charging into the turret with his ultimate ability, effectively throwing the game away. Ning Ming fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, Dong Zi unwittingly inquired, Did young Master Yuan press the wrong button? Wrong button, my foot. Have you never encountered a feeding Xiao? Young Master Yuan, visibly irate, retorted sharply, leaving Dong Zi speechless. Dong Zi scratched his head in confusion. He felt wronged, as feeding Xiao was not meant to happen in such a manner, prompting him to ponder what he might have said to offend young Master Yuan. Young Master Yuan was furious, exceedingly so. Since the onset of summer, he had been inseparably entwined with autumn, their banter resembling a blossoming romance, leaving him unable to interject. Yet, prior to this autumn, when he had tried to engage her, she had displayed a disinterested demeanor, not even acknowledging the 10 or so kills he had amassed. This was a blatant display of disdain towards him. Indeed, in young Master Yuan's perspective, interpersonal relationships were remarkably straightforward. I provide you with money, and you must support me. Should you fail to do so, you are opposing me. Raised in a gilded cage, young Master Yuan had never experienced such indignation, and his childish temperament flared up. He resolved to retaliate against this summer. He would give away kills and ensure their defeat in this match. Thus, without uttering a word, young Master Yuan embarked on his quest of self-destruction. He first gifted a kill to Riven in the top lane, then ran to the mid lane to deliver one to the overzealous Boppy, and ultimately provided a kill to Karthus in the jungle. He was not entirely devoid of intelligence. Aware that his own death would render Draven and Amumu less valuable to the opposing team, he refrained from feeding in the bot lane. However, this inadvertently placed Ning Ning and Dong Zi in a precarious position, suffering the consequences of his actions, especially for Ning Ning. It was disheartening to realize that all her efforts had led to such an outcome. While young Master Yuan could afford to throw games as a wealthy live streamer, she was a professional streamer herself. If she were to start feeding, she would be subjected to thousands of insults by the following day. This illustrates a poignant truth. Those who acquire things easily often fail to cherish them. Now, it was evident to everyone that Xiao was intentionally feeding. The opposing team, recognizing the internal discord, felt their pressure significantly alleviated and regained their confidence. Xia Mo scoffed, acknowledging that such juvenile reasoning was certainly characteristic of young Master Yuan. However, to think that he could sabotage the game merely by feeding was a grave underestimation of her abilities. Frankly speaking, given Xia Mo's current skill level, even two players idling could secure victory in a match of this rank. He had chosen to play as the support Yuumi specifically to prevent any mishaps, allowing him to take matters into his own hands if necessary. As the second Rift Herald spawned, both teams congregated in the mid lane rather than heading to the Baron Pit. With both mid towers on the verge of collapse, each side aimed to seize control of the mid lane, hoping to find an opportunity to topple the opponent's turret. Both teams were clearing waves in the mid lane, exchanging skills and probing one another. At that moment, a booming voice echoed across the map, "Bug." Suddenly, a seasoned player surged forth from behind the blue side's turret, charging ahead with the fiery effects of his ultimate ability, yet there were no enemies in sight. If nothing unexpected occurred, this reckless charge would collide with the turret. Neither team paid much heed to the feeding Xiao, fully aware of his intentions. Only Xia Mo's eyes narrowed in focus. Amidst the confusion of the onlookers, Yumi, lingering in the mid lane, unexpectedly unleashed her ultimate ability. However, it was neither employed for crowd control nor for mobility, as the direction of her casting was aimed squarely at the opposing turret, perfectly aligning with Xiao's charge. Yumi's ultimate spread faster than Xiao's advance, quickly catching up to him. And in the midst of the red team's astonished expressions, she redirected the unstoppable Xiao with a slight nudge. In the confined space of the mid lane, the red team had clustered to evade Xiao's charge, resulting in a tightly packed formation. With Yumi's intervention, Xiao plowed directly into the midst of the red team. Bang! 5 opponents were knocked airborne. Coupled with the massive damage from Xiao's ultimate, Xia Mo seized the opportunity he had created, casting his own ability to pull back 3 more. 5 white lines appeared before him, and Dongzi, having played nearly 10,000 matches as Yasuo, reacted instinctively, pressing his ultimate. Steel Tempest. The onslaught was devastating. Autumn's Caitlyn knelt, a single shot from her Peacekeeper obliterating half of the squishy opponent's health. The Widowmaker entered the fray, executing her ultimate skill to secure the final blow. The scene was breathtaking. This play would be remembered as the legendary perfect team fight. Yet, the orchestrator of this success was none other than the Xiao who had intended to throw the game. After the skirmish, Xiao stood there with a sliver of health, gazing blankly at the sea of enemy corpses, lost in thought. Xia Mo decisively secured the last hits, sending a thumbs-up emoji in the chat, exclaiming, "Well played, young Master Yuan." This time, a sharp sound pierced through the headphones, accompanied by a crackling noise, and everyone noticed that young Master Yuan had exited the voice chat. "Summer. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Dongzi stammered. "What is inappropriate about it? I simply refuse to coddle others," he retorted, "especially those whom I do not know." Xia Mo silently added, "Particularly when it concerns that foolish guy trying to woo my sister." The chat is buzzing. Young Master Yuan just claimed in his stream that he intends to take revenge on you, and he has already contacted the head of Shanghai Entertainment. Chapter 85. The sister-slaying operation. Hearing Dongzi's words, Chiliang expressed concern. "What should we do? I've heard that Shanghai Entertainment is currently the largest guild, backed by formidable strength. Moreover, their methods appear less than reputable." She felt a twinge of guilt, believing that her actions had caused young Master Yuan to harbor resentment against her. As for Shanghai Entertainment, Xia Mo chuckled. Knowing they had been fixated on her for quite some time, she was curious to see what tricks they might employ. She would just go along with it. "You should be cautious," Dongzi advised, holding a favorable view of Xia Mo. After all, those who had offended Shanghai Entertainment in the past had met with dire consequences. "You know who I'm talking about, right? The former top shark, but I shouldn't mention that in the live stream. I'm a host for Shanghai Entertainment. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to speak about my employer in such a manner?" Ning Ning felt she was being openly disregarded. "Huh. Let's just focus on the game," Xia Mo said with a laugh. The game continued, and after the opposing team suffered a complete wipe, they had realized the insurmountable gap in strength between the two sides. Nonetheless, they were determined to struggle on. For the disadvantages of having players who were inactive became increasingly apparent as the game progressed. If they could prolong the match until both teams reached level 18 with full builds, the weakness of having one less player would become glaringly obvious. At that point, the team with the numerical advantage would find it quite challenging to manage both split pushing and team fights, significantly increasing their chances of victory. However, this was contingent upon reaching such a late stage in the game. Xia Mo's prowess now allowed her to navigate such matches with ease. Often, she hardly needed to exert her abilities. The elevation of one's skills can be quite mysterious when one is a silver player. Grinding through 1,000 or 2,000 games might not yield any qualitative change. Yet, if one were to play 100 or 200 matches at the high end alongside masters and challengers, the process might be arduous, but upon returning to silver matches, one would find themselves wielding an overwhelming advantage. This illustrates the significance of the platform. Sometimes, it holds more weight than mere effort. At present, Xia Mo perceived the situation as a casual affair. Whether young Master Yuan was inactive or feeding, it was of little concern to her. "Show her, during the next team fight. I will mark the ground. When you see the mark, place your trap there, and let us coordinate well, shall we?" "All right," Chiu Liang replied, then added with a hint of annoyance, "But could you refrain from calling me Chiu? My mother is the only one who does that." The bullet comments flowed in. "Huh. Chiu, what an adorable name. Chiu, strong tone. Soft tone. From now on, That's how we shall address the host. Xia Mo responded, haha. This just indicates it's an affectionate term from an elder. Since you call me uncle, it is only fitting that I call you Chior. Xia Mo mused internally. It's not just your mother who calls you that. Your brother did so when you were younger as well. In the ensuing skirmish for the dragon, both teams engaged in a contest for vision control in the river. At that moment, a signal appeared on the map, pinpointing the edge of the river's brush. It was currently deserted, with the nearest enemy several hundred yards away. Thanks to their prior communication, Qiu Liang wasted no time placing a trap there, the Yurtle trap. Almost simultaneously with the trap being set, the enemy top laner, Riven, suddenly activated her skill and charged forward, targeting Qiu Liang's misfortune. She had observed misfortune positioning too far forward while setting the trap, and in a moment of quick judgment, decided to engage. Flashing towards her, followed by igniting and executing her in an instant. Should this plan succeed, she would become the greatest contributor to the red team's comeback. Unfortunately, just as she flashed in, a rock formation unexpectedly emerged in front of misfortune. Riven, having just flashed in, hadn't had the chance to act before being hurled back by the rock, landing right atop the trap that misfortune had just deployed. With a resounding snap, Riven was ensnared. Qiu Liang, only just grasping the situation, began to unleash her fire upon misfortune, suddenly realizing she had narrowly escaped death. Yasuo and the assassin began to focus their attacks on Riven, who, lacking any tank items, was eliminated within seconds. This team fight ended in a resounding victory. How did you know Riven was going to flash? Qiu Liang exclaimed in astonishment. You're not going to say you calculated it, are you? Awareness. Just play more. Xia Mo replied, downplaying the operation, suggesting it was not particularly remarkable, as Dongzi could easily execute it as well. Right, Dongzi? I can't do that, Dongzi quipped. After this skirmish, the opposing team almost conceded, initiating a vote for surrender. However, in a classic twist, 2 votes declined. Who the hell voted no? Are you trying to torment your teammates? I voted yes, another chimed in. I didn't vote with the support. Riven was furious. You two are the worst. Combined. You've died 20 times, and you dare not vote? Draven defended himself. I accept that I died more, but the opposing bot lane is clearly carrying. That rock and misfortune are on entirely different levels. I'm just too angry. I won't vote until I kill that misfortune at least once. That rock is indeed absurd. I despise these carries. They must feel the world's malice, Deathsinger added. Fine, let's kill her once, then we can vote. If you don't vote after that, I'll curse your ancestors, the first insisted. After some friendly banter, the red team reached a consensus, and their objective became clear: eliminate misfortune. Poor Qiu Liang was entirely unaware that a danger sign was floating above her head. As she continued to farm in the bottom lane, the first tower had fallen, and she was positioned just in front of the stone golem brush. Although it was relatively safe, being close to the second tower, the opposing team had their eyes solely on her. Riven led the charge, scanning from her jungle into the blue side's red zone, followed closely by Vhagar, Draven, and Momo. All 4 had sold their trinkets, each equipped with a scan, ensuring they would not be detected. It was akin to a special forces operation for a targeted assassination. Oblivious, Qiu Liang continued to happily farm her minions. Yet, Xia Mo did not provide any warning regarding this impending crisis. Confident of victory, as the visual probability of success had surged to 96%, he deemed it unnecessary to expend energy on foreseeing outcomes. Consequently, he was merely farming minions in the top lane, separated by the greatest distance from his sister, such that even his ultimate ability could not reach her. The demise of the marksman appeared inevitable. In Chapter 86, Keisheng, the marksman had just cleared a wave of minions, humming a cheerful tune and striding forward with a light step. Ruewin's gaze sharpened as she calculated the marksman's movement speed, emerging boldly from the shadows, followed by an immediate flash into her ultimate ability, Jinhuan Roar. However, perhaps due to a stroke of fortune, Qiu Liang was inadvertently obstructed by a frantic minion from her team as she advanced, preventing her from reaching the intended position. This slight discrepancy allowed her to narrowly escape the clutches of death. Ruewin's flash was already at the very limit of its range, and now that shockwave fell just a millimeter short, failing to stun the marksman. Startled, Qiu Liang frantically pressed her fingers across the keyboard, activating her flash. In the brief moment following her escape, a purple blade whizzed past the spot she had just vacated. It turned out that Aoyi Bobby had mistakenly assumed Ruewin's blind spot would guarantee a hit, thus prematurely unleashing his ultimate, Cho Sha, only for Qiu Liang's hasty flash to evade it. The plan to eliminate the sister had faltered, and logically, a swift retreat should have been the optimal choice. Yet, the members of the red team were caught in a frenzy, vowing to eliminate this marksman at all costs. Ignoring the risks, Ruewin charged forward with a series of 3 attacks. Amumu, too, was undeterred, as he leapt in with a long-range flash towards the minions. positioning himself at the edge of his ultimate's range to unleash Mummy's curse, ensnaring the marksman at the periphery. The marksman's health plummeted dramatically. However, the red team made a grave error, which allowed Xiaoyang to survive. Ruiwen's third strike, Fallen Wings, collided with Amumu's ultimate, causing both effects to overlap. Had Ruiwen waited until Amumu's ultimate concluded before executing Fallen Wings, Aoyi Bobby, who had been hastily advancing, could have followed up with damage and fear, resulting in a sequence of 3 crowd controls that could have easily obliterated the marksman. Nevertheless, Ruiwen's execution had faltered, and she could not strategize further, prompting Xiaoyang to deploy her 90 caliber net and hastily retreat towards the safety of the turret. Upon setting foot on the sanctuary offered by the defensive tower, she prepared to exhale a sigh of relief, only to discover Ruiwen relentlessly charging towards her. Xiaoyang was nearly terrified out of her wits, baffled as to why the opposing force seemed hell-bent on eliminating her, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta. Surely, it was her team's Summer, Yen-Kei, who should have been their leader. Was this truly the case? She had no choice but to sprint backwards once more. Ruiwen endured several hits from the turret, yet failed to reach the marksman, her agitation mounting. Suddenly, it struck her. Where were her teammates? A glance back revealed only the diligent support of Amumu trailing behind her, while Aoyi Bobby and Draven were left far behind. Just then, Ruiwen was about to unleash a torrent of curses, only to notice that her dual-lane companion was currently airborne, being executed by a dashing character with a broom-like hairdo. Finally, reinforcements from the blue team arrived. Dongzi and Ningning displayed commendable awareness, moving towards the bottom lane as soon as they spotted Ruiwen's presence on the minimap, just in time to join the fray. Beneath the turret, a pink heart appeared above Ruiwen's head, gradually filling with a radiant glow. Suddenly, a stunningly curvaceous woman with a tail materialized, drawing near to Ruiwen and biting down. The damage was catastrophic. Then her tail transformed into a razor-sharp blade, shredding everything in sight. Ultimately, Ruiwen was eliminated in an instant, and Amumu succumbed to the concentrated fire of the turret and Xiaoyang's marksman. Witnessing the marksman standing unscathed, the red team members were filled with rage. Draven, having just landed from his wind slash, disregarded his own survival, hurling his ultimate, cold blood pursuit, directly at the marksman. This attack was indeed unexpected. Xiaoyang had just barely escaped death, her taut nerves slightly unwinding, leaving her no time to react. She watched helplessly as the axe sliced through her body, only to curve back for a second strike, inflicting further damage. Ningning and Dongzi could only watch, powerless to intervene. A miracle occurred. Xiaoyang did not perish. She was left with less than 20 health points. Oh, Draven lamented in despair. The red team, filled with frustration, seethed with anger. Yet everyone had forgotten about one remaining player, the Requiem singer, Sigu. Simultaneously, Dongzi, Ningning, and Xiaoyang found themselves beneath a luminous tether, akin to a celestial river descending from the heavens, heralding death. The development of this Requiem singer had been rather poor, inflicting limited damage. However, with the marksman's health dwindling to below 20, even without any equipment, the base damage of his ultimate could obliterate her. Xiaoyang possessed no means of survival. Her healing was in cooldown, and she lacked any defensive items. She had only crafted Hai Yao. Despair enveloped her as she closed her eyes. Yet no explosion resounded in her ears. Surprised, she opened her eyes to find her character still standing. What was happening? Where was Sigu? Unbeknownst to her, Sigu had not revealed himself on the map. He could not possibly be dead, could he? A supernatural incident in the canyon? I came from Xia Tian's livestream. I can only say, Xia Tian is extraordinary. As it turned out, while Ruiwen exposed herself, Xia Mo had also taken notice. He hurried towards the bottom lane at the first opportunity. However, the distance was simply too great, and he only reached the mid lane turret just as Draven unleashed his ultimate. He immediately assessed that if the massive object were to fall, his sister would inevitably perish. Consequently, his gaze shifted toward the wilderness, intent on locating the position of the character Siggy. If memory serves correctly, he had spotted Siggy on the minimap merely seconds ago, where Siggy was clearing minions in the mid lane. After finishing the wave, Siggy had plunged into the red area, shortly thereafter unleashing an ultimate ability. Thus, Siggy's location was confined to a specific region. This area, while expansive, would be of little use to an ordinary player, even if they were aware of such information. However, Xia Mo was different. He possessed a sense of déjà vu. He simulated the scenario within his mind, pinpointing Siggy's exact location. Upon returning to the real world, he erected a wall that directly intercepted Siggy's concealed position in the brush, effectively countering the ultimate ability. To spectators, this seemed like an extraordinary feat. Utilizing blind vision to thwart Siggy's ultimate with Yen-Kei's ability was unprecedented. In an instant, several streaming channels erupted with excitement. Was this for real? Did he truly perform such a feat? There were only two possibilities. Either he was bluffing, or he was a genius. I cannot fathom how a mere human could execute such a maneuver. Kaisheng, why is no one urging for updates? Chapter 87. A battle awaits. Those who had grasped the situation were equally astonished, exclaiming, "You are incredibly strong. Indomitable." Dongzi remarked, "The last time I saw you, you weren't this formidable. Have you been secretly practicing at night?" "I am merely fortunate," Xia Mo replied with a smile. "I just happened to improve a bit faster than you." Amid laughter, the red team initiated a surrender vote. This time, all 5 players were in favor. With not a single dissenting voice, they were utterly bewildered by Xia Mo's performance. Siggy even commented in the team chat, "Report Yin K for cheating. That scoundrel has vision hacks." After exiting the game, as the evening wore on, Ning Ning signaled her intent to leave. "Shall we continue playing? Perhaps we should wrap up training for today?" She was eager to express her loyalty to Xiao Yi, lest Yuan Shao become displeased with Xia Tian and inadvertently bring her down with him. After all, one must bow their head under a roof. "No more games. Let's all take a break," Dongzi suggested. "Oh, by the way, there's something we need to confirm. It seems that young Master Yuan will not be joining us. So we are still short a player. Does anyone have any recommendations? My guild streamers either lack popularity or are tied up with other events. It's difficult to find someone." Ning Ning said. "Xia Tian, do you know any renowned streamers?" "Well, I am somewhat of a lone wolf. Does De Fan Xie and De Su count?" Xia Mo replied. "No, they must be from the League of Legends section," Dongzi insisted. "Moreover, the person we seek must possess exceptional skills. For I have heard that the opposing team is nearly finalized. As far as I know, they have Jiangcheng Lao Zhe and another retired professional known as Xia Guiji. With our current lineup, only Xia Tian can be considered a powerhouse. Encountering them would likely result in disaster. What should we do? If a retired professional joins, won't that be disastrous?" Ning Ning exclaimed. The individual Dongzi mentioned was a veteran in the streaming industry, having gained significant fame several years ago. Many would think of him when discussing streamers. Akin to De Su in status, he began as a king of casual matches in League of Legends, dominating the single-lane scene on the first server. Numerous professional teams sought him for trials, and he had intentions of pursuing a professional career. However, due to various circumstances, he deviated from that path and instead thrived in the streaming arena, amassing considerable wealth during the early, untamed growth of the streaming industry. After achieving fame, he invested, donated to Hope primary schools, and even established a secondary league team for League of Legends, nurturing numerous budding talents. With his success and financial stability, he has streamed less in recent years. His appearance at this carnival was indeed surprising. Indeed, although he has not played League of Legends in recent years, he is still formidable. Not to mention the presence of a retired professional and a skilled player, we must collectively devise a strategy to find a suitable candidate. Ideally someone who can guide us to victory, Dongzi lamented. "How about Qiu? You could bring your brother along," Ning Ning suggested suddenly. "Huh, my brother?" Qiu Liang was momentarily taken aback by her statement. "Feng Shun, I recall he streams on Shark Live as well. There's no rule against active professionals participating in exhibition matches. If we bring him in, won't we dominate? A world champion," Ning Ning exclaimed excitedly. Xia Mo's smile faltered abruptly. Feng Shun once again. He heard that name from another's lips. Although this was the greatest hypothetical rival he had envisioned for himself, he never anticipated meeting him under such unexpected circumstances, much less as a teammate. He had yet to formulate a strategy to defeat him. It was akin to a hero still in the novice village, only to find the ultimate villain blocking the entrance. How does one navigate such a game? Qiu Liang fell silent, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this proposition. Feng Shun was indeed on Shark Live. Every team signs a streaming contract with a live platform, bundling their players for that specific site, and Feng Shun's team, Changguo, had a contract with Shark. After Changji's championship last year, that contract was deemed a prescient investment. This might not be appropriate. I see they're quite busy during training. Qiu Liang hesitated, not wanting to trouble her half-brother. "Oh, it's just one game. He doesn't have to train with us. He can simply join us for the match. This carnival will surely attract significant attention, and his club would likely appreciate the exposure," Ning Ning urged. Indeed, the presence of Feng Shun would significantly alleviate the pressure. Captain Dongzi has also voiced his opinion. "I believe it would be prudent to inquire first. If it proves unfeasible, we shall not insist. However, what if there is a possibility? Among us, you are the only one with such connections." Upon hearing her teammates' remarks, Qiu found it difficult to refuse. After all, she held the lowest popularity among them and was acutely aware that many regarded her primarily as Feng Shun's sister. Thus, outright rejection could lead to discontent. Nevertheless, she first posed the question to Xia Mo. "Uncle Xia, what do you think?" For some inexplicable reason, she felt compelled to consult Xia Mo about this matter. Xia Mo remained silent for a moment before responding. "You may as well ask. I too wish to have a close encounter with the world champion." This statement emerged after considerable contemplation. as he was eager to compare his current self with the future version of himself, months down the line, and to ascertain how much he might differ from his adversaries. Very well, I shall inquire after I log off, though I cannot guarantee his attendance, Qiuyang stated. Then it's all up to you. If he agrees to come, Sister Ning Ning will shower you with gifts. Oh, and by the way, please help me ask for a signature from Fengshen. I am also a fan of your brother. You are outright bribing me, she teased. Haha, I must log off now, otherwise my skin will suffer. The group exchanged laughter and soon logged off, leaving the voice chat in silence. Xia Mo did not exit the voice chat. He remained transfixed by the screen, lost in thought about his impending battle with Fengshen, albeit in the virtual realm. Hey, Uncle Xia, why are you still online? Qiuyang's playful voice broke the silence. Oh, I was deep in thought and lost track of time. Aren't you still here? Xia Mo replied, returning to the moment. I just want to get some water. By the way, uncle, could you teach me some skills in League of Legends? I feel utterly inadequate. Even a golden match feels strenuous. Is it due to a lack of talent? Surely one must possess considerable talent to play at a diamond level as effortlessly as you do? Qiuyang suddenly remarked. A lack of talent? Xia Mo nearly choked on his words. You've only been playing this game for a few months, yet you've managed to climb to gold in solo queue. If that constitutes a lack of talent, what would you call those in silver, bronze, or even iron? They must be devastated. Xia Mo explained. He himself had once been among the silver ranks, lamenting his own perceived lack of talent during that time. Talent, an intangible yet undeniable existence, is inherently bestowed upon individuals. This is particularly evident in the realm of esports, where countless hours are dedicated to mastering a game, yet the outcomes can vary drastically. The fruits of one's labor, painstakingly sought, can be effortlessly grasped by others with a mere flick of their fingers, a disheartening realization for many. Conversely, those endowed with talent seldom regard it as a blessing. They simply accept it as their due. Such is the case with Qiuyang at present. But my brother, when he played for the same duration as I have, was already effortlessly achieving diamond ranks, Qiuyang argued, unconvinced. People vary. This world is inherently unfair, Xia Mo chuckled. So, are you implying that those without talent must resign themselves to inaction, unable to effect any change? Qiuyang frowned. Not at all, Xia Mo replied. In this instance, you have chosen to seek my guidance, have you not? If I teach you, you could ascend to diamond in a month and perhaps reach king within 3 months. Imagine what you could achieve in half a year. How so? Qiuyang inquired, intrigued. In half a year, you could single-handedly defeat Fengshen, Xia Mo declared with exaggerated flair. Haha. Qiuyang erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained. Moreover, she relished the fact that Xia Mo referred to Fengshen by name. A stark contrast to others who merely called him your brother. This made her feel less like a mere appendage to her brother's identity. She giggled. All right then, teach me. I want to single-handedly defeat Fengshen. The comments flooded in. Oh my. A plot to slay the brother. Sibling rivalry at its finest. Uncle Xia is inciting Qiuyang to defeat her brother. You really shouldn't boast so brazenly. Can you even defeat Fengshen? Fengshen's fans laughed, mocking the audacity of this mere streamer attempting to capitalize on her brother's fame. Xia Mo paid no heed to the comments, responding leisurely. I could teach you. But you must understand that my skills are not to be easily shared. Huh? What do you mean? Qiuyang asked, confused. It means you may learn, but first, you must acknowledge me as your teacher, entering my fold before I can impart my true knowledge. Xia Mo stated confidently. In truth, he merely yearned to hear his sister refer to him as master, deriving a peculiar thrill from it. Oh, I see. So how does one formally become your disciple? Is there a need for a token of appreciation or a bow? Qiuyang inquired earnestly. Not at all. Besides, in our online mentorship, such formalities are impractical. The requirements are simple. Sincerely call me master and memorize 3 rules of the school, and you shall become my prized female disciple. Must I call you that? Qiuyang hesitated. I've set the bar quite low, yet you still hesitate to call me master after I promised to help you single-handedly defeat Fengshen? Xia Mo raised an eyebrow. No. Qiuyang quickly waved her hands. It's just that I feel you aren't much older than I am. Calling you master feels odd. I associate the term with elderly figures whose hair and beards are completely white. Now that is a stereotype. Xia Mo admonished. Who says a master cannot be of a similar age? As the sage once said, one who excels can be a teacher. There is always a master among 3 travelers. As long as I possess knowledge to share, I can be your teacher. In fact, you could even be my teacher in some respects, couldn't you? But I have nothing to teach you. Qiuyang replied, puzzled. You are a young woman, and you've traversed the path of girlhood. You could teach me how to win the affection of young girls and assist me in reclaiming custody of my daughter. How about that? Thus, we can be mutual teachers. Xia Mo recalled this playful scenario, where his daughter was, in reality, Qiuyang herself. I am asking my own sister to teach me how to win over her own heart. How exhilarating. Very well, master, I accept. As the autumn chill whispered like a mosquito's call, it covered its face, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Remarked Xia Mo, unfazed by the situation. My dear apprentice. Master, did you not say that we are mutual teachers and students? Should you not then address me as master as well? Xiao Liang released her hands and inquired. Well, while that is true in theory, in reality, we must adhere to the hierarchy of age and respect. It would not sit well with me to call you master at my advanced age. My dear apprentice, please try to understand, Xia Mo replied, evading the topic. Deceiver. Xiao Liang's cheeks flushed crimson. What did you say? I said nothing, master. Perhaps your age has caused your ears to play tricks on you. By the way, master, did you not mention there were 3 rules of the sect? Xiao Liang suddenly remembered and asked. What are they? The first rule is that what the master says is always right, Xia Mo declared with unwavering authority. Xiao Liang placed her hand on her forehead. And the second rule? The second rule states that if the master is wrong, refer to the first rule, Xia Mo continued. Xiao Liang felt a wave of despair. What about the third rule? Xia Mo scratched his head. I have yet to think of the third rule. I shall inform you once I have it figured out. Xiao Liang was utterly defeated. The audience was thoroughly entertained, the divine master and his foolish apprentice. The tale of a silly disciple and her even sillier master. Are the 3 rules not merely common sense? Hey, Feng Shun, come quickly. Someone is abducting your sister. All right. Xiao Liang eventually accepted the absurdity of having a somewhat eccentric master. So, master, when do you plan to begin teaching me? It's too late today, go to sleep. Tomorrow, I will properly guide you in ranking. I've been achieving a winning streak lately. Just find a platinum account as a fan and we can duo queue. Consider it a teaching session, Xia Mo suggested. Carrying a novice to victory? How audacious of you. One might have thought Xia Mo had come to his senses. But if he could indeed lead Xiao Liang to victory and ascend to the ranks of the elite, would he not be even more formidable than Feng Xin? Enough nonsense. What does it matter if you have a winning streak in casual matches? Professional play is a different realm. Do not entertain the thought of mixing the two. Everyone, do come by the live stream more often these days, for each day that passes could be the last. Upon reading these comments, Xiao Liang expressed her concerns. Is everything really all right? I heard them say that if you lose a match, you will retire from the internet. Perhaps it is better if you do not take me along. I am truly inexperienced. Not at all. Without you, I might not win, Xia Mo chuckled. Do you not realize our bond is master and apprentice? Together, we are invincible. Remember, our goal is to eliminate Feng Shun. Xiao Liang laughed and joined in the cheer. Eliminate Feng Shun. She remained blissfully unaware that she was jesting, while the man she believed was also joking was utterly sincere. Why must one add a conclusion rather than a standalone chapter? Because I am also a decade-long reader of online literature and well aware that standalone chapters rarely attract readers. To state my conclusion, I shall certainly complete this book. Previously, I wavered on whether to continue writing due to the dismal data, which was so poor it was almost unbearable, and continued to decline daily. Can you comprehend the feeling of diligently typing away only to discover that fewer readers engage today than yesterday? It is genuinely disheartening. Currently, all my traffic derives from promotions on book-seeking platforms. However, I have decided to finish this work because it is my first book and holds extraordinary significance for me. I do not expect it to generate income. If I relied on it, I would have starved long ago. I merely wish for the stories that dwell in my heart to be seen by others. I desire each character in my narrative to have a beginning and an end, finding their rightful place. Perhaps every fictional world truly exists in another time and space. I wish to write their conclusions. Thus, I have resolved to write until completion, ensuring I do not leave it unfinished. I will, however, condense the latter parts of the plot, meaning I will not inflate the word count. Matters that can be resolved in 2 chapters will not be stretched to 10. From around chapter 120 onward, as I have already completed the earlier chapters, I will hasten the progression of the plot, swiftly advancing into the professional realm, allowing the protagonist to embark on their legendary, undefeated journey. I am grateful to each reader, even though I know not how many will remain by the time this book reaches its conclusion. The above marks the end of chapter 89, The Purple Demoness. In recent days, Xia Mo has been duo queuing with his sister, and the process has been filled with joy, due to the hidden ranking of the account. They have been playing in the platinum tier, which poses little pressure for Xia Mo. He effortlessly dominates while teasing his sister, eliciting her playful complaints. Much to the audience's delight, reminiscent of an ant munching on seeds while watching a matchmaking show. However, today Xia Mo finally encountered some trouble. As usual, he and his sister prepared to duo queue, but he keenly noticed that the predicted win rate for the upcoming match was unusually low, prompting him to cancel the queue immediately. Such situations are not uncommon. Actors or boosters can create extreme imbalances in win rates, especially as he is streaming to rank up, and several viewers have been targeting them recently. Yet, as he scrutinized the queue information, he observed that whenever he queued for a match, the win rate hovered below 30, even 20%. His instincts alerted him that something was amiss. On the other side, Xiao Liang, confused, asked her master why they were not starting the game. While the viewers in the live stream grew impatient, expressing their dissatisfaction. Why aren't you starting? Are you afraid of losing? Do not attempt to stall. You previously stated that you would play at least one match on this account each day. The audience had never seen the streamer dilly-dally like this. What could be the issue? Xia Mo relaxed his furrowed brow and concocted an excuse to distract his sister, leading them to engage in some casual games like billiards. In the realm of online billiards, it is impossible for Qiu Liang to surpass him. However, during a playful summer evening, Xia Mo intentionally created a competitive atmosphere, playfully sinking the cue ball at astonishing angles, eliciting laughter and cheers from Qiu Liang. Upon returning to the League of Legends interface, Xia Mo discovered that the situation remained unchanged. Just as he pondered over it, the door to the studio was suddenly knocked on urgently. Xia Mo excused himself to the audience and opened the door, finding Uncle Mu, who had not been frequenting the studio lately, looking quite anxious. "What's wrong, Uncle Mu?" Xia Mo inquired. Uncle Mu pointed towards the computer that was live streaming and said, "Let us step outside." It seemed there was something serious to discuss. The two of them moved to the corridor, leaving the door slightly ajar. Uncle Mu finally spoke. "Have you felt targeted during your recent streams?" "Targeted? It happens every day." Xia Mo replied thoughtfully. "With so many fans, it would be unusual if no one were targeting me. Not the usual trolling from viewers," Uncle Mu clarified, "but a well-organized, deliberate attack." "What do you mean?" Xia Mo furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that someone has set their sights on me?" "It's not just you. The entire studio is suffering," Uncle Mu sighed, appearing quite troubled. "What exactly is going on? Please elaborate, Uncle Mu." It turned out that in recent days, Uncle Mu discovered that the Xian studio was being maliciously bombarded with negative reviews across various online boosting platforms, including Taobao. Many of these platforms only allowed reviews after placing an order, but these individuals seemed unbothered by the costs, each placing low-priced boosting orders and then leaving one-star reviews. If it were only a few negative reviews, it wouldn't have been such a significant issue, but these individuals were inundating the pages with dozens, if not hundreds, of negative feedback. If one were a player in need of boosting or gaming assistance, seeing a shop filled with negative reviews would surely raise suspicions. The vast majority would likely choose to walk away, especially when there are countless other boosting services available. Consequently, the number of transactions for Xian Gaming Studio had plummeted, leaving many skilled players reliant on this income struggling to make ends meet. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Uncle Mu hastily spent money to consult industry insiders to uncover who might be behind this sabotage. To his astonishment, the answer pointed to the Hey Mei Gue boosting and companionship service. Though many might not be familiar with Hey Mei Gue, the name of its owner, Zisei Yaoji, might ring a bell. She is renowned as the head of the most famous directing team in the domestic League of Legends scene. It is said that she commands a substantial roster of high-ranking players and controls a multitude of high-tier accounts across various regions, particularly excelling in the summit of the canyon. As long as one is willing to pay, she can arrange for anyone to play as desired. Among the top streamers on major platforms, nearly all have been influenced by her services. Furthermore, they do not limit their actions to merely fulfilling orders. Anyone who has crossed her will is fair game as well. A once famous support player publicly condemned her actors on Weibo after encountering them in ranked matches and was subsequently stalked by dozens of Hey Mei Gue's members for a week, losing over 20 matches and questioning his very existence. The end result was that he swore never to return to the summit of the canyon and instead focused on playing on the Korean server. Meanwhile, Hey Mei Gue faced no repercussions. This behavior, though seemingly trivial, disrupts the gaming experience for ordinary players on a larger scale. It openly damages the gaming environment and can even affect the competitive level of the entire region. In an effort to compete with the Korean server, the domestic server introduced the summit of the canyon to gather top-tier players and enhance overall strength through fierce competition. However, due to the rampant cheating in the domestic server, many professional players still choose to play on the Korean server, where they are often targeted by Riot Games, facing account suspensions and the revocation of privileges. Therefore, both casual and elite players harbor a strong aversion to cheaters, even going so far as to despise them. Yet, the current situation remains difficult to change, with the platform operator, Penguin, turning a blind eye to the issue, deeming it inconsequential as long as it does not impact their profits. As for Zisei Yaoji herself, she is quite a mysterious figure, with only a few photos of her circulating online, revealing her fair complexion and beauty. However, rumors suggest that one of her eyes is slightly misaligned, which is why most images are side profiles. She operates an account named Zisei Yaoji, which consistently ranks among the top 10 in the summit of the canyon, occasionally reaching the first position, all thanks to the efforts of her boosting team, aimed at showcasing the prowess of her services and directing team. While none of this seemed overly concerning, even knowing she orchestrated cheating rings, one could only muster a few words of condemnation without real consequence. However, Rumors have surfaced suggesting her involvement in match fixing and even that she is the mastermind behind it all. Such claims are not baseless, as she has been known to have close relationships with several players, some of whom later faced bans for participating in match fixing. Match fixing is a lucrative industry. It's not just the currently unregulated esports industry that suffers. Even the world's most popular sport, football, has been plagued by corruption. As someone accustomed to disregarding rules and wielding capital, how could she resist such easily attainable profits? Thus, suspicions surrounding her are entirely warranted. Chapter 90. An insider terminates the deal. The insider informed Uncle Mu that after receiving orders from their young master, the executives of Shanghai Entertainment directly approached Xia Mo. It is said that Shanghai Entertainment and her studio have intricate connections, forming a mutually beneficial relationship to some extent. For Xia Mo, targeting a relatively minor streamer is hardly a challenge, especially since this streamer has foolishly declared he would quit the internet after losing even once. Therefore, she readily agreed. However, merely putting Xia Mo in a difficult position was not sufficient to quell Yuan Gongzi's fury. He also intended to target the individuals surrounding Xia Mo. At this moment, the advertisement for Xia Game Studio, which had been persistently displayed since Xia Mo began his live streaming, caught their attention. They were unaware of how they acquired this information, but since Xia Mo was affiliated with the studio, they aimed to bring it down as well. In this endeavor, Shanghai Entertainment and Xia Mo found common ground, as Xia Game Studio belonged to the same industry as Xia Mo. It is only natural to deal with competitors, and no justification was necessary. Thus, Xia Game Studio was inundated with negative reviews across the internet. Uncle Mu anticipated that the assault on Xia Mo would soon commence, which is why he hurried to inform him. Perhaps it would be wise for you to refrain from seeking victory for the next few days and lay low, Uncle Mu suggested. That may not be feasible. Xia Mo pondered. You can evade the initial strike, but not the subsequent ones. Once those individuals have decided to target me, they will not simply retreat after a few days of silence. A few days will not cost them anything. As soon as my account goes live, they will undoubtedly regroup. What then? Uncle Mu furrowed his brow. Having weathered many storms, he was not overly concerned about the studio's affairs. However, he was unable to offer Xia Mo much advice regarding live streaming, which left him somewhat anxious. Fear not. We shall confront whatever comes our way. Solutions will present themselves. Xia Mo reassured Uncle Mu. But that is the most renowned director team in the national server, Uncle Mu said, still unable to put his mind at ease. They have always had the upper hand, directing events as they please, and no one has ever escaped their grasp. Rest assured, I have stated before that these online tactics cannot harm me, Xia Mo replied with a smile. I shall return to my live stream now. Very well, Uncle Mu sighed. Ever since you gained fame, it feels as though you are walking a tightrope every day, and I fear the moment you might fall. Yet if you do, I shall be there to catch you. Upon returning to the studio, Xia Mo donned his headset and addressed Qiu Liang. Hello, is my disciple there? Yes, master, you're back. Qiu Liang responded eagerly, having been quite bored. Recently, the number of individuals targeting us has increased, so let us implement a live stream delay. A live stream delay creates a time difference between the streamer and the audience, allowing viewers to see the stream a moment later than it actually occurs. This is an effective method to counteract targeted attacks and screen peeking. Understood, Qiu Liang replied without suspicion, loyally executing his master's command. How long should we delay? 2 minutes should suffice. Comments flooded in. Are you joking? Why not delay for 2 hours? Is this a recorded stream? The streamer is scared. 2 minutes of delay is indeed somewhat excessive. Typically, streamers only delay for a few seconds. However, this approach can entirely prevent opponents from gleaning information through screen peeking, making it more challenging for them to target him, while filtering out the DJVU effect that previously resulted in an abundance of actors flooding the game. During the waiting period for the delay to activate, someone suddenly sent a rocket in the live stream chat, leaving a message, "Streamer, check your private messages." Noticing this, Xia Mo picked up his phone and opened the back end of his streaming platform. Someone had just sent him a private message. Summer, I am a henchman from the Black Rose Coaching and Companionship Service. Recently, the boss has summoned high-ranked henchmen to target you, and they have created a dedicated channel with at least 50 people online at all times, monitoring your stream. I infiltrated their ranks because I enjoy watching your streams. So I wanted to inform you. If you trust me, add this contact, and I will send you the recording. Xia Mo narrowed his eyes, adding the contact with a secondary account. The other party promptly sent him a video recording. The recording displayed a channel where, indeed, dozens of individuals were online simultaneously. Yellow and red-vested administrators were issuing commands, orchestrating the henchman's attack on him, clearly seasoned in their malicious endeavors. However, gathering such a large crowd also presented drawbacks, as not everyone could be trusted. This allowed for a whistleblower to emerge. Xia Mo smirked. These individuals were brazenly intent on dismantling him. Would he simply sit idly by? Certainly not. He not only intended to survive this crisis, but also to retaliate. An eye for an eye, he mused. Despite being a small figure, even now as a streamer with millions of followers, he remained inconsequential in the face of capital. Yet, even a small figure has teeth, and his were particularly sharp. Thank you for your message. I have one more request. Can you continue to conceal your presence there and inform me who is targeting me and what their roles are? After sending this message, Xia Mo generously rewarded the individual with several substantial red envelopes. If someone was willing to spend 500 yuan to inform him about an impending attack, he felt obliged to reciprocate. Sure, no problem. I will keep a close watch. After communicating with this fan within enemy lines, Xia Mo returned to the live stream interface. The delay had been successfully implemented. Xia Mo began queuing with his sister. A win rate of 17% clearly indicated a match filled with actors. 6% was absurd, while 30% was uncertain regarding the presence of actors, though he believed his team was clean. Otherwise, the win rate would not exceed 30%. Resolutely, Xia Mo clicked to start, entering the game. Both teams selected their champions, and the opposing team featured a joker and a prince. Xia Mo occupied the top lane, while Qiu Liang took the mid lane. After a moment of thought, Xia Mo suggested to Qiu Liang, "Ask the jungler if he can swap positions with you." "Huh, but I don't know how to play jungle," Qiu Liang replied, perplexed. "Do not worry, you can handle the jungle monsters. Just follow my instructions, and I will guide you in real time. Do you not trust your master?" "Oh, okay." With this reassurance, Qiu Liang felt less apprehensive and typed to the jungler to request a position swap. The jungler consented. "What should I play as a jungler?" Qiu Liang inquired. "I might not perform well with anything too complicated. Then just go with the simplest option, the troll." "All right." After informing his sister about the rune build, Xia Mo chose his champion, the formidable Set. It had to be him. This champion was meant to take on 2 opponents, or even more. Chapter 91. It had to be him. Once all the champions were selected, and they entered the loading screen, the undercover brother sent a message. 2 players were queued against you, one in the jungle and one in the bottom lane, with a master-ranked player heading up. Xia Mo replied. He deliberately allowed Qiu Liang to select the jungler, anticipating that if the opponents targeted him, they would undoubtedly choose a jungler who could ambush in a lane. If the jungler were to mindlessly assist, it would certainly cause him a headache. However, he refrained from playing the jungler himself. If more than one opponent targeted him, playing jungler would lead to inevitable collapse in lane, especially considering that Qiu Liang's lane was likely to become a breakthrough point. Thus, he decided to let Qiu Liang take the jungler role while he guided her online. Multitasking. This effectively expanded the DJVU effect to encompass 2 individuals, albeit requiring him to exert a bit more effort. However, for a single match, it was more than sufficient, as he discovered that the ability of DJVU could enhance with usage. Over the past few months, he had progressed from suffering severe headaches after intense gameplay to managing several hours of play with ease. Now, as he ventured into the rift, whether he could secure a victory was uncertain, but surviving a match was undoubtedly within his capabilities. Upon entering the game, both teams unfolded. The blue side lineup, which included Xia Mo, comprised top lane Set, jungle Trundle, mid lane Fizz, and bottom lane Tom Kench paired with Jinx. The red side lineup featured top lane Jax, jungle Nidalee, mid lane Kiana, and bottom lane Seraphine with support from a wheelchair-bound champion. Indeed, the opponents had opted for a dual bottom lane, with Seraphine being one of the actors. She likely chose this champion due to her long range, allowing her to kite Set and Trundle. The other actor selected Nidalee, a champion adored by many for her dominance in the jungle, known for her exceptional early game invades that instilled fear in all. Even professional players had experienced scenarios where Nidalee's invasions rendered them incapable of playing the game. This exemplified the advantage of Xia Mo allowing Qiu Liang to choose Trundle. Through DJVU, he foresaw the opposing team opting for Nidalee, thus selecting Trundle for his sister. Trundle is a champion that thrives on simplicity, requiring no intricate mechanics to play. Most importantly, Trundle is quite resilient against Nidalee in the early game. With the Conqueror rune, Trundle can withstand Nidalee's attacks and even overpower her. However, as the game progresses into the mid to late stages, he may face challenges due to his cumbersome nature. Yet, Xia Mo did not intend to stretch this match into the late game. As the timer expired, everyone dashed out from the fountain. Xia Mo maneuvered Set to the upper river brush, where he heard Qiu Liang express her distaste. "What's wrong?" Xia Mo inquired. "This skin is so ugly." Qiu Liang's tone suggested she might be on the verge of tears due to its lack of appeal. Xia Mo switched to her perspective and chuckled. This skin was the original from the ancient times when Trundle was known as the Cursed Troll King, and it was so unattractive that no one played it. Riot Games, unable to bear its hideousness, eventually updated it. "Why did you choose this skin?" "I didn't know. The account owner only had this one skin, so I picked it." Qiu Liang lamented. "I can't exactly watch the screen while I jungle." "Well, you could pay more attention to the minimap," Xia Mo chuckled. as it is a fundamental skill for any competent jungler. As they conversed, the enemy top laner appeared near the river brush, seemingly eager to sneak into the grass. Xia Mo ceased his conversation with Qiu Liang, waiting patiently. The moment the enemy entered the brush, he launched a flurry of punches at the opponent. The enemy, unwilling to back down, retaliated, landing several blows on set. Xia Mo quickly activated his abilities, stacking his resolve, yet the enemy showed no signs of halting. At level 1, Set can contend against over 90% of top laners. The innate true damage he possesses is significantly painful. With full resolve, a punch deals 191 true damage along with a gradually diminishing shield of 375. Who can withstand that at level 1? This is why Set is often criticized as a champion with overpowering stats, capable of melting opponents at full health in the late game. The opposing champion bore the Conqueror rune, while Xia Mo's Set was equipped with Conqueror as well. Although the combination of Conqueror and Jax's passive can be formidable, he certainly could not outmatch Set in a direct confrontation. A platinum-ranked Jax would surely understand this. There must be a trick. Xia Mo swiftly retreated towards his blue buff. As expected, upon his retreat, the enemy revealed their true intentions. Emerging from behind the enemy, Seraphine initiated with a basic attack enhanced by Aerie, followed by a skill to slow Set down. Subsequently, Jax leapt in, striking Set several times and reducing his health to around 30%. There was no chance of pursuing them further. Jax and Seraphine then withdrew. Seraphine had initially concealed herself, intending to strike once Jax and Set were low on health. But Xia Mo had seen through her plan. Nevertheless, this exchange was still advantageous, as Seraphine sacrificed her own growth to disrupt Set's progress, ensuring that Jax could navigate the early levels without facing a solo kill. With Set's health diminished to 30% while Jax remained nearly at full health, Set would certainly refrain from being overly aggressive in lane. Was Xia Mo unaware of Seraphine's presence? He was indeed aware. The moment Jax appeared, he utilized DJVU and foresaw Seraphine's ambush, yet he chose to engage in combat with Jax, intentionally trading health. He aimed to bait Jax into making a move. He understood that if both players played normally, Jax would certainly hesitate and wait for his jungler, leaving Xia Mo with little chance to eliminate him. However, if he were low on health, Jax would inevitably be tempted to engage. Some might argue, could he really secure a kill on Jax with such low health? That would be underestimating Set as a champion in the top lane entirely. At this moment, the small minions had already engaged in battle, and Xia Mo could not return home. Doing so would result in a loss of at least 2 waves of experience. Therefore, he consumed the last health potion he had after purchasing a Doran shield, relying on his passive ability to gradually restore his health. He allowed the first 2 melee minions to perish naturally without intervening, while the enemy champion, the Weapon Master, took down all 3 of his melee minions. The final enemy melee minion advanced to attack the blue side's ranged minions since the frontline minions had all fallen. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Mo dispatched this small minion. The ranged minions from both sides began to exchange blows, at which point the Weapon Master stepped forward, aiming to claim one of the ranged minions. He intended to push the lane for an early level 2 and felt entitled to the kill. Unexpectedly, Xia Mo also advanced, delivering a swift punch to him while simultaneously securing the minion. The Weapon Master attempted to retaliate, but found that Xia Mo had already retreated. This was a premeditated setup from the earlier melee minion encounter. The unique attack mechanism of the champion known as Wanhao involves alternating punches. The first is a left punch, and the second, a right punch, inflicting additional damage, with the right punch striking at 8 times the speed of the left. Xia Mo's earlier melee minion had employed the left punch, thus this was the right punch, delivering both pain and speed. The Weapon Master, bewildered in the midst of the confrontation, could only register that he had received an unexpectedly high amount of damage, prompting him to withdraw slightly. However, as he did so, Wanhao pressed the advantage and moved closer. Chapter 92. The Game of Wits. The Weapon Master, feeling indignant, thought, "How can you steal a punch from me and still try to pressure me? I am the one in the advantageous position." In retaliation, he swung a lamp at Wanhao. Unfazed, Wanhao responded with 2 powerful punches. Having completed one set of alternating punches earlier, he unleashed a new set, striking the Weapon Master twice. The Weapon Master intended to counter, but upon glancing at Wanhao's health, he was taken aback. How had Wanhao regained so much health? Earlier, after sustaining damage at level 1, Wanhao's health had been reduced to 30%. Yet, with the first wave of minions still alive and having consumed health potions, Wanhao now boasted over 60, nearly 70% health. Meanwhile, the Weapon Master was down to 80%, crucially lacking the stacks of his passive ability, Ruthless Strikes, and his ultimate ability, Fatal Rhythm, making it uncertain if he could outmatch Wanhao. Moreover, he had opted for a defensive ability at level 1 to evade Wanhao's attacks. This showcased the terrifying nature of Wanhao's passive, heroic resilience. The lower his health, the faster he could recover. At times, the amount of health regained seemed incomprehensible, surpassing even the effects of a health potion. Observing this, the weapon master hastily retreated, resulting in yet another free punch landed by Wan Hao. Up to this point, Wan Hao had struck him 3 times, while he had only managed to hit Wan Hao once. Nevertheless, he did not feel that he was at risk of dying. He merely sensed a slight disadvantage, especially since he had yet to consume his healing items. As the second wave of minions arrived, and their numbers were nearly equal, the weapon master approached once more to secure his minions. Just as he struck a melee minion, Wan Hao again closed the distance. The weapon master felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively attempted to flee. However, he was momentarily obstructed by his own minions, allowing Wan Hao to catch up and deliver another 2 punches. The weapon master, unwilling to accept this unfair treatment, retaliated with a punch of his own, then pressed forward in an attempt to land a second strike. Yet, Wan Hao promptly retreated, forcing him to settle for just 1 hit. At this juncture, he had drawn the attention of the minions, prompting him to turn back in an effort to redirect their ire. To his surprise, Wan Hao anticipated his movement, pivoting to deliver another 2 punches. Sensing that the situation was deteriorating, the weapon master quickly consumed a health potion, continuing to retreat. At this moment, Wan Hao's health was at 40%, while the weapon master retained just over 50%. However, Wan Hao had accumulated his heroic charge, and with his ignite still available, the weapon master dared not engage in a full confrontation. Thus, he retreated toward the tower while attempting to kite effectively. Yet, he soon realized that his attempts to evade were futile. Every time he landed a strike on Wan Hao, the latter would invariably respond with 2 of his own. Each of the weapon master's slight retreats seemed to be preemptively predicted by Wan Hao. In this brief exchange, the weapon master managed to strike Wan Hao twice, while Wan Hao retaliated with 4 punches. Following the 4th strike, Wan Hao initiated a charged attack, and upon seeing the rectangular area of effect appear, the weapon master immediately abandoned his intentions to strike again, decisively retreating back to the safety of the tower. Wan Hao's attack missed, yet the weapon master formulated a plan. He glanced at his fatal rhythm. Just 1 more strike would fully stack it, and he still had health potions to assist his recovery, maintaining a slight health advantage over Wan Hao. However, with Wan Hao now flaunting his prowess at the tower, the weapon master felt emboldened. He stepped out from the tower, eager to engage Wan Hao in further combat. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. 2 punches combined with ignite quickly brought him back to reality, prompting an urgent flash to escape. However, he was quickly struck down by 2 more punches. The first blood had been drawn. Thus, the outcome of their battle was determined, with both champions still at level 1. Such is the nature of the top lane. This also explains why, despite the top lane having the least impact on the game's outcome, League of Legends players still favor it. Xia, after you finish the frog, do not take the blue buff, save your smite. Then consume all your potions to restore your health and wait in the brush by the river. Xia Mo suddenly instructed his sister, who was currently clearing the 3 wolves. Oh, alright, she replied. This is what brings Xia Mo the greatest comfort when playing games with his sister. She never attempts any flashy maneuvers. Simply follows his instructions without questioning why. She is as loyal as a little dog. Following his guidance, Xiao Liang finished off the frog and then consumed her potions. The health restored by the frog and potions brought her back to a very healthy state, and she positioned herself in the brush by the river before the swift crab had respawned. She was uncertain of what she was waiting for, but merely crouched in place. Moments later, a beam of light from a revealing fruit passed by her, but fortunately, the direction of the fruit's illumination was aimed at the blue side's exit, and thus it did not reveal her hiding spot in the brush. The one activating the revealing fruit was naturally the red side's Leona, a member of the actor group, who was feeling quite displeased at that moment. Before the game commenced, Mingming repeatedly cautioned his ally about the opposing champion, the weapon-wielding top laner, who was adept at ambushing. He urged his teammate to survive until his arrival, yet, astonishingly, he was slain in a one-on-one encounter at level 1. The unpredictability of random players is indeed disheartening. The champion, known as Leopard Woman, initially planned to clear the 3 jungle camps in the bottom lane and secure the red buff before assisting the top lane. However, upon discovering that the weapon wielder had been defeated, she reluctantly opted for a standard jungle route, clearing all 5 camps before heading towards the frog. It was now impossible to assist the top lane. The weapon wielder had returned to lane, and the champion, Armored Hero, was still en route. The wave would inevitably push back to the blue tower, and it was unlikely that Armored Hero would neglect the substantial minion wave to engage the weapon wielder in combat. After confirming the location of the troll with the Eye of Luminance and finding it absent from the river, Leopard Woman decided to secure the river crab. She utilized her smite to break its shield before pouncing to deal damage. Lacking hard crowd control, she knew that in order to expedite the kill, she must utilize her smite. After stealing the crab, she began to pursue her quarry. In the voice chat, Xia Mo exclaimed, "A thunderbolt struck down." Leopard Woman realized that the crab she had nearly captured had flown away, and from the bush she had just passed, a grotesquely ugly troll emerged, sinking its teeth into her. The actress portraying Leopard Woman was taken aback. Wasn't the enemy jungler merely a gold-ranked female streamer? How could she execute such a play? She hastily fled towards the river, knowing she was at a disadvantage without skills, but the troll had activated its frozen domain, coupled with the slowing effect of the pillar, making her escape futile. Just as the troll's lethal rhythm reached its peak, and even if her skills were off cooldown, she would still be unable to overcome it. Just then, as she neared the Rift Herald pit, Armored Hero appeared at the blue exit. While Leopard Woman lamented her plight, a series of signals appeared on her screen. It was the weapon wielder from the top lane, indicating he was on his way. It turned out that he had abandoned his push as soon as the troll appeared to provide assistance, and he had now arrived near the Rift Herald pit. Moreover, having farmed a substantial wave of minions, he had reached level 3, while Armored Hero, just leaving base, was only at level 2. This exemplified the advantage of effective communication. Even though he had ignited and taken first blood, it seemed that the true loss would not fall upon him. The weapon wielder immediately leapt onto Armored Hero, intent on avenging the initial insult he had suffered at level 1. To his surprise, Armored Hero did not retaliate, instead charging directly at Leopard Woman. At this moment, her health had fallen below half, and the troll continued to gnaw at her. She could not afford to flee upwards towards Armored Hero or turn back. In desperation, she dove into the barren pit, hoping to escape by climbing over the wall. She still had her flash available, and her pounce ability was ready. Armored Hero lacked a flash, and the troll was out of skills, so her chances of escaping were still favorable. As Armored Hero pursued her into the pit, she realized he was closing in. The weapon wielder felt a twinge of anxiety, having refrained from using his skills, primarily to counter the impending ambush from both Armored Hero and the troll. Against these two champions, who primarily relied on basic attacks, his counterstorm would render him nearly invulnerable. However, as both were focused on chasing Leopard Woman, if he continued to hold back, she would surely perish, and he would likely face questions about his inaction. Thus, he swiftly activated his wind fan, following closely behind Armored Hero, while maintaining awareness not to position himself at an angle where both could be caught by Armored Hero's powerful strike. At that moment, Leopard Woman was still a considerable distance from the barren pit wall. The actress, aiming to elude her pursuers, had devised her escape strategy. She must not conserve her flash nor attempt to leap over the wall, for if Armored Hero were to charge in, she could easily be interrupted mid-pounce. Therefore, she needed to flash through the wall, ensuring she would not be interrupted. With the wall still far away, it was evident to everyone of her intentions to escape over it. However, Armored Hero would never suspect that she would suddenly flash at that moment, traversing a significant distance to vault over the wall. This maneuver carried risks. A miscalculation could lead to crashing against the wall. Yet, Leopard Woman possessed the confidence required for such a play. The script was flawless. Thus, she feigned effort towards the wall, then suddenly pressed the flash key. The synchronization of the two commands astonished even her, as in that instant, her speed surged to an astonishing 600. Yet, she found herself colliding headfirst into the wall. The weapon wielder, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded. In the very moment she leapt, Armored Hero had executed his skill, pulling Leopard Woman back, with no one behind her. The stun effect did not trigger. However, Leopard Woman's flash was executed too hastily. She was pulled back just to flash forward again. But this time the distance was evidently insufficient, resulting in a comical wall collision. Following his skill, Armored Hero immediately unleashed his intentional punch. He was utilizing the Fire Dragon Armored Hero skin, and a sinuous crimson dragon erupted forth, crashing into Leopard Woman. After her flash, she had no time to reposition and endured the full force of the blow, compounded by the weapon wielder's fully charged power, leading to her immediate demise. Meanwhile, the weapon wielder, eager to rescue Leopard Woman, activated his counterstorm and relentlessly pressed his keys, desperate to achieve a stun. Unfortunately, the stun landed precisely on Armored Hero, who was caught in the animation of his skill. Control negated. The damage was entirely absorbed by the shield of the intentional punch. The weapon wielder was still processing the events when he noticed a full health troll and a half-health Armored Hero turning to glare at him. The weapon wielder thought, "Is it too late to claim I was merely passing by?" Prior to this, he had envisioned a scenario where if he saved Leopard Woman, she would escape over the wall, allowing him to utilize his refreshed jump to follow her. But now, with Leopard Woman deceased, he still had his trinket from the first skirmish. It can be said that there was no way for the heavens to enter or for the earth to provide an exit. Following a cacophony of anguished cries in the dragon pit, the champion WNHO and the troll JM emerged, adjusting their trousers. WNHO returned to clear the minion wave, while JM went back to farm the toads. The chat box of the red team was enveloped in silence. At this moment, WNHO had already secured 3 kills, despite the game only being a mere 3 minutes and 40 seconds in, representing the very early stages of the match. The player controlling the champion BON typed furiously, "You farm. Wait for me." He wished he could unleash his frustration upon this weapon-wielding adversary, but feared that the latter would rage quit at the slightest provocation. Thus, he suppressed his ire. For the first time, he truly felt the exhaustion that comes with playing a supporting role. Having cleared his wave of minions beneath the tower, WNHO reached level 4, while the weapon-wielding champion returned to the lane and, after consuming a wave of minions, also reached level 4. Despite dying twice, he had not lost much experience. At this juncture, he could not help but feel a twinge of impulsiveness, desiring to engage WNHO in combat to secure the right to farm minions. Although the jungler instilled a sense of caution in him, he still believed he should exercise his own judgment, right? At present, WNHO had not yet returned home, his health slightly above half. With no upgrades to his equipment, and at the same level as himself, it would be inconceivable for him to eliminate him. He felt emboldened to poke at WNHO a couple of times. This sentiment did not stem from sheer foolishness. Ultimately, it was a matter of judgment. Even professional players occasionally fall victim to miscalculations that lead to their demise, let alone a Platinum I player wielding a weapon. Moreover, how many top laners truly accept being slain by their opponents? The vast majority think, "You kill me this time? I shall undoubtedly return the favor next." Hence, the frequency of kills in the top lane is so high, driven by two simple words, defiance. As the weapon-wielding champion drew near WNHO, he was unexpectedly yanked towards him by a powerful grasp, colliding with a minion. Stunned, immediately followed by a couple of punishing strikes infused with the champion's prowess. The pain was unbearable. Once the stun wore off, the weapon-wielding champion hurriedly activated his skills to mitigate damage and retaliate. WNHO, however, unleashed a full barrage of strikes upon him. The weapon-wielding champion received a 25% damage reduction while activating his skill, but true damage disregards such mitigations. In a desperate maneuver, he leapt to escape, leaving him with health equivalent to WNHO's. With the minion wave now frozen in the middle of the map, both champions opted to retreat to base for replenishment. Upon returning, Xia Mo, while purchasing equipment, instructed Qi Liying, "Go to the bottom lane's tri-brush. Feign farming the stone golem, and then promptly return to the top." "Alright." Qi Liying, while clearing 6 birds, hastily ran to the bottom tri-brush without even finishing off the small birds, a sight that made Xia Mo reflect, "My sister is simply adorable." Upon returning to the lane, Xia Mo found the weapon-wielding champion just arriving, and the two resumed their fervent duel. With an advantage, Xia Mo held control of the lane, gradually pushing the minion wave towards the opponent's tower. Each time the weapon-wielding champion attempted to approach for a last hit, Xia Mo was quick to retaliate, resulting in both champions being less than full health, but Xia Mo gaining the upper hand in trades. As the minions reached the tower, Xia Mo lingered at the edge of the turret's attack range, applying immense pressure on the weapon-wielding champion. The latter felt the weight of the pressure. When the enemy minion wave approached the tower, melee minions would prioritize attacking the turret, stepping inside its range, while ranged minions would remain at the edge, dealing damage from a distance. Thus, to secure a last hit on the ranged minions, the weapon-wielding champion had to venture out slightly. This very range was also where WNHO could utilize his skills to pull the weapon-wielding champion from safety. This explains the overwhelming sense of oppression many players feel when facing champions such as Nu Shu, WNHO, TNN, and Lu Y. While other melee champions may only harass you in lane, these particular champions can drag you out from under your turret and beat you down, often leaving you with no means of retaliation due to the sheer number of minions beneath the tower. Of course, the bear is even more terrifying. With its ultimate ability negating turret damage, it can easily pounce upon you without warning. Consequently, the weapon-wielding champion found himself in a predicament. Every time WNHO advanced a little, he felt a pang of anxiety, unable to safely last hit a minion. When Xia Mo, for the 4th time, maneuvered WNHO closer to the weapon-wielding champion, he finally could no longer contain himself and activated his counterattack, surging forward. He believed Xia Mo would undoubtedly attempt to drag him in this time, yet he could not muster the necessary bravado. However, Xia Mo refrained from attacking, skillfully keeping his character just outside the weapon-wielding champion's counterattack's stun range, waiting for the moment it concluded to strike, pulling him in for a couple of blows. The weapon-wielding champion's health plummeted from half to below 30%. This considerable damage was primarily due to the presence of the KORFIDZ in Xia Mo's inventory. The weapon-wielding champion was taken aback, yet he did not retreat to the tower. Instead, he dashed towards the upper lane brush. At that moment, BON emerged from the tri-brush, directly targeting Xia Mo. The weapon-wielding champion did not retreat because of BON's signal. With WNHO still possessing half health, Bon alone lacked the capability to secure a kill without the weapon-wielding champion's assistance, making it likely that WNHO would escape unharmed. Thus, the weapon-wielding champion was luring WNHO with his very life. Seeing that he did not retreat, WNHO naturally assumed an offense was imminent. But in reality, the weapon-wielding champion still had his leap and a well-timed flash at his disposal. With these two layers of security and being so close to the tower, he should have been safe. Upon spotting Bon, WNHO indeed chose to engage the weapon-wielding champion. He deftly evaded Bon's attack and, while under her assault, pursued the weapon-wielding champion. The weapon-wielding champion retaliated, inflicting significant damage on WNHO, and in the nick of time, executed a leap to a minion, returning to the safety of the tower. WNHO, however, lacked such a leap. This champion, while dominant in the top lane, was regrettably slow, akin to GILN and new SHU, which is why he is seldom seen in professional play, often relegated to a support role. His only ranged attack method was the intended strike, which is easily evaded without proper crowd control. WNHO, unwilling to allow the weapon-wielding champion to escape with such low health, unleashed his intended strike. The fiery dragon re-emerged. In the fleeting moment before the damage numbers materialized, the weapon-wielding champion activated his flash. He refrained from dodging backward, for he was aware that the champion, Wan Hao, would also execute a timely flash. A standard maneuver for him. Thus, he chose an illogical route and flashed to the left instead. As the shockwave passed, the weapon fell, rendered motionless. Almost simultaneously, Wan Hao flashed, yet his direction mirrored that of the left. No, if his eyes did not deceive him, Wan Hao's speed in flashing seemed to surpass his own slightly. It was a complete premonition. How could this be? 3 directions of flashing. How confident must Wan Hao be to execute such a decisive maneuver? Yet, he had indeed made the correct choice. The nearby champion, Bao was equally astonished by this display. Although he was accustomed to high-level play, he had never witnessed such resolute flashes from Wan Hao before. It seemed this assignment was proving to be rather challenging. A thought flickered through Bao's mind. Nevertheless, as a mere enforcer earning his wages, he had to persist with the hunt. Bao began to pursue Wan Hao, who now had less than 20% of his health remaining. With all skills expended and not yet level 6, Bao should have been capable of eliminating him. After that astonishing premonition flash, Wan Hao did not even glance back. He retreated with an air of calmness. In an effort to evade Bao's attacks, Xia Mo dashed along the line of bushes. Observing this, Bao transformed into human form upon entering the brush and unleashed a rather cunning attack. At that moment, Wan Hao was concealed within a second bush, entirely out of Bao's line of sight. However, the sound of the spear-piercing flesh did not resonate. The attack had missed. Another premonition. Bao sensed something was amiss, yet he was reluctant to concede. As Xia Mo's movements evaded Bao's spear, the distance between them closed. Bao had successfully cut off his escape route. Consequently, Xia Mo turned and dashed into the restroom, just as Bao intended to follow. A flicker of fire ignited above his head. Ignite. It suddenly dawned on Bao that Wan Hao had not used Ignite when he killed the weapon. Even as the weapon fled with the slightest sliver of health, he had not applied it. Such precise skill execution, apart from dealing continuous true damage. Ignite has another often overlooked effect. It reveals visibility. An enemy affected by Ignite, even when hidden in the brush, will be exposed for the duration of the effect. Realizing this, Bao halted his advance. He also recalled that Wan Hao's ultimate ability should be on cooldown, with the enemy concealed and himself in the light. Barging in recklessly could result in disaster. Thus, he resolved to wait until his ultimate ability was ready before leaping in to eliminate Wan Hao, all the while allowing the Ignite's duration to wane. Therefore, Bao ceased his pursuit, standing outside the restroom to wait. Wan Hao's level 1 ultimate has an 18-second cooldown, so he felt secure. With a mocking smile in his heart, Bao thought, I am waiting for a skill, but what are you waiting for? At last, the transformation was ready, and Ignite simultaneously faded. Bao instantly shifted into leopard form and lunged at the thin wall of the restroom. He crashed into a wall. Or rather, he collided with a column oozing with filth. The pillar of ice. The troll had arrived. Before Bao could react, the frozen domain was unleashed. And sharp teeth bit down. The club struck Bao repeatedly. Wan Hao emerged from the restroom, executing a standard combo that dispatched the immobilized Bao. Bao stood there, stunned. How could the troll be here? How was this possible? Time rewound 2 minutes prior, when Bao had orchestrated a successful play in the bottom lane. This endeavor proved fruitful, as both Bao and his ally, Salarfini, were far superior to their opponents in skill, with communication advantages from being on voice chat. The blue side's bottom lane suffered a double kill, and as Bao departed, he left behind a trap in the triangular brush. The jungle ambush. Nidalee placed an invisible trap, lasting a maximum of 2 minutes. The trap would reveal any enemy stepping on it for 4 seconds, inflicting continuous magic damage. Moments later, the troll, Qiu stumbled into the trap in the triangular brush and was revealed for 4 seconds. As a high-tier jungler, Bao En, even catching a fleeting glimpse of the enemy on the map, would discern the troll's position. In his view, the last sight was of the troll activating the frozen domain and rushing towards the golem. Thus, he immediately plotted a gank for the top lane, believing he had seized a magnificent opportunity. However, how did the troll appear in the top lane during this time? Unless that female streamer had feigned battling the golem. The golem's splitting characteristic made it particularly slow to defeat, especially since the troll lacked any skills, making it even slower and not allowing for timely execution. He had thought he seized the moment, only to find himself outplayed, and the one outplaying him was a mere gold-tier girl. This filled Bao En with a sense of defeat. Meanwhile, the bullet comments in Xia Mo and Qiu Liang's livestream exploded. Multitasking? Can one achieve such a feat? Is this even human? It felt as though the opponent had been utterly outmatched in intellect. Just moments prior, when switching screens to see Bao En placing a trap, one could have anticipated the ambush design from Bao En. It became clear how vast the gap in intelligence was between himself and the greats. The audience remained unaware of Bao En's high-tier status. If they had known, their expressions would have been even more astonished. Returning to the rift, Xia Mo willingly yielded the kill to Qiu Liang. After all, one could not allow their sister to run empty-handed consistently, could they? Moreover, he was confident in continuing to exploit the breach in the top lane to create greater advantages, but at that moment, both mid and bottom lanes were at a disadvantage, necessitating the nurturing of a teammate to enhance their chances in team fights. Following this skirmish, Wanhao's level had reached 40, suppressing the weapon at level 1, and he was now able to feast upon the weapon's turret plating, while the weapon could only watch helplessly. Wanhao consumed turret plating at an impressive pace. Before long, the red side's top tower had lost 3 layers of plating. As the next wave of minions approached the tower, the weapon inadvertently positioned himself in a precarious manner, aligning with his own minions in a diagonal formation. 1-0 advanced directly to the champion known as WQ, striking him with 2 powerful punches before executing a deft jump slash that left WQ stunned. Before the daze subsided, 1-0 unleashed 2 additional skill-laden basic attacks, reducing WQ's health to below half. Upon awakening, WQ attempted to retaliate, but 1-0 countered with his ultimate ability, SHNGW, forcefully pulling WQ away from the defensive tower and slamming him onto the ground with a resounding impact. WQ's skills were obstructed by the animation of the ultimate, effectively neutralizing his control. As SHNGW concluded, 1-0 swiftly followed up with TC by N, ultimately finishing with a charged punch that had acquired full from the tower's prior assault. The execution was flawless, a masterful display of fluidity that evoked a sense of exhilaration. Every reaction from WQ seemed meticulously calculated by 1-0, whose positioning, skills, and basic attacks were all perfectly timed, creating the impression of a precise execution. After eliminating WQ, Xia Mo opted not to continue dismantling the tower, recognizing that WQ had regained composure and was no longer susceptible to a second tower dive. Instead, he retreated to base, acquiring the Bloodthirster axe before resuming his pressure on WQ. During this time, the champion known as Beyond refrained from returning to the top lane, fully aware that 1-0 was beyond her capabilities to handle alone. Venturing back would only result in a double kill, prompting her to seek opportunities in other lanes. It is said that one should assist the strong, not the weak. Meanwhile, Xia Mo remained active, pressuring WQ while continuously guiding Qi Liang to farm 6 birds. Following this, they planned to rotate to the bottom lane, where Beyond would likely attempt to dive, potentially yielding 2 kills. Beyond might invade the blue jungle, heading directly from mid to her enemy's territory to farm. After observing Beyond in the middle lane, they would engage the Rift Herald. Qi Liang displayed no impatience, diligently following Xia Mo's every command and gradually establishing a tangible advantage. In a counter gank at the bottom lane, she secured a kill and assisted in another takedown. She eliminated QYN, providing relief for the champion known as Shi Ring. Furthermore, she successfully claimed the Rift Herald. This was no mere multitasking. It was as if one individual was executing 2 roles simultaneously. The meticulous planning of jungle routes was truly formidable. I recall previously watching a video of a player controlling 2 champions in ranked games, but that was in the support and bottom lane, and it was in a silver tier match. However, Beyond at this moment felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She perceived that she was contending not against a mere gold tier jungle player, but rather a top tier jungler of the Rift. Every move she made seemed anticipated by her opponent. Her attempts to gank were thwarted, and her jungle incursions yielded either empty camps or total devastation at the hands of the opposing troll. One misstep led to a depletion of map resources, leaving her feeling powerless as if she were striking at cotton. The sole comfort she found was that her bottom lane was thriving much like 1-0, and the mid lane also held an advantage. Overall, the balance of power still favored the red team. At 14 minutes and 28 seconds, Beyond leveraged her advantage in the bottom lane to secure the second dragon, just as the enemy mid laner was also repositioning towards the bottom lane. Xia Mo, having experienced this scenario countless times, envisioned the impending sequence of events. The strain of managing two positions was too great, and he sensed the early signs of overexertion. He understood that the match needed to conclude swiftly. In his premonition, he envisioned a scenario where he chose to continue split pushing, leading to a 4v4 clash in the bottom lane, even escalating to a 4v5 as WQ joined. With his most potent champion absent, his teammates would be overwhelmed and slaughtered, while even Qi Liang's well-farmed troll would prove ineffective. The troll, being a champion that excels in duels and small skirmishes, had little impact in large team fights. Moreover, his divided focus could only convey movement paths to his sister, lacking the intricacy required for instructing her in teamfight maneuvers, making it exceedingly difficult for her to survive given her current skill level. The outcome would be that the opposing team would advance unimpeded, demolishing the bottom lane's inhibitor tower and obliterating 4 of his teammates, even securing an additional kill on the bottom duo. Meanwhile, he had merely managed to take down the second tower in the top lane. Following this disastrous sequence, his teammates' morale plummeted, resulting in a frantic push for surrender and a series of blunders that caused their win rate to plummet. This situation could not be permitted to persist. Many viewers analyzing match replays often point out which team fight was pivotal, marking it as a turning point. However, such insights are only clear in hindsight, while players in the heat of battle struggle to recognize when the tide will turn. Yet, Xia Mo possessed this foresight. He understood that the next team fight would be critical. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Qi Liang, "Cheer, place the herald in the top lane, then head to the bottom to push with the duo." Qi Liang readily complied. The purple herald's eye was shattered, and it emerged in the top lane, slowly advancing alongside the minion wave, with the first tower already destroyed. The herald's target was the second tower. From the perspective of the blue team, the herald appeared to be casually deployed, yet they were oblivious to the darkened mini-map where all red team icons suddenly shifted their paths towards the top lane. A hidden opportunity loomed. Aside from Xia Mo, the rest of the team remained blissfully unaware. Calmly, he embodied the phrase, knowing the tiger is present, yet approaching the tiger's den. This was precisely his current stance. He intended to shoulder the burden of his teammates' pressure. The outcome hinged on this moment. As they reached the enemy's second tower, Xia Mo noted that not a single enemy was visible in his field of vision. Yet, he had foreseen through his premonition that the enemy team had completed their encirclement. It was too late to retreat at this juncture. The herald crashed into the second tower, reducing it to critical health, while Xia Mo guided 1-0 to systematically dismantle the tower. With his equipment comprising Bloodthirster and Giant's 9, at level 12, he demolished the tower with remarkable speed. WQ appeared, emerging from the base, but upon witnessing 1-0 dismantling the tower, he hesitated, retreating in fear and refraining from intervening. As the summer twilight approached, Xia Mo was acutely aware that his performance was merely an act. The weapon had previously faltered when destroyed, yet now, in the year 2004, it appeared convincingly authentic. The second tower crumbled, and 600 gold coins were claimed by Xia Mo. However, at that moment, the weapon, behaving unusually, charged towards Xia Mo for a direct confrontation. When the tower was absent, one would refrain from engaging. Yet, upon its fall, it was evident that reinforcements had arrived. Nevertheless, the weapon was undeterred. Convinced that Xia Mo was now a fish in a barrel, with 5 adversaries targeting him, how could he possibly survive? Moreover, he was unafraid of being swiftly eliminated by Xia Mo, for since being destroyed, he had adopted a tank build, providing him with considerable durability. Xia Mo chose not to utilize his skills, but instead faced the weapon head-on while maneuvering strategically. Unbeknownst to the weapon, he led it closer to the indent near the stone golem. The weapon remained oblivious to these subtleties, yet when they reached a specific position, Xia Mo abruptly ceased his basic attacks and executed an unexpected maneuver behind the weapon. His ultimate ability was breathtakingly unleashed. In that very instant, from the shadows beyond the stone golem's wall, a golden light emerged as Qiyana flashed into position, launching her own spectacular ultimate. Fearing the prolonged night, she sought to strike down the formidable Wanzhao. Wanzhao was positioned against the wall and bore the brunt of Qiyana's ultimate damage, yet he leapt into the air, evading the wall's stun. The first control was nullified. This scene appeared astonishingly fortuitous, as Qiyana had acted from blind vision, suggesting that Wanzhao had narrowly escaped this peril by sheer luck. Qiyana, renowned as the supermodel queen, faced criticism from numerous players regarding her mechanics, particularly her ultimate, which rendered opponents helpless. However, without the stun, Kiana's ultimate posed a lesser threat to a warrior than one might assume. Consequently, Xia Mo only lost about 1/5 of his health, and the damage, combined with the previous attack from the weapon, perfectly filled his resolve meter. With Wang Zhao embracing the weapon, he performed a spinning descent, crashing heavily into the brush before the stone golem, erupting with molten rock, and startling two hidden enemies, Leona and Seraphine. This was precisely why Xia Mo had adjusted his positioning earlier. He had long targeted these two fragile champions, who were also actors in this performance. Although the weapon was equipped with tank items, despite its poor development, it remained the bulkiest among the red team at that moment. Wang Zhao's ultimate dealt increased damage to enemies based on their tankiness, resulting in Leona and Seraphine losing a significant portion of their health. Startled, they had just arrived at the brush, yet before they could act, Wang Zhao had already inflicted grievous harm. They pondered whether their route had been spotted, but that seemed implausible, for no blue team members had traversed this area recently. Xia Mo denied them the opportunity to react, executing a fierce blow that stunned all three, followed by a bloodthirsty axe to inflict further damage, then purposefully launching a powerful punch towards the side where Leona and Seraphine stood. The force of the punch obliterated Seraphine instantly. Leona, barely conscious from the stun, hastily used her flash. Yet a burning mark had already been placed upon her head, and Xia Mo did not spare her another glance. An incredible voice echoed through the canyon. A 7-kill. Even amidst an encirclement by 5 foes, he had retaliated against 2. The remaining 3, blinded by rage, desperately approached to eliminate Wang Zhao, who had exhausted his key abilities and stood no chance against 3 fully healthy adversaries. The weapon activated its counterattack, while Karma sped forward to ensnare him with chains, and Kiana surged in, hurling a rock elemental towards Wang Zhao. Xia Mo flicked his finger, flashing over the wall, and then began his retreat. However, his escape did not lead him home. Instead, he advanced towards the enemy's high ground along the minion lane. He understood well that Wang Zhao possessed no acceleration or displacement skills, only gaining speed when moving towards enemies, making it impossible to outrun the weapon, Karma, and Kiana along such a lengthy path. Furthermore, his mission was to buy enough time for his teammates to dismantle the bottom tower. At this juncture, the time was insufficient. Thus, he had no intention of surviving. He aimed for a trade, hoping to exchange his life for 2. The enemy's 3 members had just expended their mobility and acceleration abilities, making it challenging for them to pursue Xia Mo, who continued to evade them. He reached the red team's high ground tower, which had recently been struck by an unattended Rift Herald. Remarkably, he still had the presence of mind to dismantle the high ground tower. Ignoring the exposed crystal, he veered towards the center of the high ground, drawing a minion along the way. What lay at the center of the high ground? A teleportation portal. The 3 members of the red team were taken aback and rushed forward recklessly. If they were to lose 2 members while trying to ambush 5, it would become a lifelong disgrace. Kiana was closest to Wang Zhao, having come from the jungle rather than the minion wave, just crossing the small gate at the high ground. Wang Zhao activated the hex deck portal, but Kiana, exerting every ounce of her strength, managed to interrupt his action at the last possible moment. Fortunately, she sighed in relief. Wang Zhao had not escaped, yet she soon realized that he was charging towards her. Alas, she possessed no skills to defend herself. Once again, the familiar sequence of attacks commenced, bloodthirsty, and Kiana was left with no means to retaliate, meeting her end. Even the system's cold voice seemed to carry a hint of disbelief. The weapon and Karma arrived, while Leona and Seraphine resurrected from the fountain. Wang Zhao found himself with no escape route. The skills of the group rained down upon him frantically, as if fearing that he might unleash a cosmic explosion and annihilate them all. Xia Mo grinned widely and boldly charged into the midst of the enemy tower. His health rapidly diminished, prompting KRM to halt her actions. This was a significant bounty of 1,000 gold, and it was imperative that it not be bestowed upon her as mere support. SLF and approached to deliver the final blow. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a trivial number emerged from WNHO 13. KRM had just regained her scorching ability. WNHO's health was entirely depleted, collapsing in the midst of the turret. However, the 4 members of the red team appeared as if petrified. The Harbinger concluded WNHO's fate, bounty 1,000. Chapter 97, A Just Confrontation. Ultimately, the game froze at 26 minutes and 13 seconds. Following that remarkable play where Xia single-handedly turned the tide and secured 3 eliminations, the opposing team's morale had utterly shattered. His teammates dismantled 3 turrets in the bot lane, breached the base, and reclaimed significant resources. In the subsequent team fights, Xia consistently managed to ensnare 3 opponents or execute swift eliminations, solidifying their victory. Although the adversaries boasted 2 sharpshooting members from the directing team, they were no match for Xia's heightened state of awareness. This experience granted Xia a profound insight into his own capabilities. having navigated the diamond tier. His operational instincts had undeniably improved, though the extent of this enhancement remained uncertain. Upon returning to the pinnacle of the rift, would he still exhibit the same clumsiness as when he first acquired his abilities? Meanwhile, his streaming room was inundated with comments. Cheating streamer. Wallhack. How could he discern the enemy's positions without any vision if not through cheating? This sentiment was echoed repeatedly, as many accused him of utilizing cheats. The overwhelming number of accusations came from accounts that were clearly smurf accounts, leading discerning viewers to speculate that these individuals were hired to instigate discord. Some of Xia Mo's audience defended him, asserting that he was not cheating, recalling how he had previously been suspected by DingZ, yet had always streamed with his hands on camera. Although some plays were indeed remarkable, on 2 occasions, Xia Mo had spoken before the opposing Leona made her move. Surely, the league did not permit wall hacks. If such cheats existed, the game would have long been ruined, and the developers would have intervened. Despite the futility of their claims, the trolls continued to spam their accusations, causing many uninformed viewers to join in their doubts, exemplifying the adage that 3 men can create a tiger from nothing. Xia Mo chose to ignore them, simply instructing the moderators to ban the disruptive individuals, although the topic resurfaced occasionally. In the previous match, he had nearly exhausted his capabilities, so he refrained from playing League of Legends, opting instead to engage in some casual games with his sister before logging off. In the following days, Xia Mo consistently altered his streaming schedule, sometimes starting slightly earlier or later, and occasionally beginning his stream only after securing a match. Coupled with his acute sense of awareness, the directing team found it increasingly challenging to catch him. Their frustration mounted as they faced such a difficult streamer for the first time. Yet, the Purple Enchantress issued a stern order to persist in their surveillance until they finally succeeded. Eventually, fortune favored the diligent, and a member of the actor team managed to track down Xia Mo. Unfortunately, this time he found himself facing Xia Mo. The undercover associate promptly alerted Xia Mo, warning him that this individual possessed the prowess of a suburban master ascending to the rank of a challenger. Xia Mo remained unfazed. His intuition suggested that his opponent was not invincible. The actor specialized in a particular role, and thus Xia Mo opted to engage in the bot lane, choosing to play as support. This time, he intended to confront his opponent head-on. He allowed his sister to play, acknowledging the importance of communication and synergy in the bot lane, which was often lacking with random players. Xia Mo had faith that he and Qi Li-Ying shared a certain understanding. Recently, he had noticed that his sister displayed a genuine talent for the game. While perhaps not as formidable as LSHF-Ying, her abilities were certainly beyond the average player's capabilities. After spending time in high-ranked matches together, Xia Mo could visibly see Qi Li-Ying's progress. She too felt her improvement, but attributed it to Xia Mo's excellent mentorship. Alas, the heavens were compassionate, for Xia Mo had little to teach her. As the loading screen appeared, the team compositions were revealed, with Xia Mo on the red side. The red side composition was top lane TOD, jungle Ming, mid lane PNSN, and bot lane featuring Qi Li-Ying's KSH and Xia Mo's PIK. The blue side consisted of top lane SHZGU, jungle ZHMI, mid lane Mguing X-Ing L-Ing, and bot lane featuring the actor team as support F-Ing-N. According to the undercover brother, the actor member matched against Xia Mo was particularly adept, rumored to be a prot G of the top player Bilu, capable of wreaking havoc in master tier matches. Many perceive this champion as a mere nuisance, akin to a bottom lane MFIT. This perception stemmed from the prevalence of inexperienced players in lower tiers, who often resorted to this champion, relying on the skill arcane shift for survival. As the number of such players increased, the majority began to associate this champion with poor performance and minimal damage output. However, in the hands of a true expert, the damage potential was anything but lacking. This champion exemplified the notion of a low floor but high ceiling. Xia Mo, possessing foresight, anticipated the opponent's selection. Thus he encouraged Qi Li-Ying to choose KSH, a champion with well-rounded abilities, while he opted for PIK. This marked the first time in a while that he had chosen a champion that required considerable skill. Upon entering the game, he deviated from his usual reluctance to engage in level 1 skirmishes, instead actively beckoning his teammates to join him. Given the distinct nature of this adversary, establishing an advantage from the outset was crucial for victory. He signaled a path for his teammates to follow him through the mid lane, stealthily entering the brush near the lower river. This route remained unseen by the enemy turret and undetected by the blue side's vigilant members. However, they had yet to catch sight of the opposing team. In the enveloping darkness, Xia Mo began to charge his ability, Bone Skewer. In a moment of charged anticipation, he hurled a piece of jewelry across the wall, embedding it on the opposing shore, where the mid laner, Zui, stood prominently. With a swift flick of his wrist, the piercing hook was unleashed, drawing Zui closer. Many may be unaware of a unique mechanism within Pai Ku's abilities. He can drag enemies through walls, even those of considerable thickness. It may seem as though he merely pulls them a short distance, akin to Thresh's skill, yet the hitbox is remarkably potent. As long as the enemy is adjacent to the wall, even the formidable barrier at the dragon's lair is susceptible to his grasp. Unfortunately for Xia, she was indeed positioned against the wall, and thus was ensnared. The red side immediately focused their fire on her. Xia reacted swiftly, using her flash to escape over the wall, though she was met with vision courtesy of Xia Mo's recently placed ward. Qiuliang, with a precise shot, claimed first blood, netting 400 gold. Xia Mo instructed Qiuliang to return home to replenish her equipment, granting them a lead over their opponents with an additional longsword and a potion, thereby providing Qiuliang with a bit of leeway in the lane. This sequence did not go unnoticed by the opposing team. Yet, he remained calm within, having observed the female streamer's lane phase replete with flaws. What use was an extra longsword? A mere 10 points of attack power. He could not fathom how Xia Mo could secure victory while tethered to such a burden. It seemed ludicrous. He had forgotten that his own support, Feng Nu, was merely a passerby. Chapter 98. Lane kill. As they awaited the jungler, Meng Xia, to initiate blue, Xia Mo messaged him, inquiring if he could come down at level 2 for a gank. Just a flash would suffice. Once that was forced, a kill would be within reach. The jungler acquiesced, surprisingly agreeable. In truth, the champion Meng Xia required ample time to farm early on, and a level 2 gank could hinder his development significantly. Xia Mo was merely testing the waters. Should the jungler refuse, he would devise an alternative. This was a means of expanding his sense of DJVU. If he remained silent, the influence of that sensation would be confined to himself. However, by communicating with Qiuliang, it was as though they both possessed the foresight of the future. Should he manage to direct other teammates, the actual win rate of the game would elevate further. But at present, Xia Mo was merely duo queuing with his sister. Commanding random players was a formidable challenge. As each held their own opinions, should he attempt to guide them, they might just act in defiance. Upon reaching level 1, the duo in the bot lane met on the battlefield. Xia Mo instructed Qiuliang to conceal herself behind the minions while he maneuvered in front of the wave. Applying pressure to the opposing duo, it was inevitable that they would not allow him to roam freely. A predictive skill was cast, aiming to chip away at Pai Ku and diminish his arrogance while stacking his mana flow band. Yet, the attempt fell short. Pai Ku executed an astoundingly peculiar stop maneuver, evading the shot entirely. Frowning, as a seasoned player with thousands of matches under his belt, he possessed an innate sense of his skill's hit rate. The moment he unleashed his mystic shot, he was confident it would connect. The execution felt seamless. Yet it missed. This instigated a disconcerting feeling, akin to preparing toilet paper only to find one's website returning a 404 error. Nevertheless, it was merely a single skill. It did not signify a larger issue. He continued last hitting, seizing the opportunity to fire another shot amidst the minion farming. This time, he timed it precisely with Pai Ku's advance towards the melee minions. As the latter, burdened by a bounty task, was compelled to farm for gold and could not resist. Yet again, he missed. Pai Ku halted, having raised his harpoon midair, and deftly sidestepped the mystic shot. Something felt amiss. This Pai Ku exhibited an uncanny ability reminiscent of past encounters with scripted players. Determined, he prepared to try once more. At last, he found success. However, it was only because Pai Ku abruptly ceased his movement to charge his bone-piercing spike. Utilizing the wind-up of his mystic shot, he managed to strike. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Fortunately, it was merely a long-range hit, resulting in minimal damage. Both champions were still at level 1, and the encounter amounted to little more than a nuisance. Yet, his thoughts quickly shifted. He noticed the enemy jungler, Meng Xia, flanking from the rear through the tri-brush. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his flash. Meng Xia was level 2 and would undoubtedly have learned the skill Silent Terror, if ensnared by the 125-second fear. The situation would escalate beyond mere flash usage. He might find himself forced to expend both summoner spells and still face death. Even if he miraculously survived, he would be compelled to return home, suffering a loss of at least 3 waves of minions. Upon respawning, being level 1 while the opponent was level 3 would be more agonizing than death itself. Such an outcome was intolerable. Upon witnessing the flash, Meng Xia opted not to pursue further, retreating to the jungle. Feng Nu, wary of a potential return from Meng Xia, placed a valuable ward in the river, allowing the two to advance and continue farming. Without the flash, caution became paramount. However, they soon reached level 2, granting them the arcane shift and a measure of comfort. The skirmish continued. Yet, he soon identified another issue. Feng Nu's skills had yet to land a single hit, whether against Pai Ku or Qiuliang. Her abilities had missed entirely. Being a lottery-based skill, it was expected for early hit rates to be low, yet one successful hit combined with Comet could yield significant damage. However, failing to connect even once indicated a problem. The perspective shifted back to Xia Mo. While maneuvering Pai Ku, each time the enemy Feng Nu cast her ability, he would mark the trajectory of the tornado with his mouse, guiding Xiao Liang's Kaisa to avoid that direction. He could even delineate the path when Feng Nu entered the bush without vision. Moreover, each path marked was remarkably accurate. Autumn Liang diligently evaded the direction indicated by his words, oblivious to its implications. The barrage of comments erupted. Is this a joke? Predicting Feng Nu? Every single time? I recall Feng Nu's abilities lacked any directional cues, right? Even teammates were unaware of the direction. Could it truly be a cheat? The script typically allows evasion only after a skill manifests. How could one predict it before its appearance? Is it possible that this is a new kind of hack? Bring forth the cheat detector. Even the cheat detector master is perplexed, suggesting a further observation. In the previous match, the dual focus had already left viewers in awe. But this prediction of Feng Nu's movements was utterly astonishing. With so many streamers online, none had witnessed such a display. Instantly, interest in Xia Mo surged dramatically. Returning to the game, Pike, who had been aimlessly hovering near the minion line to pressure Feng Nu, suddenly darted into the brush. Heightened vigilance compelled him to position himself behind his minions, fingers poised above his skills. He prepared to use Arcane Shift the moment he detected Pike's ability, aiming to prevent the latter's sudden strike that could disrupt his own escape. However, he did not anticipate Pike's response. Instead, a golden flash caught his attention. A flash. Pike appeared behind him, stunning him before he had even a moment to react. Kaisa swiftly followed up with damage. Pike struck once and began charging his skill, Bone Spike. Upon awakening, he immediately activated his healing ability and then utilized Arcane Shift to escape. Alas, Ignite lingered ominously above his head, rendering his healing negligible. He deliberately chose a downward landing for his Arcane Shift to avoid prediction, but it was futile. Pike's harpoon seemed to possess a mind of its own, targeting his landing spot directly, pulling him back to his original position. In that very instant, two beams of light flashed, as Kaisa and Pike both reached level 3. Many players are familiar with the importance of hitting level 2 and 6, but few are aware of the significance of hitting level 3. As a master level player, he understood that in a duo lane, the number of minions impacts level progression. However, with the minion death rate being similar, he assumed both sides would reach level 3 simultaneously, so he paid little attention. Now, they were merely one minion's experience away. The opposing team seized this opportunity. Launching an offensive, desperately, he attempted to escape while frantically marking a low-health minion, hoping Feng Nu would secure it, allowing both players to hit level 3, restoring health and granting Feng Nu an additional skill to delay the enemy's pursuit. Yet, Feng Nu remained oblivious to his intentions. Chapter 99, The Unsealed Secrets After Shielding Pike. She inadvertently bestowed her only weakness ability upon him. Despair engulfed him. Kaisa, with her void surge, unleashed a torrent like a meteor streaking through the night sky, converging into a single point before striking again, inflicting electrical damage. His health plummeted as Kaisa engaged in close combat, utilizing void targeting, stacking electrical charges to the maximum. Finally, she reached the safety of the tower, delivering one last blow that claimed his life. Kaisa ignored Feng Nu's feeble attempts to attack and departed gracefully, leaving behind a remark. 1. This was a count of her victories. Staring at the gray-white screen in silence, he began to comprehend how Pike had executed the instant flash. Pike's skill, Phantom Surge, is a displacement ability that propels him forward while leaving behind a shadow, which returns to him after a brief moment, stunning all foes in its path. However, this skill has a flaw. The distance of the displacement cannot be manually controlled, unlike that of a champion like Renekton, which can be shortened. As a player specializing in the bot lane, he had encountered countless Pikes and was well aware of this mechanism. Thus, he assumed that after Pike entered the shortest brush, he would need to emerge before using his flash, granting him an opportunity to escape with Arcane Shift. Yet, Pike executed a lightning-fast flash. The only plausible explanation was that Pike had first collided with the wall in the brush, and then, in the instant the shadow returned to him, used flash, without any prior warning. He had heard of this little trick before, but had never experienced it firsthand until now. Pike demonstrated remarkable proficiency. In reality, Xia Mo's mastery of Pike was not as profound as he had imagined. Xia Mo had not specialized in Pike. He had only occasionally played him while filling in as a support, merely being competent. He had heard of this technique, but had never thought to apply it during his own gameplay, nor did he know when to use it. However, possessing a sense of déjà vu made all the difference. He could rehearse it in his mind, free from the anxiety of making mistakes. With zero cost. After pushing the lane, Xia Mo and Autumn Liang both retreated into the brush to recall, witnessing the unfolding scene on their way back. The minion wave had been pushed toward the blue tower, and arriving even a second late meant losing a minion. They even had to use their skills just to reach the tower. Upon finally arriving, they found only 3 minions remained, and with heavy hearts. They consumed those 3 ranged minions. Unexpectedly, a notification rang out, indicating a teammate had been slain in the top lane, followed by a series of question marks appearing above their teammates' heads. Confused, he thought, I was just under the tower last hitting. How could you all die in the top lane? This is absurd. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that Pyke had secured a double kill. Bewildered, he recalled that Pyke had just been in the brush moments ago. Surely, he had only just emerged from the fountain? Had he flown to the top lane? Indeed, Pyke had flown to the top lane. Opening the scoreboard revealed that Pyke had equipped the unsealed spellbook rune. Pyke had feigned a recall in the brush, using a fragment to exchange ignite for a teleport to the top lane's tower. This skirmish had originally been a clash between the junglers in the river, which prompted both mid laners to assist. As the mid laner moved, the top laner also began to engage, resulting in a chaotic 3-on-3 battle in the river. The higher the rank, the faster the support arrives. Initially, this skirmish appeared unfavorable for the red team, as the top lane champion, DTU, heavily relied on his turret, making him suited for a siege but lacking in support capabilities. However, to the team's astonishment, 4 members of the red team arrived simultaneously. The sudden appearance of Pyke immediately disrupted the equilibrium. The blue team's top lane champion, SHZGU, and mid lane champion, Zhuai, were swiftly dispatched, leaving only a resilient Zhu Mi, who managed to escape thanks to her tankiness and mobility. This skirmish in the river decisively shaped the early game dynamics in the top and mid lanes, causing the red team to experience a slight unraveling. Frustrated teammates expressed their discontent through question marks. As a high-ranked player, it was expected that he would have memorized the runes and summoner spells of his opponents during the loading screen. However, after being preoccupied with reporting to his superior, he paid little attention to the game details. Moreover, being a perennial bottom lane player, he had developed a fixed mindset regarding the runes associated with each champion. Upon seeing Pyke, he subconsciously assumed he ought to be equipped with the rune seeing RN, or at most, HINSHUHU, as he believed they must belong to the domination tree. What else could he possibly carry? Yet, Xia Mo delivered a harsh reality check. His Pyke was equipped with QF Ingda MJ. The crucial point was that it proved effective. Feeling the sting of embarrassment, he could hardly fathom being reproached by teammates in a match of a rank he deemed beneath him. From that moment, he resolved to shed any disdain he harbored for Xia Mo in this match, vowing to exert every ounce of his ability to defeat him. When Xia Mo returned to the lane to continue dual landing, he quickly noticed a marked change in his opponent's demeanor. The latter became exceedingly cautious. He provided Xia Mo with no opportunities to land hooks, remaining tucked behind minions, even at times conceding last hits to ensure safety. At this juncture, the disparity in their fundamental skills became apparent. Despite occasionally missing last hits to evade hooks, his farming quickly outpaced Qi Liang's. Although he had died once, his development was now only marginally behind Qi Liang's. Xia Mo found himself at a loss. While he could use his intuition to help Qi Liang dodge the Wind Girl's gusts and jungle ganks, he was unable to assist her directly with last hitting. Fortunately, the opposing Wind Girl was not as cautious. Recognizing the futility of securing kills on his lane partner, he shifted his focus to the Wind Girl. Capitalizing on her positional mistakes, the Wind Girl was soon forced to use her flash, and in the subsequent engagement, Xia Mo executed a simple combo to eliminate her. He graciously allowed Qi Liang to claim the kill, aiding her development. She had now reached level 30, while he remained at 20, with nearly all kills attributed to the two of them. Unperturbed by the Wind Girl's deaths, he no longer relied on her in lane, for he anticipated his moment to shine during mid-game team fights. This champion was selected explicitly for the purpose of engaging in team battles. As Pyke and KSH pushed a wave and retreated into the brush to return home, Pyke promptly signaled caution to the top and mid lanes. As a roaming support, Pyke's skill, YUTNXing, was inherently designed for roaming. Thus, skilled players often utilize this window of time while returning to lane to traverse to other lanes, assisting teammates in gaining advantages. Although Pyke was unable to teleport again just yet, he chose to alert his teammates. The top lane SHZGU was currently pressuring his lane, evidently. He was still wary from Pyke's previous gank, as he immediately placed a ward in the river brush upon receiving the signal. With another control ward positioned in the triangular brush, absolute defense, SHZGU was convinced that Pyke would not be able to catch him. After placing the two wards, SHZGU confidently continued to pressure the lane, attempting to dive DTU, who lacked his ultimate ability, having just used it moments ago. Thus, SHZGU felt unthreatened by a potential counterattack beneath the turret. With an aggressive maneuver, he baited out DTU's skill, the electronic storm grenade. Once that pivotal ability was used, SHZGU shed his disguise, entering stealth in full view of DTU, activating his ultimate, hunting rhythm. Since he was positioned beneath the red team's turret, SHZGU was visible. Yet he remained unfazed. He merely needed that one leap to secure the kill. DTU seemed to resign himself to defeat, merely placing a turret on the ground and remaining motionless. As SHZGU leaped into the air, Ignite was already burning on DTU's head. However, before he could land, a harpoon ensnared him from the shadows behind, a hook from PIK. The turret and DTU's turret began to assault SHZGU, while PIK unleashed Phantom Tide, stunning him beneath the turret. Ultimately, PIK executed SHZGU with Fountain of Hatred, rewarding DTU with an additional 300 gold. Perplexed, SHZGU found himself at a loss. He was uncertain whom to blame. Signals had been relayed to the bottom lane, and he had placed wards. How had PIK appeared beside him? Although the control ward he had placed in the river brush was insufficient to detect PIK in his stealth state. If PIK had approached him, he should have received a warning icon when he was at a considerable distance. The absence of such a warning had led him to attempt the dive. Furthermore, how could PIK possibly know where he had placed his control ward and where he had placed his false ward? When he placed the ward, he was operating under blind vision. Returning to Xia Mo's perspective, he was fully aware of the precise locations of SHZGU's wards. He merely needed to activate his intuition and skin once. As for how he managed to silently maneuver behind SHZGU, he employed a little trick with PIK's abilities. PIK's skill, YUTNXing, can be cancelled at will. However, it is quite rare for players to do so, who would voluntarily cancel an acceleration skill. Nonetheless, by cancelling it early, the enemy would not receive a warning icon above their head. Knowing there was a control ward in the triangular brush, Xia Mo first descended from the dragon pit to the river, then activated YUTNXing to bypass the false vision provided by the ward. Upon exiting the false ward site, he immediately deactivated his stealth. At last, he stealthily plunged into the brush along the path, silently maneuvering to the back of the lion dog, executing a flawless ambush. Following this series of strategic movements, Xia Mo commenced his own rhythm of roaming. He ceased to be fixated on linear kills. Instead, he would retreat into the thicket immediately after pushing the lane. Feng Nu and the opposition were utterly oblivious to the purpose of this pike's concealment in the grass. Was he quietly waiting there? Had he returned home to the top lane? Or was he sneaking out from behind to secure a catch? They attempted to scout the brush, but failed every time. Feng Nu pierced the foliage with vision wards, all of which were deftly countered by Xia Mo, using true sight and scanning wards. He even had Qiu Liang bring a scanning ward just to eliminate the enemy's vision. Feng Nu and her companion in the bottom lane were like two blind mice. While on the other hand, news of Pike's kills or assists echoed from various lanes. As time progressed into the mid-game team battles, he finally began to exert his influence. He bore the banner of the team's damage output, flitting among the 5 members of the red team like a butterfly through flowers, securing several bounties after a few skirmishes. Yet, he had not slain Pike. He was securing kills for his teammates, while Pike was busy taking down his allies. It seemed as though they had ignited a fierce competition for kills, each racing to outdo the other. Both players possessed superior equipment, yet the overall development of the red team gradually overshadowed that of the blue team, all owing to Pike's purse. Every time Pike executed his ultimate to claim a life, he garnered additional gold. The last teammate to assist would receive a pouch filled with bounty, inscribed with "You also have a share." The blue team's kills were predominantly on their own champions, while the red team's bounties were all amassed by Pike. However, the blue team boasted only one wealthy player, whereas the red team enjoyed a balanced distribution of resources. This was precisely why Xia Mo had chosen Pike. He had never intended to solely rely on individual prowess to prevail. Sensing this pressure, he found himself at a loss. This was an issue rooted in the mechanics of the game, one that he could not alter by the end. He could only strive to output damage against the odds. At 26 minutes and 49 seconds, the red team's Nightmare made a critical misjudgment, launching his ultimate against what appeared to be a lone Zoe. However, Zoe managed to buy enough time with her sleep bubble and Zhonya's hourglass until the blue team arrived and took down Nightmare. The location of Nightmare's demise was in the mid lane, perilously close to the Baron. The blue team could easily opt for the Baron now, seemingly glimpsing a glimmer of hope for a comeback. My teammates are platinum, yours are also platinum. Aren't you supposed to support your team? Yet, your teammates can also make fatal errors. What will you do? With one less member. The blue team commenced the Baron, while the 4 members of the red team could only watch from the shore. As the Baron's health plummeted, 3,000, 2,000, 1,500, the blue team's jungler, Xia Mo, recognized this as their only chance to eliminate any possibility of the Baron being snatched away. Xia Mo positioned herself near the Baron pit, ready to unleash her skills and ultimate the moment anyone descended. Pike hovered on the shore. When the Baron's health dwindled to 1,000, Pike suddenly unleashed his ultimate, Fountain of Wrath, towards Xia Mo below. Pike's ultimate, while not strictly a displacement ability, could traverse walls if it struck a target. Xia Mo, standing at the edge of the wall, inadvertently provided Pike with the opportunity to strike her, allowing him to leap down. Xia Mo gasped, instantly reacting, and focused intently on the Baroness' health to execute her smite. Lightning flashed. Yet the Baron belonged to the red team. The blood-soaked ghost, Pike, claimed the Nashur. Pike had exchanged fragments for a smite. The other purpose of Xia Mo's spellbook, to secure the dragon. The spirits of the blue team plummeted. In the final team fight, both sides engaged in a brutal melee in the mid lane. By this point, the game had reached its late stages, and team battles were a mere contest of stats. The lion dog fell, executed. Zoe, on the brink, eliminated. Xia Mo and Feng Nu, both at death's door, dispatched. At last, only one remained. Facing the full might of the red team S5, regardless of his equipment, he was merely 6 slots worth of power. In his current state, even against Kaisa, he could at best secure a trade. Executed. A pentakill for Pike. The blue team conceded defeat, 40. Xia Mo reclined in his chair, drenched in sweat. This was his first encounter against opponents of such caliber, and he felt immense pressure. Yet, it was exhilarating. We won. Qiu Liang exclaimed. That opponent was amazing, but master, you were even better. Of course, Xia Mo replied with a relaxed smile. Chapter 101. The cheating scandal. The following day, Xia Mo awoke in the studio's bed, stretching leisurely and glancing out the window. Today, Shanghai basked in rare sunshine. In this city, the winters were often marked by persistent rain and biting cold, with 10 days out of every 10 and a half draped in gloom. Xia Mo recalled his first winter in Shanghai during his freshman year, when the city shattered a decades-long record for consecutive overcast days, 49 days of rain. It nearly drove Xia Mo, who thrived on sunny days, to despair. Was this splendid weather a herald of spring's arrival? Donning his clothes, he stepped outside and made his way to the living room, only to find the usual studio residents, Mu Shu, Mao, Wu Gu, Fat Cat, and even Xiao Jiao, gathered, each wearing a heavy expression. They seemed to have been discussing something prior to his arrival. As soon as he entered, their conversation ceased, and they all turned to look at him in unison. What s with the somber faces? What has happened? Did Mao get pregnant? Not by Wu Gu, I hope. Mao's expression instantly shifted to one of discomfort, as if constipated, while Wu Gu stood up, ready to confront Xia Mo. All right, everyone, calm down. This is not the time for nonsense. Mu Shu extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and addressed Xia Mo. We were discussing your situation. The circumstances have become quite dire. What is going on? What happened? Since when did you start speaking in formal tones, Mu Shu? As the summer approached its end, Xia Mo plopped down on the worn-out sofa beside Xiao Jiao. This old piece of furniture, supposedly left behind by previous tenants, had seen countless owners, its tattered fabric and creaky springs almost causing Xia Mo to leap up in discomfort. Just as he winced in pain, Uncle Mu addressed him, saying, a sudden surge of controversy has erupted online regarding you. The source of this uproar is a video posted by a user last night, which purportedly showcases your use of hacks. They meticulously edited your gameplay and live stream footage, analyzing it frame by frame, highlighting moments where you evaded abilities through blind spots and predicted enemies' positions, claiming you were using wall hacks. Uncle Mu paused to catch his breath before continuing. The video has amassed over 1 million views, and judging by the comments, the majority believe you are indeed cheating. This incident has even trended on social media, with unrelated videos being inundated with accusations of your hacking. You have become a target for public outcry. Xia Mo, lacking his own studio and being a directly signed streamer without a guild, found himself at a disadvantage, particularly in terms of public relations. In contrast, when a major celebrity faced similar backlash, public relations teams would swiftly intervene, employing tactics such as issuing statements to refute claims, contacting platforms to limit or remove the offending videos, suppressing trending topics, mobilizing fan bases to counter negative comments, or even generating other news stories to overshadow the scandal. In earlier years, streamers had little to no public relations capability, but after witnessing several top streamers suffer catastrophic fallout from sudden controversies, newer streamers had learned from those experiences and began to cultivate their public relations skills, emulating the approaches of celebrities. Yet Xia Mo was like a rootless weed, lacking even an assistant, with Uncle Mu serving merely as an incidental manager. This was precisely why the current controversy was so intense. Xia Mo's only support came from his studio brothers, who regarded his plight as their own, gathering together to devise strategies. After some contemplation, Xia Mo suggested, once this tumult passes, I should establish my own studio. It's unwise to let others dictate the narrative. Mao, Gu Wu, and Mao Gu. Would you consider taking positions in my studio? I promise to offer you the highest industry rates. Uncle Mu sighed. Right now, the priority is to weather this storm. If we mishandle it, Your streaming career may very well come to an end. Let me see that video, Xia Mo replied. Peng Mao handed him a tablet, a device he typically used for reading novels, though it was quite outdated and lagged when playing videos. After a swift review, Xia Mo confirmed Uncle Mu's assertions. The individual had indeed extracted footage from Xia Mo's recent streams, showcasing seemingly improbable evasion maneuvers, and coupled with their continuous commentary, it was indeed persuasive. Were he not the one in the video, Xia Mo would have doubted the legitimacy of the player's actions. As he watched, Uncle Mu provided additional context, explaining that the individual was a high-ranking player from the past who had attempted to break into the professional scene, but had ultimately abandoned that path due to familial obligations. This background lent credibility to the viewer's perception of his assertions. Xia Mo noted that the streamer, Ji Kuan, introduced himself at the onset, claiming to be a former high-ranked player who had turned down invitations from prestigious clubs. Throughout the video, he repeatedly asserted that, from my semi-professional perspective, such plays are beyond human reaction. In my interactions with well-known professionals, they too cannot execute maneuvers like this streamer. Uncle Mu continued, however, I have learned that Ji Kuan previously had close ties with Zisei Yao Ji, and his former employer was Shanghai Entertainment. Therefore, this controversy is not coincidental. It has been deliberately instigated from behind the scenes. At the video's conclusion, Ji Kuan presented a series of chat logs, claiming they were leaked by a fan who infiltrated a hacking group associated with League of Legends. The logs contained numerous screenshots of hacks in use, revealing that this new cheat could grant players a clear view of enemies, regardless of whether they were obscured by fog of war, hidden in bushes, or even cloaked. More alarmingly, it featured a vision control function, allowing users to see clearly even when enemies placed wards in blind spots. Ji Kuan concluded emphatically, therefore, to the viewers of this video, do not question whether hacks exist in the league, nor should you believe that hacks are merely scripts. I can assure you, they do exist. This particular hack has been lurking in the shadows for quite some time. It is unclear how many streamers have relied on this hack to perform feats that you cannot replicate. This summer is merely one example. While I cannot be certain about others, Xia Mo's actions have been excessively brazen, bordering on an insult to the intelligence of the online audience. That is why I chose to expose him, to reveal his true nature. My conclusion is that Xia Mo must have employed this wall hack, and likely used a custom script as well, for otherwise, there is no explanation for his inhuman feats. They have been unable to target me for an entire week, and they are clearly growing anxious, Xia Mo remarked, setting the tablet down and shaking his head with a bemused smile. To concoct such a scheme and have this person lead the charge. In this world, the malice is palpable, Uncle Mu interjected. However, this tactic is effective. It is easy to spread rumors, but exceedingly difficult to refute them. We are currently at a loss for effective countermeasures. Perhaps we should simply ignore it and wait for the storm to pass? Go Wu chimed in. In the past, I had a run-in with a rival from another school, who threatened to confront me after class. I evaded them by sneaking out through the back door every day, and after 2 weeks of fruitless searching, they eventually gave up. Therefore, in the future, whenever I encounter someone I cannot provoke, I shall evade them. No matter how patient they may be, they cannot block my path every single day. The crowd responds, so you have gleaned a life philosophy from this, have you? Uncle Mu, rubbing his forehead, interjects, what you speak of is cold treatment. But the current situation does not lend itself to such an approach. If we remain silent now, it would be tantamount to tacitly admitting to cheating, and henceforth, one would be forever branded as a fraudulent streamer, unable to redeem themselves. Furthermore, no matter how well you play in the future, you will find it impossible to attract followers, for others will perceive your actions as mere results of cheating, devoid of any challenge. Perhaps a video rebuttal would be in order, suggests Mao. I noticed that many clips in his video are taken out of context. In fact, there were numerous occasions when the opponent had yet to make a move, and I had already anticipated it, yet he failed to capture that. It is of no use. Fat Cat interjects, this Ji Kuan is being deliberately malicious, as it is clear he aims to suppress. Xiao Mo Uncle Mu concurs. Sowing rumors is easy, but refuting them is laborious. The audience has already formed preconceived notions from his video, and even if you were to release 10 explanatory videos, it would be futile, as they would only view you as guilty. What can we do then? Xiao Jiao, merely a child, feels helpless and anxious, concerned for Xia Mo as if the situation were his own. Xia Mo has set an example for him. He does not excel in academics and possesses no other talents beyond League of Legends, while his home life is tumultuous, with his parents constantly arguing about divorce. Thus, Xiao Jiao has long yearned to live independently, yet he does not know how to earn a living. Xia Mo's success has ignited a glimmer of hope within him. He wonders if he too could become a streamer and earn substantial income. Hence, he frequently watches Xia Mo's broadcasts, and now, with Xia Mo facing difficulties, he is deeply troubled. As the crowd frets, Xia Mo speaks up. There is no need to rush regarding the accusations of cheating. Simply recording the screen and gameplay suffices. When I first began streaming, I faced similar doubts, and that is precisely what I did. I fear that may not suffice. Uncle Mu shakes his head. Times have changed. And the current pace is relentless. Even if you record your gameplay, they will suspect you have obtained information through other means. What crime cannot be fabricated? As events have unfolded, many no longer care whether you actually cheated. They merely wish to see you fail. No worries. I have a plan, Xia Mo replies. But my current focus is not on that. Rather, I am contemplating how to bring about Ji Kuan's downfall. Do you still have time to concern yourself with him? Uncle Mu is astonished. He is merely a pawn of Shanghai Entertainment and Zisei Yaoji. I will not let the true masterminds behind this go unpunished. Xia Mo declares, his finger hovering over the paused screen displaying Ji Kuan's unappealing, sharp-featured visage. However, I also despise being a pawn for others. I kindly ask everyone to assist me in gathering information on Ji Kuan, as well as recordings of his previous streams. I shall see if I can uncover something useful. Soon after, Xia Mo utilized his personal account and Shark account to release a message regarding the recent turmoil, promising a satisfactory response the following day and announcing a day off from streaming to prepare for what is to come. He refrained from perusing any comments or replies, allowing the internet to swell with chaos. Xia Mo suddenly realized that since he began streaming, he had not taken a single day off. Each day brought more followers than the last, and he was constantly improving. This sensation is addictive, instilling a profound confidence that enables one to persist in all endeavors. Conversely, when efforts yield no results, akin to a stone sinking into the sea, or even produce adverse effects, no matter how resolute one's will, there comes a day when one may choose to abandon all effort and succumb to despair. Thus, many individuals in life who are disheartened and dejected have not consciously chosen to be that way. Had another been placed in their situation, the outcome might not have been more favorable. The former Xia Mo was a mere drifter, yet now he is entirely transformed. Time and fate intertwine. Although he has the day off from streaming, numerous tasks await him, and he may even find it difficult to sleep soundly that night. The following day, at 3 in the afternoon, Xia Mo promptly opened his streaming room. To his surprise, he immediately received a call from Qiu Yang. Upon accepting the call, he heard his sister's concerned voice. Master, are you all right? I am fine. What could possibly be wrong? Xia Mo chuckled. There have been many negative voices online lately. Indeed. They are all accusing me of cheating. Do you believe I am cheating? Of course not. How could Master cheat? We are a duo destined to single out the wind god. What would be the point of cheating? Qiu Yang's head shook vigorously. Are you not afraid that playing with me will implicate you? Those people are enraged and will lash out at anyone. Not afraid. Truly not afraid. Not afraid. At this moment, the only one who can stand by Master's side is me. Xia Mo was left speechless. Before long, countless viewers who received notifications of the stream arrived in droves. Cheater, cheater, cheater. How dare you stream? Where do you find the audacity? Why don't you step outside and get hit by a car? I used to like you, but now I realize you are a cheating dog. I only wish for your demise. Does cheating feel exhilarating? Is the absence of a mother equally delightful? I claimed those moves that even professional players cannot execute. And you can do them effortlessly. Turns out you are a cheating dog, so it's all good. You stream and win every match. Surely, cheating guarantees a flawless victory, right? Allowing you to continue streaming is a disgrace to the Huaxia community. I wish to point out that achieving a flawless victory through cheats is not without its challenges. Is it? To those of you upstairs, are you perhaps the faithful child of this streamer? Still here are we? Out putting against the wind, I see. The followers of this streamer must all be cheaters. Else how could they watch such a repulsive individual? Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Such sentiments flooded in, overwhelming the screen. Moreover, some ventured into Qiu Yang's streaming room to unleash their vitriol. Since Xia Mo began streaming, he had never encountered such a barrage of comments, overwhelming and layered, causing the streaming visuals to stutter. At the end of summer, Xia Mo suspected that more than half of the individuals in the League of Legends Shark community had gathered here. The white barrage transformed into a palpable malice, surging forth as if it were at war with the entire world. Xia Mo had heard numerous accounts of online bullying and had even witnessed a few instances himself. Yet, none had affected him as profoundly as this, where he found himself at the eye of the storm. These messages were from living, breathing individuals, students, workers, employees, sons, fathers, who could smile at their families and friends, who would express gratitude to those who assisted them. Yet now, they cared not for evidence, for the truth, nor for the voice of the party involved. They simply desired the demise of a stranger they had never met. Chapter 103. A full-scale livestream. Xia Mo felt as though someone had tightened their grip around his throat, nearly choking him. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure, striving to avert his gaze from the overwhelming barrage of messages. He could not afford to lose his cool in front of his sister. With a relatively calm voice, he began, recently, a wave of accusations regarding my alleged cheating has erupted online. They The catalyst for this controversy was the so-called youth training player who released a video. I shall refrain from discussing his motives or the forces behind him, for any words I utter now would be futile. Everyone will merely believe I am slinging mud. Thus, I will focus solely on the matter of my supposed cheating. In truth, prior to watching that Xia Mo video, I was entirely unaware that cheating programs, such as wall hacks, existed in League of Legends. I had previously held a fair amount of trust in the anti-cheating measures of Penguin. Thanks to Xia Mo, my eyes have been opened. Since he has already accused me of using such cheats, and most of you have chosen to believe him and come to my livestream to berate me, any explanation I provide would be ineffectual. Therefore, I must rely on facts to substantiate my claims. You may wonder how I intend to prove my innocence. Indeed, proving someone is cheating is quite simple. Merely a few selectively edited clips paired with the endorsement of a so-called youth training player suffice. However, how does one prove that they are not cheating? It is akin to proving that I am indeed myself. I kindly ask you to remain patient. I will soon restart my live stream, and thereafter, I shall present my answer. Having said this, Xia Mo disregarded the barrage of messages and directly closed the live stream. The restart took an unusually long time. 10 minutes had passed with no sign of a return. The messages flooded in. Cheater, you are a disgrace. I shall see how you perform, like a clown. After such a long delay, you must have fled. Finally, after 15 minutes, the screen flickered back to life. Yet it appeared unchanged, save for a brighter light shining upon Xia Mo, with a small, bouncing orb appearing in the center of the screen. You have proven nothing. The messages jeered. Are you toying with us? You cannot possibly believe that restarting the live stream will convince anyone of your innocence. I implored you to remain patient. Xia Mo replied calmly. Now, allow me to introduce the changes that have transpired in this live stream. First, if you scroll down the live stream description, you will notice something new, links to 12 other Shark live streams. Of course, this is not an attempt to bring in traffic or merchandise from other channels before fleeing. He continued. These 12 live streams all feature me. Some viewers may have been curious as to why he would create 12 streams. Allow me to elaborate. I will click on one of the links, and as you can see, this live stream captures my right side, revealing me from head to toe. Now, I will click on another live stream. This one shows my left side in full view. Next, this one captures the view from above my head. Here is the view from beneath my chair, and this is from my back. Xia Mo navigated through all 12 live streams and addressed the viewers. Indeed, these 12 streams have been set up by friends from my studio, solely to present you with the live reality of my broadcast. Each of the 12 cameras is equipped with top-tier 4K resolution, costing me a small fortune. These cameras provide a complete 360-degree view of my live stream, leaving no angle unexamined when it comes to the question of whether I am using cheats. He then pointed out the camera focused on his hand gripping the mouse, stating, "This camera is not only high definition, but also a high-speed camera, capable of capturing 1,000 frames per second. In the future, all footage recorded with this camera will be uploaded for your scrutiny, allowing you, the cheat detection experts, to analyze frame by frame. I truly feel for you, watching those blurry recorded clips while you attempt to dissect them." Xia Mo sighed, observing that many viewers were momentarily speechless. Yet, numerous individuals who disregarded the facts continued to flood the chat with messages. What if you have an earpiece hidden? Someone could be feeding you information. In response to such inquiries, Xia Mo drew 2 cameras closer to his ears, allowing viewers to see the situation within. If you claim that someone is transmitting information telepathically, I cannot prove otherwise. But that is not all. He switched the view back to his live stream. Please pay attention to the orb darting across the center of the screen. This is not a malfunction. It is the effect of an instrument I have installed on the screen, an eye tracker. It accurately captures the movements of my eyes, pinpointing where I am focusing on the screen. If I were to utilize the so-called TSGU, I would certainly need to catch a glimpse of it on the screen first. Xia Mo chuckled, indicating that the matter is far from over. He raised the mouse in his hand, within which I had installed a device to record the trajectory of its movements. Each day, I would upload the data, allowing you to compare it with my in-game mouse movements to ascertain whether there exists any so-called custom script for elite streamers. Having stated this, Xia Mo leaned back in his chair, declaring that his performance had concluded and inviting you to commence yours, urging you to unleash your formidable imagination in speculating where else I might be cheating. Of course, those who lack logic and resort solely to cursing me for cheating would face immediate bans from the moderators. Among the multitude of streamers online, I have yet to encounter one who provides 360-degree live broadcasts. Could it truly not be cheating? In the past, various Ju-Di-Chi-Shing streamers have faced allegations of cheating, yet they typically only organized some form of self-verification, and very few even employed eye-tracking devices. Could it be that Xia Mo has been wronged? Wronged indeed. He is merely a cheat, now exposed and too afraid to continue, instead opting for a 360-degree broadcast. If you possess the skill, demonstrate those maneuvers once more. Words are futile. May the cheats face their ultimate downfall.